Having traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, I became Reg, the elder brother of Vegeta, endowed with an innate battle power of 50,000, summoned by an enigmatic entity to become a new dimensional fighter. I traversed through various realms freely, vanquishing formidable foes to grow ever stronger. Moreover, there exist unknown powerful beings, as well as transformation forms that have never before been witnessed. I have surpassed the Super Saiyan 4 limit break to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 full power limit break, and even transcended that with the Super Saiyan 4 Ultra full power limit break. There exists a form that erupts to its utmost within my bloodline, dubbed the Ancient Transcendence. The fusion of Son Gohan and Son Goku, known as Son Go. The fusion of Broly and Son Gohan, resulting in Broly Gohan. Alongside the invincible Vegito, the strongest in the dimensions, the second fusion births the transcendent, time-defying Vegito. Chapter 1. The legendary Saiyan Reg is born. Where's this place? Why am I here? Reg gazes at the unfamiliar surroundings, finding himself encased within a green liquid chamber. Suddenly, a voice pierces the silence. What is the battle power of the prince? From the shadows emerges a figure with a tail. The prince's battle power stands at 50,000. The soldier beside, astonished, exclaims upon viewing the numbers on the display. 50,000? Truly, my son. In the future, you shall become the mightiest Saiyan, remarks a man with hair defying gravity. At this moment, a Saiyan bursts in, shouting, Not good, Your Highness, Frieza is coming. King Vegeta's countenance darkens as he declares, Who leaked the information? This cannot happen. He is our opportunity to reclaim our rightful place. As long as he exists, Frieza is but an insect. Turning to his subordinates, he commands, Prepare the ship to transport the prince to the farthest planet we can reach. Yes. The soldier, having received orders, swiftly departs. Within the nutrient chamber, Reg keenly overhears the unfolding events. Battle power? A figure with a monkey tail? And the name Frieza. Putting all these clues together, it seems I have crossed into the world of Dragon Ball, Reg muses. His gaze shifts to the adjacent incubation chamber, where a figure appears to sense something and opens its eyes to look at him. In those eyes, he perceives a flicker of fear. At that moment, Reg clearly sees the figure within the chamber and contemplates, Is that Vegeta? So even the eternally fearless second prince can display such trepidation. He then directs his attention to the display screen on Vegeta's nutrient chamber. Ah, no wonder there is fear. It turns out the power is only 1,000. Reg thinks to himself. His own battle power of 50,000 is 50 times that of the current Vegeta, making his fear completely understandable. Just then, a soldier rushes over, saying, Your Highness, the prince's ship is ready. Shall we depart now? Is the battle power suppression device activated? King Vegeta inquires. Your Highness, if we activate the battle power suppression device carelessly, could it not draw more attention? The soldier cautions. Do not worry about that. Just ensure the battle power displays as 10, replies King Vegeta. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind. Is that the system? Chosen one, you shall possess the right to engage in battles within the dimensional duel arena and become a new dimensional fighter. Do you accept? Yes, no. The voice in his mind did not respond to Liege's words, but continued on its own. Dimensional fighter? What is that? The voice in his mind did not answer his inquiry, merely repeating. Do you accept? Yes, no. Yes. The voice in his mind did not acknowledge his response, so he chose to agree and see what would happen. New dimensional fighter Liege confirmed successfully. To ensure you do not face defeat in your first battle, you may randomly acquire 2 abilities from within this world and beyond. At that moment, Liege's consciousness suddenly entered a mysterious space. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with countless cards. The cards were divided into 2 types, one glittering with golden light, adorned with a 4-star Dragon Ball on its back, and the other radiating silver light, but with nothing on its reverse side. Gazing at the cards before him, Liege fell into deep contemplation. The randomness of these cards was significant. They could bestow the formidable power of a god of destruction or the feeble transformation ability of an early anime pig. This uncertainty could greatly impact his future development in becoming stronger. At this moment, Liege seemed to sense something and turned to look, only to find nothing there. Could it be an illusion? No, it cannot be an illusion. I must think carefully about what triggered this sensation. Liege closed his eyes, reflecting intently on that feeling. Although the sensation was not particularly intense, it was one of deep yearning, as if something was suppressing it. Liege recalled his current identity and said, I am now a Saiyan. Anything that can influence my desires must be related to the Saiyans. So far, nothing related to the Saiyans has been simple. He closed his eyes and followed that sensation. Gradually, the surrounding cards diminished, halting before a golden card. Liege opened his eyes and gazed at the card. This card appeared no different from the others, yet he felt an increasingly powerful desire as he approached it. Is this the card? Let me see what you are. Liege reached out to grasp the golden card. At that moment, the light from the card vanished, revealing its contents. This world has been fully drawn. Congratulations, fighter. You have obtained the transcendent bloodline. Liege looked at the card in his hand, wearing an expression of realization as he remarked, there are only a handful of things related to the Saiyans. Moreover, I am the most gifted among the Saiyan clan. Anything that stirs my desire must certainly be extraordinary. After selecting the card, he turned his attention to the silver card on the other side. Now that I possess the transcendent bloodline, as long as what I draw next is not too lacking, it should have no detrimental effect on my path to becoming stronger. Without much thought, he casually picked up one of the silver cards. The draw from beyond this world has been completed. Congratulations, fighter, you have acquired adaptability. Liege looked at the card in his hand, somewhat astonished. Adaptability seems to be a commendable ability. If it can be enhanced further, it might become an existence akin to a bug. Just as Liege was marveling at his good fortune, a powerful force surged from within him, pulling him away from that space before he could react. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in the incubation pod. At that moment, the voice in his mind resonated once more. The fighter's abilities have been fully drawn. They have been automatically integrated for the fighter. As the fighter's body is still in its juvenile stage, the first battle will commence in 3 years. Please prepare for your first battle in 3 years. After uttering the final word, the voice in his mind completely vanished. Just as Liege wished to inquire if the voice would return, a surge of power erupted from within his body. The combat power detector on the incubation pod registered a remarkable spike, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 250,000 points of battle power. Chapter 2. The Apprehension of King Vegeta. At this moment, King Vegeta seemed to sense something amiss and turned to glance back, inadvertently catching sight of the numbers displayed on the power level detector. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, 22,500? This cannot be true. I must have misread. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, the reading on the device remained unchanged. How is this possible? Why is this happening? As astonishment gripped him, a flicker of fear danced in his eyes. As the king of the Saiyans, he possessed formidable strength and cunning strategy. He understood well that only that which he could control was true power. Anything beyond his grasp would inevitably spell disaster. It was evident that Reg was a force he could not dominate. No, before he reaches his full potential, I must eliminate this latent threat. A glint of murderous intent flashed in King Vegeta's gaze as this thought crossed his mind. Just as he was about to act, a soldier at his side spoke up. Your Highness, King Frisia's ship has landed outside. King Vegeta's expression darkened as he replied, why does he choose this moment to arrive, neither too early nor too late? No sooner had he spoken than another soldier rushed in, saluting before stating, Your Highness, the destination for the prince's ship has been set to the farthest planet currently reachable. Shall we depart now? This remark sparked a glimmer of interest in King Vegeta's eyes. Change the destination, said to Planet Wampa. Upon hearing the new destination, the soldier was taken aback and questioned, Planet Wampa is known to be one of the most inhospitable and least valuable planets. Are you certain you wish to send him there? King Vegeta's stern visage bore down on the soldier as he commanded, Do as I say, and spare me your pointless inquiries. Do you dare to challenge my authority? The soldier trembled at the king's ominous aura and quickly responded, I shall make the change at once. With that, the soldier hurried towards the launch pad. After issuing his orders, King Vegeta strode outside to prepare for Frisia's arrival. A few minutes later, a disc-shaped spaceship descended onto the plaza. The hatch opened, and out stepped Frisia, seated in a baby carriage, accompanied by the Ginyu Force and others. Upon seeing Frisia, King Vegeta approached briskly, kneeling on one knee before the tyrant, and proclaimed, I welcome you, King Frisia. What brings your esteemed self to my humble domain? At that moment, Frisia spoke in a genteel tone, Ah, Mr. King Vegeta, I have heard tales of your child's exceptional talent, and my curiosity compelled me to come and see for myself. I trust you do not mind? Hearing Frisia's words, King Vegeta lowered his head, his expression darkening. Yet he still replied, Of course, your majesty would not be bothered by my child's ability to capture your attention. It is indeed his honor. Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, Frisia merely chuckled and continued, If it pleases you, King Vegeta, may I take a look? Should his talent be exceptional, I would not hesitate to nurture him personally. It was evident that Frisia sought to deny the Saiyan race any opportunity for resurgence. To put it more delicately, he spoke of personal cultivation. However, in a less flattering light, it was merely an attempt to forge a puppet that would ensure the complete subservience of the Saiyan lineage. Recognizing Frisia's intentions, King Vegeta forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful and replied, "Naturally, to attract the attention of Lord Frisia for personal training would be the greatest honor." With King Vegeta's acquiescence, Frisia grinned and said, "Oh ho ho, since you have put it that way, please lead the way." After making a gesture of invitation, he signaled for Vegeta to proceed ahead. Left with no choice, King Vegeta clenched his fists and walked forward, his expression darkening. Just a few paces later, a spaceship departed from the launch pad. The oppressive atmosphere rendered the scene eerily silent, and the sudden departure of the ship captured everyone's attention. At that moment, Frisia turned to Jinyu beside him and commanded, "Activate the power level detector and ascertain whether there are any issues with that spacecraft. If there are, destroy it immediately." Upon receiving Frisia's orders, Jinyu responded, "Yes, my lord," and performed a series of odd gestures before activating the power level detector. After analyzing the data, Jinyu reported, "My lord, that spacecraft has a power level of merely 10. It appears to be transporting low-tier warriors to an inferior planet." Frisia, losing interest upon hearing Jinyu's report, turned back to King Vegeta and said, "Since there is no issue, shall we proceed with our earlier discussion?" Aware that the spacecraft belonged to Rigor, King Vegeta chose to conceal his thoughts, believing no one could return alive from planet Wampa. With Frisia's words, he continued to lead the way. Arriving at the training chamber, Frisia swiftly spotted the Saiyan with the highest power level, Vegeta. Observing the power level reading on Vegeta's incubation pod, which astonishingly registered at 1,000, Frisia expressed his surprise. "Oh ho, I did not expect such a power level. It seems your child possesses remarkable talent." In contrast to Frisia's astonishment, Jinyu and his elite team were left in shock. Is this a jest? A newborn with a power level of 1,000? One must remember that Saiyans can transform into great apes, amplifying their strength tenfold. By that time, my combat power will reach 10,000. In other words, I was born with a combat power of 10,000, Jinyu exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, Frisia articulated his intentions, stating, "If King Vegeta does not mind, I would be delighted to personally train your son. In due time, he shall undoubtedly become one of the mightiest warriors in the universe." At this juncture, King Vegeta, suppressing his fury, clenched his fists and replied with a smile, "Naturally, it is only fitting that you take him under your wing. He shall become the most formidable warrior." Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, Frisia nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Ho ho ho, then it is settled. King Vegeta, please have someone take the training pod away." At this moment, two minions emerged from behind Frisia to carry off the training pod. After completing this task, Frisia returned to the front of the spaceship and addressed King Vegeta, saying, "Ho ho ho, King Vegeta, we shall take our leave now." King Vegeta knelt on one knee and said, "I bid farewell to Lord Frisia." Following this, the spacecraft took off and departed. With a grim expression, King Vegeta returned to his throne and shattered it with a single punch, roaring, "That detestable Frisia! I vow he shall not have a peaceful end." Chapter 3. The Transformation of One's Bloodline, the Ancient Saiyan Bloodline. In the cosmos, a spaceship soared swiftly through the skies. Reg sat inside, deep in contemplation. How peculiar. Isn't the combat power detector in the early stages only capable of registering up to 25,000? Why does the detector on my training pod indicate 250,000? At that moment, Reg seemed to have an epiphany. If this is the case, then perhaps it is possible. Reg pondered that King Vegeta, being an ambitious individual, would naturally not submit to Frisia. Frisia has consistently employed the Saiyans as his vanguard. On any planet, it is always the Saiyans who lead the charge. It is quite probable that King Vegeta commanded those Saiyans to retrieve any remnants of civilizations or researchers that had not been entirely obliterated, to further his own development. Naturally, Frisia remained oblivious to these machinations. This can be inferred from the Dragon Ball saga, particularly the God and God arc. The destruction of Planet Vegeta was ordered by Beerus. The reason Beerus sought to annihilate Planet Vegeta was due to King Vegeta's failure to present the most comfortable pillow. Thus, it is evident that King Vegeta was unwilling to part with his finest possessions. This further elucidates why he may hoard valuable resources. Perhaps this is the reason. Nevertheless, it is astonishing that I was exiled to Planet Vampa. If memory serves correctly, It was Broly who should have been banished to this planet. It seems my combat power of 250,000 has instilled considerable fear in King Vegeta. Upon contemplating this, I glanced at the marked journey within the spacecraft, realizing it would take an entire year to reach our destination. Fortunately, the vessel was equipped with a temporary hibernation function. Otherwise, I would surely be driven to madness over the course of that year. With that thought, I activated the sleep mechanism, my consciousness gradually fading into a haze until I finally succumbed to slumber. A year later, a spacecraft pierced through the clouds of Wampa Star and plummeted to the surface. The hatch slowly opened, and a figure emerged from within. It was Reg. Is this Wampa Star? It is indeed desolate, Reg mused as he surveyed the barren landscape, filled with yellow earth and howling winds. After scanning the surroundings, he discovered a concealed cave where he could safely dock the spacecraft. Now, the pressing issue was sustenance. As a Saiyan, I risked starvation if I failed to procure food. Reg patted his stomach and remarked, "The lore surrounding Wampa Star and Dragon Ball is rather scant. I only know it as the place of Broly's exile. However, certain details indicate that life does exist here." With that in mind, Reg set out to explore. After soaring through the skies for a while, he stumbled upon a peculiar area that appeared distinctly different from the surrounding environment. It resembled a field of white grass, and if his instincts served him right, it was likely the domain of a colossal beast. Reg hurled an energy sphere towards it, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a giant creature lay motionless on the ground, its fate uncertain. However, half of its massive form had been obliterated. Gazing at the remnants of the beast, Reg reflected, in my previous life, I was merely an ordinary individual. Being able to harness even 1% of my power is quite an achievement. After a year of hibernation, Reg's combat prowess had surged from 250,000 to 350,000. Yet, due to his lack of understanding regarding the cultivation of his internal energy and having undergone no prior training, manifesting even 1% of his potential, 500 was already his utmost limit. Initially, Reg intended to replenish his food supplies and then navigate directly to Earth aboard the spacecraft. However, he contemplated a possibility. The ship might possess tracking capabilities, and without absolute strength, he would not dare to depart freely. Thus, Reg resolved to embark on a year-long training regimen on Wampa Star. Fortunately, having previously watched Dragon Ball, he was familiar with Master Roshi's training methods. While they might not be entirely effective, emulating them could yield some benefits. After consuming the colossal beast he had captured, Reg gazed at the sky and suddenly pondered a thought. I remember that Saiyans cannot survive in space. If I adapt to the environment of outer space, could I potentially thrive there? Reg had not forgotten the two remarkable items he had drawn earlier, the transcendent bloodline and adaptability. Concurrently, he discovered something astonishing. At the onset of merging with the Ultra Bloodline, Reg exhibited a slight irritability. However, as time elapsed, this agitation gradually dissipated, ultimately vanishing as if it had never existed. Reg speculated that this phenomenon might be linked to his original bloodline. His unparalleled talent could be attributed to a form of ancestral reversion. The fusion of the ancient Saiyan bloodline post-reversion with the Ultra Bloodline resulted in a novel transformation of his lineage. Reg aptly named it the Ancient Ultra Bloodline. In the absence of the potential for Ultra Instinct to spiral out of control, he elevated his innate abilities to unprecedented heights. It could be asserted that Reg had become a veritable embodiment of an external enhancement. Furthermore, his adaptability significantly augmented his combat prowess by several tiers. Given that his bloodline harbored boundless energy, but his physical form could not keep pace, he naturally faced repercussions. In various fan works, the reason the new era Reg was bested by Gogeta was due to an energy overload that his body could not endure. Even the old Kaioshin remarked that Reg did not lose to Gogeta. Rather, his defeat was a consequence of his own overwhelming power. Naturally, possessing adaptability meant that it could not be confined solely to his physical form. It had to be employed in other realms as well. If he could acclimate to the cosmic environment, then he would be free from environmental constraints. With this thought in mind, Reg ascended straight into the sky. As his velocity increased, the surroundings began to darken, and the air grew increasingly sparse. Ultimately, he shattered the gravitational confines and reached outer space. At that moment, a suffocating sensation enveloped him, accompanied by the stinging pain of radiation scorching his skin. Reg's face flushed a deep crimson, and he found himself regretting his haste. wishing he had approached the journey more gradually. After 2 minutes had passed, Reg began to feel a bit lightheaded. Just then, a faint trace of oxygen seemed to enter his lungs. Although it was minimal, it was distinctly perceptible to Reg, who was now severely deprived of oxygen. He initially thought he had begun to plummet into unconsciousness, but upon opening his eyes, he realized he was still amidst the vastness of space. Another faint influx of oxygen occurred. At this juncture, Reg scrutinized his surroundings and discerned that the oxygen was not being inhaled through his mouth or nose, but rather absorbed through the pores of his skin. Though the mechanics eluded him, Reg could unmistakably feel himself beginning to adapt to the cosmic environment. Simultaneously, he noticed that the substance his pores were absorbing did not seem to be oxygen per se. It appeared to be a certain material present in space that, upon entering his skin, was automatically converted into oxygen. Having spent nearly 10 minutes in the cosmos, Reg had fully acclimated to the environment. Even radiation posed no threat to him. Satisfied with his accomplishments, Reg nodded approvingly and soared back to Wampa Star. Chapter 4. The commencement of training on Earth. A month later, on Wampa Star, a mountain was slowly shifting, beneath which lay Reg. After a while, Reg cast the mountain forward and subsequently launched an energy blast, shattering the entire structure into fragments. Clenching his fists, he remarked, after a month of rigorous training, "I can distinctly feel the transformation in my body. I have progressed from mastering merely 1% to now commanding 10%. Closing his eyes, he sensed the breath coursing through his veins, realizing it had grown nearly 50% stronger compared to a month ago. Reg reflected, "My combat power should have surged from 350,000 to approximately 550,000. Indeed, the training methods of Master Roshi have proven somewhat effective. In the original narrative, Master Roshi's training intensity was rather minimal, offering no significant assistance to him. Consequently, Reg slightly modified the regimen, transforming the weighted running into a task of carrying a mountain while circling the planet. This method, employed for a month, had resulted in such rapid enhancement of his strength that it was no longer suitable for him. His running time had decreased from 3 hours to just 1 hour per lap. Reg prepared to depart from planet Wampa to Earth to further refine his control over energy. He returned to the cave where his spacecraft was hidden and retrieved it. Utilizing the ship's onboard star map, he discovered several planets along the route to Earth rich in rare metals such as gold. He set his destination to a planet abundant in gold before finally inputting the coordinates for Earth. Having completed these tasks, Reg reclined in the spacecraft and activated sleep mode. After approximately a week of traversing the cosmos, he landed on an unknown planet. Without lingering, he collected some gold and departed. A month later, the spacecraft descended into a valley on Earth. At that moment, the ancient deity in the heavenly palace seemed to sense something, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Addressing the anxious Bobo beside him, he said, "I cannot explain it, but I feel a terrifying force emanating from Earth. One that far surpasses that of the Demon King Piccolo from years past." Hearing this, Bobo replied nervously, "What shall we do, Heavenly God? If he is anything like the Demon King Piccolo, humanity may once again face dire consequences." In response to Bobo's concern, the ancient deity sighed in resignation. "Alas, we can only leave it to fate. Let us hope he is a benevolent soul." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Reg, his arrival on Earth had already been sensed by the ancient deity. With a portion of gold in hand, Reg flew towards a nearby city. He landed before a restaurant, tossing a piece of gold to the waiter while exclaiming, "Bring every dish on the menu 10 times, and do hurry. I am on the brink of starvation." The waiter, momentarily stunned by the gold in his hand and the sight of the child descending from the sky, found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Reg was impatiently urging, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get to work." It was only then that the waiter snapped back to reality and shouted towards the kitchen, "Oh, bring all the dishes from table 8 10 times. Upon hearing this, the chefs in the kitchen were utterly bewildered. One of them stepped out and asked the waiter, "Are you certain you want all of them 10 times? This chef had been working there for at least 5 years, and it was the first time he had encountered such an absurd request. The waiter, dissatisfied with the chef's hesitation, retorted, "Just do as I say, no need for all this chatter. Hurry up." The chef then realized the urgency of the situation and replied, "Oh, all right, I'll get right on it." He dashed back to the kitchen and began preparing the dishes. After a while, plates of food were placed before Reg. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up a plate and began to eat. As he consumed the food, tears streamed down his face. He finally understood the feeling of Boris upon his arrival on Earth. He was finally tasting something resembling proper food. Those bizarre delicacies from Wampa were utterly inedible. Reg exclaimed with enthusiasm, and as his pace of eating quickened, the plates on the table began to stack higher and higher. After some time, Reg felt he had eaten enough, reaching a satisfying fullness. Without lingering, he soared into the distance. With his current strength, flying several laps around the Earth within an hour was well within his capabilities. After a while of flying, he finally located his intended destination, the sacred land of Galan. Upon seeing the towering pillar that pierced the clouds, he ascended directly towards it. At that moment, the elder deity within the divine temple sensed something and turned to Bobo beside him, saying, "They have arrived. That powerful aura is rapidly approaching us." Bobo, equally tense, awaited Reg's arrival. After a brief moment, Reg landed steadily on the ground and addressed the two figures before him, saying, "Greetings, deity and Mr. Bobo. I have come to inquire about the cultivation of energy." Upon hearing Reg's words, the elder deity did not ask how he had come to know of them, but instead responded anxiously, "Sir, your strength is already formidable. Why do you still seek to cultivate?" Observing the elder deity and Bobo's evident nervousness, Reg smiled and replied, "There is no need for such apprehension. My immense strength is, in fact, innate, which is why I wish to learn how to harness this power." Bobo and the deity were left speechless, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they responded, "Innate? But how can that be? This power seems limitless." In the elder deity's eyes, Reg's aura soared towards the heavens, seemingly without end. Reg simply smiled. "Thus, I sought your guidance to master the art of controlling ki and to harness this formidable power." Although taken aback, the old Kai accepted the reality and inquired of Reg, "Very well, sir. From whence do you hail? What brings you to Earth to learn the ways of ki mastery?" After pondering the question, Reg replied, "I originate from planet Vegeta. My journey to Earth to cultivate ki represents the most viable solution available to me, for my current prowess does not permit me to venture elsewhere." The old Kai was once again astounded. If a being as powerful as Reg could not traverse certain realms, how fearsome must those places be? The old Kai felt as if he had exhausted all astonishment in his lifetime. The destinations Reg referred to as inaccessible were, of course, King Kai's planet, the Kaioshan realm, and the God of Destruction's domain. The latter two were beyond his reach given his current capabilities, while King Kai's planet was attainable, albeit requiring the old Kai's guidance to reach it. Therefore, it seemed wise to train with the old Kai for a time before journeying to King Kai's planet for further cultivation. Chapter 5. The Perfect Mastery of Ki. After a considerable interval, the old Kai finally recovered from his shock and addressed Reg. "In that case, sir, please follow me." With that, the old Kai strode into the hall. Reg, saying little, trailed behind him. They arrived at a room where the old Kai paused before the door. Observing the door frame, Reg noted it did not resemble that of the hyperbolic time chamber. Sensing Reg's confusion, the old Kai elucidated, "Sir, your power is innate and cannot be self-regulated. Thus, we shall commence our training from the very foundation of ki mastery." Reg remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Once assured of his consent, the old Kai opened the door, revealing an empty space within. Puzzled by the lack of furnishings, Reg looked to the old Kai for clarification. Understanding his unspoken query, the old Kai explained, "To learn the control of ki, one must first attain tranquility of the mind. Hence, for the next 3 days, you must maintain a meditative state of serene stillness." Aware of the training regimen, the old Kai instructed Reg to sit in the center of the room, where a cushion awaited him. The old Kai elaborated, "Seated upon this cushion, your mind will naturally conjure an environment of profound calm, conducive to your practice." After this introduction, Reg settled himself cross-legged on the cushion, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind, embarking on his training. 3 days later, Reg slowly opened his eyes, raised his right hand, and concentrated his ki into a luminous orb. He then gradually elongated this orb, manipulating the flow of ki with the grace of water, mastering its transformation. Finally, he hurled the luminous sphere towards the wall, yet the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the sphere dispersed into radiant particles, dissipating into the air. Observing the fruits of his cultivation, he slowly exhaled in relief. Rising from his seat, he made his way towards the door and addressed the venerable deity standing outside, inquiring, "Is there anything to eat? I am quite famished." The old deity was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a sudden request. Before responding, "I shall inform Bobo. You may wait outside for a moment." Upon hearing this, Reg nodded in agreement and proceeded to step outside the hall. At that moment, Reg seemed to recall something and turned back to the deity, stating, "My appetite may be rather substantial. Please prepare a generous amount, at least enough for 30 people." The old deity regarded him with a look of astonishment, briefly assessing his physique before nodding in acquiescence. A short while later, as Reg sat on the steps outside, he caught a whiff of a delightful aroma and turned to see Bobo approaching with a large bowl of scallion noodles. Seizing a pair of chopsticks measuring around 20 centimeters in length, he began to eat. Within a few minutes, he polished off every last drop, patting his belly contentedly, and turned to the old deity, asking, "What is the next phase of training, oh deity?" Rather than responding directly. The old deity fell into contemplation as he gazed at the empty bowl. He found it difficult to fathom how Reg, who stood at a mere 70 centimeters, could consume 30 portions of scallion noodles. Had Reg been privy to the old deity's thoughts, he would have surely advised him to concern himself less with Saiyans. Upon hearing Reg's inquiry, the old deity replied, "What you currently possess is merely the fundamental mastery of energy. Once you achieve perfect control over your own energy, a single unit can be utilized as if it were three, with absolutely no waste whatsoever. However, before mastering the perfection of energy control, you must first learn to sense it. Once you can perceive the flow of energy within your body, perfect mastery will follow." After imparting this wisdom, the old deity produced a cloth, instructing Reg to blindfold himself. Bobo will initiate an attack with a stick. You must rely on your perception of his energy to evade. Taking the cloth from the deity's hands, Reg covered his eyes and called out to Bobo, "Mr. Bobo, you may begin now." Acknowledging his request, Bobo nodded and began to twirl the stick, circling around Reg. Seizing the opportune moment, he swiftly lunged forward with the stick. Reg seemed to sense the impending approach from behind and attempted to evade, but was still a fraction too slow, receiving a strike to his left arm. Rather than exhibiting discontent, he simply encouraged Bobo, saying, "Please continue, Mr. Bobo." Bobo nodded and continued to twirl the staff, circling around Reg and repeating his previous actions. After 3 days of such training at the entrance of the Divine Temple, Reg and Bobo were still engaged in their practice. In a moment of sudden action, Bobo launched several attacks towards Reg, yet Reg merely swayed his body slightly, evading all strikes effortlessly. Observing this, the old god nodded and addressed Reg, saying, "Young one, your perception of energy has reached a commendable level. You are now ready to master its perfect control." Through these days of training, while the old god was uncertain if he was a benevolent figure, he was undoubtedly someone who valued gratitude and refrained from unnecessary bloodshed. Upon hearing the old goddess words, Reg removed his blindfold and gazed at Bobo, who nodded in agreement, signaling readiness for the next phase of training. After confirming this, Reg nodded back at the old god, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes to feel the flow of energy within his meridians. Previously, Reg had attempted to sense this energy, but had found himself engulfed in darkness, unable to perceive anything. Now he could distinctly feel a force coursing through his meridians, circulating from his heart throughout his entire being. He summoned this energy, enveloping his body, and concentrated it in his right arm. Remarkably, the energy in his right arm did not diminish due to the dispersion throughout his body. Instead, it grew even stronger. Upon reaching this stage, Reg, rather than being satisfied, compressed the energy until it was solely concentrated on the tip of his index finger. Opening his eyes, he thrust his finger forward, unleashing a crescent-shaped attack formed purely from energy, which sliced through the clouds outside the Divine Temple. Astonished by the cleft clouds before him, he marveled at his hands. Acutely aware that he had exerted minimal effort, the old god, observing Reg's bewilderment, remarked, "Young one, you have mastered the perfect control of energy. There is little more I can teach you here. You may return." At the old god's reminder, Reg emerged from his daze. However, after comprehending the old god's words, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he addressed the old god, saying, "No, my training is not yet complete. Might you be able to contact the King of Realms? I need to train under him. I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Upon hearing Reg's request, the old god was initially taken aback, then replied, "You know the King of Realms, so the place you mentioned as inaccessible for training is indeed his domain?" Reg nodded in acknowledgement without contradiction. Recovering from his surprise, the old god said, "Very well, I can help you reach the King of Realms, but whether he agrees depends on your fortune." "Understood." Reg nodded in agreement. "After training in the Heavenly Temple, my combat power has not significantly changed, hovering around 600,000. However, My mastery over energy has reached a remarkable 100%. It is now time to journey to the King of Worlds to learn the King Fist, marking the final step of my cultivation journey on Earth. Chapter 6. The training on King Kai's planet officially begins. Lord Kai, could you kindly provide me with a pen and a sheet of paper? Reg asked the old Kai. Paper and pen? Please hold on. I will have Bubbles bring them to you shortly, the old Kai replied, though he was uncertain about Reg's intentions. Nonetheless, he acquiesced to the request. If there are no further matters, I shall proceed to deliver a message, he added. Upon hearing the old Kai's words, Reg shook his head, indicating he required nothing else. With that, the old Kai turned and walked into the hall to relay the message. Just then, Bubbles arrived with the pen and paper. Here are the pen and paper you requested, he said to Reg. Thank you very much, Mr. Bubbles, Reg responded. Bubbles merely shook his head, dismissing the gratitude. Seated on the ground with pen and paper in hand, Reg prepared to jot down what he needed, while Bubbles stood idly by, observing. The reason he had asked the old Kai for writing materials stemmed from a sudden recollection of a peculiar quirk of King Kai from Dragon Ball. In the original series, North Kai was known for his fondness for jokes, despite having an almost non-existent sense of humor. He could laugh heartily even at the most absurd situations. Reg decided to write down some jokes from his previous life to entertain North Kai. Among them, the most renowned was Ten Cool, a series filled with nonsensical and absurd plots that invariably spawned bewildering moments ripe for commentary. He distinctly remembered the episode featuring the birth of Neza, which left him utterly perplexed as to where to begin critiquing it. Thus, he resolved to transcribe the content of that episode, hoping that after reading it, North Kai would still be alive. Upon completing his writing, the old Kai emerged from the hall. Come with me. Lord Kai wishes to see you, he said to Reg. Ah, very well. Upon hearing the old Kai's response, Reg stood and followed closely behind. As they entered the hall, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Before them stood a colossal desk, behind which loomed a row of spectral figures, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, the old Kai took a step forward and addressed the figure behind the desk. I have brought the individual. Please proceed with the transfer. A massive head emerged from behind the desk, responding to the old Kai. Understood. You may return. I will send someone to deliver him shortly. The old Kai nodded in agreement, and then turned to Reg, saying, When you encounter Lord Kai, it is imperative to conduct yourself with utmost propriety. Understood, Reg responded. The old Kai nodded in acknowledgement and took his leave. At that moment, two Minotaurs approached Reg, saying, Please follow us. We shall escort you to the Serpent Path. Reg nodded and proceeded behind them. Upon halting, he was met with a colossal stone-carved serpent's head. The soldiers gestured towards the serpent's back, stating, Simply run along the serpent's back to reach Lord North Kai. However, allow me to inform you that this path stretches for 10 million kilometers. Should you find it impossible to continue, remain where you are. We shall send others to retrieve you. Understood. Thank you, brothers, for your guidance, Reg replied before leaping onto the serpent's head and sprinting into the distance. For Reg, completing the 10 million kilometers would take no more than an hour. Meanwhile, on the planet of Lord Kai, beads of sweat adorned his brow as he gazed towards the Serpent Path. The moment Reg entered the bounds of the North Galaxy, Lord Kai sensed his presence. Fully aware of Reg's lineage, he meticulously observed Reg's every move, fervently hoping that he would not commit any heinous acts. Soon, he discovered that Reg had arrived on Earth and noted his actions there. Unlike the other Saiyans, Reg did not exhibit the bloodthirsty and violent tendencies that were rumored. During Reg's training in the Heavenly Temple, Lord Kai kept a watchful eye. Thus, when Reg expressed his desire to train under him, Lord Kai contemplated Reg's earthly conduct and his recent observations at the Heavenly Temple before consenting to allow him to come. As time passed, Reg finally reached the end of the Serpent Path. Above him loomed a planet, Lord Kai's realm. With a powerful leap, he landed on the planet, where the gravity was merely a mild discomfort, reminiscent of home, as planet Vegeta also possessed tenfold gravity. Reg beheld a rotund figure with antennae resembling cockroach feelers and spoke. You must be Lord Kai. Greetings. I wish to train with you for a while. At Reg's words, Lord Kai shivered, cold sweat trickling down as he stammered. Why you? You wish to train here? You must pass my test. Otherwise, I cannot teach you. Though his tone was authoritative, the cold sweat and trembling hands nearly betrayed his bravado. Though aware of the nature of the test, Reg politely inquired, What is your test? To which Lord Kai replied, It is quite simple. Tell me a joke. And if it makes me laugh, you may train here. Upon hearing the Supreme King's response, Reg appeared with an expression of realization and stated, So that's how it is. I had heard about your interest before coming here, so I prepared something in advance for your review. At that moment, Reg presented the draft he had meticulously prepared before the Supreme King. Initially taken aback by Reg's words, the Supreme King cautiously approached him, taking the draft and then instinctively retreating to maintain a distance. Observing the Supreme King's reaction, Reg was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. The Supreme King must have been aware of his identity, which explained his wariness. With a sense of resignation, Reg addressed the Supreme King. You need not be so apprehensive. I believe I've been quite amicable thus far. Ah, yes, indeed, the Supreme King replied, though his gaze remained vigilant, darting a glance at Reg before ultimately shifting his focus to the draft. In an instant, the Supreme King's face flushed crimson, and he could no longer contain his laughter. Exclaiming, what on earth is this nonsense about catching a blade with empty hands? A newborn standing at 6 feet tall, a muscular giant. This is absurd. How could 3 years' worth of nasal mucus form a ball? He coughed repeatedly in fits of laughter, clearly struggling for breath as he patted his chest. After a while, he regained his composure and addressed Reg. Your joke has passed. I have never encountered such a hilariously amusing jest in my life. You may remain here to train. Very well. I shall strive diligently in my training. Reg responded. Chapter 7. Mastering the Supreme King's Fist, Journey to the Planet Adetra. Might I inquire, Supreme King, when shall I commence my training? Reg asked. Upon hearing Reg's inquiry, the Supreme King gestured towards a nearby gorilla, stating, capturing him is part of your training. Once you succeed, you may proceed to the next phase. As soon as he finished speaking, the gorilla let out a couple of calls and began to sprint away. Reg, somewhat speechless at the Supreme King's training suggestion, remarked, Supreme King, let us forego the basic training. The Supreme King, puzzled, responded, why would we skip these exercises? Seeing the Supreme King's confusion, Reg sighed in exasperation. These basic drills no longer meet the standards required for my training. With that, he vanished in an instant, reappearing with the gorilla in front of the Supreme King. Taken aback, the Supreme King coughed awkwardly a few times and said, given your remarkable strength, why do you still seek my guidance for training? Hearing the Supreme King echo the words of the old deity, Reg replied, somewhat exasperated, because I wish to grow stronger, which is precisely why I am here to train. I have received news from somewhere that the King of the North has created a technique capable of exponentially enhancing one's strength, which is the primary reason I wish to learn from you. Initially, when Reg first arrived, he intended to master both the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. However, upon further contemplation, he decided to focus solely on the Kaioken, discarding the Spirit Bomb. For him, the Spirit Bomb presented more disadvantages than advantages. The lengthy preparation time afforded him ample opportunity to defeat his opponents multiple times over. Thus, mastering the Kaioken proved far more beneficial than acquiring the Spirit Bomb. Upon hearing Reg's intentions, the king understood his purpose for coming. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, very well, I shall teach you this technique, but be warned, its side effects are significant. Do not use it recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Grateful for the king's consent and the stipulations laid forth, Reg nodded in agreement, saying, understood. I will exercise caution and refrain from using it in dangerous situations. Satisfied with his response, the king nodded approvingly and instructed, follow me. The upcoming training may prove quite arduous. With that, he proceeded into the dwelling, and Reg followed closely behind. Time swiftly passed, and after a month of rigorous training, Reg soared above King Kai's planet, focusing his energy before exclaiming, double Kaioken. In an instant, a crimson aura erupted around him, and his strength doubled. While reveling in this newfound power, he was suddenly struck by a wave of sharp pain coursing through his body, an evident sign of the Kaioken side effects. After several minutes of adjustment, the discomfort gradually subsided until it was no longer perceptible. At this point, Reg had perfectly mastered the double Kaioken. Once he fully absorbed the sensation of power, he deactivated the Kaioken and descended onto King Kai's planet, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, King Kai. I have successfully learned the Kaioken. Upon hearing Reg's words, the king nodded with satisfaction and remarked, since you have mastered the Kaioken, your training here is complete. You may return, but remember, never use this power for malevolent purposes. Reg nodded in acknowledgement, promising, I assure you, I will never employ this power for evil. Grateful for the king's willingness to impart the Kaioken, Reg was not one to repay kindness with ingratitude. Sensing his sincerity, the king merely replied, in that case, You may return. I've already made the necessary arrangements for your passage back to the sacred realm. Reg said nothing further, nodding in understanding before flying toward Snakeway. After a month of training, his combat power had surged from approximately 600,000 to around 1,200,000, effectively doubling his strength. After employing the King's Fist, one could elevate their power to approximately 2 per million, thereby truly crossing the threshold into the realm of the formidable. The serpentine path now presented no challenge for him, as he could traverse its entirety in merely 10 minutes. Upon entering the Hall of Yama, he encountered a familiar figure. Reg approached and remarked, "The celestial deity has kept you waiting." The old celestial turned his head, initially taken aback upon seeing Reg, then replied, "I have not waited long. If there are no further matters at hand, let us return." The old celestial could distinctly perceive the substantial enhancement in Reg's aura. Accepting the old celestial's words without contention, Reg nodded and fell in step beside him. In a short while, they arrived back at the familiar hall of the celestial deity. After exchanging a few words with the old celestial, Reg took his leave and soared into the sky. The old celestial gazed in the direction Reg had departed, and after a considerable pause, he sighed with resignation. I hope my initial instinct was correct. Initially, the old celestial had sensed the goodness in Reg, which prompted him to permit Reg's training here. However, witnessing Reg's power now reach an unmatched level, he found himself questioning his earlier judgment. Yet, all had transpired as it did, leading to his reluctant sigh. At that moment, Reg remained unaware of the old celestial's contemplations. His next objective was the Dragon Balls. Originally, he intended to collect the Dragon Balls of Earth to fulfill his wishes. However, given his current capabilities, locating the Dragon Balls proved impossible. The only swift means to find them was through the Dragon Ball radar. Yet, during this era, not only was the Dragon Ball radar non-existent, but Bulma had yet to be born. Thus, he resolved to return to his spaceship to check for star maps leading to Namek. While searching for Namek, Reg stumbled upon an intriguing planet, the planet Yardrat, where Sun Wukong had once learned instant transmission. Upon seeing this planet, inspiration struck Reg, and he mused. Although Sun Wukong only mastered instant transmission, it seems this planet harbors additional intriguing skills that may prove beneficial to me now. Resolute in his decision, he set his sights on Yardrat and commenced his journey aboard the spaceship. After more than a month of arduous travel, Reg's vessel finally descended successfully upon Yardrat. As the hatch opened, he surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Is this truly Yardrat? It appears rather desolate." Just as Reg uttered these words, a group of individuals surged forth, surrounding him, and inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to our planet?" In response to their queries, Reg courteously replied, "Greetings. I wish to train here for a period. I kindly ask for your consent." After all, when learning from others, one must uphold the most fundamental courtesies. Chapter 8. Energy Simulation Technique. Energy Solidification Technique. As soon as Reg appeared to articulate his intentions, an elder emerged from the throng at the rear. The elder regarded him with solemnity and declared, "I can sense that your strength surpasses that of everyone present, so do not jest. Reveal your true purpose for being here." It was evident that this elder held a position of authority among them, as he discerned the formidable aura emanating from Reg, prompting his suspicion that Reg had not disclosed his genuine motives. Faced with the elder's skepticism, Reg, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "I genuinely come to learn. I have heard that your group possesses exceptionally unique powers, and I seek your guidance in cultivation." The elder remained silent, steadfastly observing Reg, before ultimately turning to a middle-aged man standing behind him and inquiring, "Adder, is what he says true?" The man named Adder offered no words initially, but after casting a glance at Reg, he nodded in affirmation to the elder, stating, "Elder, he speaks the truth, he is not lying." Clearly, Adder possessed some ability to discern the truthfulness of others. Upon hearing Adder's words, the elder felt a weight lift from his heart and exhaled with relief, saying, "Ah, so that is the case. Then there is no cause for concern." After all, the sudden appearance of a being whose prowess far exceeded that of everyone present would naturally incite caution and fear. Having established that Reg harbored no ill intentions, the elder permitted him to train there and personally guided him to a colossal stone tablet. Reg gazed at the tablet with curiosity and inquired, "Elder, what is the purpose of this stone tablet?" To which the elder elucidated, "This tablet harbors all the special abilities of our clan." Subsequently, he elaborated on its usage. Placing one's hand upon the tablet and clearing the mind would allow one to perceive the unique powers it contained. The skills learned from a tablet would ultimately depend on one's own fortune. After absorbing the elder's explanation and guidance, Reg nodded in understanding and proceeded to follow the elder's instructions, placing his hand upon the tablet. After a considerable duration, Reg noticed a faint glow emanating from the tablet. As he beheld this subtle illumination, various skills began to materialize in his mind, including techniques such as instantaneous movement and force separation, which had been utilized by Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the original narrative. Among the plethora of skills, Reg discovered two particularly intriguing ones: energy simulation and energy solidification. Energy simulation not only allowed one to mimic another's aura, but also to replicate the effects associated with that aura. For example, by imitating the destructive energy of Beerus, one could harness the destructive capabilities of a god of destruction. However, considering that energy simulation is fundamentally a technique of mortals, simulating the might of a god of destruction is somewhat impractical. Nevertheless, aside from his identity as a Saiyan, Reg possessed another identity, that of a dimensional fighter. Upon hearing the term dimension, one is likely to envision battles with beings from other realms. Should one encounter abilities that prove advantageous, emulation of such powers is possible. The second skill is the energy solidification technique, which allows one to condense personal energy into a tangible form. Furthermore, as long as the original entity remains alive, this energy will not dissipate. Initially, Redgar held little interest in this skill, as his ancient bloodline inherently provided an abundance of energy. However, when combined with the energy simulation technique, a remarkable synergy could be achieved. By simulating a particular energy using the energy simulation technique, one could then employ the energy solidification technique to manifest and preserve this energy in its solid form. It was impractical for Redgar to memorize every type of energy for conversion, but with the energy solidification technique, such transformations would become effortless. Amidst his excitement, Redgar was also tinged with a hint of confusion, feeling as if the combative essence of the Dragon Ball universe had been reduced to a Pokemon-like dynamic. Once he determined the skills he wished to master, he commenced his training under the Elder's guidance. After more than a month of arduous practice, Redgar finally achieved a breakthrough. Addressing the Elder with fervor, he proclaimed, "Energy simulation technique." Instantly, the aura that was uniquely Redgar vanished, replaced by the Elder's presence enveloping him. Following his flawless execution of the first technique, he proceeded to demonstrate the second, energy solidification technique. As soon as the words left his lips, all of his energy converged frantically into the palm of his right hand. Within mere seconds, a white orb materialized in his grasp. Observing the orb intently, Redgar closed his eyes and attuned himself to its energy, discovering that the essence within was not his own, but rather a manifestation of the Elder's energy that he had successfully imitated. Smiling at the orb in his hand, Redgar remarked, "It seems my initial intuition was indeed correct." After admiring the orb for a moment, he bowed respectfully to the Elder, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Elder, for your meticulous guidance over the past month. I have achieved my goals, and it is time for me to depart." The Elder, pleased by Redgar's respectful bow, nodded appreciatively. At the outset of his training, Redgar had revealed his identity as a Saiyan. Initially, many were wary and apprehensive. However, after a month of interaction, they discovered that Redgar differed from their preconceived notions of Saiyans. He appeared to be a kind-hearted one. Consequently, most had grown warm towards him, and he had forged friendships with several individuals. Reflecting on this, the Elder said to Redgar, "I hope you will visit us when you have the time. You will always be welcome here." In response to the Elder's words, Redgar nodded, saying, "If ever I find the time, I shall return to see everyone." With that, he departed towards the direction of the spaceship. Upon opening the hatch and setting the coordinates for Namek, I waved farewell to the Elders behind me, saying, "Goodbye, everyone. I hope you all take care." With that, I stepped into the spacecraft, preparing to depart from Yardrat. The Elders also waved back, signaling their farewell. After bidding adieu, the spaceship completely left Yardrat, heading towards Namek. After a month of interstellar travel, we finally arrived at Namek. As the hatch opened, I gazed at the surrounding environment, exclaiming, reaching Namek was quite the endeavor. Just as I finished speaking, a peculiar aura enveloped me. At that moment, a Namekian stood before Reg, demanding, "Who are you? What brings you to Namek?" Reg regarded the individual with a sense of familiarity, but replied, "Greetings, I have come to request the use of your Dragon Balls. I hope you might lend them to me." Upon hearing Reg's intention to borrow the Dragon Balls, Nair's expression darkened, and he shouted, "The Dragon Balls are not for outsiders like you to use at will. Chapter 9. Power level soars to 90 million. Just after Neru's furious outburst, he charged at Reg. Observing Neru's approach, Reg sighed in resignation. Is it so difficult to let someone speak? Can you not simply listen? As Neru swung his fist towards him, Reg deftly sidestepped the attack. Seeing Reg evade his strike left Neru momentarily stunned, prompting him to unleash a more ferocious onslaught. Despite a flurry of attacks, Reg remained unscathed, while Neru found himself panting from exhaustion. When Neru finally paused, Reg addressed him. Can you now listen to what I have to say? Neru's anger flared even more at Reg's words, and he launched another attack. At this point, Reg could no longer endure the incessant hostility and retaliated with a punch to Neru's abdomen. The force sent Neru flying, crashing through 2 mountains before coming to a halt upon colliding with a third. Now in a disheveled state, with green blood trickling from his mouth. Neru's initial arrogance had vanished. Reg then hovered before him, stating, "Can you now listen to me?" Initially, Reg had dodged the attacks out of courtesy, as he was asking to borrow something, not to engage in combat. However, Neru's repeated assaults and refusal to hear him out were intolerable. "I am here to borrow something, not to be beaten. Do not mistake my politeness for your pride." Upon hearing Reg's words, Neru fell silent. At that moment, a voice resonated in both their minds. "To my distant friend, I apologize for Neru's recklessness. Could you spare him his life?" Hearing the voice in his mind, Reg guessed who it might be, but still politely said, "I have no intention of harming his life. I merely wish to borrow the Dragon Balls. It is illogical to kill someone for borrowing their possessions." Upon hearing Reg's words, the Grand Elder in the distance let out a sigh of relief and then addressed Neru. "Neru, please escort our distant friend over here." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's command, Neru stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced at Reg, and said, "Follow me. I will take you to the Grand Elder's residence." With that, Neru soared into the sky. Observing Neru as he flew away, Reg followed suit. After a while of flying, a semicircular small house came into view. Upon spotting the house, they directed their flight towards it and finally halted before the door. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of a larger and more aged Namekian. Looking at the Namekian before him, Neru spoke, "Grand Elder, I have brought him here." Hearing Neru's words, the Grand Elder nodded and said, "You may step back. I wish to speak with this friend." Neru, filled with concern, exclaimed, "Grand Elder, how can you be alone with him? It is too dangerous." Having just battled, both Neru and Reg were acutely aware of Reg's formidable strength. As the foremost warrior among the Namekians, Neru knew that Reg could easily overpower him. Thus, the prospect of Reg conversing alone with the Grand Elder seemed perilous. The Grand Elder, recognizing Neru's apprehension, reassured him, "Do not worry, Neru. I can sense that this friend before me harbors no malevolent intentions. There will be no issue." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Neru gradually calmed down. After a moment of contemplation, he exited the room. With Neru gone, the Grand Elder shifted his gaze to Reg and inquired, "My friend, may I ask what you require the Dragon Balls for?" After pondering the Grand Elder's question, Reg replied, "I seek to harness the power of the Dragon Balls. Please grant me permission. I assure you that I will not wish for anything that endangers the world." After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder responded, "I will permit you to use the Dragon Balls, but you must agree to one condition." Without hesitation, Reg replied, "Of course, Grand Elder, what is your condition?" The Grand Elder continued, "I hope that when Namek faces a crisis, you will come to its aid." Reg was initially taken aback by the Grand Elder's request. The notion of Namek encountering a crisis seemed eons away from the present moment. When Vegeta invaded Earth, he was 31 years old. According to the current timeline, this implies that the Grand Elder had foreseen events 30 years into the future. Contemplating this, one cannot help but acknowledge the formidable nature of the Grand Elder's foresight. Nevertheless, he consented, saying, "Of course, that is not an issue, but I cannot guarantee my presence on Namek for an extended period." Upon hearing Reg's words, the Grand Elder appeared somewhat disheartened. Yet, Reg had not finished speaking and continued, "I previously traveled to the planet Adetla to learn a technique known as energy solidification. This ability allows one to materialize their energy, enabling those who absorb it to rapidly attain a power level comparable to that of a condensed energy being." He then concentrated his energy, dispersing it and concentrating it all into the palm of his right hand. Moments later, a white orb materialized in Reg's hand. Observing this, the Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he remarked, "This is indeed feasible, though it is still insufficient." He then instructed Reg, "Come here, and I shall assist you in unlocking your potential." Hearing the Grand Elder's offer to help him unlock his potential filled Reg with excitement, and he hurried to the Grand Elder's side. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon Reg's head, and in that instant, a surge of power erupted from within Reg, radiating throughout the entire planet. Outside, Neru struggled to contain the overwhelming force, reflecting, what an immense power! What could this possibly be? Meanwhile, within the room, Reg felt the extraordinary strength coursing through him. After a rough calculation, he discovered that his battle power had escalated from approximately 2 million to around 90 million. Reg marveled. This power is indeed remarkable. As Reg expressed his astonishment, the Grand Elder, now somewhat drenched in sweat, said to him, your potential is exceedingly powerful. I have only unlocked a minuscule portion, barely scratching the surface. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Reg felt no discontent and responded, that is perfectly fine. This power is sufficient for my needs. After awakening his potential, he turned to the Grand Elder and stated, my potential has been fully awakened, and now I must fulfill my promise. He began to gather energy, and soon 3 energy orbs appeared in his hands. Looking at the orbs, he addressed the Grand Elder. I have heard that your Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes, so I have condensed 3 energy orbs, each capable of being used for 10 minutes. Chapter 10. Gravity Bracelets. Super Saiyan Mimicry. The Grand Elder gazed at the energy orbs in Reg's hands, nodding in satisfaction. He said to Reg, thank you for your willingness to assist us. I have already informed the other elders to bring the Dragon Balls. Please wait outside for a moment. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Reg nodded, handed the 3 energy orbs to the Grand Elder, and proceeded toward the door. After a few moments, several Namekians flew towards them, each holding a Dragon Ball. In unison, they cast a glance in the direction of Reg and placed the Dragon Balls onto the ground. One Namekian stepped forward and uttered something before the Dragon Balls, and the once clear sky was suddenly enveloped in darkness. The Dragon Balls on the ground emitted a golden light, culminating in the appearance of a dragon with arms. It was Purunga, the eternal dragon of Namek. Purunga gazed at the Namekian before him and proclaimed, Summoner, state your wish. You have 3 opportunities. The Namekians looked towards Reg, who nodded in understanding and articulated his desire. I seek a bracelet that allows me to freely adjust gravity. Upon hearing Reg's wish, the Namekian turned to Purunga and said in the Namekian tongue, please grant that individual a bracelet to freely adjust gravity. He pointed towards Reg as he spoke. Purunga regarded Reg for a moment, his eyes glowing red as he declared, your wish is granted. You have 2 remaining opportunities. No sooner had Purunga finished speaking than a red bracelet materialized on Reg's left wrist. Reg examined the red bracelet with satisfaction, nodded, and voiced his next wish. Let me learn a divine language, one suitable for a supreme Kai. The Namekian repeated Reg's request in their native tongue. Purunga fell silent for a moment, yet his eyes continued to shine red as he stated, your wish is granted. Now, speak your final wish. Immediately after Purunga's words, a new language filled Reg's mind. Upon grasping the supreme Kai language, he pondered and realized there were no further wishes to be made. Even if he wished for the ability to traverse the cosmos, it would hold little value without a dragon radar to locate the Super Dragon Balls. Contemplating this, he turned to the Grand Elder beside him and said, for the remaining wish, I shall return to claim it at a later time. The Grand Elder was taken aback by Reg's words. Few would forfeit the chance to fulfill any wish. Reg had only made 2 modest requests, a gravity bracelet and the acquisition of a language. This led the Grand Elder to conclude that Reg was not a selfish individual. Nodding in agreement, he replied, of course. With that, the Grand Elder gestured towards the Namekian in front of the Dragon Balls. The Namekian comprehended the Grand Elder's intent and communicated something to Purunga in the Namekian language. Purunga, understanding the meaning, nodded and then dissipated into the air, while the Dragon Balls transformed into stone and fell to the ground. As the inhabitants of Namek are all kin, the Dragon Balls do not scatter across the world as they do on Earth. After fulfilling his wish, Reg stood before the Elder and bowed respectfully, stating, now that my wish has been granted, it is time for me to take my leave. The Elder nodded in acknowledgement, replying, thank you for your willingness to assist us in resolving our crisis. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again. Upon hearing the Elder's words, Reg replied, it is nothing, merely a mutual exchange of needs. With that, he bid farewell to the Elder and proceeded towards the location of a spaceship. As Reg departed under the watchful eyes of the Elder and the many Namekians, he pondered his next destination while studying the star map in search of a planet that harbored life. Upon identifying such a planet, He set his coordinates and activated sleep mode. After an arduous journey spanning 6 months, he finally descended upon the planet. Upon opening the hatch, Reg stepped out, stretched, and remarked, "I did not anticipate the distance. It has indeed taken half a year." After surveying his surroundings, he concealed the spaceship in a secret location and set out to discover edible creatures. He encountered a creature resembling a cow with 8 legs. And after bidding farewell to this world, he located a vast patch of grass to start a fire and prepare a meal. Once satiated, he began to examine the gravity bracelet on his wrist. Understanding its function, he activated a 10-fold gravity for training. This 10-fold gravity, measured not by Earth-S standards but by those of planet Vegeta, equated to 100 times Earth-S gravity. Having adapted to this gravity, he commenced his warm-up exercises. After a sufficient duration of preparation, he initiated the next phase of his plan, transforming into a Super Saiyan. There are 2 methods to achieve this transformation. The first involves transforming through intense anger, igniting the S cells within oneself during a peak emotional state. The second method entails concentrating one S power in the back to facilitate the transformation, a technique described by Kaba of the 6th universe. After contemplation, Reg deemed the second method to be the more reliable approach. Resolutely, he closed his eyes, attuned himself to the flow of energy within, concentrated it all on his back, and then unleashed it in an instantaneous burst. In that moment of explosive energy, Reg felt a shift within him. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that his strength had indeed increased, yet he had not fully transformed into a true Super Saiyan. Rather, he had entered a transitional state known as Super Saiyan mimicry. Although this form did not match the power of a true Super Saiyan, it still augmented his base combat strength by 30-fold, granting Reg a battle power of 2.7 billion. While undeniably formidable, it was still insufficient. Faced with this situation, Reg found himself compelled to resort to the first transformation method. However, after much deliberation, he realized there was nothing in his surroundings to incite true anger. Even within the memories of a past life, I was merely a bystander, devoid of any grounds for genuine anger. At most, I felt a fleeting indignation that never reached the threshold of true rage. Resigned, I resolved to first practice the King's Fist, aiming to achieve a 20-fold amplification devoid of side effects. Following this, Reg spent a year honing his skills on this planet. Standing atop a lofty mountain, he closed his eyes to concentrate his energy before unleashing it with all his might. In an instant, a golden aura erupted around Reg. Yet his hair remained unchanged. He was still in the form of a Super Saiyan. But that was not the end. With the 20-fold, side-effect-free King's Fist. After a year of rigorous training, Reg had mastered the use of the King's Fist without any adverse effects. Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped the Golden One, further amplifying Reg's power. The combined multipliers of the Super Saiyan form and the King's Fist do not merely add together. They multiply. Hence, Reg's combat power had surged to an astonishing 57 billion. Chapter 11. 20-fold King's Fist. The Void Arena. Reg clenched his fists, acclimating himself to his current state. Although the King's Fist no longer caused side effects, it still consumed stamina. Under the dual expenditure of the King's Fist and the Super Saiyan form, without the boundless stamina granted by his ancient bloodline, a typical individual would likely exhaust themselves within 3 minutes. Once familiar with his condition, he allowed his aura to dissipate, returning to a normal state. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Dimensional Fighter Reg. The 3-year adjustment period has concluded. Your first battle is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. Upon hearing the voice within his mind, Reg reflected, astonished by the swift passage of time. Had he truly spent 3 years in this world? After pondering, he addressed the voice, inquiring, "What is the strength of my first opponent?" Reg felt confident in his abilities, knowing that when fully unleashed, his combat power could reach an impressive 57 billion, though it paled in comparison to the deities of later stages. He had certainly entered the ranks of galaxy-level warriors. In response to Reg's inquiry, the voice replied, "Each of your opponents will be of equal standing." Reg, taking the response seriously, remarked, "So, I will automatically be matched with adversaries of the same level?" How intriguing. For reasons he could not quite fathom, perhaps due to his bloodline, the notion of facing an equal opponent ignited a fervor within him, awakening his latent combat potential. With that thought, he declared to the voice in his mind, "I am ready." Upon hearing Reg's affirmation, the voice responded, "Fighter is prepared. You will be transported to the arena in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Reg's figure abruptly vanished from sight, as if he had never existed. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a place reminiscent of an arena, confronted by a crimson-scaled lizard man. Just as Reg was about to inquire about the stranger's identity, the lizard man interjected, "I am Tedras, the mightiest of the red dragon lineage. Who are you to summon me, and for what purpose?" No sooner had he uttered these words than a voice echoed in both their minds. "This is the Void Arena. The victor claims all. The vanquished leave no trace. Only the winner shall determine the outcome. Dimensional Fighter Reg versus King Tedras of the Red Dragons." Upon hearing the voice, both individuals comprehended the gravity of their situation. Reg had always been puzzled about how dimensional fighters met their demise. Now, he grasped that a loss in this contest could result in his obliteration from existence. Tedras, too, recognized the circumstances and, with a haughty demeanor, addressed Reg disdainfully. "A mere mortal dares to challenge me? I grant you permission to end your own life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Unable to endure the arrogance emanating from Tedras, Reg charged forward and landed a punch. Tedras regarded Reg's advance with contempt, making no attempt to defend himself. As a dragon, his natural defenses were formidable. In his eyes, the punch of a mere mortal could inflict no harm, and he believed that any counterattack would leave Reg battered. Thus, in his pride, he refrained from any defensive maneuvers. To Reg, this behavior was sheer folly. Witnessing someone stand unguarded against his assault was nothing short of foolishness, especially when facing a Saiyan skilled in close combat and imbued with ancient bloodlines. Despite Tedras's apparent stupidity, Reg showed no mercy, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. The force of the strike bent Tedras's body, causing him to spew forth bile as he was propelled backward, ultimately crashing into the arena's walls before coming to a halt. Observing this spectacle, Reg felt no surprise. However, Tedras, albeit slightly disheveled, rose with astonishment etched across his face, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Why have you, a mere mortal, managed to best me? How can your strength be so immense?" Reg ignored his astonishment and charged once more, intent on delivering another punch. Having learned from their previous encounter, Tedras quickly adopted a defensive stance, successfully blocking Reg's attack. Reg, taken aback at first, soon regained his composure and pressed on with his assault. The voice in his mind had indicated that this opponent was of equal caliber. If he could not withstand this strike, how diluted must his abilities be to reach such a level of inadequacy? Tedras, realizing that Reg had no intention of relenting, continued to retaliate, roaring in fury. "I am Tedras, the Red Dragon King. How could I possibly be vanquished by a mere mortal like you?" With that declaration, an overwhelming power surged forth from within him. Reg felt this peculiar force, realizing it was unlike any ordinary energy. Observing that Reg had ceased his assault, Tedras arrogantly proclaimed, "Do you see the magnitude of my magical power now? Are you beginning to feel fear? It is too late for words. Prepare to descend into hell and repent." With a flourish, he conjured a strange magical array in his hands and declared, "Gravity magic. Activate." In an instant, Reg was thrust away by an invisible force, crashing against the arena wall. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Noting Reg's astonishment, Tedras boasted, "With the power of gravity magic at play, your every attempt to reach me is futile." Skeptical of his words, Reg charged forward, only to be repelled once more by a powerful force, slamming into the wall again. Ignoring Reg's futile attempts, Tedras opened another magical array and announced, "Lightning magic. Spear of Judgment." As soon as he spoke, a spear composed of lightning materialized above his head, striking Reg before he could react. "Aya!" he screamed upon impact. Hearing Reg's desperate cries, Tedras taunted, "Do you now comprehend my might? But it's too late for regrets. This fate is yours to bear." Anger surged within Reg as he retorted, "Do you believe such trivial lightning can defeat me? Do not let pride cloud your judgment." With a fierce roar, he unleashed his fury, his aura shifting from white to a brilliant gold. Saiyan transformation. Taken aback by the sudden escalation of Reg's power, Tedras stammered, "What is happening?" Undeterred by Tedras's astonishment, Reg charged forward. Although the gravity magic did not immediately repel him, it significantly slowed his advance. Nevertheless, breaking free from his constraints was merely a matter of time. Realizing Reg's intent, Tedras snapped back to reality and declared, "Gravity magic. Maximum power." In that instant, Reg was forcefully thrust back, pinned against the wall, and unable to descend. Unyielding, Reg unleashed the full strength of his 20-fold King-S fist. Chapter 12. Super Saiyan. With a mighty roar, a crimson aura enveloped Reg's golden energy, and he broke free from the shackles of gravity magic, charging towards his opponent with renewed vigor. Upon witnessing Reg's newfound strength, the opponent ceased to hold back, proclaiming, "Mortal, do not presume that you alone can transform. I too possess such abilities." With that, Tedra's form swelled, and bat-like wings sprouted from his back. To Reg's astonishment, he completely transformed into a colossal dragon towering at 50 meters. Tedra's power had at least doubled, and his gravitational magic was significantly enhanced. However, unlike before when he was immobilized against the wall, he found himself hindered even at a distance of 10 meters from Reg. Unable to advance further, even when attempting to unleash a magical projectile, he could only reach within 5 meters. This sense of impotency ignited a fierce anger within Reg, who could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "If you possess such courage, face me in a true duel. What warrior relies solely on magic?" In response to Reg's challenge, Tedras sneered, "Why should I engage you in a fair contest? I can wield magic against you, so why not? If you dare, you too should wield magic." Reg, feeling his blood pressure rise, uttered a legendary phrase from his past life, "I'm going all out." Simultaneously, Tedra's taunt sparked a realization in Reg, who smiled and replied, "Very well, since you wish to battle me using magic, I shall oblige." Tedras, momentarily bewildered by Reg's words, sensed an essential difference in their magical energies based on the aura that had erupted earlier. Not wishing to elaborate further, Reg activated his ability, declaring, "Energy Simulation Technique." With that, Reg's aura shifted dramatically as he transformed his energy into magic. Upon witnessing Reg's conversion of his power into magic, Tedras was taken aback, exclaiming, "How is this possible? What have you done?" In their world, cultivating such immense magical power demanded either extraordinary talent or extensive time investment. Tedras, with his extended lifespan and innate gifts, had achieved his current level only after 5 millennia of dedication. The revelation that Reg had attained such vast magical strength in an unknown manner was utterly incomprehensible to him, shattering his worldview. Reg, unfazed by Tedra's astonishment, continued, "Do you think this is the extent of my capabilities? The true revelation lies ahead." As he raised his right hand, an enchantingly familiar magical array materialized before Tedras. Gazing at it in shock, Tedras recognized the patterns and realized what magic it represented, yet he still exclaimed, "Is that? But you have seen it only once. How could you learn it so easily?" Indeed, Reg was casting Tedra's gravitational magic. Observing Tedra's shock, Reg adopted his tone and responded, "In the realm of brilliance." The comprehension of mere mortals need not delve so profoundly. In the original narrative, Reg exhibited his formidable insight. With but a few moves, he could swiftly master Vegeta's ultimate technique, even employing it against Gogeta in battle. Had it not been for the unforeseen ailment that beset his body, Reg might very well have emerged as the victor against Buu. Returning to the present, upon hearing Reg mockingly mimic his tone, Tedras erupted with fury, exclaiming, "You insignificant insect! Just because you have grasped gravity magic, do not presume you have triumphed." With that, he swiftly conjured 10 lightning spears above Reg's head, hurling them towards him the moment they took form. As the electric spears sped towards him, Reg remarked, "To be honest, rather than calling it gravity magic, I prefer another name." With a flourish, he directed his magical array at the oncoming spears, declaring, "Divine Retribution." In an instant, the lightning spears, which were less than a meter away from Reg, came to a halt in midair, only to be propelled back with force, dissipating into the ether. In the midst of Tedra's astonishment, Reg calmly stated, "Magic can indeed be rather tedious. I much prefer to engage in battle utilizing my own strength." Following this, Reg's magical energy seamlessly transformed into pure aura. Observing this transformation, Tedras arrogantly retorted, "You audacious fool. If you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige." Instead of summoning more lightning spears, Tedras began to concentrate energy in his mouth. Upon reaching a critical threshold, he unleashed a breath of energy potent enough to pierce through an entire galaxy. As the dragon breath surged towards him, Reg swiftly evaded, yet Tedras was relentless, swiftly adjusting his position to pursue Reg. In truth, Reg's prior actions were deliberate, aimed at provoking a crisis that would ignite his transformation into a Super Saiyan. For it is only when one teeters on the brink of death that the potential for true power emerges. As the dragon breath drew ever closer. A palpable aura of death enveloped him. Tedras, witnessing the imminent approach of his attack, declared, "Damnable mortal, vanish from this world." With that, he intensified his magical output, causing the dragon breath to accelerate further. As it approached, Reg was reminded of the sensation of death from a past life, though the details of that demise eluded him. The familiar feelings of helplessness and despair remained starkly real. In the final moments, Reg chose not to flee, but instead summoned an energy shield to withstand the onslaught of the dragon breath. Observing Reg's decision to stand firm rather than retreat, Tedras sneered. "Futile, utterly futile. This is merely your desperate struggle. Vanish from this world." With that, he maximized the power of his dragon breath, enhancing its potency by at least 30% compared to before. Reg stared at the protective shield before him as it began to shatter bit by bit, and he roared in fury. "The one who should disappear from this world is you. I am destined to stand atop the pinnacle of all realms. How could I be obstructed by a mere insect before me?" With that declaration, Reg's aura erupted once more, his hair subtly shifting towards a golden hue. Ah! Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His combat power skyrocketed from a staggering 57 billion to an astounding 90 billion. Upon feeling the explosive energy surging within him, he turned to the shielded Tedras and proclaimed, "Are you prepared to bid farewell to this world, insect?" With that, he assumed the stance for his ultimate flash. After gathering his energy, he thrust it forward, exclaiming, "Ultimate flash!" The ultimate flash collided directly with the dragon breath, creating a standoff of energy. Yet, this standoff lasted only a few seconds before it rapidly surged back towards Tedras. Tedras, witnessing the approaching ultimate flash, exclaimed in terror, "How is this possible? Please, don't come any closer." Ultimately, the ultimate flash obliterated his dragon head, and his entire body collapsed in response to his demise. Chapter 13, Dragon Fist and Potential Unleashed. Reg stood still, silently gazing at the lifeless form of the colossal dragon. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, Dimensional Fighter Reg, on achieving ultimate victory. The victor shall obtain everything from the defeated." Item analysis in progress. Acquired, Red Dragon Bloodline, Intermediate Magic Talent, Advanced Magic Compendium, Space Bracelet, 5,000 cubic meters, Treasure. Congratulations, Fighter, on your first victory. Fighter panel unlocked. Hearing the voice in his mind, Reg was momentarily taken aback, but he focused on the final statement. "Is the fighter panel what I think it is?" "Open the fighter panel," Reg commanded. Dimensional Fighter, Reg Power Level, Celestial, Full Force Galaxy Level. Bloodline, Ancient Super Bloodline, Multiverse Level. Talent, Adaptability. Special Abilities, Energy Simulation Technique. Energy Solidification Technique. Items, Red Dragon Bloodline, Intermediate Magic Talent, Advanced Magic Compendium, Space Bracelet, 5,000 cubic meters, Treasure. Dimensional World, Accessible. Void Arena, Cooldown in effect. After reviewing this panel, he queried the voice in his mind. How are the power levels and bloodlines categorized? And what does the dimensional world signify? Upon hearing Reg's inquiry, the voice in his mind responded with clarity. The classification of power levels is as follows: planetary, stellar, celestial, galactic, supergalactic, universal, multiversal. The lineage and power levels are aligned in the same manner. The dimensional realms allow one to traverse to other worlds, each presenting corresponding tasks. Successful completion of these tasks yields rewards. Understanding the implications of this response, Reg contemplated the gains from the ongoing battle. After reviewing his current possessions, he directed his thoughts toward the voice within. Can this reward be gifted to others or dismantled? The voice replied, indeed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Reg stated, "Proceed with the disassembly of the bloodline of the Red Dragon." In response, the Red Dragon bloodline began to decompose rapidly. Disassembling in progress. Decomposition yields bloodline factor 4,000. Noticing the bloodline factors resulting from the disassembly, Reg inquired, "What purpose do these bloodline factors serve?" The bloodline factors can enhance the bloodline's level. Upon hearing this, Reg promptly declared, "Allocate all bloodline factors to the Ancient Transcendent Bloodline." All factors have been successfully integrated. Ancient Transcendent Bloodline 4000 of 900000. Initially, Reg perceived 4000 as a substantial amount. However, upon realizing the requirement of 9 million, he shook his head in disappointment, muttering, "A mere reptile is still a reptile. Even its bloodline is so pathetic, only worth 000. After surveying his surroundings, he asked, "Am I free to return now?" Clearly, Reg had yet to return to his world, remaining in the void arena. "Please hold on, combatant. As this is your first victory, there is an additional reward being calculated." Intrigued by the mention of an extra reward, Reg inquired, "How long until the additional reward is dispensed?" "Please be patient. Additional reward calculation complete. World rewards include the skill, Dragon Fist, and the talent, Potential Burst." Upon seeing the rewards, Reg was taken aback. Even Dragon Fist is included. Could the latter talent possibly be? Please elucidate Potential Burst. Potential Burst. This ability allows one to instantaneously convert 50 of their potential into power, while subsequently enhancing their total potential by 30. After reviewing the explanation, Reg was utterly convinced this was the same talent possessed by Gohan. Additional rewards have been calculated. Duelist returning to the original world. With that, a flash of light enveloped Reg, and in an instant he found himself back at the position from which he had departed. Once he regained his senses, he realized he had indeed returned. Following this battle, Reg had reaped significant rewards, not only breaking through to become a Super Saiyan, he also acquired the skill Dragon Fist and the talent Potential Unleashed. Having tasted the sweetness of power, Rhaegar's gaze turned towards the dimensional realm displayed on the panel. Just as he was about to utilize the dimensional world, a thought struck him, prompting him to exclaim, "How could I forget one of the most fundamental rules of existence? Often, the greater the opportunity, the higher the risk. If I were to inadvertently traverse into an overwhelmingly powerful world, I might not even know how I met my demise." Regaining his composure, Rhaegar resolved to hone his abilities to perfection before venturing into the dimensional world. With that in mind, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His immediate goal was to cultivate his Super Saiyan form to its utmost power. In the original narrative, it seemed that the method to achieve full power in Super Saiyan form involved integrating this transformation into his base state, ensuring that not a single ounce of energy was wasted. Thus, Rhaegar's task was to maintain his Super Saiyan state consistently. In addition to sustaining this form, he needed to calm his mind. With this thought, he soared deep into the forest, discovering a waterfall, where he sat beneath it to meditate. After a month of rigorous training, Rhaegar finally achieved full power in his Super Saiyan form. Closing his eyes to attune himself to his own strength, he abruptly opened them. Undishinga formidabloha. In an instant, the surrounding environment was laid to waste beneath this overwhelming energy. Satisfied with the devastation wrought by his power, he nodded in approval and prepared to embark on the next phase of his training. The transformation of a Saiyan is a state of amplification. The strength of your transformation is contingent upon the strength of your base form. Therefore, the next step was to enhance his combat prowess in his base state. With this in mind, he glanced at his gravity bracelet, adjusting the gravity multiplier to 1,000. Instantly, he felt a weight pressing down on him, compelling him to move forward with great effort. Currently, Rhaegar's training regimen involved running 10 laps around the planet. This planet was at least 10 times the size of Earth. Under these challenging conditions, Rhaegar painstakingly completed the task in a single day. Upon finishing, his body ached all over. Even the slightest movement felt as though he was lifting an entire planet. Despite this, he persevered for half a year. Moreover, every 10 days, the gravity multiplier would increase by an additional 100 times, meaning that by the end of his training, the final multiplier on Rhaegar's gravity bracelet reached a staggering 2,800 times. That equated to 28,000 times Earth's gravity. Standing atop a mountain peak, he pondered aloud. Dimensional realm, how does my strength measure now? After half a year of companionship, Rhaegar had named the voice in his mind dimension. The dimension responded, Galaxy level, full power galaxy level. Observing that his full power was still classified as galaxy level, Rhaegar inquired, why is my full power still only galaxy level? The dimension replied, galaxies are far larger than you can imagine. For instance, in cases of equal size or weight, diamonds are significantly harder than stones. After comprehending this, Rhaegar nodded and remarked, what is my current strength in this world? The dimension responded, 8 billion, full power 80 trillion. Upon hearing the dimension's assessment of his combat prowess, Rhaegar nodded in satisfaction and declared, utilize the dimensional world. Chapter 14. The Dragon Fist formed by the power of miracles. Rhaegar surveyed his surroundings and inquired of the dimension, what world am I currently in? The environment resembled that of a modern city with towering skyscrapers, yet devoid of any human or animal presence. The sky was entirely overcast, with no sunlight piercing through. According to observations, you are presently in the Ultra world. Upon hearing the Dimension's response, Rhaegar paused momentarily before stating, in the Ultra world. Such scenes typically herald no good fortune. He glanced around at the desolate streets. Just then he sensed two formidable presences. One exuded a peculiar yet serene aura, while the other radiated an overwhelmingly malevolent energy, tainted with an amalgamation of negative emotions such as fear, despair, and sorrow, seemingly forced together by an unknown power. Feeling these two potent auras, Rhaegar soared towards their source. Upon encountering two colossal figures, he was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed to the Dimension, Saiga battling the legendary Hyperion. Although I'm aware of the peril here, is it not a tad too exhilarating to dive into such chaos right away? To Rhaegar's comment, the Dimension replied, traversing worlds is random. Rhaegar, wishing to retort, found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning to the situation. With a sigh, he addressed the Dimension, alas, it seems I have no choice. What is the task in this world? He had not forgotten that his purpose in this realm was to complete a mission for rewards, after all. In response to Rhaegar's inquiry, the Dimension stated, task generation in progress. Task generation complete. Assist Saiga in defeating the legendary Hyperion. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar fell into contemplation and queried the Dimension. What is Saiga's strength? Cosmic level. Rhaegar continued. And what is the strength of the legendary Hyperion? Cosmic level. He then bellowed at the Dimension. On what grounds do you believe that I, a mere galaxy-level being, can assist a cosmic-level powerhouse? Rhaegar was utterly baffled as to why the Dimension would assign him such an outrageous task. Upon hearing Rhaegar's outburst, the Dimension replied, the tasks are entirely generated at random. What is produced depends solely on luck. At times, the tasks may compel one to annihilate the universe, while at other times, they might involve stealing a pair of suspenders and a basketball belonging to someone named Hay. Upon hearing the words of the dimensional being, Rhaegar found himself at a loss for words yet again. After his moment of speechlessness, he was once more plagued by a headache, uncertain of how to assist Saiga in vanquishing the legendary Hyperion. A full-force strike from him would scarcely register as a mere tickle to the legendary Hyperion. Thus, Rhaegar resolved to tread a different path in search of Hyperion's vulnerabilities. In the original narrative, Hyperion's Achilles' heel lay within his wings. If he could devise a method to sever those wings, victory for Saiga would be assured. However, the act of severing those wings was not as simple as it sounded. The mere proximity to them was a challenge, and even if he could manage to draw near, his own strength would be inadequate to accomplish the task. In the original tale, Saiga was capable of slicing them off due to his ability to concentrate energy at his wrist, unleashing the Saiga cut. Setting aside the disparity in their power levels, even the energy levels between himself and Saiga were not in the same league. He had merely mastered the most rudimentary form of chi, while Saiga's miraculous power was akin to that of a god of destruction. At this juncture, Rhaegar suddenly conceived a potential solution. What if he employed energy simulation techniques to replicate Saiga's miraculous power? Without hesitation, he took action. Idleness was not in Rhaegar's nature. He immediately initiated the energy simulation technique used by Saiga. Upon completion, he was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of weakness. This abrupt fatigue startled him. Yet he soon regained his composure, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to his internal state. He discovered that all his chi had vanished, replaced by a minuscule energy that was distinct from chi. Although this energy was scant, any ordinary individual encountering it would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Rhaegar felt a surge of excitement at this newfound essence, then calmed himself and sought to channel it through his hand. However, it did not fully envelop his hand. Rather, it merely wrapped around his little finger, which was exceedingly small, akin to that of a 4- or 5-year-old child. It is essential to note that, in his fully unleashed state, Rhaegar's chi could encompass an entire star system. Yet, in this transformed state of miraculous power, it could scarcely cover a mere little finger. This stark contrast underscored the vast chasm between ordinary chi and miraculous power. Gazing at the resplendent aura enveloping his little finger, Rhaegar lamented, "Thank goodness my chi is formidable. Otherwise, a typical person using it would likely be completely drained." As he spoke, his own chi steadily began to replenish. Within mere seconds, all the energy he had expended was restored. He then repeated the energy simulation technique, cycling back and forth, until he finally amassed enough energy to execute a single powerful attack. Reg gazed at the miraculous power enveloping his entire arm and remarked, at last, I have amassed enough energy for a decisive strike. Just in time, as the battle between Saiga and the legendary Hyper Geddon is nearing its conclusion. While Reg was gathering energy, Saiga and Geddon had already engaged in their fierce conflict, transitioning from the mountains to the city. As depicted in the original narrative, Geddon found himself momentarily stunned by a human ambush, allowing Saiga to seize the opportunity and deliver a flurry of strikes that ultimately subdued him. Reg had initially contemplated allowing Hyper Geddon to be momentarily distracted, enabling Saiga to handle him. However, the inherent risks were far too great. His own life superseded the mission's demands. With this thought, he finally spotted Saiga and the legendary Hyper Geddon. Concealed within a tall building, Reg sought a singular opportunity. Observing the titanic clash before him, he meticulously searched for a flaw. Just then, he witnessed Saiga and Hyper Geddon simultaneously unleash fireballs and beams of light. Seizing the moment, Reg leapt swiftly towards the rear of legendary Hyper Geddon. With a clenched fist, he propelled his hand forward, exclaiming, "Behold my technique, the miracle dragon fist." In that instant, a magnificent dragon composed entirely of ethereal energy surged past Hyper Geddon, obliterating his wings. Previously, Reg had refrained from employing the dragon fist, having found no worthy opponent. But now, he wielded it, enhanced by the power of miracles. Meanwhile, Saiga stood momentarily dumbfounded, uncertain of Reg's sudden appearance. However, he quickly regained his composure, ready to unleash a series of strikes against legendary Hyper Geddon. Chapter 15. The Crystal of Miracle Power. At that moment, the cockroach alien within legendary Hyper Geddon was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the recent events. All it could see was Saiga charging toward it, attempting to teleport, only to realize that it was utterly incapable of adapting to the situation. To its shock, Hyper Geddon's wings had vanished without a trace, devoid of the ability to teleport. Legendary Hyper Geddon was struck skyward by Saiga's rising dragon fist, followed by a flurry of kicks that sent him hurtling into outer space. Observing Hyper Geddon's trajectory into the cosmos, Saiga resolved to unleash his full power, channeling it into his right hand as he prepared to execute the Saiga Extreme Fist. Witnessing Saiga's impending ultimate move, the cockroach alien within Hyper Geddon finally panicked, exclaiming, "Aren't you supposed to be the righteous warriors of light? Why resort to such underhanded tactics?" Reg, hearing the alien's words, chose not to respond, for he too was perplexed by his own sudden emergence. Judging by the energy signature and the actions of the opponent, he appeared to be on their side, albeit with an oddly familiar aura. While the cockroach alien continued to speak, it did not cease its actions, controlling Geddon to unleash a 10-megaton fireball aimed directly at Saiga. At this moment, the energy in Saiga's right hand had fully coalesced, unleashing the Saiga ultimate punch towards the 10-million-degree fireball. The collision of these two formidable forces generated a shockwave that rippled through the cosmos, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble, while spatial fissures began to manifest in the vicinity of this clash. This tumultuous scenario persisted for merely a few seconds until Saiga, with a surge of power, broke through the 10-million-degree fireball, delivering a direct blow to the face of Hypogeddon, obliterating both him and the cockroach aliens. As the legendary Hypogeddon was utterly vanquished, Saiga stood amidst the cosmic expanse, radiant particles enveloping him before he divided into 3 Ultramen. At this juncture, Zero inquired, "Who was it that just assisted us? Do you know them?" To this, Dana and Gauss shook their heads in unison, indicating their unfamiliarity. Recognizing their uncertainty, Zero suggested, "Perhaps we should return and express our gratitude, considering they aided us." Agreeing, Dana and Gauss nodded, following Zero back to Earth. Upon reaching the heart of the city, they reverted to their human forms, appearing before Riger. Day looked at Riger with a hint of surprise and asked, "Excuse me, strong young one, did you see anyone pass by just now?" The Saiyans of the 7th universe were unlike their 6th universe counterparts, robust and muscular, each boasting at least a six-pack. Although Riger was merely 4 or 5 years old, his physique already hinted at burgeoning muscles. This prompted Day to hesitate, as he felt his own physique paled in comparison. Observing Day's hesitation, Riger bluntly stated, "No need to search. I am the one who assisted you." The trio was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is it possible for a human to possess such strength?" Ignoring their astonishment, Riger replied, "I never claimed to be human," revealing his tail. Seeing the furry monkey tail protruding from Riger's back, Day and the others were astonished yet cautious, asking, "Who are you? What brings you to Earth?" Given their previous encounters with extraterrestrial beings had not been promising, it was prudent to refrain from making any hasty decisions until they discerned Ryger's allegiance. Acknowledging their wariness, Ryger candidly declared, "I am a Saiyan, a warrior race in the universe." Upon hearing this, the trio instinctively drew their transformation devices, ready to transform at the slightest movement. Meanwhile, they silently pondered to Zero, "Zero, do you know the Saiyans? Are they allies or foes? And to which faction do they belong?" Upon hearing the inquiry from De Huang, Zero stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before responding. "I have never heard of a race known as the Saiyans in the cosmos. Perhaps you should first inquire with him about what Saiyans are like." Acknowledging Zero's words with a silent nod, De Huang turned to Reg and asked, "What are your kind, the Saiyans like? And what brings you here?" Reg, upon hearing De Huang's question, refrained from offering a direct answer and instead replied, "Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives for being here. I will be departing shortly." After all, Reg was wary of revealing the dark deeds his kind had committed. The very notion of Saiyans exterminating entire planets and treating them as real estate hardly painted them in a favorable light. If the three warriors of light before him were to learn of his race's actions, a confrontation would likely ensue. At that moment, a voice echoed in Reg's mind. "Task completed. Rewards are being calculated. Rewards have been issued. Miraculous power energy crystal." Upon hearing the nature of the reward, Reg felt a surge of excitement as he mused, "With the enhancement of miraculous power, my strength could ascend several levels." He certainly recalled the dragon fist he had executed previously. While it was undeniable that the original form was indeed impressive, the version augmented by miraculous power surpassed it in both appearance and potency, elevating its might to an entirely new echelon. As Reg reveled in his exhilaration, De Huang and the others posed a question. "Why did you choose to assist us earlier?" Reg, pulled from his reverie by De Huang's inquiry, replied, "It was due to a task. Now that I have fulfilled it, it is time for me to depart." Upon learning of his impending departure, De Huang inquired, "Where do you reside? Perhaps we may have the chance to meet again." To this, Reg responded plainly, "I hail from beyond this world. My presence here was solely to accomplish a mission. Now, it is indeed time for me to leave." With that, he addressed the voice in his mind. "Am I able to return now?" The voice responded, "Affirmative," initiating transport. As the transport commenced, a radiant light descended upon Reg, enveloping him before whisking him away from this realm. Watching Reg's departure, De Huang and his companions were left in a state of astonishment. They turned to Zero, asking, "Do you truly not know who he is? A being with such capabilities cannot possibly be a mere nobody." Zero, however, remained lost in thought, contemplating Reg's words. Could it be that he was not of this world, but rather from a parallel universe? No, parallel worlds were mere reflections of the original. Someone as formidable as him would surely have left some record, even in other realms. Was it indeed true that he came from beyond this world? Chapter 16, A Breakthrough in Power. The narrative begins. At this moment, on an unfamiliar planet, a brilliant light flickered as Rhaegar emerged from its radiance. Upon opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, Rhaegar confirmed that he had indeed returned. Gazing at the miraculous energy crystal in his hand, he inquired of the dimension, "How does one utilize this miraculous energy crystal?" The dimension responded, "Miraculous energy crystal. This crystal contains 1/10 of the miracle power of Saiga, capable of momentarily elevating an ordinary individual to the level of a supergalactic being, or perhaps wondrous events may occur upon absorption of its miracle power." Upon hearing this explanation, Rhaegar stared in astonishment at the crystal, which soon transformed into exhilaration as he exclaimed, "To think it can instantaneously convert an ordinary person into a supergalactic powerhouse. This crystal possesses power that is at least of that caliber. Moreover, upon absorption, I may just grasp the miracle power." Rhaegar recalled the dimension's subsequent words, suggesting that wondrous occurrences might ensue upon absorption. Although he was uncertain of what these miraculous events entailed, he was convinced they would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. As his excitement gradually subsided, he composed himself and examined the crystal before addressing the dimension. "By the way, how does one utilize this thing?" Faced with the crystal in his hand, Rhaegar found himself perplexed. He lacked the means to directly extract power as one would in cultivation, nor did he possess any technological apparatus for energy extraction. The dimension provided an answer. The most optimal solution at present is to consume it. Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback by the dimension's suggestion. Looking at the crystal, which was approximately the size of an ordinary glass bead from his past life, he pointed at himself and exclaimed, "You mean I should eat it? Are you serious?" That's so direct. The dimension replied. You currently lack any skills to absorb energy. Consuming it is the most viable option available. If you truly find it unacceptable to eat, you may crush it and use it as a one-time item. After hearing the dimension's words, Rhaegar regarded the crystal with a look of hesitation before finally declaring, "It's just a crystal, right? Here goes. Let's do this." He promptly tossed the crystal into his mouth and swallowed it. As the crystal descended into his abdomen, a peculiar energy began to envelop his entire being. Initially warm and comforting, it gradually intensified, igniting a searing sensation throughout his body. Ultimately, his veins swelled, unable to withstand the burgeoning pressure, leading to widespread rupture. However, thanks to his adaptability, he quickly acclimated to the pressure and swiftly recovered. As the miracle power absorbed into his body increased, the pain became excruciating, akin to being ground in a meat grinder. Finally, Rhaegar could no longer endure the agony and let out a primal scream. Ah! In conjunction with his roar, Rhaegar transitioned into a Super Saiyan state. Yet, the pain did not diminish with his transformation. On the contrary, it escalated further. At last, Rhaegar could no longer withstand the excruciating pain and succumbed, collapsing into unconsciousness. Several hours later, he gradually awakened amidst a pool of blood. After surveying his surroundings, he hurried to a nearby water source and took a few sips, which helped him regain his composure. Gazing at the bloodstain behind him and recalling the agony he had endured sent a chilling shiver down his spine. He silently vowed to himself that he would not trust a single word of the optimal solution proposed by the dimension. After taking a few deep breaths, he addressed the dimension. "How much has my combat power increased?" The dimension replied, "Galactic level, full power eruption at supergalactic level." Upon hearing this, Rhaegar felt an immense sense of relief and exclaimed, "At last, I have broken through to the next level. If I had not achieved this breakthrough, all my suffering would have been in vain." Reflecting on the recent events, he lamented, "Words cannot express the tears I've shed." At that moment, Rhaegar inquired of the dimension, "If calculated according to the measurement units of this world, what is my combat power?" The dimension answered, 80 billion, full power eruption at 160 trillion. Satisfied with the response, Rhaegar nodded, but soon detected an inconsistency. He questioned the dimension, "Shouldn't a full power eruption be at 80 trillion? Why has it changed to 160 trillion? Based on my current combat power, including the Super Saiyan transformation and Kaioken, it should indeed be 80 trillion. The sudden increase to 160 trillion clearly indicates something is amiss." In response, the dimension clarified, "Due to the transformation by the power of miracles, the Super Saiyan transformation has increased from a 50-fold boost to a 100-fold boost." Astonished by this revelation, Rhaegar exclaimed, "So, even without transforming into Super Saiyan 2, I can possess the power equivalent to that form." Contemplating this, he then asked the dimension, "If I were to transform into Super Saiyan 2, would the multiplier change?" The dimension replied, "If you transform into Super Saiyan 2, the multiplier will indeed double from the existing base." Elated by the prospect of further amplification, Rhaegar felt a surge of excitement. However, after a brief moment, he gradually calmed himself. He then closed his eyes to attune to the energy within him, merely seeking to ascertain whether any remnants of the miraculous power lingered inside. After all, following the overwhelming surge of miraculous energy and his innate adaptability, his own energy must have undergone some transformation. Upon careful observation, Rhaegar discovered a remarkable change. A portion of his energy had indeed been converted into miraculous power, although the amount was minuscule, approximately 1/10,000th of the total. It was sufficient evidence that he could cultivate miraculous power and perhaps even unleash the miraculous dragon fist once more. After resting for a while, he instructed the dimension, "Open the fighter panel." The dimension responded, "Dimensional fighter, Rhaegar. Power level, galaxy class. Full power exceeds super galaxy class. Bloodline, ancient transcendental bloodline, multiverse class. Talent, adaptability, potential unleashing. Special amplification, miracle power. Special abilities, energy simulation technique, energy solidification technique. Items, intermediate level magical affinity, advanced compendium of magic, spatial bracelet, 5,000 cubic meters, treasures. Dimensional world, cooling. Void arena, cooling." Gazing at his impressive panel, Rhaegar nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed, "My current goal for cultivation is to attain Super Saiyan 2. With that, he adjusted the multiplier on his power bracelet to a staggering 10,000 times. Yet this alone was insufficient. He then sought out a deep-sea location, diving to the very depths to commence his secluded cultivation. After a month of rigorous training, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Turning his gaze, he discovered that it was the combat power detector aboard his spaceship that was sounding an alert. With a puzzled expression, he activated the device, which emitted several tones, seemingly transmitting a particular message. The voice announced, due to unforeseen circumstances, planet Vegeta has been struck by a colossal meteor, placing the Saiyan race on the brink of extinction. Upon receiving this information, Rhaegar's expression remained impassive as he remarked, "It appears the plot is about to unfold." Chapter 17. The Bond of Destiny, Gaining a Wife for Free. After processing the transmitted message, Rhaegar cast aside the combat power detector and prepared to resume his cultivation. Just as he was about to begin anew, he sensed a presence approaching his planet from outer space. The reason for his attention was not due to the strength of the aura. Rather, it was pitifully weak, easily extinguishable with a mere glance. Contemplating this, he moved toward the anticipated landing site. A few minutes later, the spaceship finally breached the atmosphere and descended to the ground. As Rhaegar observed, he recognized the vessel, reminiscent of the spherical ship he utilized. When the hatch opened, a child leapt out, revealing a tail behind her, confirming her identity as a Saiyan. However, it appeared that this Saiyan was quite young, perhaps around 4 or 5 years of age. Intrigued by the sight of another Saiyan, especially after years of solitude, Rhaegar was compelled by curiosity to approach the child. At that moment, the child's combat power detector suddenly activated, and only then did she notice Rhaegar's presence. Upon seeing him, she instinctively jumped back, clearly unaware of his approach. She then activated her combat power detector to assess Rhaegar's strength. The Saiyan gazed at the numbers on the battle detector, which were rapidly escalating, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The final reading settled at 15,000, causing the Saiyan to collapse in sheer shock. Reg had mastered the control of his ki during his training on King Kai's planet. He intentionally regulated his battle power to 15,000 to avoid alarming his prey, preventing them from fleeing prematurely, as hunting was merely a waste of time for him. Thus, he suppressed his power to a minimal level, allowing his quarry to approach willingly. As Reg observed the Saiyan before him, he found a figure somewhat familiar and inquired, "What is your name?" The Saiyan, startled by Reg's question, quivered, his tail bristling, and stammered, "I am Sapali." "What business do you have, my lord?" Reg was taken aback upon hearing the name. In the original narrative, Sapali was his wife, and his presence had altered the course of the story. Originally, he was to be exiled to planet Benbi, but due to his significantly higher initial battle power than that depicted in the original tale, he was instead banished to planet Wampa. He had thought that Sapali would no longer be part of his life, yet fate had conspired to reunite them in such an unexpected manner. As Reg pondered the whims of destiny, Sapali, who had been waiting anxiously for a response, timidly raised her gaze toward him. Upon closer inspection, she felt a sense of recognition and, after a moment of realization, exclaimed, "Why, you are Prince Vegeta." Reg, pulled from his reverie by her words, frowned slightly and replied, "I am not Vegeta. I am Reg." Confused, Sapali queried, "If you are not Prince Vegeta, why do you resemble him so closely?" Reg responded plainly, "Because he is my brother. Is it not natural to share a likeness?" In truth, his appearance had already undergone some alteration since the fusion of the super bloodline, with his hairline appearing less receding than in the original depiction. Sapali, in astonishment, remarked, "But Prince Vegeta's son cannot be anyone but Prince Vegeta and Tarbal." Tarbal was a character appearing in the Dragon Ball OVA, Vegeta's younger brother, who was banished to a distant planet by their father, King Vegeta, due to his weak battle power. The tone of Supali's voice revealed the stark disparity between Vegeta and Tarbal. Reg explained, "I was born with an exceptionally high battle power, and King Vegeta feared I would threaten his position. Hence, I was exiled to planet Wampa. After spending some time there, I departed for other planets in the universe to cultivate and become stronger." Upon hearing Reg's words, Sapali timidly inquired, "Might I ask, Your Highness Reg, what is your innate combat power?" Having absorbed Reg's words and appearance, Sapali was nearly convinced, thus daring to pose the question. Reg did not conceal the truth and replied candidly, "My combat power is 250,000. After processing Reg's statement, Sapali was momentarily astounded, then responded, "But the combat power detector clearly indicated that you possess merely 15,000 combat power." Although skeptical of Reg's claim, she dared not show overt disrespect. Recognizing the undeniable fact of his superiority, Reg, seemingly anticipating her reaction, said, "I have previously trained on several planets and possess methods to conceal my true strength." He then instructed Sapali, "Activate your combat power detector to the combat mode and set aside." Confused yet obedient, Sapali scratched her head but complied. discarding the device as instructed. Watching her follow his command, Reg nodded approvingly before releasing a fraction of his aura. The combat power detector on the ground swiftly registered Reg's aura, and the number skyrocketed before the device ultimately exploded. Staring at the shattered remnants of the detector, Sapali gaped in astonishment and asked, "What just happened, Your Highness Reg? Why did the detector suddenly explode?" Reg clarified, "The combat power detector has a limit, exceeding approximately 22,000 will cause it to detonate. In the original tale, the older model had a limit of around 22,000, while the new model introduced during the Namek saga raised the threshold to roughly 25,000. Gradually regaining her composure, Sapali inquired, "Then, Your Highness, what is your current combat power?" Reg did not provide a direct answer, instead stating, "That is not something you need to know. Suffice it to say, I am now stronger than Frisia." Given that revealing his combat power of 80 billion would invite disbelief, he deemed it unnecessary. Upon hearing Reg's words, Supali's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Does this mean we can directly confront Frisia and eliminate him, allowing you to take the lead and perhaps restore the glory of the Saiyan race?" Reg replied, "I have little interest in such trivial skirmishes. My focus now is on continuous self-improvement, striving to become a true powerhouse." He then spoke to Sapali with a serious demeanor. "In this world, only the strong hold sway over everything, while the weak are compelled to accept their fate. The powerful establish the rules, and the feeble must abide by them. This is the essence of the survival of the fittest." Chapter 18. The second opening of the Void Arena after 5 years of coexistence. Upon hearing the words of Reg, Sapari, though unable to comprehend, was profoundly shaken. Observing the astonishment on Supari's face, Reg realized her lack of understanding. Yet, it mattered little. After all, one cannot expect a 4 or 5-year-old girl to grasp much. A general understanding sufficed. He then inquired, "Do you now understand my meaning?" Once Sapari regained her composure, she nodded vacantly, indicating her comprehension. However, Reg, noting the lack of discernment in her eyes, was skeptical of her assurance. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and turned to leave, stating, "It matters not whether you understood or not. Just do not disturb me during my cultivation." Hearing Reg's words, Sapari curiously asked, "What do you cultivate? Why must you cultivate? Aren't you already strong?" Her trifecta of inquiries vexed Reg slightly. He could hardly reveal that their future adversaries would be monstrous entities capable of obliterating the heavens, the earth, and the cosmos. Reluctantly acknowledging his low emotional intelligence, he mused that if his social skills were functioning at their peak, a few words could easily reduce her to tears. After a moment of contemplation, Reg replied, "What I cultivate is of no concern to you. If there is nothing else, refrain from bothering me." With that, he soared away without waiting for Supari's response. Seeing Reg depart, Sapari hurriedly trailed behind him. Reg, aware of her pursuit, deliberately slowed his pace so that she could barely keep up. After flying for a while and locating his ship, he descended to the ground, awaiting Supari's arrival. At last, Sapari caught up, landing before Reg, breathless as she asked, "What will you do next, Your Highness Reg?" In response to her inquiry, Reg stated plainly, "Next, I shall continue my cultivation. If you wish to cultivate as well, I will teach you, but only on the condition that you do not disturb me. If you understand, nod." Upon hearing Reg's words, Sapari obediently nodded, observing her agreement. Reg continued, "My ship is nearby. If you wish to rest, you may enter. There is a forest in the vicinity. Should you grow hungry, you may hunt there." With that, he dismissed Sapari and proceeded toward the depths of the ocean to resume his cultivation. Meanwhile, Sapari stood rooted in place, gazing blankly in the direction Reg had departed, her thoughts a mystery. Thus, on this planet, Reg and Sapari officially coexisted for 5 years. Over the span of 5 years, a series of intriguing events unfolded. In the initial month, Sapali sought guidance from Reg on the art of cultivation, to which Reg graciously acquiesced. However, after each training session, Sapali would invariably succumb to exhaustion and fall asleep, often clinging to Reg as she dozed off. Although Reg had the option to gently extricate himself, he refrained from doing so to avoid causing her any distress. Thus he patiently awaited her awakening to resume their practice. During this time, Sapali also engaged in hunting, frequently encountering prey that proved too formidable, prompting her to flee towards Reg. Upon spotting him, she would halt her retreat, turning to face the creature with hands on her hips and head held high, exuding an air of haughty confidence, reminiscent of a fox basking in the protection of a tiger. One notable achievement came after nearly 2.5 years, when Sapali finally transcended to Super Saiyan 2. However, the moment of her breakthrough was accompanied by unforeseen circumstances. Her uncontrolled energy output startled Sapali, causing her to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in Reed's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly exclaimed how terrifying it had been. Reed, uncertain of how to console her, gently patted her back, assuring her that everything would be all right. After weeping for an extended period, her eyes red and puffy, she surprisingly drifted off to sleep once more, leaving Reed to marvel at the remarkable quality of her slumber. Despite having been unconscious for nearly a day, she now lay peacefully asleep again. Feeling a twinge of guilt as he watched her, Reed took the opportunity to venture into the sea to catch a large fish, intending to prepare a delightful roast for her awakening. To his astonishment, the fish he caught was peculiar, sporting a shark's head and octopus tentacles for a tail. Yet, undeterred by its oddity. After all, Saiyans are known throughout the cosmos not only as warriors, but also as fearless gastronomes. Reed brought the fish back to prepare it for a meal. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Sapali, still lying on the ground, stirred and sat up, her mouth watering at the sight of the roasted fish. Observing her eagerness, Reed sighed and called her over when the fish was nearly ready. Upon hearing the call to eat, Sapali leaped onto the fish, devouring it with unrestrained enthusiasm. The flesh of the fish vanished at an astonishing pace, a testament to her Saiyan heritage and the hunger that had built up after her lengthy slumber. When only the skeleton remained, Sapali reclined on the ground and patted her round belly, indicating her satisfaction. Witnessing her carefree demeanor, Reed reflected on the innocence of youth, despite having recently shed tears. All it took was a brief nap and a delicious meal for her to forget her troubles entirely. As I gazed once more at Sapali, I discovered that she had succumbed to slumber yet again. Reg smiled with a hint of resignation, lifting her gently onto his back and transporting her to the makeshift wooden cabin they had constructed. After carefully placing her upon the bed and tucking her in, he quietly departed. Reg had never contemplated the need for such a shelter. Prior to Supali's arrival, his existence revolved solely around the trifecta of training, dining, and resting. A mere cave would suffice, where he could recline upon a stone at a lofty elevation. However, Supali's presence rendered the cave unsuitable for her, for she lacked Reg's remarkable adaptability. A mere chill in the air posed no challenge to Reg, who could acclimatize even to the vacuum of space. Yet Sapali was different. Her combat prowess had yet to exceed 200, and the last thing Reg wanted was for her to catch a cold, for he was uncertain how to remedy such an ailment. Thus, in a moment of reluctant concession, Reg resolved to construct a wooden cabin, for after all, Sapali was to be his future wife, and he could not subject her to the same hardships he endured. Reg observed Sapali as she indulged in a roasted lamb, and he addressed the dimension within his mind. Dimension, open the fighter panel, he commanded. The dimension responded. Dimension fighter, Reg, power level, galaxy class, full power unleashed, super galaxy class, bloodline, ancient transcendent bloodline, multiverse level, talent, adaptability, potential unleashing, special enhancement, miracle power, special abilities, energy simulation technique, energy solidification technique, items, intermediate magic talent, advanced magic compendium, spatial bracelet, 5,000 cubic meters. Treasures, Reg contemplated the available void arena on the panel, reflecting, after nearly 5 years of waiting, it is finally accessible. He then turned to Sapali, stating, I will be departing for a while, but I shall return shortly. Sapali regarded Reg with a hint of confusion, yet nodded in assent. After 5 years of companionship, her trust in Reg had reached absolute levels. Even without knowing the specifics, she would unconditionally place her faith in him. Seeing Supali's nod, Reg addressed the dimension in his mind. Activate the void arena. Chapter 19. A truly equal opponent. When Reg reopened his eyes, he found himself once again in the familiar yet strange expanse of the void arena. Shifting his gaze across the arena, he sought to discern the identity of his opponent this time. As he did, he noticed that his adversary, a middle-aged man with striking red hair, had also turned his attention towards Reg. If one were to overlook the horns adorning the man's head, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary yet robust individual. Just as Reg contemplated inquiring about his opponent's identity, the man introduced himself. I am Samuel, the Sin of Wrath. And who might you be? Where's this place? Upon hearing the words of his opponent, Reg felt a twinge of exasperation. Why is it that there is always someone eager to announce their identity? Could they not allow him the courtesy of speaking first? In both contests, it had been the other party who initiated the exchange, who, after all, had instigated this arena of duel. Despite his irritation, he composed himself and addressed Samuel, stating, "This is the void arena. Only the victor may depart," claiming everything from a vanquished. Upon hearing Reg's declaration, Samuel furrowed his brow but refrained from speaking, merely regarding Reg with a solemn gaze. At that moment, a voice resonated through the air. "The sin of wrath, Samuel vs. Dimensional Combatant, Reg. The countdown shall commence shortly. Competitors, please prepare." 3. As the countdown began, Samuel summoned a ball of flame from his side. He extended his hand into the flames, as if grasping something, and swiftly withdrew it. The flame coalesced into a massive, blood-red axe. 2. Noticing that his opponent was already serious before the battle had even commenced, Reg decided to shed any reservations and transformed into Super One. He adopted his battle stance, poised for combat. 1. Begin. As the command echoed, both figures surged toward the center of the arena, their collision igniting an explosion. The resulting shockwave cracked the edges of the arena. The two figures transformed into beams of golden and crimson light, colliding at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Reg, undeterred by his opponent's formidable prowess, felt a rush of exhilaration. After all, he had either faced utterly despicable foes or insurmountable adversaries. There had never been a worthy match. Finally encountering an opponent of equal measure, Reg was invigorated. As Samuel swung his axe downwards, Reg deftly sidestepped and swiftly repositioned himself, tightening his fist to strike. Anticipating the oncoming punch, Samuel raised his other hand in defense to block Reg's attack. After parrying Reg's blow, he deftly redirected the axe's trajectory, sweeping it horizontally towards Reg. Should Reg fail to evade the strike, it would spell his demise. Seeing the axe approaching, Reg bent low to avoid the sweeping attack, preparing to deliver an uppercut. However, his vision suddenly darkened, and he was sent flying against the arena's wall, which shattered upon impact, debris cascading down to entomb him. It was revealed that Samuel had taken advantage of Reg's momentary distraction, delivering a knee strike that propelled Reg backward. Observing Reg's plight, Samuel remained vigilant, slowly advancing toward his fallen adversary. At this moment, Reg emerged from the rubble, suddenly sensing a warm flow trickling from his nose. He reached up to wipe it away, only to discover that he had drawn blood from his earlier knee strike. Gazing at the crimson liquid on his hand, Reg felt no fear towards Samuel. Instead, he slowly brought the blood to his lips. The taste of blood awakened the warrior instinct deep within his veins, igniting a primal fervor within him. Looking at Samuel, Reg exclaimed with excitement, "The warm-up has just concluded. We are now entering the second round." With that proclamation, and under Samuel's astonished gaze, Reg surged forth with an explosive energy, unleashing a roar that resonated throughout the void arena. "Ah!" As Reg's golden aura flared, it was accompanied by flickering bolts of lightning. When his roar subsided, he had officially transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Now in his heightened form, Reg extended a hand towards Samuel, fingers splayed upward, and said, "Let us commence the second round." Samuel regarded Reg with a furrowed brow, remaining silent. Suddenly, the blood-red giant axe in Samuel's grasp transformed into flames that clung to his hands, morphing into a fearsome set of clawed gauntlets. Reg raised an eyebrow at this unexpected transformation, but chose not to comment, instead approaching Samuel with deliberate steps. Samuel mirrored this cautious advance, each fighter moving slowly, aware that a hasty action could grant the other an advantage. They continued their measured approach until they stood merely 10 centimeters apart, one gazing down and the other looking up, yet neither paid heed to their height difference. Time ticked by as they locked eyes, until a stone dislodged from the wall Reg had previously collided with, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. This sound prompted both warriors to spring into action. Reg clenched his right fist and launched it toward Samuel. Unyielding, Samuel countered with his clawed gauntlet, meeting Reg's punch with equal fervor. The collision of their fists sent shockwaves throughout the entire arena, causing cracks to spiderweb across the stage, radiating outward from their clash. Realizing that his attack had been intercepted, Reg swiftly raised his other hand to launch a follow-up strike. In response, Samuel met Reg's advancing hand with his right claw. A rapid exchange ensued, fist against fists, feet against feet, creating a scene of fierce combat. Ora, 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 ora. Muda, 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 muda. As the two opponents' fists collided, they were violently repelled, landing on the ground with a simultaneous surge of energy, charging toward each other once more. The golden and crimson auras clashed rapidly, each impact creating tremendous craters on the arena floor. After exchanging blows for a while, Reg retreated swiftly, gathering energy into his palms to unleash the prince's technique. Observing the barrage of energy orbs, Samuel refrained from recklessly charging towards Reg. Instead, he deftly maneuvered towards the edge of the arena, evading the attacks. And when unable to dodge, he clenched his fist to deflect the incoming energy blasts. Having utilized the prince's technique for a significant duration, Reg sensed his energy waning and surged towards Samuel, intent on landing a devastating blow while his opponent was distracted. Chapter 20. The Final Miracle of Power. As Reg charged at Samuel, he adeptly adjusted his posture midair, delivering a flying kick aimed at Samuel. At that moment, Samuel seemed to sense something amiss, as the recent onslaught of energy orbs had enveloped the arena in a thick haze. Consequently, he was unable to ascertain Reg's precise location. However, having survived for over a millennium and engaged in countless battles, he possessed a fundamental awareness of danger. Thus, the instant Reg made a move, Samuel recognized the impending threat. Just as Reg was about to land his kick, Samuel leaned back, narrowly evading the strike. Reg, having sailed past, found his foot crashing against the distant wall. Undeterred, he harnessed the rebound from the kick to propel himself back towards Samuel. Samuel, having discerned Reg's approach, chose not to evade, instead anchoring himself firmly in a stance. Channeling most of his strength into his right hand, preparing to deliver a lethal counterattack as Reg drew near. In midair, Reg observed Samuel gathering his energy and pulled back his right fist, concentrating his own power into this decisive strike. As the distance between them diminished, both combatants readied their charged attacks. Upon entering each other's striking range, they unleashed their fists in a rapid collision. The clash of their formidable auras caused the very arena to tremble. The sheer force of their confrontation sent both fighters crashing against the walls, stirring up a cloud of dust. Emerging simultaneously from a haze, Samuel declared, "You are a formidable adversary. In my millennium of combat, you are the strongest I have faced. However, if this is all the power you possess, prepare for your demise." With those words, a potent aura erupted from Samuel, dispersing the surrounding smoke, and his form began to transform. His hair grew rapidly, his hands retained their 5 fingers, yet his feet morphed into hooves, culminating in Samuel's metamorphosis into a half-man, half-bull monstrosity. As he observed his opponent's transformation, Redgar smiled and declared, "I certainly possess more than this level of strength, but it is you who shall meet your demise. For the ultimate victor can only be me." With that, Redgar began to unleash his energy, enveloping his golden aura with a layer of crimson. 20-fold KO Ken. The two combatants unleashed potent energies at the edge of the arena, creating a fierce clash at the center where neither would yield, resulting in a torrent of electricity. They stood resolute, unlike the previous chaotic melee, each channeling their formidable techniques, determined to incapacitate the other with a single blow. As time gradually passed, the arena fell into a tense silence, interrupted only by the frequent flashes of lightning sparked by their opposing auras. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the center, prompting both fighters to open their eyes. Redgar instantly propelled the energy he had amassed behind him forward, while Samuel swiftly conjured 5 magical circles before his mouth. Both adversaries announced their potent techniques in unison. Ultimate Flash. The end of war. The two immense forces collided, creating a wave of energy that neither would concede. At times, the pressure leaned towards Redgar, and at others, towards Samuel. Redgar, astonished, remarked, "I never anticipated you possessed ranged abilities. I thought you were solely a melee fighter. However, it matters not, for the ultimate victor shall be me." With that, Redgar exerted himself, rapidly pushing his attack towards Samuel. Unfazed by the incoming assault, Samuel quickly gathered his 6th magical circle, halting the attack that had seemed imminent and reversing its course, returning to a state of equilibrium. Witnessing the return to their previous standoff, Redgar bellowed, "Though I bear no familial ties to Sun, historically, the left side of the energy clash has always succumbed. Submit to me." With that proclamation, he pushed the attack back once more. Samuel, seeing the assault return yet again, summoned all his strength to conjure the 7th magical circle, asserting, "You think I will acquiesce so easily? I am Samuel, the Sin of Wrath." As he spoke, the 7th circle completed its formation, and the attack reverted to a stalemate once more. The center of the arena pulsated with the immense energy generated by their clash. As time passed, this energy intensified, eventually reaching a critical point, morphing from a semicircle into an irregular, distorted shape. Both fighters sensed the shift in energy and swiftly withdrew to defend themselves. As they pulled back, the unstable energy at the center ignited, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the entire arena. Their defenses shattered within moments, and both combatants suffered tremendous blows simultaneously. As the energy explosion gradually subsided, the entire arena transformed into a desolate wasteland, with the place where the two stood now buried beneath a heap of massive boulders. As time trickled by, one of the stones atop the ruins was slowly pushed aside, and Reg emerged from the debris. However, he was in a dire state. His left arm was completely dislocated due to the recent explosion, and his right leg bore irregular deformities, clearly indicating a fracture. Yet Reg paid no heed to his injuries, fixating instead on the ruins across from him. His instincts warned him that his opponent was not easily vanquished. Indeed, Reg's intuition proved accurate, as his adversary also crawled out from the wreckage, ultimately standing before him. The state of this foe mirrored Reg's own. His right arm was entirely severed, the remnants lost to the chaos, and the horns atop his head were shattered. His abdomen bore a grievous wound from the explosion, still bleeding profusely. The two locked gazes, and ultimately, both battered and bruised, began to approach one another. Moving slowly due to their grievous injuries, they gradually closed the distance until they were within striking range. Reg seized the initiative, launching an attack with his still functional right hand. Sensing Reg's offensive, Samuel swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a fist from his remaining left hand aimed at Reg's midsection. The strike found its mark, causing Reg to spit out a mouthful of bitterness as he was sent flying nearly 3 meters, crashing to the ground. After lying there for a moment, he struggled to rise with his uninjured right hand, gazing at Samuel, who was now advancing toward him with labored steps. Upon reaching him, Reg lifted his right fist and struck, proclaiming, "I have declared that the ultimate victor shall be none other than I." As he uttered these words, his right fist became enveloped in a radiant spectrum of energy. After 5 years of rigorous training, Reg had successfully mastered the power of miracles, which he had refrained from utilizing until this very moment. Witnessing the miraculous energy surrounding Reg's fist, Samuel was overwhelmed by an acute sense of impending doom. He attempted to move to evade the impending blow, but his body was already pushed to its limits. The previous punch had depleted all his strength. There was no way he could escape this strike. As Reg's fist drew ever closer, Samuel surrendered to despair, closing his eyes and awaiting death. Had he possessed the ability to move, he might have struggled, but paralyzed as he was, he saw death as the ultimate release. Observing Samuel's unmoving stance was perplexing to Reg, yet he did not halt his motion, delivering that final punch. The moment it made contact with Samuel's body, an immense force erupted, engulfing the entirety of his opponent's upper body in a powerful shockwave. As the power gradually dissipated, Samuel's entire upper body vanished without a trace. With Samuel's demise, the fierce battle concluded. Reg gazed silently at the remaining half of the corpse, and ultimately, overwhelmed by his injuries, he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind from the dimension. "Congratulations, dimensional fighter Reg, on achieving final victory. The victor may claim everything from the defeated." Item analysis in progress. Acquired the bloodline of the Angry Demon King, limit enhancement talent, Samuel's combat experience, and arm magic. Upon inspecting the acquired items, Reg distinctly focused on two, the limit enhancement talent and Samuel's combat experience. Although he possessed strength, he lacked substantial combat experience. Relying on a mere 10-year-old for battle expertise was futile. It was evident he was at a disadvantage in experience during their initial confrontation. The previous skirmishes had revealed the opponent's formidable fighting capabilities, and acquiring their combat experience was akin to receiving timely assistance, compensating for Reg's deficiencies in this area. As for the limit enhancement, though Reg was uncertain of its nature, he was certain it was a valuable asset. He addressed the dimension in his mind. "Could you elaborate on the function of the limit enhancement?" Upon Reg's inquiry, the dimension responded, "Limit enhancement. During combat, as time elapses, your fundamental strength will increase by 1%, ultimately reaching 100%. Upon conclusion, a significant portion of this power will be converted into a 10% increase in potential." After reviewing the description, it confirmed Reg's suspicions. It was indeed a remarkably potent talent. Furthermore, this talent also possessed the ability to enhance potential. The last talent to augment potential was the power unleashed from Go On, highlighting the immense value of this new gift. At that moment, Reg commanded the dimension, Dismantle the bloodline of the angry Demon King. The dimension replied, bloodline is being dismantled. Dismantling complete. Acquired bloodline factor, 500,000. Reg was astonished to discover such a substantial yield and promptly instructed the dimension. Allocate all of it to the ancient transcendent bloodline. The dimension responded, ancient transcendent bloodline, 50,400, 9 million. Seeing that he still lacked such a significant amount, he sighed in resignation. Upgrading the ancient transcendent bloodline truly proves to be a formidable challenge. At that moment, a voice resonated from the sky. The duel has concluded. The fighter will soon be transported back to their original world. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a beam of light enveloped Reg, whisking him away. Meanwhile, in the original world, Supari awaited Reg's return. After several minutes of waiting without any sign of his arrival, Supari lamented, how dreadfully dull. When will His Highness Reg return? Will he bring me something delicious when he comes back? As Supari pondered over what delectable treat Reg might bring, a sudden flash of bright light appeared before her. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, and when the brilliance dissipated, she opened them to find Reg lying on the ground, severely injured. Upon seeing Reg in such a state, Supari gasped, her voice trembling with urgency. What has happened to you, Your Highness? What caused these wounds? Can you still speak? Please don't frighten me. As she spoke, her agitation grew, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Reg looked at her, exasperated by her dramatic demeanor, and couldn't help but say, do not cry. You are Saiyan. A proud Saiyan must never shed tears so easily. Besides, I'm not dead yet. Hearing Reg's words, Supari replied, yes. I promise to heed Your Highness's words and will absolutely not cry. She stifled the tears that were on the verge of falling. Although she managed to hold back her tears, Reg found her actions utterly perplexing. He remarked, I told you not to cry, but why are you holding your breath? Reg observed Supari, who was suppressing her tears and puffing her cheeks in frustration. Her current state exuded a charming foolishness. After a moment, he chose not to engage with her further and utilized an energy simulation technique to transform his energy into magical energy, subsequently employing a healing spell from the Tome of Magic to mend his injuries. Once Reg had completely healed himself, Supari rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Unable to contain herself, she cried, I thought I would never see you again, Your Highness. It is such a relief that you are safe. Seeing Supari clinging to him and weeping, Reg felt momentarily helpless, unsure of what to say. For someone with Reg's limited emotional intelligence, this situation was quite the ordeal. He understood that her tears were born from concern, yet he struggled to find the right words, fearing that a wrong statement might provoke her tears further. After much contemplation, Reg let out a resigned sigh, wrapped his arms around Supari, and said, all right, stop crying. I promise I will never leave you again. But you must also refrain from crying so easily. After all, I do not wish to be burdened by a perpetual weeper. Listening to Reg's reassurance, Supari sniffled and replied, I will not cry easily from now on. I shall never become the weeper that Your Highness dislikes. With that, she nestled back into Reg's embrace, soaking in his warmth. And as she continued to cry, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Observing the other party succumb to slumber amidst tears, Reg sighed in exasperation and remarked, you are not merely a weeping child. You are also quite the lazy little creature. Meanwhile, Supari, cradled in Reg's arms, was oblivious to his words as she slept, instinctively stirring within his embrace. Noticing her movement, Reg merely smiled and lifted Supari in a princess carry. He returned to the rustic cabin they had prepared, gently placing her on the bed and tucking her in before exiting the room. Chapter 22. Transformation into Super Saiyan 3. An introduction to the Super Saiyan 3. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, Reg made his way to a vast plain and seated himself upon a large rock, addressing the dimension within his mind. Dimension. Activate the fighter panel. In response to Reg's command, the dimension replied, Dimension Fighter, Reg, power level, galaxy level, full power burst super galaxy level, bloodline, ancient transcendent bloodline, multiverse level, talent, adaptability, potential unleashing, limit enhancement, special amplification, miracle power, special abilities, energy simulation technique, energy solidification technique, items, intermediate magic talent, advanced magic compendium, spatial bracelet, 5,000 cubic meters, armed magic, dimension world, cooling, void arena, cooling. Gazing at the data displayed on the panel, Reg fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he made a resolute decision. First, I shall cultivate the Super Saiyan 3, then gradually ascend to Super Saiyan 4. Currently, Reg had no means to cultivate the divine energy. He could only pursue the transformation method from GT Dragon Ball to achieve Super Saiyan 4. As for Super Saiyan 3, it was a mere auxiliary endeavor. With the amplification of miracle power, the multiplier for Super Saiyan 3 could soar to 800 times. With this thought in mind, Reg leaped down from the rock and moved to the center of the plane, conjuring a parallel space with magic to prevent any energy leakage. Standing in the midst of the plane, Reg recalled the introduction of Super Saiyan 3 from his previous life. According to the information gleaned from his past, Super Saiyan 3 was not merely one of the legitimate transformations of Saiyan. It was, in fact, a flawed transformation. Super Saiyan 3 resembled another stage of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, a half-formed product arising from the absence of a certain element. Thus, when one's power surpassed a specific threshold, one could attain the form of Super Saiyan 3. With this in mind, Reg devised a plan, instantly gathering all his internal energy and then unleashing it in an explosive surge. In an instant, Reg transformed into Super Saiyan 2. However, unlike a typical Super Saiyan 2, Reg's transformation was accompanied by an abundance of lightning, crackling more frequently and vividly around him. Clearly, he was expending a greater amount of energy in his transformed state than in the usual form. Reg felt a distinct enhancement in his power. It was evident that his current state represented merely a modest increase in strength, yet he had not transcended to Super Saiyan 3. Contemplating this, Reg declared, insufficient. Far from enough. The power I have unleashed does not approach the threshold required to transform into Super Saiyan 3. With this thought, Reg once more concentrated his energy, initiating a second eruption. As he unleashed this second surge, Reg's strength began to ascend exponentially. Following these two outbursts, his hair underwent a transformation. In its initial phase, the saturation of energy caused his hair to emit a faint golden glow. Though subtle, it was distinctly different from Super Saiyan 2. In the second phase, his hair gradually lengthened, ultimately cascading down to his waist as his energy continued to amplify. In the final phase, his eyebrows slowly faded away, vanishing entirely, while his strength surged dramatically. Ultimately, Reg achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Upon completing this metamorphosis, he felt an explosive energy within, prompting an involuntary roar. With his cry, his power erupted forth, causing the parallel space barrier he had previously formed to develop cracks under the pressure of his unleashed aura. Once he calmed himself, Reg sensed the changes within his power. Thanks to the enhancement from the miraculous energy, the typical 400-fold increase of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation escalated to 800-fold. However, there was another significant concern: energy consumption. In the original narrative, the primary reason Super Saiyan 3 was deemed a flawed transformation was its excessive energy demands. The energy expended during Super Saiyan 3 far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 1 and 2. In the world of Dragon Ball, prolonged battles were commonplace, and the Super Saiyan 3 transformation stood out as an anomaly. While its power augmentation was considerable, the energy consumption was disproportionately greater. The power increase of Super Saiyan 3 was 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, yet the energy expenditure was at least tenfold. Consequently, after the Majin Buu saga in the original story, Goku rarely utilized Super Saiyan 3, showcasing it only briefly without employing it in earnest combat. Despite Reg's ancient Saiyan bloodline endowing him with nearly limitless energy, the acquisition of energy was not as straightforward as it appeared. When his recovery rate exceeded his consumption, it was accurate to claim he possessed infinite energy. However, when consumption outpaced recovery, that infinite energy became limited, beyond the multiplication of his power. Reg was most concerned with the consumption aspect. With the enhancement from the miraculous energy, the multiplication factor was at least double that of the original Super Saiyan 3, implying that the surge in power was not without its costs. Indeed, upon examination, Reg discovered that his rate of power recovery had diminished by 1/10. To recall the moment when I emulated the miraculous power embodied by the form of Saiga, I found that I could completely restore my energy within mere seconds. This remarkable recovery rate, at least 1/10 of my full capacity, is comparable to that of Broly. It is noteworthy that in the latest iteration, Broly, upon losing control, unleashes his strength with reckless abandon, yet there is no sign of energy depletion. Now, with a mere transformation, I can instantaneously negate Broly's recovery rate. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation is derisively referred to as the leaky form by fans. While I, Reg, lamented the excessive energy consumption of Super Saiyan 3, I noticed that the spatial magic I had previously cast was now riddled with cracks, ultimately succumbing to the strain and shattering. Upon hearing the sound of destruction, I belatedly realized the urgency and swiftly retracted my Super Saiyan 3 transformation. However, it was too late. A trace of my energy had already escaped. This infinitesimal essence rapidly enveloped the entire planet, triggering a cataclysmic earthquake that even distorted the cosmic space beyond. Fortunately, this turmoil did not persist for long before subsiding. Reflecting on the chaos instigated by my own energy, I mused, I should have anticipated this. In the original tale, Majin Buu could tear apart the hyperbolic time chamber with his aura. Thus, as a being of equal caliber, Super Saiyan 3 could undoubtedly achieve the same, especially considering I possess twice the power. With this realization, I hastened towards the cabin, concerned that Supali might be affected by my energy's influence. Upon returning to the cabin and opening the door, I found Supali peacefully slumbering on the bed, which brought me a sense of relief. Observing her, I chuckled softly and sighed with exasperation. You truly are a little sloth. Even amid such monumental events, you remain oblivious. After shaking my head, I closed the door behind me and ventured into the distance to commence my training. Chapter 23. The upcoming plan, a journey back to Earth. As the evening approached, I, Reg, noted the time and decided to hunt for some game nearby to prepare dinner. I captured a 3-headed sheep and, seeing Supali waiting at the door for my return, I made my way over with the catch. Supali, bored while sitting at the entrance, leapt up excitedly upon my arrival and exclaimed, Your Highness Reg, you have finally returned. Allow me to handle this prey. You should rest. Dinner will be ready shortly. With that, Supali took the game from my hands and dragged it aside, preparing to kindle a fire for cooking. Observing her actions, I simply nodded and proceeded towards the waterfall for a refreshing bath. As the icy water cascaded over me, I contemplated my forthcoming plans. In the midst of these thoughts, I addressed the dimension within my mind. When will the dimensional world be accessible? In response to my inquiry, the dimension replied, It is projected to be available in 2 years. Upon hearing the response from the dimension, Reg silently pondered. Is there still 2 years remaining? It is time to contemplate how to utilize these 2 years effectively. At present, Reg lacks the cultivation method of divine energy and can only resort to transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. However, to achieve this transformation, not only must his foundational combat power meet the requisite standards, but his physical strength must also keep pace. In the narrative of Dragon Ball GT, both Son Goku and Vegeta are already over 50 years old. They had long surpassed the foundational requirements for the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. The reason they had not transformed was due to their misguided direction. Were it not for the last-minute assistance from the old Kaioshin, Son Goku might have remained oblivious to the fact that the key to transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was, in fact, his tail. Thus, Reg's current objective is to enhance his foundational combat power and physical strength. With this thought in mind, Reg devised his upcoming plan. After emerging from the waterfall, he prepared to seek out Supari to check if her dinner was ready. At that moment, Supari was seated before a roasted lamb, fanning the flames. Upon noticing Reg's approach, she waved at him and said, Your Highness, the roasted lamb will be ready shortly. Hearing Supari's words, Reg nodded and took a seat nearby. Observing Reg from the side, Supari occasionally glanced in his direction. Finally, as if having made a firm resolution, she stood before Reg and spoke. Your Highness, may we leave this planet and explore others? Supari's proposition was not without merit. After 5 years, this planet had already been thoroughly explored. The desire to depart was clearly born from boredom and a yearning to see other worlds. Reg was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for the formerly timid Supari to speak to him with such confidence. Noticing Reg's surprise, Supari continued, Your Highness, after your training, I am no longer weak. By your standards of sensing ki, I possess at least 100,000 in battle power. As she spoke, she unleashed her energy, displaying it before Reg. Reg observed Supari like a child showcasing their talents before a parent, and he chuckled softly before responding. Very well. Let us set out to explore other planets in a few days. All right. I knew you wouldn't disagree. Wait until you agree. Hooray. Initially, Supari believed Reg would refuse. But upon realizing he had indeed consented, she was filled with unexpected joy. After all, Supari understood that this planet was Reg's training ground and that he would not easily agree to leave. Now that he had, it was a delightful surprise. With Reg's approval, Sapari joyfully hopped back to the roasted lamb to tend to the fire and continue cooking. Clearly, her demeanor reflected her happiness. Watching her jubilant expression, Reg smiled and shook his head with a sense of resignation. Perhaps this is the essence of a child's innocence, the ability to think of nothing, to be devoid of worries, truly a state to be envied. As I pondered this, I observed Sapari skillfully severing a leg of lamb, presenting it before Reggie with a bright smile. "Your Highness, the lamb is roasted to perfection. Please indulge." Reggie chuckled at the sight of the offering, gently ruffling her hair as he accepted the leg. "You should eat first. Afterward, let us pack our belongings and prepare for departure tomorrow." Upon hearing Reggie's words, Sapari nodded enthusiastically and dashed toward the roasted lamb, eagerly tearing into a piece. While savoring the meat, Reggie contemplated his forthcoming training regimen. The most pressing need was to enhance his combat prowess and physical strength. However, with the assistance of the gravity bracelets, even without rigorous training, adjusting the gravity multiplier could yield similar results, albeit at a slower pace. After finishing dinner, Sapari retired to their wooden abode for the night, while Reggie reclined against a tree, mulling over their impending journey and plans. Reflecting on potential destinations, it seemed that Earth was their only viable option. Planet Vegeta had been obliterated, and Planet Wampa's harsh environment offered little in terms of entertainment. Earth appeared to be the sole destination. Resolute in his decision, he added, "We shall also seek out the Dragon Balls on Earth." Previously, the lack of a Dragon Ball radar had deterred him from searching for them on Earth, prompting the choice to venture to the more distant Namek. Now, however, the journey to Earth was purely for leisure, and he believed that 2 years would suffice to gather the Dragon Balls. As for any wishes to be made, that could be addressed in due course. With tomorrow's plans firmly established, he surrendered to slumber beneath the tree. The following morning, Sapari roused Reggie with a cheerful inquiry, "Your Highness, where shall our journey take us next?" To her question, Reggie replied, "We are bound for Earth." Sapari, clearly puzzled, asked what sort of place is Earth. In the original narrative, Earth was marked by Frieza as a lowly, fringe planet. Had it not been for Goku's brother Raditz seeking him out to invite him into the Saiyan squad, he likely would never have set foot on Earth in this lifetime. Thus, when Sapari inquired, Reggie was not the least bit surprised and answered patiently, "Earth is where I trained previously. It boasts a pleasant environment. However, once we arrive, you must refrain from causing any disturbances." Reggie nodded in satisfaction at Superi's earnest promise. "I shall not stir up any trouble, Your Highness." With the assurance given, they boarded their respective spacecraft, ready to embark toward Earth. The journey was long, the distance from their current planet considerable. At least 2 months would be required, so they activated their hibernation mode. After enduring the lengthy voyage, Reggie and Sapari finally arrived on Earth. As the hatch opened, Sapali was the first to emerge, exclaiming, "After sleeping for 2 months, I'm famished. I wonder if there is anything delicious to eat?" Hearing her words, Leg, who followed behind, replied with exasperation, "You truly are a glutton, always thinking about food." He shook his head and sighed in resignation. Chapter 24. A New Way to Harness Power. The Twin Dragon Fist. The two dragons play with pearls. Leg decided to scout the area for something to eat. Fortunately, they had landed in a forest, where foraging for sustenance would not be a challenge. With this thought, Leg took to the skies, searching for any sizable prey. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a dinosaur. Discovering a dinosaur in the forest seemed quite reasonable. It appeared that the dinosaur had also noticed Leg. With a roar, it charged in his direction. Watching the dinosaur rush towards him, Leg found it amusing that he wouldn't even need to chase it down. Minutes later, as he gazed at the dinosaur roasting on the grill, he mused, "This is the first time I've ever tasted dinosaur. I wonder what it will be like." Beside him, Sapali was nearly drooling and turned to Leg eagerly, asking, "Your Highness, when will this giant be ready?" After calculating the time in his mind, Leg replied, "It should be nearly done. Why don't you tear off a leg and start eating?" Upon hearing his words, Sapali dashed to the roasted dinosaur, tore off a leg, and began to feast. As she munched away, she exclaimed, "This is absolutely delectable." Seeing Sapali struggling to speak through her mouthful, Leg sighed, "Take your time. No one is competing with you." With that, he too tore off a leg and began to eat. After just a bite, Leg was astonished, declaring, "The dinosaur leg is surprisingly delicious. It tastes like a delightful blend of chicken and fish." With several bites, he finished the entire leg and glanced towards Sapali, who had already devoured half of the dinosaur and was now sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Observing Sapali sleeping soundly, Leg remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Truly, all you do is eat and sleep. When will you ever grow up?" In resignation, Leg decided to carry Sapali and place her inside the spaceship for some rest before heading to a nearby city. After purchasing some essential supplies, he needed to finalize his living arrangements. After some time, Leg had secured both his necessary items and accommodation. As for the source of his funds, they all came from the gold coins dropped by the mischievous lizard. Once he retrieved Sapali and allowed her to choose a room, Leg proceeded to practice on the surface of the sea. The house he had purchased was a seaside villa, providing a tranquil environment for his training without any disturbances. In order to prevent his aura from affecting the earth, he had long ago established spatial magic around himself. Standing upon the surface of the sea, he prepared to commence the next phase of his training. Although he currently possessed sufficient strength, his repertoire of techniques remained somewhat limited. With only the ultimate flash and dragon fist at his disposal, Reg sought to develop new skills. Previously, he had fused the combat experience of Samuel, achieving a level of muscle memory in various fighting techniques. Furthermore, Samuel's mastery over power revealed to Reg a different perspective. His ability to perfectly control his energy resembled a mastery over his internal force, akin to a refined control over his own vitality. In contrast, Samuel's command over power appeared to emanate outward, creating an invisible armor that enveloped him. Additionally, there existed an effect akin to enchantment, allowing one to attach their essence to objects. Samuel also possessed the capability to dominate his opponent, enveloping them in his aura to manipulate their movements. In the Dragon Ball universe, such effects could be achieved through the mastery of the God Ki transformation. Having comprehended Samuel's approach to power control, Reg set his sights on achieving perfect mastery and embarked on his training. However, controlling external power proved to be significantly more challenging than mastering internal force. The cultivation of internal energy resembled balancing on a single foot atop a log, evading all incoming attacks without faltering. Conversely, mastering external energy required not only this balance, but also foresight. When the log beneath him crumbled, he had to leap to another while simultaneously dodging invisible strikes. Thus, the difficulty of Reg's training far exceeded that of achieving perfect control over his aura. Fortunately, time was on his side, and, after nearly 6 months of diligent practice, he finally completed his training. In addition to mastering power control, Reg also trained in the art of ambidextrous combat, a technique he had encountered in a martial arts novel from his past life. While not an overwhelmingly powerful skill, its functionality greatly aided him in his current endeavors. The essence of ambidextrous combat allowed him to execute different techniques with each hand, for instance, using his left hand for the ultimate flash and his right for the dragon fist. The training was not particularly arduous. It involved drawing squares with the left hand while simultaneously drawing circles with the right. Both must be completed without the slightest deviation for the practice to be deemed successful. The rationale behind mastering this skill was to lay the groundwork for future techniques that required the simultaneous execution of identical skills. At this moment, standing upon the sea's surface, Reg had reached the pinnacle of his power control after such extensive training, both internally and externally. With his eyes now opened, he proclaimed, "It is finally time to embark on the next stage." As he spoke, he began to concentrate his energy in his hands. As the energy amassed, 2 ethereal dragons began to materialize above his palms. Now, Rhaegar employs the Dragon Fist, aided by the technique of mutual combat, enabling him to utilize the double Dragon Fist. As his power amassed to a critical point, instead of unleashing the Dragon Fist, Rhaegar placed both hands before his chest. He then began to separate his hands, tracing a circle in front of him. Subsequently, Rhaegar commenced his striking, executing a form reminiscent of the Tai Chi practiced by the elders of his past life. The charged Dragon Fist energy in his hands followed the rhythm of his strikes, manifesting as an ethereal dragon behind his fists. As the tempo of Rhaegar's punches accelerated, the twin dragons detached from his hands, swirling around him. This phenomenon was a result of his prior training in power control. With the speed of the 2 dragons increasing, Rhaegar seemed to sense something, suddenly opening his eyes and exclaiming, "Double Dragon Fist." The 2 dragons play with the pearl. Upon uttering this, he thrust his hands forward, and the 2 dragons surged ahead in tandem with his motion. They began to spiral around each other in midair, ultimately colliding in a spectacular explosion. The ocean surface was violently disrupted, leaving a gaping hole that would take some time to fill with water. This was the outcome of Rhaegar having restrained most of his power. Surveying the destruction he had wrought, Rhaegar nodded in satisfaction and mused. Though the might of the 2 dragons playing with the pearl is formidable, the charge time is excessively long. My next phase of training should focus on shortening this charge time, aiming to condense it to mere seconds. Chapter 25. The Significance of the Earth Dragon Balls. A first arrival in the Star Journey world. With this goal in mind, Rhaegar trained diligently for nearly 6 months. Indeed, the charge time for the 2 dragons playing with the pearl has diminished significantly, now achievable within 10 seconds. During this half-year, aside from this endeavor, another matter occupied Rhaegar's attention. He had successfully collected 5 Dragon Balls, leaving only the Turtle Hermit's 3-star ball and Gohan's 4-star ball to obtain. Previously, Rhaegar had issued a bounty of 100 million for each Dragon Ball, disseminated worldwide. A year had elapsed since the announcement of the bounty, and he had nearly forgotten about it. If not for someone suddenly calling him, indicating that his bounty had been claimed, he might have completely overlooked the matter. Gazing at the 5 Dragon Balls before him, Rhaegar pondered in silence. He felt he had no particular wishes to fulfill, and even if he did, the Earth Dragon Balls seemed inadequate, unless Dandy were to come and upgrade them. Contemplating this, Rhaegar found himself losing interest in the Dragon Balls entirely. However, discarding them was not an option, for these artifacts were pivotal to the fates of the main characters in the early stages. Without the Dragon Balls, it was uncertain whether they would ever reunite in the future, a thought that left Rhaegar in a quandary. With that in mind, Rhaegar devised a plan to place these Dragon Balls in locations previously encountered by the main characters. After speaking, he picked up the 1-star Dragon Ball. In Rhaegar's memory, it seemed that this Dragon Ball was located at Bulma's home. This very reason led Bulma to create the Dragon Radar, which subsequently influenced the unfolding of events. Holding all the Dragon Balls, he soared towards the horizon, where Bulma's residence was presumably the Capsule Corporation. It could be said that anyone living on Earth had utilized the capsules produced by their company. Reg merely needed to inquire slightly to ascertain the whereabouts of the Capsule Corporation. Upon locating it, he tossed the 1-star Dragon Ball into the swimming pool of their backyard and departed. His next destination was Fire Mountain, where, according to the original story, the Bull Demon King also possessed a Dragon Ball. Upon arriving at Fire Mountain, he directly hurled the 6-star Dragon Ball towards the Bull Demon King's abode, not concerning himself with whether it might strike someone. As for the remaining Dragon Balls, he decided to leave their fate to chance, dispersing them into the desert, forest, and near the Red Ribbon Army's base. If the Red Ribbon Army failed to locate the Dragon Balls, there would be no ensuing conflict with the main characters. After completing these tasks, he returned home, reflecting, I could truly have too much idle time on my hands, having squandered 500 million. Although, money holds little significance for me now. Following this, he prepared to resume his training. Thus, he practiced for nearly another year until the cool-down period for the dimensional world finally concluded. Standing upon the surface of the sea, Reg addressed the dimension in his mind. Open the fighter panel. Dimensional fighter, Reg, power level, super galactic level, full power, bloodline, ancient transcendent bloodline, multiversal level, talent, adaptability, potential burst, limit enhancement, special augmentation, power of miracles, special abilities, energy simulation technique, energy solidification technique, items, intermediate magical talent, advanced magic compendium, spatial bracelet, 5,000 cubic meters, armed magic, dimensional world, available, void arena, cooling down. After reviewing the system panel, he instructed the dimension, utilize the dimensional world. The dimension responded, dimensional world has been activated. Teleporting, as the dimension initiated the teleportation, a column of light rose beneath Reg, lifting him away from this world. When Reg opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a peculiar city, inhabited by individuals with unusual features. Some had 3 hands, others bore 2 heads. Were it not for the distinct art style, Reg might have believed he had been transported to a Cthulhu-inspired realm. He then inquired of the dimension, what world have I arrived in? Upon hearing Reg's question, the dimension replied, scanning in progress. Scan complete. You are currently in the world of Star Odyssey. Upon hearing the response from the dimensional being, Reg contemplated and remarked, Star Journey? How astonishing that it has transported me to this realm. He then inquired, what is my task this time? To which the dimensional entity replied, your mission is to acquire a rainbow stone. Upon learning that his task was to obtain a rainbow stone, Reg began to ponder just how many individuals in the original narrative possessed such a gem. Although few were fortunate enough to own a rainbow stone, he was acquainted with most of them. After deep reflection, Reg set his sights on the Crimson Eye within the Galactic Eye. Moreover, if it were not for the Crimson Eye, McDonn would not have mastered the Shadow Vine technique. As Reg walked, he contemplated how to locate the Crimson Eye. At that moment, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, drawing his attention to a modest eatery, which appeared to have been hastily established. With a sense of curiosity, Reg approached, and soon spotted a familiar figure accompanied by a rabbit. The figure clad in red called out to Reg, "Welcome, esteemed guest. What would you like to dine on?" This exuberant greeting nearly caused Reg to experience a moment of auditory ringing. Beside him, the rabbit expressed discontent towards the individual in red, saying, "Hey, your boisterous shouting might scare away the customers." Unfazed, the figure in red replied, "Nonsense. Look, the patron is still here, isn't he? So fret not. Everything will be just fine." Observing the playful banter between the two, Reg deduced their identities. The figure in red was none other than McDon, the protagonist of Star Journey, and the rabbit must be Gudo. Reg then addressed McDon, "All right, my good sir, please serve me every dish from your menu." Upon hearing Reg's request, both McDon and Gudong shifted their attention towards him. Gudong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "A wealthy patron has arrived. Completing this order will cover the ship's supply expenses." At that moment, McDon regarded Reg with utmost seriousness and stated, "I can present every dish, but you must consume them all. Otherwise, it would be a slight against the chef." Gone was McDon's previous playful demeanor, replaced instead by a look of earnestness. Gudong, catching wind of McDon's words, exclaimed in alarm, "You fool. Do you realize how long it would take to gather enough money if we missed this order?" With that, he and McDon resumed their playful squabbling. Seeing McDon's serious expression, Reg chuckled wryly and assured him, "Rest assured, I shall finish every morsel, for I abhor food wastage." At Reg's words, McDon's previously stern countenance transformed into a cheerful grin as he replied, "Very well, esteemed guest. Your dishes will be ready shortly." With that, he hurried off to the kitchen to prepare. Chapter 26. Those Who Believe in Miracles. The Power to Distort Reality. After a while, an array of dishes was presented on the dining table. Upon the arrival of the final bowl of noodles, Reg turned to McDonald and said, "Esteemed guest, your meal is ready. Make sure to eat and drink to your heart's content." Upon witnessing the sumptuous spread laid out before him, Reg nodded appreciatively at McDonald and picked up his chopsticks to commence his meal. As Reg's pace of consumption accelerated, the plates began to stack higher, and with wide eyes, Gulong exclaimed, "This is quite extraordinary. Could he possibly be some renowned big eater?" Meanwhile, McDonald remained unfazed, chuckling as he remarked, "Isn't this splendid? If he finishes everything, it would essentially be a tacit endorsement of my culinary skills." After some time, Reg placed the last plate on the table, let out a satisfied burp, and declared, "I've longed to taste the dishes crafted by McDonald. When I saw him prepare such a grand feast on television, I couldn't help but salivate." Once satiated, Reg retrieved a large bag of gold coins from his spatial bracelet and placed it on the table, addressing McDonald, "Boss, I'll leave the payment here. Your cuisine is delightful, and I shall return if the opportunity arises." As he finished speaking, he seemed to recall something and continued, "Consider this a little tip for you. Perhaps it will come in handy someday." With that, he tossed a colorful glass bead to McDonald. McDonald, puzzled, gazed at the glass bead in his hand and inquired, "Esteemed guest, what is this? It feels oddly familiar, but I cannot place it." In response to McDonald's inquiry, Reg merely smiled and said, "You will understand in due time. It is ultimately beneficial for you." With those words, he departed from the quaint establishment. The glass bead Reg had given to McDonald was a manifestation of the miraculous power he had concentrated within himself during the intervals of his meal. The reason he wished to bestow this miraculous energy upon McDonald was inspired by a statement made by him in the past. It was precisely this remark that endeared McDonald to Reg, for he represented a cherished part of Reg's childhood. Reg closed his eyes, reminiscing about McDonald's classic quotes. "Those who believe in miracles are inherently as magnificent as the miracles themselves, are they not?" Given McDonald's unwavering belief in miracles, Reg pondered what kind of chemical reaction might occur if he granted him this miraculous power. This notion intrigued Reg, who simultaneously sensed something peculiar about McDonald. He detected a foreign aura emanating from him, one that was not as warm as McDonald's usual presence. Instead, it was chillingly cold. It was evident that McDonald had fallen victim to the shadow enchantment. By seeking out a presence similar to that of the shadow enchantment, Reg knew he could locate the red eye. With this in mind, he did not hesitate to pursue the trail of that similar essence in search of the red eye. As Reg soared swiftly through the atmosphere, he breached the veil of this planet, ascending into the vastness of cosmic space. With eyes closed, he once again savored that familiar essence. In the depths of darkness, he was suddenly enveloped by a crimson aura, the very essence of the red eye. Opening his eyes, Reg gazed in the direction from whence the aura emanated and set forth towards it. After an indeterminate duration of flight through the cosmos, he finally alighted upon a black planet, halting his journey. Peering down at the barren sphere, he murmured, "The red, I must be on this planet." With that, he descended towards its surface. Upon landing, he surveyed the surrounding desolation, noting the utter lifelessness of the world. Yet, undeterred, he continued to sense the aura, flying towards a specific point. At last, he arrived at the edge of a precipice, where he encountered an individual with striking red hair. Styled in a distinctive fashion, this was none other than the Red Eye of the galaxy. At that moment, the Red Eye seemed to perceive Reed's presence. Turning to him with a query, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Reed refrained from directly addressing the inquiry, instead stating, "I have no time for idle chatter. Let's conclude this swiftly." In an instant, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he lunged towards the Red Eye, delivering a fatal strike before the latter could react. The Red Eye, now taken aback, stared at Reed in astonishment, exclaiming, "How can you be so fast?" Without engaging in further dialogue, Reed extended his hand, and with that motion, a gaping wound appeared where the Red Eye's heart once resided, blood spilling forth from a gash. The Red Eye, attempting to articulate something, ultimately succumbed to the ground, defeated. Observing the lifeless body, Reed sighed, "A mere planetary-level warrior, yet you struggled so." According to the lore of the Star Odyssey, the strongest beings are but galaxy-level. Is this not a blatant display of overwhelming superiority? He approached the corpse, swiftly retrieving the rainbow stone from the Red Eye's form. Holding the radiant gem, Reed mused, "I suppose this marks my first act of murder." Reflecting on the encounter, he felt no revulsion, but dismissed the thought. He directed his thoughts towards the dimensional consciousness in his mind, stating, "I have acquired the rainbow stone. Can I now complete my task?" Upon hearing Reed's declaration, the dimension responded, "Task completed. Reward being issued. Reward released. Power to distort reality." Curious about the nature of his reward, Reed inquired, "What is the utility of the power to distort reality?" The dimension replied, "Power to distort reality possesses the ability to rewrite the rules of existence. Should the user meet the requisite strength, they can permanently alter the regulations of an entire universe." Upon finishing the introduction, Reg's expression turned peculiar as he remarked, "Isn't this akin to the reality stone from Marvel? Possessing the ability to rewrite the rules of reality." Reg's first thought was of the reality stone wielded by the purple potato spirit. However, it is slightly more potent than the cinematic version of the reality stone, yet less powerful than its comic counterpart, with the capacity to permanently alter the laws of the universe. The purple potato spirit initially collected 6 infinity stones to enact such changes. Otherwise, had he possessed the reality stone at that moment, he could have directly transformed the universe's rules, resulting in the annihilation of half of all life across the cosmos. Contemplating this, Reg shook his head and addressed the dimension. "May I return now?" To be frank, he was also curious about how McDonald fared. However, his wife remained at home, and he could not allow her to languish like a solitary elder, waiting alone. In response to Reg's inquiry, the dimension replied, "Task objective completed. Initiating return teleportation." With that, a brilliant light enveloped him. When Reg opened his eyes again, he found himself back home. At that moment, Sapali, who had just awakened, emerged from her room and looked at Reg, inquiring, "Your Highness Reg, where have you been? I searched for you everywhere." Sapali then sniffed Reg as if detecting something. She exclaimed, "Your Highness Reg, you secretly indulged in delicious food without me. I refuse to let this go. I want to eat too." With that, she began to throw a tantrum on the floor, clamoring for Reg to buy her something to eat. Chapter 27. The plot officially begins. Transform into Super Saiyan 4. Observing Supali's antics on the ground, Reg sighed, all right, I shall prepare something tasty for you." Upon hearing Reg's words, Sapali immediately ceased her fussing, stood up, and declared, "Your Highness Reg, you must keep your word." Without waiting for Reg to respond, she bounced her way toward the living room. Reg gazed at Sapali, bemused and mused indeed. There is no meal that cannot resolve a situation. If there were, I would simply prepare another. Sighing in resignation, just as he was about to commence cooking, Reg had a sudden thought and asked, "Could I not use the power of reality distortion to conjure a dish directly?" Resolute, he closed his eyes to harness the power of reality distortion within him, recalling the noodles that McDonald had made. As the energy coalesced, the space before him began to warp, and ultimately, a bowl of noodles materialized out of thin air. Reg gazed at the noodles on the table, his heart fluttering with apprehension as he took a bite. To his relief, the flavor was identical to the noodles he had enjoyed at McDonald's. Reg repeated the previous process, manifesting all the dishes he had savored from McDonald's. Observing the replicated dishes on the table, Reg nodded with satisfaction and subsequently beckoned Supari to join him for a meal. Supari gazed at the spread before him, his eyes sparkling with delight, exclaiming, "What are these? They appear incredibly delicious." Before Reg could elucidate the origins of the dishes, Supari had already seized a bowl of noodles and commenced eating. Noticing Supari's tendency to consume anything delectable, Reg resignedly remarked, "Very well, you may eat first. I shall take my leave for training." Without awaiting a response from Supari, he departed. When Reg returned to the CS surface, he addressed the Dimension. "Open the fighter panel." The Dimension replied, "Dimension Fighter, Reg. Power level, Supergalactic, Full Power Supergalactic. Bloodline, Ancient Transcendent Bloodline, Multiverse Level. Talent, Adaptability, Potential Eruption, Limit Enhancement. Special Augmentation, Miracle Power. Special Abilities, Energy Simulation Technique, Energy Solidification Technique, Reality Distortion Power. Items, Intermediate Magical Talent, Advanced Magic Compendium, Spatial Bracelet, 5,000 cubic meters, Armed Magic. Dimension World, Cooling Down, Void Arena, Cooling Down. Upon seeing the Reality Distortion Power categorized under Special Abilities, Reg expressed his surprise. Does the Reality Distortion Power not significantly enhance one's strength? After reflecting on its utility, Reg felt a sense of clarity and remarked in simple terms, "I possess an infinite opportunity akin to the Dragon Balls. Whatever I lack, I can conjure with mere thought, which is rather convenient." With this understanding, he dismissed any concerns regarding the Reality Distortion Power's utility and commenced his training for the day. However, empowered by the Reality Distortion Power, Reg replicated 4 gravity bracelets. He discovered that a single bracelet could only be adjusted to a maximum of 100,000 times, equivalent to 1,000,000 times Earth's gravity. Having acclimatized to such gravity a year prior, Reg sought to replicate several bracelets through the Reality Distortion Power to test the results. Clearly, his endeavor succeeded, and the functionalities were identical. Regrettably, the gravitational effects of the 4 bracelets were additive rather than multiplicative. Nevertheless, with 4 gravity bracelets, Reg anticipated being able to train for an extended period. As Reg continued his training day by day, time gradually slipped away. After 2 years, the official narrative was poised to commence. Reg hovered in the air above Bun Mountain, concealing his energy, and observed the inaugural encounter between Sun Wukong and Bulma. Together, they set off in search of the Dragon Balls, only to encounter the desert bandit Yamcha along the way. Following a skirmish with Sun Wukong, Yamcha was defeated, but subsequently forged a friendship with him. Reg watched the unfolding events below, marveling at how they mirrored those he had witnessed in his previous life. Steadily progressing as expected. After a brief period of observation, Reg had lost interest, for he was not one to indulge in voyeurism. With this thought in mind, he took flight, returning to his abode to continue his training. During this period of rigorous practice, Reg had finally acclimated to the limitations imposed by the 4 gravity bracelets. Clenching his fists, he declared, "It is time to transcend into Super Saiyan 4. With that, Reg executed a swift instant transmission, arriving on Mars. This technique was one he had developed through training, inspired by the abilities of Saiga. In the original narrative, Saiga had also demonstrated his own instant transmission capabilities, which Reg had emulated through his miraculous powers. However, the drawback was that he could only teleport to locations imbued with his own energy signature. Reg was acutely aware of the potency of his own aura. Should he unleash even the slightest fraction of it, Earth would face annihilation. Thus, he utilized an energy solidification technique to render his aura tangible, enabling him to arrive at a cavern on Mars, thus achieving the desired teleportation effect. This maneuver bore a resemblance to the Flying Thunder God technique from Naruto, but he thought little of that as long as it proved effective. Nevertheless, Reg remained cautious, casting an additional 20 layers of spatial magic across the surface of Mars to prevent any leakage of his energy from jeopardizing Earth. Once all was in place, Reg began to coalesce a sphere of light in his hands. This ability, known as the Artificial Moon, was an essential skill possessed by all elite Saiyan warriors. As the luminous orb took shape, Reg hurled it into the sky. Observing the sphere, it felt as though a monstrous entity within him was awakening. Akin to a colossal ape, as Reg became increasingly attuned to this transformation, his physique expanded dramatically, fully morphing into an enormous great ape. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The fur covering his giant form began to shift in hue, ultimately transforming into a resplendent golden color. Reg had now completely transitioned into a golden great ape. However, he understood that this was far from a conclusion. Reg then commenced the gradual compression of his power. As he concentrated his might, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly formidable, and his size began to diminish. The golden fur first morphed into a vibrant red, while his hair reverted to its usual black, and crimson markings appeared beneath his eyes. Upon fully reverting to his humanoid form, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. As this energy radiated outward, 10 of the 20 layers of spatial magic he had previously set up crumbled in an instant. Reg had thus fully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Sensing the immense power coursing through him, he inquired of Dimension, "What is my current strength?" Dimension replied, "Super Galaxy level, full power, universe level." Hearing this response, Reg nodded in satisfaction, stating, "After such prolonged training, I have finally attained cosmic level strength. As long as I do not encounter a being of angelic proportions, I possess ample confidence to engage in battle." At this moment, Reg inquired of Dimension once more, "When shall the Void Arena be ready?" Dimension replied, "In 1 year." Upon hearing this, Reg began to contemplate how to spend the forthcoming year. He recalled that the Dragon Ball world is composed of 12 universes. If he found himself bored within this universe, perhaps he could seek amusement in another. With this thought, he resolved to act. Ever since acquiring the power to distort reality, transcending the barriers of worlds had become a trivial challenge for him. However, before embarking on his journey, he felt it necessary to return home and inform Sapari, to spare her any undue worry. When Sapari learned that Reg would be leaving for an extended period and would not be returning, she became anxious and exclaimed, "Does His Highness Reg no longer want me? Have I done something wrong? I am sorry. Please do not abandon me." As her agitation escalated, tears began to well up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Reg, observing her distress, felt at a loss for words and replied, "Can you not cry so easily? Moreover, I am not leaving for good. This is part of my training. I shall return bearing delightful treats." Upon hearing Reg's reassurance, Sapari slowly calmed down and asked, "Really?" Reg, gazing at her pitiable expression, responded with a hint of exasperation, "Of course it's true. Have I ever deceived you?" After hearing his words, Sapari extended her little pinky towards him and proposed, "Then let us make a pinky promise. If you lie, you shall become a puppy." Since Reg's return from the world of Star Journey, the tales he shared captivated Sapari, particularly the concept of a pinky promise, which intrigued her immensely. No matter the task at hand, she would desire to seal it with a promise. Observing Sapari's outstretched pinky, Reg shook his head in resignation and extended his own. After sealing their promise, Reg instructed her, "Remember to eat on time. The provisions in the basement should suffice for a month." Sapari nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, waving farewell to Reg behind her. Arriving at a desolate location, Reg harnessed his power of reality distortion to open a portal. Standing before the portal, he hesitated momentarily, observing it with caution. After all, this was his inaugural journey across universes, and the success of such an endeavor remained uncertain. After contemplating for a brief moment, and sensing no imminent danger, Reg boldly stepped through the portal. A wave of dizziness enveloped him, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself amidst the remnants of a desolate ruin. Reg did not pay heed to these matters and soared into the sky, gazing down at the ruins below. From the architectural remnants, he could ascertain that these structures were indeed of earthly origin. As Reg pondered the peculiar world he had entered, a sudden explosion echoed in the distance. Although he was unaware of the cause, he flew towards the source of the commotion. Upon arriving at the scene, he beheld a humanoid monstrosity resembling a green cockroach, wreaking havoc all around. Recognizing the creature's visage, Reg immediately identified it as Cell, the second-generation antagonist from Dragon Ball Z, and it appeared to have evolved into its ultimate form. With a hint of confusion, Reg inquired of the Dimension, "In which world am I presently located?" The Dimension replied, "Dragon Ball world." Hearing this response, Reg felt a tinge of exasperation, but continued, "I am well aware that I am in the Dragon Ball realm. What I seek to know is the specific timeline." In response to Reg's inquiry, the Dimension explained, "Dragon Ball world Despair timeline." Perplexed by this new information, Reg questioned, "What exactly constitutes the Despair timeline?" In the canon he was familiar with, there existed a future timeline with the presence of the androids and a parallel universe from GT. Yet he had never encountered any mention of a Despair timeline. As he contemplated this, Reg meticulously recalled details from the original narrative, and eventually remembered a brief segment of the story, which was scarcely elaborated upon, spanning only a couple of episodes. In the original tale, the androids discovered another time machine in a valley, which could very well be the device utilized by the androids in this timeline. With this in mind, he turned to the dimension once more and asked, "Why is this timeline referred to as the Despair Timeline?" The dimension responded, "The villains present in the Despair Timeline are as follows: Ultimate Form Cell, Majin Buu, Android Baby, Super 17, Super 1-Star Dragon, Golden Frieza. Moreover, they do not engage in mutual slaughter, but rather operate in a state of collaboration within this timeline." After absorbing this information, Reg was left utterly astounded, exclaiming, "No wonder it is termed the Despair Timeline. Who could possibly prevail in such a scenario? Cell, Majin Buu, and Frieza require no introduction, as anyone acquainted with Dragon Ball would recognize them. Yet, Android Baby, Super 17, and Super 1-Star Dragon are formidable bosses from the GT universe that embody despair. Android Baby, a creation of the Tuffles, is a lethal weapon with the ability to parasitize and absorb energy to grow stronger. It has possessed numerous individuals, including Vegeta and other Z warriors, and after an intense battle, Super Saiyan 4 Goku ultimately vanquished Baby by using the Kamehameha to send its core into the sun, resulting in its demise. Super Android 17 is the ultimate artificial being formed by the fusion of two androids, one from the realm of mortals and the other from the abyss of hell, possessing immense power. He effortlessly vanquished all the Z warriors, save for Son Goku, and, after a strenuous absorption of Goku's tenfold Kamehameha in his Super Saiyan 4 form, ultimately triumphed over him. The 1-Star Dragon, transformed by absorbing the powers of the other 6 Dragon Balls, embodies all the malevolent abilities of the evil dragons and was ultimately defeated by a spirit bomb condensed by Son Goku. Thus, this cannot be termed a realm of despair. What then truly defines a realm of hopelessness? At that moment, the android cell on the ground became aware of the formidable presence of the android Reg. Even without sensing his energy, the sight of such a large figure soaring through the sky was unmistakable. Cell addressed Reg, inquiring, "Who are you? Have you come to rescue these feeble beings?" He gestured towards a group of survivors who had just emerged from the rubble. Before Reg could respond, Cell continued, "However, it is regrettable that your heroic venture ends here." With that, Cell conjured a sphere of energy in his hand and hurled it towards the refugees. Contrary to Cell's expectations, Reg did not intervene to thwart the energy attack. Instead, he allowed the sphere to explode among the group of survivors. Surprised, Cell glanced at Reg and remarked, "I expected you to block that energy blast. Do you wish to join us?" The USL referred to included the other 5 bosses, excluding himself. Chapter 29, Instantaneously Annihilating Cell. A first encounter with the sister-in-law of this world. Upon hearing Cell's words, Reg shook his head and replied, "The law of nature is the survival of the fittest. There exists no absolute good or evil in this world, merely the self-directed performances of the strong." Contemplating Reg's statement, Cell found it intriguing and responded, "So, does that mean you intend to join us?" Reg, with a disdainful smile, retorted, "True strength is inherently solitary. Only the weak choose to band together." It was clear he was mocking Cell, the weakest among the 6 bosses. Cell, recognizing the derision, felt a vain throb on his forehead, but maintained a smile as he replied, "If that is the case, then perish." With that, he unleashed a wave of energy directed at Reg, causing a thick cloud of smoke to erupt. Cell turned to leave, convinced that he had dispatched Reg. However, according to the principle of smoke and injury, a larger cloud indicated lesser harm. From within the haze, Reg addressed Cell, "Is this truly the extent of your power? If this is all you possess, it doesn't even qualify as a warm-up for me." Upon hearing the words emerging from smoke, Cell was taken aback and turned to behold the unscathed Reg, astonishment etched on his face. "You, how is it possible that you are unharmed? What manner of monster are you?" Initially, Cell had believed himself to be invincible, yet formidable opponents continued to materialize, one after another, all of whom he could not conquer. The emergence of Reg shattered Cell's composure, leading him to directly question the nature of this creature before him. In response to Cell's inquiry, Reg simply stated, "Me? I am Saiyan." It was at this moment that Cell noticed the tail trailing behind Reg, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief, "But aren't the Saiyans long extinct?" Reg chose not to directly address Cell's question, instead asserting, "There is no need for me to waste my breath on you." The meaning of Reg's words eluded Cell, but in the next instant, Reg demonstrated precisely what he meant through action. Concentrating energy into his palm, Reg unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Cell. Taken by surprise, Cell attempted to defend himself with his own strength, but he could not withstand even a second, The entire creature, along with the surrounding structures, was obliterated by Reg's energy wave, leaving not a trace behind. Confirming Cell's inability to revive, Reg departed the scene, his destination now the Capsule Corporation, home of Bulma. Upon arrival, Reg descended toward the once opulent Capsule Corporation, now reduced to a state of disrepair with a gaping hole in the roof. As he entered, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the ruins, brandishing firearms and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Reg. Unfazed, Reg disregarded their futile attempts. Even standing still, they would struggle to breach his defenses. It appeared that this location had become a refuge for certain survivors. Yet, the assailants showed no signs of relenting. Growing impatient, Reg unleashed a burst of energy, sending them all sprawling. After this display, he continued his search for Bulma. Fortunately, Reg had previously sensed the energy emanating from Bulma. Although it was not as pronounced as that of seasoned martial artists, it was still detectable. Closing his eyes, he began to attune himself to the mingled energies in the air. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic auras, Reg detected a familiar presence. He was certain that this energy belonged to Bulma. With renewed resolve, he soared toward that direction. After flying for a while, Reg finally halted before a desolate ruin. Reg felt the presence of Bulma just beneath the ruins, clearly indicating that there might be a basement below. However, Reg refrained from demolishing the entire structure, as Bulma was, after all, his sister-in-law, and such an action would be rather impolite. Given Bulma's intelligence, he surmised that she had likely established some mechanisms nearby leading to the basement. Indeed, amidst their search, Reg discovered a combination lock. Unfortunately, he did not know the code, leaving him with no choice but to seek out any nearby cameras. Through his keen perception, he located a pinhole camera nestled within a crevice of stone. It was evident that this was a setup by Bulma. From this vantage point, she could easily see what transpired. With this in mind, Reg addressed the pinhole camera with a greeting. Moments later, an access panel near the combination lock opened, revealing a figure emerging from within, none other than Bulma herself. At that moment, Bulma regarded Reg with a complex expression and inquired, "Young man, who is your father? And what is his name?" Given that Reg was merely around 11 years old, being referred to as a child was hardly surprising. However, the direct question about his father led Reg to deduce Bulma's thoughts. He replied, "Let me clarify something. Vegeta is my brother, not what you might be assuming." The revelation that he was Vegeta's brother momentarily bewildered Bulma. Noticing her stunned silence, Reg continued, "I am not from this timeline. I have traversed from a past era, though not entirely from the past, but rather a parallel timeline." Upon hearing Reg's explanation, Bulma tentatively accepted his words and invited him into the basement for a respite. Reg, not wishing to decline, nodded in agreement and followed her inside. Once in the basement, Bulma poured a glass of water for Reg and sat opposite him, asking, "So, may I ask, how did you travel to this world? Did you use some extraordinary artifact?" Considering their familial relationship, it was fitting for Bulma to address Reg as older brother. Without reservation, Reg responded, "I possess no artifacts. I traversed to this world using my innate abilities." Afterward, he demonstrated his power by warping reality, conjuring a plate of steak upon the table before her. Observing Bulma's astonished expression, Reg further elucidated the nature of his ability. After hearing his explanation, Bulma exclaimed, "How can such an exaggerated power possibly exist in this world?" In response to her astonishment, Reg merely scoffed. "Even if something like the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish, can exist, why should my ability not be possible?" Chapter 30. The Situation of the Despairing Time. Upon hearing Reg's words, Bulma felt a sense of relief. Indeed, as Reg stated, the Dragon Balls are inherently a concept devoid of scientific rationale. Noticing that Bulma had regained her composure, Reg proceeded to the main topic, inquiring, "What has become of the Z fighters in this world? How did it come to be in such a state?" After a moment of silence, Bulma sighed and replied, "They perished long ago." This outcome confirmed Reg's suspicions, and he continued, "I remember you have a son named Trunks. Where is he now?" Bulma shook her head, replying, "Trunks has not returned since he last used the time machine." At this moment, Reg was certain that the time machine discovered in the valley in the original story was indeed the one utilized by future Trunks in this despairing timeline. However, Reg harbored another question. Logically, Cell should have already traversed to the past, so who was that Cell upon his arrival? With this query in mind, he asked Bulma, "After Trunks departed, did anything peculiar occur?" After pondering for a moment, Bulma seemed to recall something and said, "For several months after Trunks left, peace reigned, and Cell seemed to have vanished. However, this tranquility lasted only a few months before Cell reappeared, stronger than ever. Reflecting on Bulma's revelations and combining them with his own knowledge, Reg fell into a brief contemplation. At that moment, a possibility surfaced in his mind. Given Cell's nature, he was akin to a cunning adversary before evolving into his perfect form. It was only upon reaching that state that he became brazen and arrogant. In the original narrative, Cell traversed to the main universe precisely because the androids 17 and 18 in this timeline have been eliminated by Trunks. Without 17 and 18, Cell could not evolve into his perfect form. Thus, Cell would surely seek a way to achieve that evolution, which could only be accomplished by creating new versions of 17 and 18. Since both androids were artificial beings, as long as the original components were available, they could certainly be replicated. In his quest for the blueprints of 17 and 18, Cell might have stumbled upon his own original blueprint. Given Cell's character at that time, he would undoubtedly choose to replicate his memories and create a doppelganger in this timeline. Once he succeeded in creating his doppelganger, the next step would be to replicate 17 and 18. However, during the preparations, he unexpectedly learned of Trunks' possession of a time machine. Given the circumstances surrounding Cell at that time, it is unequivocally implausible that he would painstakingly craft 2 upgrade materials. He would undoubtedly resort to the time machine to procure 2 ready-made ones from another timeline. Consequently, after assassinating Trunks, he seized the time machine and ventured into the main universe, which led to the ensuing narrative. However, the doppelganger remaining in this timeline, due to the prolonged absence of the original, automatically initiated a hatching process. Bulma mentioned that peace prevailed for several months, which must have been the duration of Cell's incubation. Once hatched successfully, Cell, finding no time machine left in this world, had no choice but to laboriously manufacture 2 upgrade materials. Perhaps this is the very reason for the current predicament. After analyzing the situation, I conveyed this information to Bulma. Upon hearing the explanation from Reg, Bulma was initially taken aback, then sighed and remarked, "If only we had detected the anomaly sooner, we could have avoided all the subsequent troubles." Hearing her words, Reg sensed there was more to discuss and inquired, "You mentioned that subsequent events are all related to Cell. Why do you say that?" In response to Reg's question, Bulma did not hold back and began recounting events from years after Cell's domination of Earth. After listening to Bulma's account, Reg experienced a moment of clarity, simultaneously cursing Cell for his foolishness. From Bulma, he learned that several years after Cell's reign, an evil sorcerer named Babidi appeared. This sorcerer, aware of Cell's unmatched strength on Earth, sought to mock him and lure him into his trap through provocation. Naturally, Cell fell for it, and due to his arrogance, Babidi struck him down, siphoning off a significant portion of his energy. Utilizing this energy, Babidi successfully resurrected Majin Buu. However, this was far from the end. Shortly thereafter, a faction identifying themselves as Frisia's remnants emerged, employing the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frisia. Upon his revival, the Earth-S Dragon Balls were irrevocably tainted due to the wish granted. The 7 Dragon Balls morphed into 7 malevolent dragons, which commenced a brutal conflict on Earth, vying to determine the ultimate victor. Ultimately, the one-star dragon, resorting to devious tactics, betrayed the other evil dragons, absorbing their corrupted Dragon Balls to become the super one-star dragon. Simultaneously, the resurrected Frisia was oblivious to the extinction of the Saiyans. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, he embarked on a frenzied 4-month training regimen. During this training, he encountered the android Baby, who shared his deep-seated disdain for the Saiyans. In the original narrative, Baby was a weapon engineered by the Tuffles to combat the Saiyans, which ultimately forged an alliance between Frisia and Baby. In the depths of hell, Dr. Gero, creator of Cell, and Dr. Mew, creator of Baby, collaborated to engineer Hell's Android 17. Originally, in this timeline, Android 17 had already met his demise at the hands of Trunks, yet he was resurrected by Cell. Even though he was absorbed by Cell, a remnant of his existence lingered within Cell's being. This connection ultimately bridged the realms of Hell and the living world, resulting in Android 17 being forcibly extracted from Cell and merging with Hell's Android 17 to form Super 17. Due to the presence of Saiyan cells within Cell, even after the extraction, Android 17 remained in his ultimate state. With all the villains assembled, the universe began to shift into a new paradigm. Cell and Super 17 established a faction of artificial beings, while Frisia and Baby formed an evil coalition. Meanwhile, Super Yixing Long and Majin Buu represented a chaotic faction that refused to be controlled. Upon hearing this intelligence, the regions were left in shock. Was Cell not the epitome of foolishness? Why provoke trouble by creating such formidable adversaries? Without Cell, Majin Buu would not exist, and Bulma would have focused her attention, likely detecting the hidden remnants of Frieza. If Frieza's remnants had not achieved their desires, Frieza would not have been resurrected, and Super Ishinglong would not have come into being. Baby sought vengeance on the Saiyans, yet with so many planets in the universe, it was improbable that he would constantly fixate on Earth. He would merely glance and move on, resulting in fewer incidents on Earth. Thus, due to Cell's reckless actions, 5 formidable foes were unleashed. Chapter 31. The True Realization of the Underworld Communication. Reflecting on this, Reg sighed and said to Bulma, "You have truly endured a lot." Hearing Reg's words, Bulma sighed in response, nodding without uttering a word. At that moment, Reg inquired of Bulma, who currently occupies Earth, to which Bulma replied, "Based on the intelligence available, Cell and Super 17 are on Earth, and Super Ishinglong's presence should be detectable near Mars." Nodding at Bulma's information, Reg stated, "I've already dealt with Cell. Now, if we eliminate Super 17, Earth will be safe for a while." Bulma, shocked, exclaimed, "What? Cell has been defeated?" To Bulma's astonishment, Reg merely scoffed. It was merely the extermination of a green cockroach, yet the other adversaries are far from being as easily handled. After a while, a great battle may ensue, potentially causing global tremors. It would be wise for you to seek refuge in a relatively secure location. Understanding Reg's intentions, Bulma nodded seriously. At that moment, Reg added, "But before that, there is still one more matter to attend to." Upon hearing Reggie's words, Bulma responded with confusion, "Brother, what more do you wish to accomplish?" She could not fathom what could possibly be of greater significance than saving the world. In response to Bulma's inquiry, Reggie declared, "Certainly there is. Do you not wish to meet your husband?" Bulma, taken aback by Reggie's statement, exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, do you truly possess a means for me to see Vegeta?" Reggie nodded affirmatively and replied, "Of course. Have you forgotten the power of reality distortion I previously mentioned?" Bulma acknowledged, "I am indeed aware of that wondrous power." It then dawned on her as she queried, "Could that power enable me to meet Vegeta?" Reggie assured her, "Absolutely. I can traverse time and space. Breaking the barrier between reality and the mortal realm is but a trivial task for me." With that, he refrained from further discussion and prepared to initiate a video call. Concentrating his reality-distorting power in his right hand, Reggie traced a circle in the space before him. As the circle completed, the scene within began to shift, ultimately revealing the landscape of King Kai's planet. Through this portal, he called out to the distant figure of King Kai, "King Kai, there's a video call for you. Please connect." Initially startled by Reggie's voice, King Kai responded, "Video call? What sort of video call? Do such things even exist here?" Turning in curiosity, he made eye contact with Reggie. Upon recognizing him, King Kai froze momentarily before exclaiming, "Why you? Who are you? How did you appear here?" Reggie directly addressed him, "Oh, I have temporarily opened a passage between the mortal realm and the afterlife. Kindly summon Vegeta. Tell him his wife is seeking him." King Kai, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Oh, very well. I shall call him over shortly. Please hold on." His lack of astonishment regarding Reggie's breach of barriers stemmed from the prior incident involving Android 17, which perhaps dulled his sense of surprise. After a brief interval, 2 figures soared toward them, one clad in an orange martial arts GI and the other in a blue bodysuit. Upon landing, the individual in the blue bodysuit seized King Kai by the collar, threateningly stating, "If I discover this is not of utmost importance, do you believe I want to obliterate you right here?" It was evident that the figure in orange was Goku, while the one in blue was Vegeta. At this moment, King Kai, hearing Vegeta's threat, spoke in a flustered manner. Indeed, there are matters of great significance, which can be discerned with but a glance in that direction. With that, he gestured towards the portal that had been opened. Vegeta turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by the King Kai. Through the portal, he beheld Reg, who then inquired, "Who are you? What do you seek from me?" Upon hearing Vegeta's question, Reg did not respond directly, but instead addressed Bulma beside him, saying, "Well then, let's initiate a video call with your husband." At Reg's words, Bulma nodded with excitement. She looked towards the portal and, catching sight of Vegeta's figure, exclaimed joyfully, "Vegeta, it has been such a long time. How have you been faring over there?" At that moment, as Vegeta gazed at the familiar visage of Bulma, he was taken aback and stammered, "Why, you are Bulma." The sight of Bulma, now weathered, left him in disbelief. In response to Vegeta's words, Bulma, brimming with emotion, replied, "Yes, it is I, Bulma. It is truly wonderful to see you again." Tears began to flow down her cheeks. After all, Bulma had endured tremendous suffering. In this timeline, she had lost all her friends, her husband had perished, and tragically, even her son had fallen victim to assassination. For years, she had persevered alone, and now, finally able to see Vegeta, she could no longer contain her sorrow. Witnessing Bulma's tears, Vegeta, somewhat flustered, urged, Wait a moment, Bulma. Please do not cry just yet. Tell me, what has transpired?" Hearing Vegeta's plea, Bulma wiped her tears and began recounting the tribulations she had faced over the years. When she revealed that their son had been assassinated by Cell, she could no longer suppress her rage, exclaiming, "That despicable fiend! Who gave him the audacity?" This surge of fury triggered Vegeta's transformation, instantly morphing him into Super Saiyan 2. Having trained in hell with Goku for so long, Vegeta had fully mastered this transformation. Observing Vegeta's sudden change, Goku urged him to remain calm and to hear the entirety of the story first. Taking Goku's advice to heart, Vegeta gradually regained his composure and gestured for Bulma to continue. With Vegeta now calm, Bulma nodded and resumed her narrative. Upon hearing of the resurrection of Majin Buu, the revival of Frieza, and the Dragon Balls being tainted into the evil Super One-Star Dragon, as well as the significant events that had transpired in Hell affecting the mortal realm, both Goku and Vegeta stood in stunned silence. They could hardly fathom the multitude of occurrences that had transpired on Earth in their absence. At that moment, Reg approached and remarked, "Cell has been vanquished by my hand. Should you venture to Hell now, you might yet catch a glimpse of him." Reacting to Reg's words, Goku and Vegeta turned to him in unison and asked, "And who might you be?" Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Reg laughed softly and replied, "I hail from another dimension, though you are already aware of my origins." Vegeta, slightly puzzled by Reg's words, responded, "I know your origins? Who exactly are you that I should know your history?" To this, Reg directly remarked, "Have you forgotten so soon that I am your brother?" Vegeta stood there, utterly bewildered, unable to recall ever having a brother. At that moment, Reg provided a hint, stating, "I was banished due to my overwhelming power, and my name is Reg. Chapter 32, Goku's Challenge. The Battle with Super 17. Upon hearing Reg's hint, memories of what King Vegeta had once told him gradually became clear in his mind. Realizing this, Vegeta exclaimed in shock, with such formidable strength, "What brings you to Earth?" Goku, standing nearby, expressed his confusion, saying, "Vegeta, are you alright? He looks like just a child, and he doesn't seem that powerful." Reacting to Goku's skepticism, Vegeta shouted, "You have no comprehension of his might, so refrain from speaking carelessly. He possessed a battle power of 50,000 at birth, which is 50 times mine. Who knows how powerful he is now?" Goku, astonished, replied, "What? A battle power of 50,000 at birth?" After a moment, Goku recovered from his shock and excitedly turned to Reg, saying, "Hey Reg, if you have some time, how about a duel with me?" Initially taken aback, Vegeta then shouted at Goku, "You fool! He is my brother. If there is to be a fight, it shall be between us first. You stay back." Goku, still grinning, responded, "Come on, Vegeta, let me have this one. I promise I won't compete with you next time." Vegeta firmly declared, "Not a chance. I will not relinquish this opportunity. This battle is mine to claim." He then pointed his thumb at himself, striking a pose of confidence. Seeing Vegeta's smug demeanor, Goku's expression fell as he said, "Don't be like that, Vegeta. Letting me have this duel won't cost you anything." Suddenly, Goku conceived a clever idea and suggested, "How about this, Vegeta? Let's play rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets to duel Reg." To this, Vegeta proudly replied, "I have no time for such trivial games." At that moment, Goku employed a tactic to provoke Vegeta, saying, "Are you afraid of losing, or do you simply lack the skill?" It was evident that provocation was effective, as Vegeta bellowed at Goku, "Do not underestimate me. Do not think I could possibly lose at such a trivial game." With that, he engaged Goku in a game of rock, paper, scissors. After a brief period, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "What the hell? How could I lose, even at such a simple game?" Clearly, the game concluded with Goku's victory. Goku, still grinning mischievously, addressed Vegeta, "Apologies, Vegeta, but this time I must claim victory." He then turned his gaze towards Reg, adding, "When you visit the afterlife, remember to challenge me to a match. I eagerly anticipate that battle." Witnessing this exchange, Reg remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement. He refrained from interrupting Goku and Vegeta, as he too desired to engage in a contest. After all, the Saiyan bloodline is inherently combative. To deny a Saiyan the thrill of battle is akin to inflicting upon them a fate worse than death. At that moment, Reg turned to Bulma and stated, I shall not close this portal. Furthermore, I will utilize my own power to create a screen and camera to observe the unfolding battle. After this declaration, he directed his attention back to Goku and his companions, saying, "The purpose of this is to showcase the true power of the Saiyans." This assertion stemmed from his observation through the portal, where he noted their absence of tails, indicating they had yet to master the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing Reg's words, Goku and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring, "What do you mean by the true power of the Saiyans? If you're referring to the Super Saiyan transformation, we have already mastered it." With that, Goku demonstrated, effortlessly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Vegeta transitioned into Super Saiyan 2. Reg, acknowledging their transformation, remarked, "Indeed, the true power of the Saiyans encompasses the Super Saiyan transformation. However, how many levels of this transformation have you mastered?" In response to Reg, Goku and Vegeta questioned, "Isn't there are only 3 levels of the Super Saiyan transformation? Are there others?" Reg nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, there are additional transformations, and in due time, you will discover them." With that, he ceased further conversation, employing his power to distort reality to create a screen and camera. While Bulma certainly possessed similar equipment, its durability was uncertain. After handing the screen to Bulma, he exited the basement. Once outside, Reg utilized his energy to sense the location of Super 17, who remained on Earth. Upon pinpointing the location, he soared towards it. Meanwhile, Super 17 sat atop a desolate ruin, idly toying with a severed head. If one could observe closely, they would recognize that the head in his grasp belonged to Dr. Gero. In the original tale, Super 17, growing impatient with the commands of Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, ultimately chose to eliminate them. Clearly, in this timeline, Super 17 made the same fateful decision. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, casting his gaze towards the approaching Reg, detecting the presence of a formidable adversary. Super 17 smirked slightly and crushed the head beneath his foot. Just then, Reg arrived on the scene. Gazing down at Super 17, he queried, "Will you take your own life, or shall I send you on your way?" Upon hearing Reg's audacious proclamation, Super 17 paused momentarily before erupting into maniacal laughter. "Child, have you grown too arrogant?" With that, Super 17 unleashed his full power. As his energy surged, the surrounding buildings were instantly obliterated, leaving the area desolate. Observing the intensity of Super 17's aura, Reg scoffed, "Anyone can release energy. Do not presume that a mere display of strength can intimidate me." He then shifted his attention to a hidden camera in the distance, declaring, "Watch closely and learn. This is the true transformation of a Super Saiyan." With that, Reg began to unleash his own energy, rapidly augmenting his power, his body adorned with thick red fur and crimson rings forming beneath his eyes. Ah! With a resounding roar, he fully transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, far away in Bulma's basement, Goku and Vegeta stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Goku finally spoke. "Is this what Reg means by the true power of Saiyan?" Beside him, Vegeta remained silent, his clenched fists revealing his inner turmoil. Chapter 33, The Demise of Super 17. The Conspiracy of the Super One-Star Dragon. At that moment, witnessing the overwhelming aura emanating from Reg, Super 17 grew serious. Reg was still contemplating Super 17's current battle prowess. According to the original narrative, Super 17, who had not absorbed Goku's tenfold Kamehameha, possessed a combat strength roughly comparable to that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku at full power. However, upon absorbing the tenfold Kamehameha, Super 17's power was akin to that of both Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta at their peak. In this timeline, Super 17 had not yet clashed with Goku, suggesting his strength was likely at Super Saiyan 4's full capacity. Though Reg had only recently learned the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, with the enhancement of miraculous power, his own strength should reach the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4. With this thought, he felt no fear and arrogantly addressed Super 17. "Hasten your pace. I do not have the luxury of time to squander on you." Upon hearing these words from Reg, Super 17's forehead bulged with veins as he bellowed, "You little brat. Do not presume that a modicum of strength allows you to defeat me." With that, he charged directly at Reg, his arms outstretched. It was evident he intended to utilize the energy absorption devices on his hands to siphon Reg's power and augment his own. Observing his opponent's intent, Reg leaped upward, evading the oncoming assault. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful punch to Super 17's back. Struck by Reg's blow, Super 17 coughed up a mouthful of bile and plummeted downward. In that moment of descent, Reg pursued relentlessly, closing the distance rapidly. As Super 17 noticed Reg's swift approach, he hurriedly adjusted his position in mid-air, crossing his arms defensively across his chest to absorb Reg's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Super 17 swiftly created distance between them. Subsequently, he detached one of his arms, revealing a concealed machine gun, and unleashed energy blasts towards Reg. Observing the incoming projectiles, Reg remained unfazed, generating an energy barrier before him. However, seeing his attack thwarted, Super 17 charged at Reg once more, taking advantage of Reg's momentary distraction to deliver a punch to his face. The smoke provided cover, allowing Super 17 to land a hit before Reg could react, causing him to fall towards the ground. During this interval, Super 17 raised his arms above his head, channeling a significant portion of his power into his hands. Gradually, a black energy sphere began to form above him, swelling as he fed it energy. Once it reached a sufficient size, Super 17 declared, "Prepare to descend into hell, little brat." Hellball. He hurled the energy sphere towards Reg. As the sphere hurtled through the air, Reg remained unperturbed. He placed his right hand at his waist, gathering energy swiftly, as a golden dragon spirit began to swirl around his arm. As the energy projectile approached, Reg's dragon fist reached its full charge. He charged towards the Hellball, shouting, "Dragon Fist, unleash!" Instantly, a golden dragon manifested, racing towards the Hellball. The two formidable forces collided, generating shockwaves that shook the very foundations of the earth. This spectacle lasted mere moments before the Dragon Fist pierced through the Hellball, aiming directly at Super 17. Before Super 17 could react, the Dragon Fist struck him squarely in the chest, unleashing a wave of intense pain that jolted him into awareness. Ah! Upon hearing the anguished cries of Super 17, Reg did not show mercy. Instead, he exerted his strength and pierced through Super 17's entire chest. Sensing the rapid decline of his life force, Super 17 stiffly turned his head and addressed Reg, saying, "How is this possible? Why are you so powerful?" After uttering these words, he succumbed to death, plummeting from the sky. In response to his words, Reg remarked to Super 17's lifeless body, "It is not that I am too strong, but rather that you're too weak." To ensure that Super 17's remains would not be exploited by nefarious individuals, Reg unleashed a ki blast, reducing the body to mere ashes. Meanwhile, on Mars, the Super One-Star Dragon sensed the formidable energy fluctuations emanating from Earth. It became evident that Super 17 was engaged in combat with an unknown formidable adversary. However, after a brief skirmish, the powerful energy abruptly ceased. The Super One-Star Dragon discerned that the battle had concluded, and the victor was decidedly not Super 17. The aura surrounding the victor was unfamiliar, not resembling any known powerful being. Subsequently, the concealed presence stealthily approached Earth to ascertain the situation. Although the Super One-Star Dragon was exceedingly arrogant, it was not devoid of intelligence. It understood that the unknown often posed the greatest danger, a fundamental truth it recognized. As it gazed toward the source of the emitted power, it beheld a child adorned in crimson fur and a red tail. While the Super One-Star Dragon could not definitively identify the individual, it was certain that the child was a Saiyan. Upon confirming this information, it swiftly vacated the scene. At that moment, Reg also cast his gaze toward the spot where the Super One-Star Dragon had stood, fully aware that the Super One-Star Dragon had indeed been present. However, given the entity's nature, it was improbable that it would engage in an unprepared confrontation. Reg was confident that the adversary would not act recklessly. Indeed, as Reg anticipated, the Super One-Star Dragon merely glanced before departing. Having obtained the knowledge of the child's Saiyan heritage, the Super One-Star Dragon devised a plan. In its understanding, there were no greater adversaries to the Saiyans than Frisia and Baby. By informing them of the existence of a Saiyan on Earth, it was certain they would engage in conflict. The Super One-Star Dragon intended to capitalize on the ensuing chaos, reaping the benefits while both parties suffered losses. With its plan in place, it swiftly soared toward Frisia's base. Upon reaching Frisia's lair, the Super One-Star Dragon burst inside, triggering alarms throughout the facility. Ignoring the lesser threats, it flew directly to Frisia's location. Upon encountering Frisia, the Super One-Star Dragon proclaimed, "Frisia, I possess information that may pique your interest. Are you inclined to listen?" Frisia observed the audacity of the intruder storming into his base, intrigued by the information that was being relayed to him. "Oh ho, I wonder what intelligence Mr. One-Star Dragon possesses that merits your personal visit to convey it to me?" Being aware of formidable beings, such as the Super One-Star Dragon, Frisia had gleaned a modicum of information about his adversary. Chapter 34. Unraveling the Super One-Star Dragon's scheme. Dragging Majin Buu into the fray. Upon hearing Frisia's remarks, the Super One-Star Dragon divulged the knowledge he held, stating, "I have information regarding a Saiyan. I wonder if it piques your interest, Frisia?" At the mention of the Saiyan, veins throbbed on Frisia's forehead as he crushed the armrest of his chair into fragments. Despite this, he maintained his gentlemanly composure and smiled at the Super One-Star Dragon, saying, "Oh ho ho, Mr. One-Star Dragon, I am indeed intrigued by the tidings you bear. Would you be so kind as to elaborate?" Noticing that Frisia was captivated by his revelation, the Super One-Star Dragon thought that the bait was nearly set. Though he harbored such thoughts, his expression remained amiable as he replied, "Of course." He proceeded to share the information he possessed. Frisia was taken aback to learn that a Saiyan was on Earth and had slain Super 17. The allure of a formidable being, regardless of the world, is akin to a flame amidst the darkness, drawing attention. Frisia was well aware of Super 17. Their previous encounter had ended in a stalemate, both harboring disdain for one another due to Super 17's arrogance and Frisia's quest for vengeance on Earth. Thus, he recognized that a Saiyan capable of effortlessly dispatching Super 17 was not an opponent he could confront alone. As this realization dawned upon him, Frisia's demeanor darkened as he scrutinized the Super One-Star Dragon. "Mr. One-Star Dragon, your deliberate disclosure of this information to me cannot merely be for amusement. You do not intend to use me as a pawn, do you?" As he spoke, he unleashed his aura, causing cracks to form in the surrounding walls, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Yet the Super One-Star Dragon remained unfazed, responding, "Frisia, do not misconstrue my intentions. I share this information solely out of boredom. My revelation concerning the Saiyan is merely to witness the spectacle. And besides, you have your ally baby, do you not? Surely, the two of you can manage together. What benefit would there be for me in your struggle to the death?" As the ultimate antagonist of the GT universe, the Super One-Star Dragon's overall strength far exceeded that of Golden Frisia. Even if Frisia were to engage him, he would find himself outmatched. After contemplating the Super One-Star Dragon's words for a moment, Frisia finally replied, "The gentleman has graciously chosen to share such significant information with me, for which I am profoundly grateful. If time permits, I wonder if I might invite him for a drink?" Upon hearing Frisia's words, the Super One-Star Dragon simply smiled and replied, "Since this is an invitation from Frisia, I shall certainly accept the offer for a drink if time allows. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now." Upon hearing that the Super One-Star Dragon was about to depart, Frisia remarked, "Oh ho ho, since Mr. One-Star Dragon is leaving, I shall not see him off." The Super One-Star Dragon nodded in acknowledgement and exited. Once the other party had completely vanished from sight, Frisia's previously cheerful demeanor darkened considerably. It is evident that a figure capable of commanding the entire Frisia force is far from foolish. Frisia was acutely aware that the Super One-Star Dragon aimed to use him as a pawn, likely intending to reap the benefits after exhausting himself in battle. After all, in this world, there is no need for an abundance of powerful beings. Only the strongest must remain. Moreover, in the original narrative, the Super One-Star Dragon was born for the purpose of annihilating the universe. However, during the course of this destruction, he faced obstructions from other formidable beings. If the universe were to be destroyed, where would they find refuge? Before the arrival of Reg, there were 5 other bosses aside from the Super One-Star Dragon. Even if the Super One-Star Dragon were immensely powerful, provoking them could result in a collective assault that would leave him severely weakened, if not dead. Thus, prior to Reg's arrival, a stalemate had persisted, with neither side taking action. Now, with Reg's arrival disrupting this stalemate, the deaths of Cell and Super 17 have significantly alleviated the pressure on the Super One-Star Dragon. Consequently, he has decided to turn the situation to his advantage, orchestrating a confrontation that would leave both sides battered, allowing him to seize the opportunity to annihilate the universe unopposed. Nevertheless, persuading Frisia to relinquish his hatred towards the Saiyans is a task far more daunting than merely eliminating him. After much contemplation, an idea suddenly struck him, prompting him to address the soldier beside him. "Send someone to summon Majin Buu to Earth." Upon hearing Frisia's command, the soldier responded, "Understood." He then departed to relay the mission. Observing the departing soldier, Frisia unveiled a sly smile, clearly indicating his intent to bring Majin Buu to Earth to confront the Saiyans. Although Majin Buu's strength may not be sufficient to deal with that Saiyan, for in the original tale, His power lies somewhere above Super Saiyan 3 Goku and below Super Saiyan 4 Goku. His endurance and immortality rank among the highest in the Dragon Ball universe. As long as Majin Buu is present, even if the Saiyans' attacks are formidable, as long as they cannot eliminate him, they will inexorably exhaust their energy. With the plan formulated, Frieza summoned a nearby soldier to bring wine, and as he sipped from his goblet of red wine, he began to devise his subsequent strategies. Meanwhile, within the depths of Bulma's basement on Earth, Reg returned to hear Goku exclaiming from the vicinity of the portal, Reg, what was that transformation just now? I could sense that you seem to have gained considerable strength in that fleeting moment. Following this, Goku persistently inquired about the matter. Beside him, Vegeta, irritated by Goku's incessant questioning, bellowed with veins visibly throbbing. Kakarot, will you ever cease? Can you not let him finish before you speak? Upon hearing Vegeta's remark, Goku sheepishly responded, my apologies. I just couldn't help but ask upon witnessing such a novel enhancement. Forgive me, Vegeta. Afterward, he turned his gaze back to Reg, eagerly anticipating an explanation. Reg, having no intention of withholding information, generously elucidated to Goku. The strength of a Saiyan has always stemmed from within. Prior to mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, Saiyans relied on their tails to transform. Simply put, the tail is an integral part of our Saiyan anatomy and serves as a source of our power. Without tails, you cannot achieve the Super Saiyan 4 form. Upon hearing Reg's explanation, both Goku and Vegeta experienced a moment of enlightenment. Goku then inquired, I recall that in a state with a tail, gazing at the moon would result in transforming into a great ape. But what does this have to do with Super Saiyan 4? Chapter 35, Teaching Goku and Others to Achieve Super Saiyan 4. The arrival of Majin Buu. In response to Goku's question, Reg explained, you may understand the Super Saiyan 4 transformation as essentially a Super Saiyan form that follows the Great Ape transformation. However, the Great Ape form is merely a transitional phase. To truly become a Super Saiyan 4, one must retain their sanity while in the Great Ape state. Hearing this, Vegeta arrogantly proclaimed to Goku, it appears that the Super Saiyan 4 form can only be mastered by elite warriors such as ourselves. How could a lowly warrior like you, Kakarot, possibly grasp it? In the original narrative, Vegeta mentioned that only lower-class warriors lose their sanity when transformed into great apes, while elite warriors like himself maintain their composure. Thus, Vegeta instinctively believed that a lower-class warrior like Kakarot could never master the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. In response to Vegeta's jest, Goku remained unfazed and merely chuckled. Oh, come now, Vegeta, there are always exceptions. As long as I maintain my sanity in the Great Ape form, surely I can succeed in transforming. Hearing Goku's unwarranted confidence, Vegeta erupted in anger. If mastering the Great Ape form were that simple, the threat posed by the Saiyan race would have doubled. So do not underestimate the complexity of the matter, you fool. Due to the transformation of the Saiyan race into their Great Ape form, most tend to lose their rationality, resorting to indiscriminate attacks, and may even turn against their own kin. This is precisely why Vegeta was so incensed by Goku's seemingly nonchalant remarks. If the situation were as simple as Goku suggested, the Saiyan team would have required no strategy against Frieza. They could have simply transformed into great apes from the outset. Upon hearing Vegeta's furious roar, Goku merely smirked and replied, how can one know without trying? Besides, Vegeta, you're well aware of my nature. Do you truly believe I am one to easily concede? In response to Goku's words, Vegeta fell silent, refraining from retorting. Indeed, after battling alongside Goku for so long, he understood his character better than anyone else. To put it charitably, Goku's tenacity could be described as perseverance. Less charitably, it was pure obstinacy. With this thought, Vegeta huffed disdainfully and chose to ignore Goku. Noticing Vegeta's lack of opposition, Goku simply smiled and shifted his gaze toward Reg. By the way, do you have any method to restore our tails? After all these years, it was Lord Kai who severed and sealed my tail. Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, Vegeta's interest peaked, and he too turned his attention to Reg. Years ago, someone had informed him that tails could indeed regenerate. However, after so long, not a single strand had grown back, making him feel as though he had been forgotten by someone. Responding to Goku's request, Reg stated, the reason I accepted your challenge is that I possess the means to restore your tails. As it stands, your current strength does not pose much of a challenge to me. Only by transforming into Super Saiyan 4 would I feel a modicum of pressure. With that, he concentrated his miraculous power in his right hand and directed it toward Goku and Vegeta, who stood across from the portal. Miraculously, the power enveloped them, and their tails began to sprout at a visibly rapid pace. Goku, overjoyed to see his long-lost tail, reveled in the moment before assessing his strength, discovering an enhancement of approximately 30%. Vegeta, too, felt the surge of power but merely smiled in silence, confident that he could master Super Saiyan 4 before Kakarot. Observing the elation of the two, Reg intended to caution them about the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 when he suddenly sensed a malevolent and formidable energy approaching Earth. The instant he detected this ominous presence, Reg swiftly exited the basement and gazed skyward. He could feel a potent aura drawing near. With this realization, he soared into the sky, reaching outer space, where he beheld numerous spacecraft hastening towards Earth, their demeanor suggesting they were fearful of something lurking behind them. If Reg had not misjudged, those spaceships should belong to the Frisia Force. However, after a brief moment of observation, he lost interest, as he could sense that there was no formidable energy emanating from those vessels. Shifting his gaze to the rear of the spaceship, he beheld a pink figure rapidly charging towards it. With a swift motion, the figure crashed through the spaceship and came to a halt in the void of space, laughing heartily at the wreckage. It was then that Reg discerned the figure's identity. It was Majin Buu. Upon sighting Majin Buu, Reg surmised the situation. Frisia had likely discovered his existence and sent someone to summon Majin Buu here, presumably intending to use him to wear Reg down. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Majin Buu detected Reg's presence and charged towards him. Reg, showing no restraint, transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and delivered a powerful punch to Buu's face. The force of the blow sent Majin Buu hurtling backward. The remnants of the previously exploded spaceship were once again struck by the returning Majin Buu, resulting in a secondary explosion. At this juncture, Majin Buu finally regained his composure. Hovering in the air while shouting furiously at Reg, his expression twisted in anger. The 6 exhaust ports atop his head erupted with steam due to his rage. After venting his fury, he charged directly at Reg undeterred. Reg surged forward to confront Majin Buu head-on. Presently, Majin Buu was in his most potent and primordial form. Kid Buu. Reg could sense that this iteration of Majin Buu was significantly stronger than his counterpart from the original universe, possessing at least double the strength of Super Saiyan 3 Goku in this realm. It was likely that Buu had been traversing this universe, consuming the life within it to enhance his power. Though Majin Buu's strength was indeed formidable, it had yet to reach a level that warranted Reg's full seriousness. The most troublesome aspect was Buu's immortality. To defeat him, one would need purification techniques, akin to the spirit bomb formed from Goku's gathering of energy from across the universe that ultimately vanquished him in the original tale. Yet for Reg, eliminating Majin Buu was not an insurmountable challenge. He possessed purification skills in the form of the Dragon Fist. Rather than purification, it could be seen as obliteration through absolute power. As long as he annihilated Buu completely, leaving no remnants, the possibility of resurrection would cease to exist. Chapter 36. The Slaying of Majin Buu. The Assault of Frisia and Baby. With this resolve, Reg ceased to hold back and landed a punch squarely on Majin Buu's face, sending him flying. During Buu's trajectory through the air, Reg unleashed several energy blasts aimed at him. Following this series of attacks, Buu's form began to exhibit signs of damage. The current situation, however, did not persist for long, as the missing fragments of the being were instantaneously restored. Majin Buu, unfazed, continued to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks upon Reg. Observing the onslaught, Reg did not remain stationary. Instead, he subtly shifted his body to evade the strikes, occasionally countering in the process. In this state, Majin Buu, witnessing his attacks consistently miss Reg and occasionally suffer retaliation, was consumed by fury. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a wave of energy directed at Reg, though whether it would find its mark was another matter entirely. True to form, Reg merely adjusted his body slightly to evade the incoming energy wave. During his evasive maneuvers, he did not remain idle. He summoned his inner energy, channeling it into his right hand, forming the stance of the Dragon Fist. At this moment, Majin Buu remained oblivious to the imminent danger, perceiving Reg's back as an opportune moment for a sneak attack, and charged forward. As he approached Reg, he swiftly executed a sweeping kick aimed at Reg's head. Sensing the impending threat, Reg remained composed, tilting his head to evade Majin Buu's strike, simultaneously pivoting to deliver the Dragon Fist. Majin Buu, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the chest by the blow. In an instant, a golden dragon emerged, piercing through Majin Buu's chest and exiting through his back, completely traversing him. At this moment, Majin Buu felt his body disintegrating, unable to restore itself, and let out a pained cry. Aya! As Majin Buu's anguished wail echoed. His form dissipated like sand scattered by the wind, vanishing entirely from the vast expanse of space. Reg lingered at the site where he had vanquished Majin Buu, pausing momentarily to confirm that Buu would not revive before preparing to depart. Suddenly, an energy sphere hurtled towards Reg. Sensing the danger, Reg reacted instantaneously, raising his arm to block the incoming attack. He then shifted his gaze to the source of the energy sphere, where he discerned two figures, a robust gray silhouette and a slightly shorter white figure. Upon scrutinizing their faces, Reg confirmed their identities, Android Baby and Frisia. At that moment, Frisia remarked, "Oh ho ho, what a red-haired monkey. Although not the wild monkey I am familiar with, it is still a Saiyan, nonetheless." Beside him, Baby impatiently interjected, "Whether it's a red-haired monkey or a yellow-haired one, as long as I can devour him, my power should ascend to new heights." Baby's sunglasses-like eyes fixated on Reg, revealing not only his hatred for the Saiyans, but also his insatiable greed for power. Hearing their conversation, Reg retorted without hesitation, "Why are there so many pests today? I just eliminated one, and now two more have appeared." Upon hearing Reg's words, Frisia's forehead instantly bulged with veins as he bellowed at Reg. "A mere wild monkey dares to be so arrogant before me." With that, he unleashed his full power, transforming into Golden Frisia and charging at Reg. As Frisia hurtled towards him, Reg prepared for battle, hurling several energy blasts in Frisia's direction. Observing the incoming blasts, Frisia deftly maneuvered through them at incredible speed, rapidly closing the distance between them. Realizing that his energy blasts were ineffective against Frisia, Reg abandoned this exhausting tactic and surged forward to confront Frisia head-on. As they swiftly approached each other's attack range, both combatants unleashed their fists in a momentous clash, generating a formidable shockwave. Yet, neither was affected in the slightest, and they immediately became embroiled in a fierce struggle in the void of space. From the current situation, it was evident that Reg maintained the upper hand, relentlessly pressuring Frisia. Observing Frisia's predicament, Baby ceased his passive observation and rushed in to assist Frisia against Reg. With Baby's support, Frisia found himself in a more favorable position, though this did little to alter the fact that he remained at a disadvantage. Reg, undeterred by Baby's intervention, perceived little difference between a one-on-one and a one-on-two confrontation. As Reg had anticipated, the initial phase following Baby's arrival saw a temporary equilibrium. However, once Reg acclimated to the frequency of their combined attacks, the tide swiftly turned back to the overwhelming dominance he had previously exhibited. Frisia, continuously on the defensive, could no longer contain his fury and roared at Reg. "You foul monkey! Do not presume this is all my power." With that, Frisia momentarily withdrew from the battlefield, standing aside to gather his energy, which erupted forth in a magnificent display as he proclaimed, "Behold, you wretched monkey! This is my true power." At that moment, Frisia's aura surged dramatically. Reg, taken aback, observed Frisia's newfound strength, which had reached the level of the tournament of power. Judging by the intensity of the released energy, it even surpassed that of the Frisia from the tournament arc. Meanwhile, Baby, witnessing Frisia unleash his full potential, too relinquished restraint, erupting with his own complete energy. In a certain sense, Majin Buu bore similarities to Baby. One absorbed others to enhance his own strength, while the other parasitically siphoned power to grow. Both could exist in a liquid form. Baby, being an artificial being, possessed a remarkable capacity for learning. In the original tale, Majin Buu had long been vanquished by Goku. Thus Baby never encountered him, and consequently lost the opportunity to learn from such an encounter. In this alternate timeline, Baby encounters the formidable Majin Buu and successfully acquires the ability to devour and absorb. Over the years, countless lives have been consumed, amplifying Baby's strength beyond measure. At this moment, his aura radiates with a power that surpasses even his original form, reaching a state that rivals the full potential of Super Saiyan 4 Goku from the original narrative. In truth, Baby was not weak in the original story. His downfall stemmed from his arrival on Earth. He thrived on Earth by absorbing all life forms, including Vegeta and others, which significantly enhanced his capabilities. However, his defeat was also due to Earth, where only formidable warriors like Vegeta and the Z-Fighters resided, while the majority were weak, contributing minimally to his power through parasitism. Yet, in this distinct timeline, although lacking the might of Vegeta or the Z fighters, Baby is bolstered by sheer numbers, as the saying goes. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. After years of absorption, Baby's strength has far surpassed that depicted in the original tale. Chapter 37, Baby's Plan. The Super One-Star Dragon Strikes. As the two warriors unleash their energies, the entire cosmos trembles. The surrounding space begins to fracture under the weight of their immense auras. Once the eruption subsides, both warriors charge towards Reg. Baby maneuvers behind Reg to launch an assault, creating a pincer attack alongside his companion. Reg, however, remains unfazed, merely casting a glance over his shoulder at Baby. The duo rushes towards Reg with astonishing speed, yet their strikes are effortlessly caught by Reg's hands. The three engage in a rapid, chaotic dance of combat in the void of space, leaving devastation in their wake. In a fleeting moment, Baby and Frieza simultaneously launch their attacks. Baby delivers a sweeping kick aimed at Reg's head, while Frieza throws a powerful punch towards Reg's abdomen. Reg, keenly aware of their trajectories, pivots mid-air to evade their blows, seizing Baby's leg with his left hand and Frieza's fist with his right. In an instant, Reg begins to spin, flinging both warriors away. Simultaneously, he unleashes a devastating ultimate flash towards the direction of their trajectory, striking both with precision. The force of the ultimate flash propels them directly onto the surface of Mars. Observing the aftermath of his assault, Reg resolves not to let them escape and promptly soars towards Mars. On the planet's surface, Frieza and Baby slowly emerge from a crater, their faces contorted with pain. Clearly affected by the recent encounter, Frieza, unable to contain his frustration, exclaims, "Curse it! Why do these wild monkeys possess such power?" Hearing this, Baby turns to Frieza and responds, "At present, the two of us are incapable of inflicting effective damage upon him. We must first wear him down to have any chance of overcoming him." In this moment, Baby recalled the plan he had devised earlier, his head lowered, a hint of greed flickering across his features, though this aspect went unnoticed by Frieza. He then addressed Frieza, saying, "I have a strategy, but it requires your assistance." Upon hearing that Baby had a plan, Frieza's interest piqued, and he replied, "Oh, do share your plan, but be swift. We are short on time." Given the strength of Reg, reaching Mars was merely a matter of time, although the means by which the adversary had navigated the harshness of space remained a mystery. It was of little consequence. They had scant time left. Upon receiving Frieza's agreement, Baby displayed a subtle, almost imperceptible grin, and continued, "You shall advance and attempt to defend against his onslaught while I conceal myself, channeling immense energy. The moment he reveals a vulnerability, I will deliver a decisive blow." Frieza fell into contemplation upon hearing this plan. After all, it involved placing himself in mortal danger, and the notion of being used as bait did not sit well with him. Nevertheless, with no superior strategy at hand and time pressing down upon them, Frieza begrudgingly acquiesced. As their discussion concluded, Reg had just arrived at the surface of Mars. Observing the disheveled state of the two, he mockingly inquired, "Is this the resolve you both possess for revenge? If you are this weak, perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from embarrassing yourselves. After all, even garbage collection can be exhausting." Frieza, unable to contain himself at being likened to refuse, retorted furiously, "Wretched monkey, do not presume that your momentary suppression signifies your victory. I shall make you pay dearly for every word you have uttered." With that, he charged at Reg, engaging him in a fierce aerial struggle. Meanwhile, Baby was not idle. He positioned his right index and middle fingers at his brow, beginning to concentrate his internal energy, gradually gathering it to the tips of his fingers. This technique was none other than the Mekanka Sappo, renowned as the most penetrating attack in the Dragon Ball universe. Originally, Baby had not mastered this technique, but during a previous visit to Earth, he encountered Cell. When Cell was created, he possessed the cells and techniques of all known powerful beings on Earth, including those of Piccolo. At one point, when Cell found himself unable to defeat Baby, he attempted to utilize the Mekanka Sappo's penetrating power to eliminate him. However, the disparity in strength was too great. The attack merely caused Baby a fleeting sting, failing to breach his defenses. Nonetheless, Baby did not underestimate this technique, for few attacks could inflict even a minor pain given such a vast difference in power. Thus, he extracted the method of employing the Mekanka Sappo from Cell. Though Baby was aware that one day this technique might be employed, he never anticipated it would be utilized so swiftly. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Victory was all that counted. As energy coalesced, The orb of light between his fingers grew increasingly vast. This surge of energy caught the attention of Reg, who instantly recognized the initiation stance of Baby. It was the magic-piercing light cannon. Although Reg held unwavering confidence in his abilities, the sheer potency of this supreme, penetrating technique left him somewhat apprehensive. Thus, upon witnessing his opponent charging up, Reg prepared to rush in and disrupt the gathering power. At that moment, Frisia discerned Reg's intentions, positioning himself before Reg and declaring, "You insolent monkey! How dare you disregard this emperor? Did I grant you passage?" With that, he surged towards Reg, engaging him in battle without any intention of letting him through. As time inexorably passed, the ominous threat posed by the magic-piercing light cannon intensified. Reg, feeling the urgency, ceased holding back and unleashed his full strength. Five-fold Kaioken. As Reg activated Kaioken, a crimson aura enveloped his golden energy, significantly amplifying his power. The overwhelming force radiating from Reg left Frisia momentarily stunned, incredulously exclaiming, "Impossible! How can this wild monkey possess such formidable strength?" Ignoring Frisia's words, Reg instantaneously appeared before him, delivering a punch that sent Frisia soaring, then charged towards Baby. As Reg approached, at an alarming speed, Baby ceased gathering energy and unleashed the magic-piercing light cannon directly at him. Observing the rapidly approaching attack, Reg activated his energy shield. The magic-piercing light cannon struck the shield. While it did not shatter it, the immense force propelled the shield into the depths of space. Thus, Reg was forcibly thrust into the cosmos, yet simultaneously, the energy of the magic-piercing light cannon was nearly expended. Reg, intent on retaliating and eliminating his adversary, he swiftly dodged backward, evading an incoming punch. Redirecting his gaze to the source of the ambush, he was taken aback upon recognizing the assailant. "You, the Super One-Star Dragon. I don't recall you, a pure embodiment of negative energy, having any interest in saving others," he remarked, surprised. Indeed, the one who had launched the ambush was the Super One-Star Dragon, who now smiled at Reg and said, "I had no intention of rescuing those two useless beings. Initially, I planned to profit from their conflict. However, they proved so inept that they couldn't even compel you to unleash your full power, compelling me to take matters into my own hands." Chapter 38. The Might of the Super One-Star Dragon. Baby's true plan. Hearing the words of the One-Star Dragon, Reg remained silent, simply observing him. Thus, the two locked eyes amidst the vast expanse of space. As time gradually elapsed, the two individuals instinctively launched their attacks, engaging in combat amidst the vastness of space. Regrettably for Rhaegar, he was astonished to discover that the strength of the Super One-Star Dragon exceeded that of its original form by more than double. It is noteworthy that Rhaegar was currently utilizing the quintuple Kaioken in his Super Saiyan 4 form. Yet the Super One-Star Dragon was still able to match him blow for blow. Contemplating this, Rhaegar's previously carefree demeanor began to shift towards one of gravity and concern. After a brief skirmish in the cosmos, Rhaegar seized an opportune moment to extricate himself from the fray. Determined not to squander any further time with the Super One-Star Dragon, he unleashed his own power, amplifying the Kaioken to 10 times its original intensity. With this declaration, a crimson aura enveloped him, swelling in magnitude, and his strength surged beyond its previous limits. Upon witnessing Rhaegar's renewed display of formidable energy, the Super One-Star Dragon expressed surprise, though it did not reach a level that incited panic within him. He then addressed Rhaegar, stating, "To be honest, the power you've unleashed is quite impressive. Had this been 2 or 3 years ago, I might not have been able to contend with you. But now the situation is different." With that, the Super One-Star Dragon began to unleash the energy residing within him. As his aura erupted, his strength was further augmented. Despite Rhaegar's earlier enhancement through the Kaioken, which had initially widened the gap between their powers, the Super One-Star Dragon's outburst swiftly bridged this disparity, reverting them to the initial stage of their confrontation. Observing the Super One-Star Dragon before him, Rhaegar recognized that the creature's extraordinary might far surpassed his expectations. However, after a period of contemplation, he surmised the underlying cause. In the original narrative, the One-Star Dragon was birthed from malevolent energy, which inherently encompassed negative energy. The emergence of the evil dragons from the Dragon Balls was a consequence of humanity's frequent usage of them, leading to their contamination by greed. The accumulation of this negative energy, unpurified over time, culminated in the birth of these evil dragons. Yet, Negative energy is not exclusively defined by greed. It also encompasses despair, fear, anger, and other forms of negativity. In the original tale, the evil dragons were swiftly vanquished by the protagonists, leaving no time for them to absorb the so-called negative energy to bolster their strength. However, in this alternate timeline, the situation was starkly different. It was a realm steeped in despair, where fear permeated the atmosphere. On Earth, the likes of Cell and Super Android 17 continuously instilled terror and hopelessness among the populace. Meanwhile, in the cosmic expanse, entities like Majin Buu and Baby wreaked havoc, devouring others and instilling dread in the lives of other beings across the universe. Unlike the original story, the Super One-Star Dragon had not been eradicated in less than a month. Instead, having dwelled in this realm brimming with negative energy for several years. The Super One-Star Dragon possesses such formidable strength, remaining within the acceptable limits of Reg. However, a terrifying thought crossed Reg's mind. Could the Super One-Star Dragon harness negative energy to rejuvenate its own stamina? If so, this entire dimension would serve as its vast reserve power source, continuously supplying it with strength and energy. Thus, the Super One-Star Dragon before him is akin to the Tao of Heaven in tales of cultivation, rendering it utterly invincible. Reg's intention to leverage his bloodline advantage for a protracted battle clearly seemed implausible. To decisively vanquish the opponent, he would need to amplify the Kaioken multiplier once more. Yet, it was evident that the adversary had no intention of allowing him to enhance his power again. With a sudden leap, the Super One-Star Dragon charged towards Reg, commencing the second round of combat. Meanwhile, on the surface of Mars, Bell discovered Frisia, who had been felled by Reg's punch. Observing the severely injured Frisia on the ground, Baby remarked, "How are you faring? Do you still have the strength to rise?" At that moment, Frisia, lying on the ground, turned his head towards Baby, coughed up some blood, and replied, "My current condition is quite poor. It seems that wretched monkey is being restrained by someone in space. You should go assist him while I recuperate for a while before joining." Upon hearing Frisia's response, Baby revealed a scheming smile, saying, "Is that so? If that wretched monkey is preoccupied with others, it grants me the opportunity to execute my own plan." Frisia, upon hearing Baby's words and observing his smile, felt a sense of foreboding and retorted, "What are you planning? Do not forget that we are allies. Once that wretched monkey is consumed, your power will significantly increase." In response to Frisia's statement, Baby sneered disdainfully, "I am well aware that it is the monkey's inherent strength that would surge. However, with my current capabilities, I am unable to achieve that goal. Thus, I must settle for a secondary target. You." Understanding that Baby referred to himself, Frisia bellowed in anger, "I am the illustrious Emperor of the universe. How could I possibly be devoured by you, a mere scrap of metal?" With that, he prepared to unleash his energy, determined to engage Baby in a life-or-death struggle despite his injuries. Yet, he soon realized that his energy could not be unleashed, and he felt utterly powerless. Realizing something was amiss, Frisia quickly deduced that Baby was responsible and shouted, "What have you done to me?" Aware that Frisia had caught on, Baby remained unfazed and replied, "Nothing much, merely obstructed the flow of your energy." As he spoke, Baby divulged his earlier plans. After Baby's strength experienced a significant enhancement, he naturally looked down upon the feeble creatures of lesser power. He set his sights on Frisia, who could fully satiate Baby's thirst for power, unlike those cosmic beings that offered him negligible strength. Consequently, during their encounters in recent years, Baby would secretly deploy diminutive robots, smaller than cells, to covertly envelop Frisia's entire being. After years of infiltration, although he could not completely subdue Frisia, controlling him for 5 to 6 minutes was entirely feasible. Moreover, Frisia was now in a near-death state, rendering him practically defenseless against such power. It could be said that as long as Baby desired it, Frisia would find it impossible to lift a finger. With this thought in mind, Baby addressed Frisia directly. "Well, after all that has been said, are you prepared to bid farewell to this world?" As he spoke, his body began to liquefy, advancing toward Frisia, slowly enveloping him. In that moment, Frisia, unwilling to accept his fate, shouted defiantly, "I am the mighty Emperor of the universe. Frisia, how can I fall here?" With all his might, Frisia attempted to unleash his energy, but to no avail, and he could only cry out in frustration, "No." Chapter 39, The Ascendant Baby, The Despairing Reg. As time passed, the liquid form of Baby had completely enveloped Frisia. Once tightly wrapped, a powerful force erupted from within Baby's form, causing even the surrounding space to exhibit faint cracks. Simultaneously, in the vastness of space, Reg and the Super One-Star Dragon ceased their battle, turning their attention toward Mars. Sensing the overwhelming power emanating from that direction, taking advantage of the moment, Reg seized the opportunity to land a punch on the Super One-Star Dragon. In that instant, Reg amplified his Kaioken multiplier to 15 times. As Reg boosted his power, his crimson aura surged dramatically, and veins bulged from his muscles. What? Upon witnessing Reg's resurgence of formidable energy, the Super One-Star Dragon abandoned any thoughts of Mars, staring in shock at Reg. Unconcerned by the Super One-Star Dragon's astonishment, Reg swiftly closed the distance, delivering a punch that sent the Super One-Star Dragon crashing down to the surface of Mars. Determined not to relent, Reg pursued his opponent, and their battleground swiftly transitioned from the cosmic realm to the surface of Mars. The aftermath of their fierce confrontation had rendered the Martian landscape utterly devastated. Just as the two continued their relentless struggle, an unexpected figure emerged, leaving both Reg and the Super One-Star Dragon in utter astonishment. It is precisely this individual, Frisia, albeit in a rather peculiar state. His once pristine white skin has transformed into a shade of gray, and the purple crystals adorning his form have shifted to a dark violet hue. Most striking are his eyes, which have morphed from their previously distinct black and white into an appearance akin to sunglasses. Additionally, intricate patterns reminiscent of flowing blood have emerged across his body. Frisia now exudes an unsettling aura, one that is not only malevolent but also chaotic. At this moment, the Super One-Star Dragon could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Frisia, what on earth has happened to you? How can you possibly wield such formidable power?" The Super One-Star Dragon distinctly senses that Frisia has strength now rivals his own, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. Upon hearing the Super One-Star Dragon's words, Baby shifted his gaze toward him and replied, "Frisia, my apologies, but he is likely enjoying tea down below. This body is now under my control." The shock on the faces of Reg and the Super One-Star Dragon was palpable, as they realized Baby had unwittingly consumed Frisia. Baby continued, "To be honest, absorbing Frisia's power has elevated me to unprecedented heights. I feel invincible." Reg, upon hearing Baby's boastful declaration, felt a surge of irritation and swiftly delivered a punch, sending Baby flying. After all, Reg himself would not dare to claim invincibility. And here was a fool, weaker than him, parading around as if untouchable. Was this not an invitation for confrontation? Dazed from the blow, Baby struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events, only aware of the throbbing pain on his face. Realizing he had been inexplicably struck, he became infuriated, halting his backward flight and charging directly at Reg. As Baby approached, Reg also surged toward him, and thus, the two engaged once more in combat. Meanwhile, the Super One-Star Dragon, having regained his senses, rushed to assist Baby, though he was uncertain of the circumstances. Nonetheless, he joined forces, determined to eliminate Reg, the interloper. The scene reverted to the earlier one of a 2-on-1 struggle, but this time, their adversaries were significantly more formidable than before. Nevertheless, Reg felt no pressure in the face of this renewed challenge. As time wore on, Reg began to grow impatient. In an instant, he delivered a punch that sent the Super One-Star Dragon flying, followed by a kick that propelled Baby away. Seizing the opportunity, Reg once again amplified his Kaioken multiplier. 20 times Kaioken. With this enhancement, his aura surged to its zenith, his muscles swelled, and the engorged veins coursed across his body like serpents. Witnessing Reg unleash his overwhelming power, both the Super One-Star Dragon and Baby were struck with astonishment, grappling with the reality before them. At that moment, Baby could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "How is that possible? You are merely a wild monkey. How could you possess such immense strength? I refuse to believe it." Subsequently, he charged at Reg with reckless abandon, unleashing a flurry of uncoordinated strikes. In stark contrast, Reg maintained an expression of calm as he observed Baby's onslaught. However, growing increasingly impatient with the incessant dodging, Reg swiftly delivered a punch to Baby's abdomen. The force of the blow caused Baby to double over in agony, his body bending at a 90-degree angle before he was sent hurtling backwards towards the Super One-Star Dragon. The Super One-Star Dragon, realizing the impending collision, quickly sidestepped to avoid Baby's trajectory. Regaining his composure mid-air, Baby glared at Reg, declaring, "Wild monkey, do not think this is the end." With that, Baby unleashed a surge of formidable power, augmenting his strength by at least 50%. The Super One-Star Dragon, seizing the opportunity, also erupted with tremendous energy. simultaneously absorbing the negative energies present in the universe to enhance his own abilities. The power emanating from both was now on par with Baby's newfound strength. Once their energies had fully manifested, the two charged towards Reg. As the intensity of their battle escalated, it transcended the atmosphere and soared into the vastness of space. The three warriors clashed violently within the solar system, eventually breaking free and wreaking havoc across other galaxies. As time gradually passed, the destruction wrought by their fierce combat left a trail of obliterated planets and extinguished stars in their wake. In a fleeting moment of opportunity, Reg managed to strike both adversaries simultaneously, sending them careening away. Following their trajectory, he unleashed his ultimate flash. Sensing the imminent danger, both Baby and the Super One-Star Dragon rapidly collaborated to form a protective shield. Although the ultimate flash did not instantly shatter their barrier, Reg was currently utilizing a 20-fold Kaioken in Super Saiyan 4 form. In such a state, the unleashed power was formidable, and the duo was swiftly propelled backwards by the sheer force of Reg's ultimate flash, shattering several planets in the process. Ultimately, they collided with an unknown celestial body, creating a massive crater nearly a tenth of the planet size. It was only upon reaching this point that the energy from Reg's ultimate flash finally dissipated. The Super One-Star Dragon and Baby emerged from the crater, both in a disheveled state, utterly exhausted from withstanding Reg's ultimate flash. This had been their utmost limit. At that moment, the Super One-Star Dragon, with a hint of frustration, remarked, "Is it truly possible for us to defeat such a monster?" Hearing these words, Baby remained silent, clenching his fists tightly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He liquefied his left hand, and upon re-solidifying it, a pair of earrings materialized in his grasp. Chapter 40. The Birth of the Ultimate Evil Warrior, Bixinglong. The dying Reg. Baby gazed at the earring in his hand, hesitating for a moment. Yet still feeling a sense of reluctance, he tossed one of the earrings to Super E-Star Dragon. Super E-Star Dragon, catching the earring, looked at Baby with confusion and inquired, "What does giving me this earring signify? Do you think you could defeat that monster with such a trivial object?" Upon hearing Super E-Star Dragon's words, Baby offered an explanation, saying, "I discovered this earring while consuming a life." The individual claimed to be the East Kaishin, accompanied by a candidate for the position of a deity. "Initially, I had no knowledge of its significance. After devouring the Kaishin, I absorbed his memories and ventured to the Kaishin planet, where I found what he deemed the strongest weapon. However, upon seeing it, I found it rather ordinary, albeit somewhat heavy. Thus, after shattering that sword, a being claiming to be the old Kaishin emerged. Although that old fellow was not particularly powerful, he surpassed an average creature. So I consumed him as well, acquiring a wealth of knowledge from his memories, including the earring's purpose." Turning his gaze back to the earring, he continued, "This earring is known as the Patera earring, also referred to as the Batara earring, a treasured artifact passed down through generations of Kaishins. Its function allows two individuals to fuse into an exceptionally formidable warrior." Upon hearing Baby's words, Super E-Star Dragon's eyes brightened momentarily. Then he regained his composure and replied, "Such a powerful treasure must surely have some drawbacks, does it not?" In response to Super E-Star Dragon's inquiry, Baby revealed some of the earring's limitations, stating, "If one insists on claiming there are no side effects, one must acknowledge the time constraint. The greater the energy consumed, the shorter the duration of the fusion." After contemplating Baby's words, Super E-Star Dragon asked, "Do you believe we can annihilate him in a brief period post-fusion?" To this, Baby responded, "If they are not Kaishins, there is indeed a time limitation for fusion. However, if both individuals are Kaishins, or if one is, the fusion becomes permanent. The two Kaishins I previously consumed, along with one candidate, perhaps endowed me with fragments of their divinity, thus eliminating any time constraints. It is precisely because it is permanent that I would not resort to this unless faced with imminent peril." Hesitation still lingered in Super E-Star Dragon's mind regarding whether to opt for fusion. Just then, both sensed an overwhelming aura rapidly approaching them. It was unmistakably Reg. At the same time, the newly arrived Reg noticed the earrings in their hands. Recognizing their significance, he charged towards them without hesitation, determined to deny them any opportunity for fusion. As the formidable Reg rushed forward, he hesitated no longer and promptly adorned his right ear with the earring. Meanwhile, Baby had already donned the earring on his left ear. In that instant, Reg witnessed the two of them collide uncontrollably, emitting a burst of brilliant light. As the luminescence gradually dissipated, a silhouette began to materialize from within the radiance. This figure bore some resemblance to Frisia, yet each joint was adorned with menacing black spikes. The originally violet head sprouted two sharp dragon horns, and the eyes were replaced by what resembled red sunglasses, complemented by dark crimson markings that sprawled across its body. Notably, 6 polluted Dragon Balls were embedded in its abdomen, while a singular polluted 1-star Dragon Ball rested upon its forehead. At that moment, the entity finally stirred, lifting its gaze towards Reg and proclaiming, "I am the malevolent warrior born of the fusion between Super 1-star Dragon and Ultimate Baby. Remember, wild monkey, you shall perish at the hands of the one known as Beexinglong." The voice of Beexinglong was peculiar, akin to a harmonious blend of Super 1-star Dragon and Baby speaking simultaneously. Upon hearing this declaration, Reg remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the entity, feeling an ominous threat of death emanating from it. Subsequently, he addressed the dimension, "Activate limit enhancement," to which the dimension responded, "Limit enhancement activated." Following this announcement, Reg's power surged immensely. His strength now equated to the multiplied limit enhancement of Super Saiyan 4 state, amplified by the miraculous force, a foundation battle power increase of 8000202. With newfound strength, Reg turned his attention to Beexinglong, yet the sense of impending danger had scarcely diminished. After a brief interval, Reg decided to take the initiative, appearing instantaneously before Beexinglong, delivering a punch aimed squarely at its face. As the punch drew near, in an instant, before Reg could react, Beexinglong effortlessly grasped his fist. "What?" Reg exclaimed in disbelief, witnessing his attack easily intercepted, realizing that Beexinglong's speed was beyond his perception. Despite being fully buffed, Reg had failed to detect the swiftness of his opponent's movements. It became evident that Beexinglong had grown so powerful that Reg could not even register its actions. Unfazed by Reg's astonishment, Beexinglong raised its other hand and struck with a speed imperceptible to Reg. As Reg finally reacted, he discovered a punch mark emblazoned upon his abdomen. Almost immediately, pain radiated from that point, engulfing his entire midsection. Unable to contain himself, Reg spat out a mouthful of bitterness, his body curling like a boiled shrimp before he was sent hurtling backward. In a flash, he soared into the cosmic expanse, colliding with several planets along the way. It was only upon colliding with an immense meteorite that he finally came to a halt, leaving a crater nearly 10 kilometers in diameter in its wake. In the center of this vast pit lay Rhaegar, gritting his teeth against the agony coursing through his body as he slowly rose to his feet. At that very moment, Beexinglong materialized before him, gazing at the disheveled Rhaegar with a mocking grin. "I never expected this wild monkey to show such a pitiful side. I thought you would unleash an even greater power. How disappointing." Just as Rhaegar regained his footing, he heard the derisive taunts and, suppressing his pain, charged forward, delivering a punch. Beexinglong effortlessly caught Rhaegar's fist with one hand and retorted, "Is this feeble punch truly an attack? Allow me to show you what an attack really is." With that, he struck Rhaegar in the abdomen, and although Rhaegar did not fly backward due to Beexinglong's grip, he still doubled over, spitting out bile. As Beexinglong continued to rain down blows, Rhaegar transitioned from merely spitting bile to coughing up blood. Finally, with a powerful punch, Beexinglong sent Rhaegar reeling, causing him to expel a mouthful of crimson. At this point, Rhaegar was in a dire state, far removed from his initial vigor. Beexinglong hoisted him up with one hand, gazing at the defeated Rhaegar. "To be honest, you are the strongest Saiyan I have ever encountered, but ultimately, you could not overcome me. Fear not. You are a respected warrior. I shall ensure that some of your cherished ones accompany you, so you need not be alone. Will you?" With that, he erupted into a mocking laugh, oblivious to Rhaegar's current condition. In a fleeting moment, Rhaegar's hair shifted to a vibrant green before reverting back, a phenomenon that went unnoticed by Beexinglong. Chapter 41. A breakthrough born from utter fury. The transcendent transformation of Rhaegar. Unconscious frenzy. At that moment, Rhaegar, upon hearing Beexinglong's words, felt a surge of spirit reignite within him, dispelling the state of surrender he had been on the brink of embracing. In his past life, Rhaegar had been an orphan, missing out on the most vibrant social opportunities of his university years, toiling day and night in menial jobs. This was precisely why he yearned solely for strength rather than a return to his former world, a place devoid of anyone worthy of his concern. However, in this new world, there were those who cared for him, the one who had accompanied him the longest being Sapari. Initially, he found her presence bothersome, a sentiment born from his prolonged solitude. It was the first time he had ever felt what it was like to be cared for. Thus, he cherished this bond deeply. Yet, Bixinglong's words serve as a stark reminder. Although this timeline was not directly connected to the primary timeline, a warrior of such caliber could certainly breach the barriers of space to traverse to other timelines. The primary timeline was undoubtedly one of the most probable destinations, as all parallel timelines originated from it, creating a web that linked them all. In the primary timeline, Sun Wukong and his companions have yet to mature, and even if they were to grow, it would be futile. Before the fusion, Bixinglong was a force that neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta could contend with, let alone the monstrous entity that emerged post-fusion. The only beings capable of thwarting him are the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. However, Whis remains neutral and will not assist anyone, even if that individual is Beerus. Whether Beerus can vanquish Bixinglong is a matter of contention. After all, Bixinglong is a creature born from the amalgamation of the Super One-Star Dragon and the Ultimate Baby. Thus, Reg is hesitant to wager, lacking both the audacity and the right to do so. Bixinglong's words have thoroughly struck a nerve with Reg presently. Reg is gravely injured and has reverted from his Super Force state to his normal form. Yet, Bixinglong has undeniably crossed Reg's threshold, igniting an unprecedented fury within him. Simultaneously, Reg senses a restlessness brewing within him. However, such feelings pale in significance, for Reg's ire towards Bixinglong has reached the brink of insanity. At this moment, Bixinglong finally discerns Reg's condition. While Bixinglong observes, Reg swiftly lands a punch squarely on Bixinglong's face, sending him reeling. Regaining his composure, Bixinglong wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, incredulously staring at Reg, exclaiming, "What just transpired? You are clearly too weak to even transform. How did you manage to strike me?" Reg remains silent, standing there as faint arcs of electricity begin to dance across his body. As these arcs multiply, Reg's aura generates frequent flashes of lightning. With each lightning bolt, a brilliant light erupts. During these flashes, Reg's hair begins to undergo a transformation. As this phenomenon intensifies, Bixinglong senses impending danger and charges at Reg. Just as Bixinglong's fist is about to connect, it is swiftly caught by Reg Nanny. Bixinglong exclaims, astonished that his attack was so effortlessly intercepted, his shock causing him to utter an expletive. Bixinglong's assault becomes the catalyst for Reg's loss of sanity. With a single punch, he sends Bixinglong flying and bellows loudly in place. Ah! With Reg's roar, his previously flickering hair transforms into a vibrant green. The only notable difference is that Reg's pupils have entirely vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes, indicating he has lost all semblance of reason. Thus, Reg has fully ascended into his transcendent form. Witnessing Reg's transformation, Bixinglong is utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What just happened? Weren't you powerless to resist?" After Bixinglong's words, Reg remains unmoved, clearly having not heard the sentiments expressed by Bixinglong. Seeing that Rhaegar did not respond to his words, Bixinglong, feeling displeased, exclaimed, "Do not presume that just because you have transformed into a new form, you could defeat my wretched monkey." With that, he charged towards Rhaegar. However, Rhaegar's current state was far from normal. Upon sensing Bixinglong's approach, he let out a furious roar and retaliated. The two resumed their battle in the vastness of space. Yet the situation remained unchanged. Rhaegar continued to be the one on the receiving end of the assault, having lost his rationality and the combat skills he had initially possessed, resorting instead to a primal, beast-like mode of fighting against Bixinglong. Observing that even after Rhaegar's transformation, he was still being dominated, Bixinglong scoffed. "I expected your new form to be formidable, yet you remain so pitifully weak." However, in his state of madness, Rhaegar did not comprehend the words directed at him. Yet, on a subconscious level, he was thoroughly provoked, forgetting the pain coursing through him and launching a frenzied attack against Bixinglong. As time passed, the tide of battle began to shift. What was once a suppressed Rhaegar gradually evolved into a contender who merely seemed to be at a disadvantage, ultimately reaching a near equilibrium with Bixinglong. At that moment, Bixinglong finally sensed something amiss. Observing Rhaegar's escalating strength, he felt a sense of foreboding and unleashed his full power, reverting the battlefield to the initial scenario where he had dominated Rhaegar. However, this time, Bixinglong lacked the earlier sense of ease. He immediately employed his utmost strength to swiftly eliminate Rhaegar. Detecting the impending danger, Rhaegar roared defiantly and charged at Bixinglong, disregarding his injuries. As the shockwaves from their clash intensified, a rift in space began to spread outward from the center of their confrontation. With the duration of their battle extending, Rhaegar, who had once been suppressed, now found himself merely at a disadvantage. Witnessing the unfolding situation, Bei Xinglong, sensing the urgency, concentrated the majority of his power into his fist and struck out, declaring, "You wretched monkey, perish," in a fit of madness. Rhaegar bellowed and retaliated with a punch of his own. As their fists collided, an immense force radiated outward, overwhelming the cosmic expanse, which could no longer withstand the magnitude of their power, resulting in a catastrophic collapse that sent both warriors tumbling into an alternate dimension. Even as the environment shifted, neither showed any intention of ceasing their battle, remaining locked in a deadly struggle within the otherworldly realm. The remnants of their clash left the alternate space in ruins. As their confrontation intensified, a starkly different scene unfolded within Rhaegar's conscious realm. At that moment, Rhaegar finally emerged from the depths of his consciousness, only to find himself unable to open his eyes, his body paralyzed, and plummeting downward in a state of helplessness. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of fatigue surged through him, compelling him to utter, "I am so exhausted. I long to sleep, yet I feel as though I have forgotten something." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed within the confines of his consciousness. Chapter 42, The Pact with Supali. The transformation within the bloodline, the birth of the ancient transcendent form. Upon hearing the roar, Rhaegar instinctively turned his head in its direction, but his eyes remained closed, rendering him unable to discern the source. Realizing he could not open his eyes, he instead called out, "Who is there? And where is this place?" The voice, however, offered no reply, continuing to bellow. After a while, Rhaegar noticed that his eyelids felt less heavy than before, prompting him to attempt to open his eyes. Upon doing so, he found himself enveloped in an abyssal darkness. As he pondered the nature of his surroundings, another roar abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Looking towards the sound, he beheld an enormous, crimson-eyed giant ape. Upon sighting the colossal creature, he felt an inexplicable connection stir within him. Dismissing the sensation, he addressed the giant ape. "Do you know where we are?" To his surprise, the creature merely shifted its gaze towards him and let out another deafening roar. Recognizing that he would not receive the answers he sought from it, Rhaegar redirected his inquiry, calling out, "Dimension, are you there? Do you know where this place is?" After a prolonged silence with no response from Dimension, he continued, "Dimension, if you are present, please make a sound." Yet, as before, silence prevailed. Just as Rhaegar began to despair over what to do next, the imagery before him shifted, revealing a chaotic scene of himself battling Beexinglong. In that instant, Rhaegar's fury reached a zenith as he exclaimed, "Beexinglong!" The giant ape beside him, sensing Rhaegar's wrath, roared even louder. Although consumed by anger, Rhaegar soon realized that he could not influence the external conflict, leading him to gradually regain his composure and anxiously contemplate how to alter the course of events. However, the giant ape continued its relentless roaring, disrupting Rhaegar's train of thought. Time and again, his concentration was shattered by the beast's cries, prompting him to shout in irritation, "Must you continue to roar incessantly?" Yet the giant ape paid him no heed, persisting in its vocalizations. Seeing that his words had no effect on the creature, Rhaegar abandoned the hope of silencing it. In that moment, he realized that his memories felt fragmented, as if significant details were conspicuously absent. Reg began to meticulously reflect on what he had forgotten. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the elusive memory remained beyond his grasp. He sensed that this fragment of reminiscence held great significance for him. This predicament intensified his already troubled state of mind, and just then, a sound seemed to emanate from behind him. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Hearing that familiar yet strange voice, Reg instinctively turned around. The scene before him shifted, transforming into the moment he first encountered Supari. As he gazed at the familiar figure in the vision, he instinctively reached out to touch it, only to find his hand passing right through. The surroundings rapidly morphed, revealing the experiences he and Supari had shared over the past few years. The imagery eventually froze on a final moment, where Supari uttered the words from that scene, "Then let us make a pact. If we lie, we shall be like little dogs." Upon hearing those words, Reg suddenly awakened, and the lost memory flooded back into his mind. Bowing his head, he gazed at his hands and murmured, "I remember now. I remember everything." He then declared with unwavering resolve, "Indeed, I still have an unfulfilled promise. How could I possibly perish here?" Turning towards the unfolding scene outside, he proclaimed, "Beexinglong, you shall ultimately become the stepping stone for my strength." No sooner had Reg spoken than the nearby giant ape let out a tremendous roar. When Reg looked towards the giant ape, he noticed its form beginning to dissolve into particles of light. These luminescent particles surged towards him, merging seamlessly into his being. At that moment, Reg sensed that certain voids within him were being filled. As he attuned himself to this sensation, he realized that his bloodline had become more complete and powerful. It dawned on him that since acquiring the transcendent bloodline, it had never truly harmonized with his own. After all, both bloodlines were immensely potent, naturally resisting subjugation. The reason he had not previously succumbed to chaos was that each had restrained the other. However, through this opportunity, the two bloodlines had finally merged in perfect unity. While he continued to absorb the particles of light, a sudden burst of radiant, multicolored light illuminated the dark expanse beside him. This resplendent light also merged with Reg's essence. As he contemplated the origin of this miraculous energy, he recalled the time when he absorbed the miracle power crystal, and the dimension had suggested that consuming the crystal was the optimal solution available. It was evident that this miracle energy consisted of what he had not fully absorbed before. With this perfect fusion of bloodlines, the residual miracle power was fully awakened. As Reg completed his absorption, a radiant light emanated from him, causing him to vanish from the realm of consciousness. At that moment, the unconscious Reg outside suddenly paused. Seizing the opportunity, Bixinglong delivered a powerful punch, sending Reg flying. Reg, propelled through space, returned to his original timeline, crashing through the fabric of reality. While still in mid-flight, he abruptly halted in the air. Bixinglong, undeterred, charged forward and struck him again, but Reg intercepted the blow and countered, sending Bixinglong hurtling away. Reg's adversary quickly regained his composure. Hovering in the air while warily observing Reg, Bixinglong could distinctly sense that the force behind Reg's punch was exponentially stronger than before. In this moment, Reg no longer resembled the feral beast he once was. Instead, he closed his eyes and found tranquility. Gradually, his aura began to shift. His once vibrant green hair faded, transforming into a serene azure. The turbulence that had characterized his energy dissipated, now flowing gracefully like a tranquil stream. When Reg opened his eyes, his aura surged explosively, creating a palpable pressure even from a distance that Bixinglong could feel. Reg's eyes had transformed into golden irises. At that instant, a voice resonated in Reg's mind. Passive talent, potential unleashed, activated. Thus, Reg fully awakened, embodying the ancient transformation embedded in his bloodline, the primal transcendence. Reg gazed calmly at Bixinglong and declared, "It is time to conclude this game." Chapter 43, A Battle Like a Game. The ruthless Reg, initially astonished by Reg's newfound strength, Bixinglong's fury ignited upon hearing those words. "So to you, this entire battle was merely a game? You fool. Do not presume that your increased power instills fear in me." He lunged towards Reg at a speed surpassing light. Yet, in Reg's perception, Bixinglong moved as slowly as a snail, easily dodging the incoming attack. Reg countered with a knee strike that struck Bixinglong's chin, sending him flying. Reg pursued Bixinglong, delivering several punches as his foe was propelled backward. Each blow forced Bixinglong to retrace his path, while Reg teleported back to his original position and struck him again, sending him flying once more. In this manner, Bixinglong was repeatedly battered by Reg, akin to a shuttlecock in relentless play. For Reg, this conflict was nothing but a game. Meanwhile, Bixinglong, unable to withstand the onslaught, swiftly altered his trajectory mid-air and anticipated Reg's position, launching a punch that collided with Reg's fist. Two formidable forces collided, fracturing not only the fabric of space but also causing time to momentarily pause. Yet, for Reg, who possessed the flawless ancient bloodline and the transcendent form of Ur, the so-called struggles of Bixinglong appeared as nothing more than the antics of a jester. Reg stood resolute, employing his absolute power to repel Bixinglong's blows, sending him hurtling away once more, reverting the scene to its prior state. Bixinglong remained ensnared in the fate of being relentlessly battered. As Bixinglong hovered in the air, realizing that his counterattacks bore no fruit, he opted for a defensive stance. Observing this passive choice, Reg found the encounter devoid of amusement. Dismissing the notion of toying with Bixinglong, he unleashed a full-powered punch that sent him flying again. This strike caused Bixinglong to spit blood, and as he was propelled backward, he tore through small star systems rather than mere planets. After an indeterminate number of systems had been breached, he finally crashed onto a planet, where, just as he attempted to rise, he saw Reg darting towards him with astonishing speed, delivering a kick that penetrated the very core of the planet. sending him soaring once more. Due to Reg's kick, Bei Xinglong was expelled from the confines of the small star system, catapulting him beyond the Milky Way. Despite witnessing Bei Xinglong's vast distance traveled, Reg showed no inclination to relent, pursuing him relentlessly. Thus, Bei Xinglong endured a barrage of attacks while being propelled through space. Each of Reg's strikes leaving behind irreparable rifts, unbeknownst to him that such actions drew the attention of entities beyond time and space. Amidst the relentless assault, Bei Xinglong summoned all his strength to withstand Reg's incoming fist, then bellowed in fury, "Enough! You are but a wretched monkey. It is an honor for you to perish at my hands. Do not overreach." Following his declaration, he erupted with immense power, harnessing the unique trait of the Super One-Star Dragon to absorb much of the negative energy from the cosmos, thereby amplifying his own strength. With this newfound power, Bei Xinglong's abilities surged at least twofold. Upon witnessing this increase in strength, Reg merely raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by his adversary's enhancement. To Reg, even an ant, regardless of its size, remained but an ant. As Reg contemplated this, Bei Xinglong's aura reached its zenith. Feeling his newfound strength, he surged with confidence, momentarily losing track of his size and might, and unleashed the Wolf Fong Wind fist upon Reg. Reg, observing the sluggishness of the attack, chose to engage playfully, effortlessly evading each of Bei Xinglong's strikes. Yet in Bei Xinglong's perspective, the scene was starkly different. Each attack seemed agonizingly close to landing on Reg. Reg effortlessly evaded each of his opponent's attacks, even the slightest tilt of their body allowing them to dodge numerous blows. After a while, Reg began to grow somewhat bored and directly addressed Bei Xinglong. "Are you done yet? Your turtle-like attacks are making me a bit drowsy." He feigned a yawn for added effect. Upon hearing Reg's scornful remarks, Bei Xinglong became infuriated and swiftly distanced himself from Reg simultaneously. He began to gather different attacks in each hand. With his left hand, he unleashed the magic-penetrating light cannon towards Reg, while his right hand hurled a colossal fireball at him. Reg, glancing at the two disparate attacks approaching him, felt a sense of tedium. Without even a glance, he simply raised his right hand and extinguished the enormous fireball with a casual slap. As for the so-called strongest penetrating skill in the Dragon Ball universe, the magic-penetrating light cannon, Reg effortlessly caught it with his palm. Thus, both formidable attacks were easily neutralized by Reg. Bei Xinglong, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Why? How can you possess such immense power? I refuse to believe it." As soon as he uttered those words, Bei Xinglong charged at Reg in a frenzy. Witnessing Bei Xinglong's complete loss of composure, Reg abandoned his playful demeanor, preparing to conclude this encounter decisively. Nevertheless, he remained stationary, not even adopting a defensive stance. Consequently, he received a solid punch to the face, though it hardly fazed him. As Bei Xinglong prepared to deliver another blow, Reg swiftly seized his arm. With his other hand, he grasped Bei Xinglong's other arm, turning the tables and catching both of his forearms. Reg then exerted pressure, and as the force intensified, Bei Xinglong could no longer bear the agony and screamed, "Ah!" With two audible cracks. Bei Xinglong's forearms were brutally snapped by Reg's grip. Having freed himself from Reg's hold, Bei Xinglong realized his arms were rendered useless. As he angrily raised his gaze towards Reg, he found that Reg had vanished. When Reg reappeared, he was right before Bei Xinglong, delivering a punch to his abdomen before he could react. The blow caused Bei Xinglong to cough up blood, his body contorting like a boiled shrimp as he was sent flying. Reg then instantaneously teleported to intercept Bei Xinglong's trajectory. As Bei Xinglong approached rapidly, Reg clasped his hands together and delivered a powerful strike to Bei Xinglong's back. The sound of cracking echoed as Bei Xinglong's spine was utterly shattered by Reg's punch. In that moment of spinal fracture, Bei Xinglong let out a cry of excruciating pain. Alas, the opponent is not only rendered helpless with shattered hands, but has also sustained a grievous injury to his spine, significantly diminishing his capacity for resistance. Reg, poised to unleash his most formidable technique to conclude the encounter, prepares for the decisive blow. Chapter 44. The complete annihilation of Bei Xinglong. The arrival of the time patrolman Wichita. With this thought, Reg channels his energy, and two vibrant divine dragons materialize, spiraling around him in a mesmerizing dance. The technique he is about to employ is none other than the dual dragon fist. Two dragons play with a pearl. Meanwhile, Bei Xinglong, recovering from his agony, senses the presence of the two divine dragons flanking Reg, a wave of peril washing over him. Instinctively, he yearns to flee. However, the fracture in his cervical spine, inflicted by Reg's previous blow, has robbed him of his balance, rendering escape an impractical venture. In a moment of desperation, he taps into the unique attributes of the super first star dragon, absorbing the negative energy of the cosmos to mend his wounds. Mere seconds pass, and the injuries to his hands begin to heal. As he prepares to address the damage to his spine, Reg, having fully charged his dual dragon fist, charges towards Bixinglong. As he advances, the two divine dragons surge alongside him. Being a close combat technique, the potency of the dragon fist amplifies with proximity. As Reg draws nearer, Bixinglong disregards his spinal injury and fortifies his defenses with all his might. When the distance narrows sufficiently, Reg unleashes his fists, accompanying his strikes. The two resplendent dragons surge forth, crashing into the protective barrier hastily erected by Bixinglong. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outward, obliterating the surrounding miniature star systems. This state of affairs endures for mere moments before fissures begin to mar Bixinglong's protective shield. As time elapses, these fractures multiply, culminating in the shattering of the barrier. The destruction of the shield ignites Bixinglong's primal instinct for survival. He thrusts out his hands in a desperate attempt to stave off the assault of the two divine dragons. Yet, he cannot withstand even for a fleeting second, as his hands and arms are reduced to ashes by the dragon's overwhelming onslaught. The two dragons seize Bixinglong by the shoulders and ascend, releasing their grip only after they have distanced themselves from Reg. They penetrate through his chest with tremendous force. As he is pierced by these two formidable energies, Bixinglong finds his body disintegrating uncontrollably. Aware of his dire predicament, he hastily absorbs a substantial amount of negative energy to restore himself. Though he regains some strength, it is far too insufficient to counteract the speed of his disintegration. Recognizing the irrevocable nature of his impending demise, he bellows at Reg with fury. "Mark my words, you wretched monkey. One day, I shall return the favor and eliminate you in the same manner." Ha ha! As Bixinglong finished speaking, he erupted into laughter, but soon his mirth transformed into anguished cries. With Bixinglong's complete disappearance from this realm, the Batara earrings he wore shattered entirely, while the 7 Dragon Balls were thoroughly purified. Gazing at the 7 floating Dragon Balls, Reg slowly remarked, "This battle has finally come to an end." Just as Reg was about to return the Dragon Balls to Earth, a rift in time and space suddenly opened. From within emerged a Saiyan in Super Saiyan 4 form. Sensing his energy, Reg discerned that this newcomer was slightly stronger than the fully unleashed Bixinglong, albeit just marginally. Reg turned his gaze towards the figure, who was also looking back at him. After scrutinizing the individual, Reg confirmed his identity. The figure spoke. "I just received a mission and detected powerful spatial fluctuations in this timeline, so I was dispatched to investigate. Was it you who caused these fluctuations?" The voice seemed to emanate from 2 individuals speaking simultaneously, Goku and Vegeta. This being was indeed the fusion of the two, Vegeto. In the original work, it was Vegeto who had triumphed over Reg, albeit narrowly. Reg's expression turned complex as he addressed Vegeto. "I was just engaged in combat with a formidable foe. The spatial disturbances were likely a result of our battle." Upon hearing Reg's words, Vegeto pondered for a moment before replying, "I see. Have you encountered a powerful enemy? Do you require my assistance?" Vegeto observed Reg for a while, noting that his energy was not inferior and perhaps even surpassed his own. An adversary capable of compelling such a strong warrior to intervene was certainly no ordinary threat. Reg shook his head in response to Vegeto's inquiry, stating, "No need. I have already defeated him." Vegeto, taken aback by Reg's assertion, soon felt a sense of relief. If even a warrior of such caliber could not handle the enemy, what chance would he have? Contemplating this, he turned to Reg and asked, "Very well. Could you describe the individual you fought? I need to record it for my mission." Agreeing to Vegeto's request with a nod, Reg replied, "The name of the warrior I battled is Bixinglong." Vegeto contemplated this name for a moment, realizing he was unfamiliar with it, and inquired, "Do you have any specific information about this Bixinglong?" In response, Reg elaborated. Bixinglong is a creature born from the fusion of Super Xinglong and Ultimate Baby using the Batara earrings. Upon hearing this, Vegeto exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" From the opponent's state, it is evident that they belong to a parallel universe within the GT timeline, making it entirely reasonable for them to be aware of the existence of Super One-Star Dragon and Baby. Ignoring Goku's astonishment, Reg took it upon himself to elaborate on the circumstances of this timeline. He recounted how Super One-Star Dragon had absorbed negative energy for several years, and how Ultimate Baby was born from the consumption of Golden Frieza. Upon hearing Reg's revelations, Goku's shock transformed into a grave demeanor. Faced with the fusion of these two ultimate monsters, Goku could not guarantee an effortless victory. Even if he were to prevail, it would likely be a pure triumph. Contemplating this, he addressed Reg, saying, "Thank you for providing such invaluable information. But who are you? I do not recall any warrior of such formidable strength emerging from here." In response to Goku's inquiry, Reg did not hold back, stating, "My name is Reg." Upon hearing this, Goku's pupils dilated as he swiftly assumed an offensive stance. In the original narrative, Reg is indeed a character from the GT universe, making his official debut 3 years after the Evil Dragon Saga. Thus, it is only natural for Goku to recognize him. Observing Goku's immediate readiness for battle, Reg remained unfazed and continued, "Rest assured, I am not the Reg you are familiar with. Furthermore, I have never harbored vengeful thoughts, given my current state. I will be considered an ally to your cause." Despite Reg's words, Goku remained vigilant, recalling how, in the original story, Reg had previously overpowered him. Chapter 45, The Mysterious Shadow. Acknowledgements from Dandy. Reg, noting Goku's persistent wariness, crossed his arms dismissively and remarked, "Your current demeanor suggests you have encountered me in other timelines. So you're likely aware of my character. Do you truly believe that someone of my pride would stoop to telling such base lies?" Goku fell silent, acknowledging the validity of Reg's statement. Even in their timeline, where Reg may have been an adversary, it was implausible for him to relinquish his pride to deceive an enemy. As Goku pondered in silence, Reg cut to the chase and declared, "I do not concern myself with who I am in your timeline. My sole purpose now is to return these 7 purified Dragon Balls to the Earth of this timeline." With that, he disregarded Goku's astonished gaze and proceeded to take the floating Dragon Balls. Watching Reg depart, Goku quietly mused, "Perhaps this Reg is different from the one in other timelines." With this thought, Goku shook his head and followed Reg toward Earth. Upon catching up to Reg, Goku inquired, "You appear to be quite young. How is it that you possess such formidable power?" In response to Goku's question, Reg answered directly, "Upon my birth, a remarkable transformation occurred in my inherent talents." Intrigued by Reg's words, Vegeta inquired, "Oh, has your talent undergone a transformation? What kind of metamorphosis could produce a being as formidable as you?" Rather than providing a direct response, Reg posed a question, "Are you familiar with Broly?" Vegeta, taken aback by the inquiry, nodded and replied, "Indeed. He is an exceptionally powerful individual, albeit somewhat unhinged." Acknowledging Vegeta's words with a nod, Reg continued, "I am evolving in that very direction, resulting in an innate battle prowess of not 50,000, but 250,000. Shocked into silence by Reg's declaration, Vegeta realized that in his timeline, even the untransformed Reg could easily overpower him. The thought of this transformed Reg, capable of decapitating him within mere moments of combat, left him both astonished and relieved that he had refrained from acting hastily, lest he once again experience the sensation of being subdued and ground into the earth. Thus, Reg and Vegeta conversed while soaring towards Earth. Mere moments after their departure, the battlefield was graced by the emergence of a portal. However, this portal appeared distinct, cloaked in a dark purple hue and emanating a potent aura of malevolence. From within, a shadowy figure emerged. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of others, the figure stepped through the portal, grumbling, "What terrible luck. I never anticipated encountering Vegeta here, and that child possesses power that even eclipses Vegeta's." Initially drawn to the area by the palpable aura of evil, the figure felt fortunate for exercising caution. Otherwise, it might have been reduced to ashes by the 2 formidable warriors. As the shadow lamented its misfortune, a surge of sinister energy captured its attention. Turning towards the source, it discovered the shattered remnants of the Batara earrings. Approaching the earrings, the figure sensed not only a faint malevolent essence, but also an exceedingly weak mental energy. Enveloping the earrings in its own power, the shadow scrutinized them for a moment before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "I thought today would be a complete disaster. Yet I stumbled upon an unexpected treasure." Gazing at the earrings, it mused, "With these I might just create a monstrous being of unparalleled strength." After uttering these words, the figure opened a portal and vanished from that realm as if it had never been there, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, on the other side, after a lengthy journey, Reg and Vegeta finally arrived on Earth. Upon their arrival, Reg did not pause, swiftly making his way towards the basement where Bulma resided. During the journey, Reg returned from his ancient form to his normal state, for his own aura was exceedingly potent. A mere leak of his essence could potentially overwhelm the earth. Upon entering the basement alongside Gogeta, Reg was met with an unexpected presence, none other than the modern deity, Dandy. Surprised to find Dandy there, Reg inquired about the events that had transpired. Dandy began recounting the story. It turned out that during Cell's massacre of humanity, he had been transmitting messages telepathically to Bulma, urging her to gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku and others. However, at that time, Bulma's time machine was nearing completion, making it unnecessary for her to risk her life to collect the Dragon Balls. After all, the deity had decreed that once wishes were granted, the Dragon Balls would scatter across the globe. Collecting them would essentially mean running amok all over the world, a scenario in which Cell would undoubtedly take notice. As everyone knows, Trunks was ultimately assassinated, and the time machine was abandoned in another timeline. Left with no choice, Bulma had to proceed with gathering the Dragon Balls. Yet, someone had already taken that step. The good news was that the Dragon Balls had been collected. The bad news was that the collector was a remnant of Frieza's forces. The worst news was that the Dragon Balls had been corrupted into evil dragons. At that moment, these malevolent dragons wreaked havoc across the earth, exhibiting cruelty that surpassed even Cell's. Dandy, witnessing this devastation, contemplated self-destruction to revert the Dragon Balls to stone and eliminate the evil dragons. However, someone had anticipated his decision. The one-star dragon found its way to the sacred temple, sealing it off from outsiders and bestowing Dandy with a certain ability, rendering any self-harming actions ineffective. In that moment of utter despair, Dandy was left powerless, watching the evil dragons devastate the earth. In this bleak state, a figure appeared, restoring his hope, Reg. Upon arriving in this timeline, Reg not only vanquished Cell, but also defeated Super 17. Eventually, the curse afflicting Dandy dissipated, and he could sense the purification of the Dragon Balls. Overwhelmed with emotion, Dandy wept with joy, for the destruction wrought by the evil dragons had long imprisoned him in guilt and remorse. With their demise, he finally glimpsed a chance at survival. After departing the sacred temple, he sought out Bulma, with whom he had formed a bond, to inquire about Reg's basic information. He then remained in the basement, awaiting Reg's return. After what felt like an eternity, Reg finally appeared, cradling the now purified 7 Dragon Balls. Dandy hurried over, bowed deeply, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Reg. If it weren't for you, I might have been condemned to live eternally in guilt and remorse." Chapter 46, Gogeta Without Time Constraints. An invitation to battle from Gogeta. Observing Dandy bowing and expressing gratitude, Reg was indifferent, waving his hand dismissively and stating it was merely a trivial effort. We should first consider how to handle these Dragon Balls. He then placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the table. Dandy gazed at the 7 orbs with a complex expression. After engaging in a brief internal struggle, he sighed and addressed Reg. "Do you have any desires you wish to fulfill, Mr. Reg? If so, you should use the Dragon Balls, for this may be the last opportunity to do so." Dandy had resolutely decided that after this wish was granted, he would return the Dragon Balls to the Heavenly Temple for strict safeguarding. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Reg pondered for a moment before shaking his head, replying, "I have no particular wishes. I can manage things with my own strength." He then turned to Dandy and added, "If you're so concerned about the Dragon Balls being tainted again, why not resurrect Goku and the others to ensure Earth's safety?" Dandy's eyes lit up upon hearing Reg's suggestion, and he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Reg. I will use the Dragon Balls to revive Son Goku and the others shortly." While Dandy and Reg were deliberating on the Dragon Balls, Bulma's gaze remained fixed on Gogeta. Feeling Bulma's unwavering scrutiny, Gogeta grew slightly uneasy and asked, "Is something the matter? Do I have something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me?" Bulma shook her head and replied, "No, it's just that you emanate a sense of familiarity." Realizing what Bulma meant, Gogeta explained, "I am a warrior formed from the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, known as Gogeta." In response to Gogeta's revelation, Bulma inquired, "What is fusion?" In this timeline, the story has only progressed to the Cell Saga, and Goku and Vegeta have already met their demise. Fusion techniques, including the Potera fusion, were introduced during the Majin Buu saga, making Bulma's ignorance quite understandable. As Gogeta elaborated on the purpose of fusion and the prerequisites for it, Bulma was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, that proud Vegeta actually chose to fuse with Son Goku and had to perform such an embarrassing dance. I never anticipated that Vegeta had such a side to him." She then shifted her gaze to the still-open portal, glancing at Vegeta on the other side. Hearing Bulma's words, Gogeta's lips twitched, recognizing the truth in her statement, and he resigned himself to silence. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Vegeta had naturally overheard the conversation between Gogeta and Bulma. In a fit of rage, he grasped Goku by the collar and shouted at him, "Kakarot, you bastard! Who would be willing to fuse with a warrior of such lowly caliber as yourself? Moreover, to dance such shameful steps? I swear, even if I were turned to ashes, I would never fuse with you." Meanwhile, Goku, being yanked by the collar by Vegeta, helplessly replied, "Those incidents occurred in other timelines, and besides, the formidable foes have all been vanquished, so you need not fret. Such an occurrence is unlikely. Even if we were truly compelled to fuse, it would be unavoidable." Initially, Vegeta felt a flicker of anger at the first few words spoken by Goku. But upon hearing the last remark, he could no longer contain his fury and exclaimed, "What do you mean by compelled to fuse? Do you believe there is anything left that could strip me of my dignity?" Hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Goku responded with a tone of certainty, "Of course there is. If Bulma were in grave danger and you lack the power to save her, wouldn't that be the perfect moment for fusion?" Taken aback by Goku's words, Vegeta found himself momentarily speechless, stammering, "All right, Fine. Is this how you want to play? I never expected you, Goku, with your thick brows and large eyes, to possess such a cunning side." Unable to find a counterargument, he turned away with a huff, sulking in a corner. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Goku then turned to Gogeta and inquired, "By the way, I recall that this fusion technique has a time limit, right? How much time do you have left?" To Goku's question, Gogeta replied, "I am uncertain. Since the fusion, we have not separated. Seemingly due to some reason that prevents us from doing so." Goku was astonished and exclaimed, "Nanny, how can such an outrageous circumstance exist?" Nearby, a fuming Vegeta overheard, astonished that such a powerful warrior had no time limit while also remaining wary of Goku. After all, if one day he were to fuse with Goku and be unable to separate, he wouldn't know where to go to lament. At that moment, Gogeta seemed to have an epiphany and turned to Reggie with excitement, saying, "Let us engage in battle. I too wish to ascertain my limits." Goku and Vegeta were both warriors at heart, and naturally, their fused form would be a battle fanatic as well. However, Gogeta's strength was so formidable that few could compel him to unleash his full power. After all, the title of the strongest in the multiverse was not bestowed lightly. Seizing the rare opportunity to encounter an opponent worthy of his full strength, Gogeta was determined not to let it slip away. Although Reggie was somewhat taken aback by Gogeta's invitation to battle, he nodded in agreement. The two then began to discuss where they would engage in their confrontation. After all, the destruction wrought during the previous battle with Bixinglong had yet to be repaired. After much deliberation, both parties unanimously agreed to engage in combat on King Kai's planet. After all, this celestial realm exists in an alternate dimension, ensuring that it would not disturb the affairs of the material world. Upon hearing that two formidable warriors were to clash on King Kai's planet, one person felt dismayed, while two others rejoiced. Naturally, the ones elated were Son Wukong and Vegeta. For such a display of might is a rarity. The one burdened with concern was King Kai of the North, who doubted the resilience of his modest planet against the aftermath of their fierce confrontation. Although he had reservations, he dared not voice them openly, as his opinions would likely go unheard in the presence of such titans. Thus, King Kai found himself crouched in a corner, anxiously drawing circles. Meanwhile, Regu harnessed the power of reality distortion to enlarge the portal. Once the portal was sufficiently vast, the two warriors stepped through and arrived at King Kai's planet. Upon their arrival, Sun Wukong sprinted over to greet Regu, inquiring, "Hey, when does your battle commence?" To which Regu responded, "It shall begin shortly, and we will not fight on King Kai's planet, but rather in the skies above, to avoid any repercussions on the planet." He then glanced at King Kai, still anxiously pacing in the corner, and added, "Additionally, I will erect a shield around King Kai's planet to protect it from the shockwaves of our battle." Upon hearing this, King Kai's antennae perked up, and he hurried over to Regu, expressing his eagerness. "Is that truly the case? Will there be no impact on my planet?" Regu nodded affirmatively. Chapter 47, Regu vs. Vegeta. Seeing Regu's nod, King Kai's anxieties were finally alleviated. Once all was confirmed, Regu and Vegeta ascended into the sky. Upon reaching an adequate altitude, they assumed their stances, ready for combat. In that moment, Regu unleashed his energy, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Vegeta, taken aback by Regu's transformation, remarked, "Aren't you going to use your previous form? You might not stand a chance in this one." Understanding that Vegeta referred to the ancient Super Saiyan form, Regu reassured him. Rest assured, this form is quite formidable as well, and I am no longer the same as before. Ever since the perfect fusion of his two bloodlines, Regu's power had undergone a qualitative change. Even when standing still, his combat strength would soar like a rocket. Especially during battle, his abilities would elevate at an accelerated pace. This explains why, after transforming into the ancient Super Saiyan form previously, Regu refrained from immediately defeating Bixinglong. Now, even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, Regu possessed the strength to rival that of his previous encounter with Bixinglong. Upon witnessing that Rhaegar was unscathed, Gogeta refrained from further inquiries and unleashed his own aura. Maintaining his Super Saiyan 4 form, Gogeta's transformation exhibited minimal alteration after the eruption of energy. In unison, both warriors emitted formidable auras, distorting the surrounding space. However, due to the protective barrier Rhaegar had previously established on King Kai's planet, the impact was mitigated. As time gradually elapsed, the two engaged in a seamless display of combat. Intertwining in the air, their astonishing velocity rendered Goku and Vegeta on King Kai's planet mere spectators to sonic booms, obscuring even the silhouettes of the combatants. After an intense exchange of blows, a resounding crash marked their simultaneous separation, each scrutinizing the other from midair. One bore the imprint of a fist, while the other showcased a footprint. Rhaegar's face bore the mark of a punch, whereas Gogeta showed evidence of a kick. Given Rhaegar's youthful age of approximately 11, it was evident he could not engage in a fist fight with Gogeta, as his small stature rendered such an endeavor impractical. At that moment, Gogeta touched the footprint on his face and smiled at Rhaegar, remarking, "I didn't expect your adaptability to be quite impressive. However, I must take this more seriously now. You should also unleash a portion of your power." Following his declaration, Gogeta's aura surged with immense energy, his appearance relatively unchanged, yet electric currents began to spiral around him. Gogeta had fully transformed into Super Saiyan 4, full power. Observing Gogeta's power escalate once more, Rhaegar refused to be outdone, channeling the strength within himself to transcend the full power realm. Given that Rhaegar had not been in the Super Saiyan 4 form for long, he would not have easily attempted to achieve full power without a more complete bloodline. As Rhaegar's energy rapidly ascended, it reached a critical threshold, and he unleashed an additional surge of strength, completing his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, full power. Logically, Gogeta's full power should surpass Rhaegar's full power, as the term itself signifies a force that transcends the traditional limits. Yet, in the current scenario, their auras appeared to be evenly matched. This was primarily due to Rhaegar's enhanced bloodline and the amplification from the power of miracles, which accounted for the remarkable display. Gogeta was taken aback by Rhaegar's might. Having initially assumed that Rhaegar had not trained sufficiently in Super Saiyan 4 to achieve full power. However, he quickly reconciled this realization, acknowledging that with a formidable being like Rhaegar present, an on-site breakthrough was hardly surprising. Once again, the two warriors clashed with renewed fervor. But this time the resulting force escalated dramatically, even causing fissures to form in the surrounding space, all while they intentionally held back. As time continued to pass, neither combatant had managed to ascertain a definitive victor. Subsequently, both parties instinctively distanced themselves, simultaneously gathering their energies, preparing to conclude this match with a wave of their powers. As the energy they amassed grew increasingly potent, the surrounding space not only warped but also began to exhibit signs of collapse. Gogeta looked at Reg and remarked, "You must withstand this attack, otherwise you will meet the same fate as the Regs from other timelines." In the original narrative, Reg was defeated by Gogeta's wave, primarily due to the dual disadvantages of the ancient lore that those on the left side of the wave inevitably lose, along with the historical enmity with the Sun family. Reg, fully aware of Gogeta's implication, retorted, "Do not compare me with other impostors. This wave does not guarantee your victory." The reason Reg referred to the Regs from alternate timelines as impostors is that he himself is a traveler from another dimension, inherently distinct from the inhabitants of this world. Perhaps influenced by his lineage, Reg's character has subtly transformed, instilling in him a sense of arrogance reminiscent of the original work. While his personality has slightly altered, the ingrained sense of decorum and courtesy remains intact, regardless of whether he is interacting with deities, the North Kai, or the Grand Elder of Namek. Whenever Reg seeks assistance, he naturally approaches with respect rather than an overbearing demeanor. Upon hearing Reg's words, Gogeta found them intriguing and responded, You better hold your ground. If you fail, how are you any different from those imposters? To this, Reg merely scoffed, saying, I do not require your guidance. Perhaps you should contemplate where you'll go to weep after your defeat. Unfazed by Reg's mockery, Gogeta intensified his energy accumulation. As time elapsed, the two simultaneously opened their eyes, shouted the names of their techniques, and unleashed their waves. Great Explosion, Kamehameha, Super Ultimate Flash. The Super Ultimate Flash is a technique Reg devised, multiplying the original Ultimate Flash's power tenfold. This technique was inspired by Goku's tenfold Kamehameha from the GT timeline. Thus, it could also be referred to as the tenfold Ultimate Flash. The two immense forces collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The mere aftershock left the surrounding space riddled with fissures. Even King Kai's planet was not spared. Despite Reg's protective shield, the sheer force of the aftermath sent it careening off its original trajectory. While the explosion generated by the two waves was undeniably powerful, the current situation remained evenly matched. As time continued to pass, Gogeta, still sensing no advantage, resolved to reveal his full strength to determine the victor in this wave. With a mighty roar, Gogeta's aura began to shift dramatically. The once golden aura gradually transformed into a crimson hue, culminating in a formidable surge of power emanating from Gogeta. The transformation to Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break, was complete. Chapter 48. The Rejection of Bloodlines. The victor is Gogeta. As Reg watched Gogeta ascend to Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break, he was struck with astonishment. What? Gogeta can transform into Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break. This revelation, while somewhat anticipated by Reg, still caught him off guard. After all, it was merely a matter of time before Gogeta, given his innate talent, would achieve this form. However, Reg had underestimated the speed of this transformation, never imagining it could be accomplished in mere seconds. Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break, distinguishes itself from previous stages, requiring the transformation of one's ordinary ki into divine energy. In the Dragon Ball Heroes saga, Goku achieved Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break, after absorbing the divine ki from 3 Saiyans and 1 Super Saiyan. Furthermore, in a battle against the White God, Super Saiyan 4 Goku ultimately lost by a narrow margin, showcasing the immense power of Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break, especially in the case of Gogeta. Reg was aware of 2 methods to attain Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break. The first method, akin to Goku in Dragon Ball Heroes, involves absorbing the divine ki of other Saiyans for a temporary transformation into Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break. However, this form is not permanent, as the divine energy is not one's own and would eventually be depleted. The second method entails cultivating one's own divine ki and transforming the aura of the Super Saiyan 4 state into divine energy, thus achieving Super Saiyan 4, Limit Break. Clearly, Gogeta was employing the latter method. At that moment, while Reg was still reeling from Gogeta's transformation, the latter exerted a sudden burst of energy, instantly shifting the previously balanced battle into an overwhelmingly dominant position against Reg. He found himself mere meters away from being struck by Gogeta's energy wave. In this precarious situation, a slight exertion from Gogeta would spell defeat for Reg. Witnessing Gogeta's ruthless approach, Reg's temper flared as he declared, "Don't think you're the only one with a trump card." With that, Reg unleashed a surge of energy, enveloping his previously golden aura in a layer of crimson. 20-fold KO Ken. As Reg's energy surged, the imminent defeat was momentarily averted, though the situation had not reverted to its earlier balance. It was now a precarious 60-40 in favor of Gogeta. At this juncture, Reg sensed something amiss. Logically, his current power should have been multiplied by 20. However, according to Reg's observations, his own strength had merely doubled at most. At this moment, Reg experienced a sensation of repulsion. Upon careful examination, he discovered that it was his own bloodline that was rejecting the power of the Kaioken. It seemed that after achieving perfect fusion, his bloodline held a disdain for alternative methods of augmenting strength, with the Kaioken being the current victim. Perhaps due to the previous lack of perfect fusion, the two bloodlines had been at odds with one another, entirely neglecting the strength of the Kaioken. However, now that they had merged flawlessly, the two bloodlines complemented one another, uniting against external foes, resulting in a drastic reduction of the original 20-fold enhancement down to merely 2-fold. Nonetheless, the amplification of miraculous power remained unaffected. It seemed that during the perfect fusion of the bloodlines, those miraculous powers had also integrated into the bloodline, thus avoiding rejection. With these thoughts in mind, Reg shook his head, dismissing the myriad of distractions. The primary objective now was to defeat Gogeta and secure victory in this battle. With this resolve, Reg intensified his energy output, transforming the previously even odds into a situation now decidedly in his favor. As time passed, the energy accumulated further, beginning to exhibit signs of instability. Observing this scenario, both Reg and Gogeta simultaneously ceased their energy accumulation and swiftly initiated their defenses. As they withdrew their energies, the unstable energy erupted violently, radiating outward and fracturing the surrounding space. Naturally, both Reg and Gogeta found themselves within the affected area. As time continued to elapse, the energy finally dissipated, revealing both Reg and Gogeta from the haze. Yet, neither exhibited any signs of weakened energy. Rather, their powers had intensified. This was largely attributed to the extraordinary characteristic of Super Saiyan 4, which allows one to absorb any energy to bolster their strength. In the GT timeline, Son Goku had repeatedly demonstrated the ability to absorb energy to enhance his power, leading many Dragon Ball enthusiasts in his past life to refer to the Super Saiyan 4 form as the Mage form. Returning to the present, with their powers significantly augmented, both warriors charged at one another. In the early exchanges, Gogeta appeared to have the upper hand. However, as time gradually passed, Reg, leveraging his bloodline, began to even the odds, matching Gogeta blow for blow. Gogeta, keenly aware of the shifting dynamics, realized the current situation was turning unfavorable for him. In an instant, he gathered energy with one hand and unleashed a Dragon Fist. The Dragon Fist, a signature technique of Son Goku, was naturally within Gogeta's repertoire as a fusion. Upon witnessing Gogeta's Dragon Fist, Reg responded in kind, unleashing his own Dragon Fist to counter. As they rapidly approached one another, just as their Dragon Fists were about to collide, Gogeta suddenly shifted his wrist to the left, adjusting the trajectory of his punch. Upon observing the subtle movements of Gogeta, Reg felt an ominous premonition, yet it was too late to act. The two fists that were initially poised to collide veered off course in an instant. However, due to Reg's smaller stature, his punches failed to reach Gogeta. Ultimately, Gogeta unleashed a Dragon Fist that struck Reg squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away. Thus, Gogeta triumphed over Reg by a slender margin. The trajectory of Reg's flight led him straight to the previously displaced King Kai's planet, a path that fell well within Gogeta's calculations. Reg crashed through the protective barrier of King Kai's planet, creating a substantial crater upon impact with its surface. At this moment, Reg had reverted to his normal state, lying in the pit, momentarily dazed and unable to comprehend the unexpected outcome. Gogeta soon hovered before Reg, expressing with a hint of regret, "I had long suggested that you exert your full strength. Had you done so, would we be in this predicament?" Reg, shaking off his stupor, gazed at Gogeta with a darkened expression. He found it utterly perplexing that Gogeta would dare utter such words. Unable to contain himself, Reg retorted, "You, of all people, have the right to say that?" Disregarding martial ethics, bullying a mere 11-year-old. In response to Reg's remark, Gogeta sheepishly scratched his head. He then retrieved a Senzu bean from a pouch at his waist and tossed it to Reg, saying, "Consume this. It will help restore some of your injuries and stamina. Consider it an apology." Chapter 49. Inquiring about Gogeta's method of cultivating divine energy. Returning to the main timeline, Reg remained silent, directly accepting the Senzu bean from Gogeta's hand before promptly popping it into his mouth and chewing. After swallowing, he felt his injuries and stamina rejuvenate instantaneously to their peak condition. Experiencing the miraculous effects of the Senzu bean, he could not help but marvel at its almost overpowered nature. Reg lamented that most of the Senzu beans would later be consumed by the gluttonous Yasuo, leaving only a scant few for the main cast. Instantly, a thought crossed Reg's mind to return and request a few more Senzu beans from the cat sage. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Given the current circumstances, the utility of the Senzu beans seemed limited. In terms of stamina recovery, was his bloodline merely ornamental? As for healing injuries, with Reg's current prowess, how many could truly inflict severe damage upon him? Reg rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and addressed Gogeta. "I hope you can enlighten me on the cultivation of divine energy." After speaking, he respectfully clasped his hands together in salute. Upon hearing Reg's words, Gogeta stood frozen in astonishment. In his understanding, Reg's demeanor was anything but courteous. Even if he were to request guidance on cultivating divine energy, Such politeness was utterly unexpected. Had it been the Reg of his memories, he would undoubtedly have transformed into his most powerful form, grasping his own neck while inquiring about the cultivation methods of divine energy, or perhaps dismissing such practices altogether. After a moment, Gogeta regained his composure from the shock and addressed Reg, stating, "I apologize, but I am unable to teach you the cultivation of divine energy. However, I can impart the techniques necessary for its mastery." As a time patrolman, Gogeta was in this timeline on a mission, and his time was limited. Had he not encountered a formidable opponent like Reg, he likely would have departed immediately upon completing his task. Upon hearing Gogeta's words, Reg nodded in agreement to the proposal. With Reg's consent, Gogeta began to elucidate the methods for cultivating divine energy. Additionally, Goku and Vegeta drew closer, eager to absorb Gogeta's teachings. As the cultivation of divine energy undoubtedly represented another path to greater strength for them. As time passed, Gogeta finally concluded his explanation. He then remarked to Reg, "I have lingered in this timeline long enough. It is nearly time for me to return and report on my mission." To this, Reg promptly replied, "I hope we have the opportunity to spar again. I shall reclaim that unstruck punch." Gogeta chuckled at Reg's statement, saying, "Is that so? I genuinely look forward to our next encounter." Subsequently, Gogeta retrieved a peculiar object resembling a pocket watch from his bag. Upon pressing a button on it, a portal suddenly materialized before them. Just as Gogeta was about to step through, Reg's voice resonated from behind. "Thank you for your guidance. I shall never forget this kindness." He then cupped his fist in salute towards Gogeta, expressing his gratitude. Gogeta turned to observe Reg's gesture and smiled, rather than dwell on this. "Let us save it for our next meeting, where you can showcase your true abilities. Do not claim I bullied you then." With that, he returned the salute. Reg and Gogeta exchanged smiles before the latter stepped into the portal. Once the portal closed, Gogeta had fully departed from his timeline. Reg then shifted his gaze towards Goku and Vegeta, asking, "Are you still keen on battling me?" After all, Reg recalled their previous agreement. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, and Goku, with a wry smile, replied, "Perhaps it is best to forego that. We merely seek a fair fight, not an unwarranted brawl." After all, they had witnessed the earlier confrontation with their own eyes. Although their movements were obscured, their dialogue revealed that even their fusion forms merely achieved a narrow victory in combat. True conflict ought to reflect a balance of power between the adversaries, rather than one side being overwhelmingly formidable, which would be tantamount to courting disaster. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Reg nodded in agreement, then remarked, "Since there is nothing left for me in this timeline, it is time for me to depart." Sun Wukong merely nodded in response to Reg's intention to leave, making no attempt to dissuade him. After all, Reg was not a native of this timeline. Any attempt to hinder him would be futile, as he would eventually take his leave. Subsequently, Reg harnessed the power of reality distortion to open a portal. Initially, he was unaware of the coordinates of the primary timeline, but he had long prepared a contingency. He had solidified a portion of miraculous energy on Mars within the primary timeline to serve as a temporal coordinate. The miraculous energy was not as perilous as one might assume. In fact, it was rather benign. As long as one refrained from actively wielding it, it would remain within the body, ensuring one's safety. There was no concern of chaotic energy leading to internal injuries, and this power was versatile, capable of both offense and healing. However, the primary purpose of this energy was to evade Vis's scrutiny, as its gentle nature rendered it undetectable unless closely examined. The need to evade Vis stemmed mainly from the presence of Beerus, who, according to the original narrative, was not only a glutton but also a battle enthusiast. Should he become aware of Reg's existence, a confrontation would be inevitable. Winning would be one matter, but losing could lead to catastrophic consequences. Before arriving in this timeline, Reg had merely transitioned into a Super Saiyan 4. In that form, he was utterly incapable of contending with Beerus, which is why he had opted to use miraculous energy as a coordinate beforehand. However, circumstances had changed. His lineage had not only fused perfectly, but had also granted him mastery over the ancient transformation. While he might not dispatch Beerus with ease, he was confident he could at least hold his own. As Reg contemplated his recent gains, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from the portal, undoubtedly his miraculous energy, indicating he had indeed found the primary timeline. Without hesitation, he stepped through the portal. After a brief disorientation, Reg landed directly on the mark he had established on Mars with his miraculous energy. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings and the energy sphere formed by the miraculous power. At that moment, Reg was certain he had returned to the primary timeline. With this realization, he soared beyond Mars's atmosphere and into the cosmos, heading towards Earth. Upon reaching Earth, he directed his flight towards his home. After flying for a considerable duration, Reg finally beheld the seaside villa before him. There was no time for him to appreciate his abode, as he promptly made his way to Supali's room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to discover Supali still nestled in bed, indulging in a languorous slumber. The sight of her sleeping form elicited a wry smile from Reg. Here he was, having battled for his life in another realm, while she remained blissfully unaware. Still lost in dreams. With a resigned sigh, Reg remarked, "It seems she is still the same lazy creature. Even after all these years, she has not changed one bit." Chapter 50. The terrifying might of a D-class warrior. Does a heart of justice equate to S-cells? Reg approached and gently nudged Supali, saying, "Awaken, it's time to rise." Stirred by his touch, Supali slowly opened her eyes, groggy and disoriented as she gazed at Reg. Upon recognizing him, she greeted him in a half-asleep voice, "Good morning, Your Highness Reg." With that, she let out a yawn. Observing her sluggish demeanor, Reg shook his head in exasperation and instructed, "Please prepare a fire. We shall be dining shortly." The mere mention of food invigorated Supali, and she promptly replied, "Yes, Your Highness Reg, I shall fulfill this task." Without hesitation, she leaped from the nearby window, darting towards the nearest grove in search of firewood. Reg could only watch in bemusement as Supali transformed into a lively spirit. It is often said that those who traverse the realms should be reliant on others. Yet in this case, it seemed quite the opposite. With a sigh of resignation, he soared towards the ocean, catching several large fish before returning to prepare the meal. After a while, as he gazed at the sizzling fish cooking before him, he noticed Supali beside him, saliva trickling down her chin. Reg found himself at a loss for words. "You are a young lady. Must you not pay attention to your appearance?" He then scrutinized Supali's figure, perhaps due to her constant indulgence in hearty meals alongside him. She had not endured the same hardships as depicted in the original narrative. Her physique was no longer as ordinary as in the story, and she possessed the potential to become a D-class warrior. However, Supali was merely around 11 years of age, and her youthful features could only be described as cherubic, though the latter part of that description was best left unsaid. At that moment, Supali noticed Reg's gaze and tilted her head in confusion, asking, "Your Highness Reg, is there something on my face?" Quickly averting his eyes, Reg felt his face flush as he stammered, "Ahem, it's nothing. You must be quite hungry. Why not check if the fish is ready? If it is, feel free to help yourself." Upon hearing Reg's words, Supali felt no objections and nodded in agreement. After all, what could one expect from an 11-year-old child? Surely, he was not a lecherous soul reincarnated. Once the fish was nearly grilled to perfection, they simply picked it up to eat. After a while, their meal concluded, and Reg prepared to rise for training. However, before departing, he addressed Supali. "If you wish to sleep, you may return to your room. But if you desire to train, please fetch the gravity bracelets from my chamber." For Reg, the gravity bracelets were only useful for honing baseline combat abilities, while the forthcoming training pertained to divine energy, rendering the bracelets temporarily unnecessary as they remained in his room. With that, he executed a swift teleportation to the surface of Mars. There, Reg found a flat expanse and seated himself upon a massive rock. Subsequently, he began to contemplate the cultivation of divine energy. According to the incantation imparted by Wujida, its core essence was to maintain a tranquil heart and spirit. Though this may sound simple, for Reg, it was far from merely challenging. It felt as though the very notion of cultivation eluded him. The Saiyan bloodline was inherently combative, and his own lineage was a fusion of the ancient Saiyan bloodline and the notoriously tempestuous legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, making the idea of tranquility utterly foreign to him. Thus, Reg resolved to pursue an alternative method for cultivating divine energy. This method involved the legend from the gods and God chapter, wherein 5 Saiyans with hearts of justice united to transform into Super Saiyan God. To be frank, Reg was filled with skepticism regarding the efficacy of this approach. First and foremost, what constituted a heart of justice, or the criteria for achieving such a state? After witnessing the malevolent Saiyan Kamba from the Dragon Ball Heroes arc, a glimmer of understanding began to dawn upon him. Perhaps a heart of justice was intrinsically linked to the S-cells. Reg had long harbored this hypothesis. The quantity of S-cells could influence the transformation of a Saiyan. Trunks and Goten were able to transform into Super Saiyans at birth, due to inheriting a portion of their father's S-cells. granting them this ability from the moment they enter the world. What then would occur if the S cells reach their zenith? In the Gods and God Saga, the 5 Saiyans bestowed their hearts of justice upon Goku, resulting in his transformation into Super Saiyan God. It is conceivable that they did not transfer their hearts of justice to Goku, but rather their essence, which catalyzed a rapid increase in S cells within him, propelling him to a critical threshold that facilitated his transformation into Super Saiyan God. Reg surmised that perhaps it was the resonance of the S cells that instigated this growth, with the essence transfer acting more like conductive wiring. Furthermore, it was plausible that the strength of their essence could influence the rate of S cell proliferation. This notion was birthed from his reflections on the malevolent Saiyan Kamba. In the original work, Kamba solely influences son Wukong with his own aura, causing him to lose his reason and submit to his control. However, at that time, I believe that among the Saiyans, only Vegeta and a partially diminished Gohan possessed true combat prowess. Thus, Reg contemplated another hypothesis. Could the growth rate of S cells be related to bloodlines? After all, among the original 5 Saiyans, 3 were related to son Wukong by blood. Furthermore, even if S cells had no direct connection to a righteous heart, their enhancement would certainly aid in the cultivation of divine energy. The conditions for S cell growth require a peaceful environment, and the cultivation method of divine energy emphasizes tranquility. Therefore, even if one cannot transform into a Super Saiyan God, the increase in S cells would still benefit one's training. With this thought, Reg began to ponder how to enhance his S cells. Although his miraculous power allowed him to fight and heal, it was not a force of life. It could not forcibly divide his S cells. After much contemplation, Reg concluded that he had only one course of action: to travel to Namek and make his final wish to the Grand Elder. Without hesitation, Reg instantaneously transported back to Earth. He located the spaceship he had concealed and, after determining the location of Namek, set off in that direction. With his strength, he could reach it in no more than 3 hours. After a period of flight, he finally beheld the verdant planet before him. Without delay, he descended directly towards it. Upon landing smoothly on the surface, he sensed the aura and pinpointed the Grand Elder's location. In an instant, he soared towards that direction, swiftly arriving above the Grand Elder's residence. He gently descended and knocked on the door, stating, "Grand Elder, I have come to fulfill my final wish." At that moment, the door swung open, and Nail emerged from within. Observing Reg, he remarked, "The Grand Elder anticipated your arrival, so the Dragon Balls have been prepared in advance. Please, follow me." Taken aback by Nail's words, Reg chose not to speak further and simply followed him. Upon reaching their destination, Nail nodded at the Namekians standing before the Dragon Balls, indicating that they were ready for use. After receiving consent, the Namekian summoned Purunga in his native tongue. At this moment, the Namekian looked at Reg and prompted him to state his wish. Chapter 51, A New Method of Breakthrough, The World of Meditation. The birth of the Super Saiyan God. Seeing this, Reg wasted no time and declared his wish. "Enhance the quantity of S cells within me to the fullest extent of your abilities." Upon hearing Reg's request, the Namekian nodded and conveyed the wish to Purunga. After a moment of silence, Purunga replied, "Your wish can be granted." Upon speaking, his eyes began to emit a crimson glow, while a gentle white luminescence enveloped Rhaegar's body. After a brief moment, the white light dissipated, and Rhaegar attentively perceived the changes occurring within himself. He discovered that his temper had significantly tempered, to the point where he would not be easily provoked by a mere few words from others. Once he absorbed this realization, he expressed his gratitude towards the Namekese individuals, including Nailu, by clasping his fists together in a gesture of thanks. "I'm deeply grateful for your assistance. I have achieved what I required." In response to Rhaegar's gratitude, Nailu shook his head and replied, "There is no need for thanks. We are indebted to you for a wish. With the final wish granted, we no longer owe you anything." Hearing Nailu's words, Rhaegar chose not to comment further, merely nodding in acknowledgement before stating, "Now that the last wish has been fulfilled, it is time for me to take my leave." To this, Nailu nodded in understanding, saying, "You appear to be in a hurry. I shall not detain you. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Until we meet again." He then mimicked Rhaegar's earlier gesture of clasped fists in a farewell. Observing the gesture, Rhaegar nodded and reciprocated the farewell. Subsequently, he harnessed the power of miracles to instantly teleport to the coordinates of Mars. Upon his return, Rhaegar seated himself cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to prepare for the cultivation of divine energy. Upon closer examination, he realized that even with the increase of S cells, he could not fully quell the restless energy within him, no matter how he attempted to suppress it. His efforts were akin to a drop in the ocean. Reluctantly, Rhaegar contemplated a new approach. After a moment of reflection, he devised a solution. If the restlessness could not be subdued, then he would embrace it. This notion may appear paradoxical, for how could turbulence and tranquility coexist? Yet, without experimentation, how could he ascertain its validity? Resolute in his decision, Rhaegar closed his eyes once more, entering a state of meditation. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in an expanse of void. During his entrance into meditation, he had cleared his mind, resulting in the emptiness before him. He then began to envision the surface of the sea. This was not a mere fanciful daydream. It required him to channel his energy to construct this ethereal world. As he summoned his essence, a vast ocean materialized beneath his feet. However, due to the tumultuous energy within him, the sea was frequently assailed by towering waves, rendering it perpetually restless. Rhaegar commenced the process of channeling his energy, seeking to suppress the turmoil beneath the ocean's surface. With his efforts, the once tumultuous waves began to diminish, ultimately fading away until the entire expanse of water lay still, as placid as glass. Yet, this tranquility was superficial. The turbulence he had quelled did not vanish, but rather lingered beneath the surface, manifesting as a hidden undercurrent. Standing upon the serene waters, Rhaegar continued to channel his energy, drawing forth the essence from the depths below. The tumultuous energies did not manifest any signs of rebellion. The vast sea acted as a filtering net, suppressing all fury to the ocean depths. Ultimately, the energies that lingered upon the water's surface reverted to their original states. Subsequently, one began to silently recite the incantations taught by the sage. As Rhaegar articulated the mantras slowly, his inner self gradually found tranquility. It was as if the combative emotions typical of a Saiyan had vanished, leaving him in a state of non-contention. Rhaegar slowly perceived that the initial energies seemed to have dissipated entirely, as though they were non-existent. He understood that the energies had begun transitioning towards the divine, for the aura of the divine is imperceptible to mere mortals. Meanwhile, Rhaegar's physical form outside began to undergo subtle transformations. His muscles gradually diminished in size. Although the change was not overt, it would be imperceptible to the untrained eye. Then, an eruption of lightning enveloped him, distinct from the white lightning of Super Saiyan 2. This lightning shimmered in gold, manifesting not only upon Rhaegar, but also in the heavens above. Concurrently, within the meditative realm, Rhaegar began to shape the divine energies, transforming them into the scenery of his contemplation space. As he molded, the previously pitch-black sky began to reveal clouds. With the acceleration of his shaping, the sky became adorned with a sun, moon, and stars, enhanced by fragments of miraculous power, enabling the rhythm of day and night to unfold. Simultaneously, the weather on Mars began to shift. The surrounding time seemed to accelerate with signs of night and day emerging, while the heavens displayed resplendent golden clouds. At this juncture, Rhaegar within the meditative space prepared to finalize his endeavor. He transformed a portion of the divine energy into wind, dispersing it throughout this realm. As the winds arose, the once tranquil sea began to churn with waves, and the undercurrents from the depths surfaced anew. However, Rhaegar harbored no intention of suppression. Rather, he sought to bring the hidden currents to the surface. His motive stemmed from a desire to retain his humanity. Rhaegar believed that human emotions should oscillate between tranquility and anger. He would not allow one to exist solely in calmness devoid of other sentiments, nor would he permit one to succumb to rage and lose reason. His primary reason for this was his unwillingness to be supplanted by divinity. In the realm of Dragon Ball, many gods have exhibited a lack of compassion, most notably the angelic race and the Omni King. While the angels are relatively benevolent, they maintain a neutral stance, showing no sorrow even in the face of death before their eyes. This was evident during the Tournament of Power, where they obliterated all universes except for the seventh, preserving only the angels. Yet, their responses were merely expressions of regret, devoid of deep emotion, as if they were detached from the plight of others, merely lamenting the fate of the fallen. This divinity was not what Rhaegar desired. He did not wish to become a heartless being, nor did he want to reduce emotions to mere bargaining chips akin to transactions of profit. Thus, under Rhaegar's influence, the divine aura began to transform, as if the originally colorless essence had acquired a hue uniquely its own. Outside, Rhaegar's hair also began to undergo subtle changes. gradually shifting toward a shade of crimson. Simultaneously, the atmospheric conditions above began to fluctuate, at times basking in radiant sunlight, at others shrouded in ominous clouds, and even unleashing hail on occasion. Within the realm of meditation, Rhaegar discerned that the divine aura had reached a critical threshold. Sensing this phenomenon, Rhaegar felt that an opportunity had finally arrived. He then began to channel his energy, urging the divine essence to breach this critical point. Perhaps the divine aura had developed a rebellious spirit, as Rhaegar's manipulation triggered a chain reaction. Initially, Rhaegar believed he would need to attempt the breakthrough 3 or 4 times before achieving success. However, due to the chain reaction of the divine aura, signs of a breakthrough began to manifest. Witnessing the imminent breakthrough, Rhaegar seized the moment and unleashed the entirety of his divine essence in a single, powerful surge. With this eruption, Rhaegar's hair transformed entirely to red, accompanied by ethereal melodies resonating from above. When Rhaegar opened his eyes once more, a pair of crimson irises emerged, exuding an overwhelming presence. Thus, the Super Saiyan God was born. Chapter 52, a comparison between the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. The deceptive beggar. The arrival of Angel Whis. Transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Rhaegar instantly struck the ground with a mighty fist, shattering the earth like a spider's web. After experiencing this newfound power, he remarked, "This strength does not surpass that of Super Saiyan 4. In an instant, he dashed forward, only to halt again. He continued, "The speed does not match that of Super Saiyan 4. Subsequently, he carefully analyzed the preceding events and realized that his cognitive abilities had significantly improved. Rhaegar then engaged in further specialized training, assessing his state as a Super Saiyan God. After summarizing his findings, he compared himself to Super Saiyan 4, stating, "The Super Saiyan God lacks the speed and strength of Super Saiyan 4, yet possesses enhanced cognitive abilities, enabling a swift identification of an opponent's weaknesses and a remarkable capacity to adapt to the unfolding situation." In summary, the transformation into a Super Saiyan God is a technique-oriented evolution. Conversely, Super Saiyan 4 boasts exceptional strength and speed, with a relatively rapid recovery rate from injuries, potentially linked to its great ape transformation, but lacks the cognitive prowess of the Super Saiyan God. Therefore, in essence, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is characterized by overwhelming critical damage. Rhaegar then assumed the stance for his ultimate technique, unleashing the ultimate flash formed from divine energy. The ultimate flash hurtled towards a nearby mountain, instantly reducing it to ashes. Yet, the ultimate flash showed no signs of abating, soaring beyond the cosmos. Observing the desolate landscape before him, Rhaegar remarked, "The divine energy surpasses ordinary energy." And the power of that recent ultimate flash was merely a fraction less potent than the super ultimate flash. Following this, Reg quickly reverted from his Super Saiyan God form to his normal state, contemplating the situation. In scenarios involving long-range combat or wave attacks, transforming with divine energy proves to be optimal. However, in close quarters or prolonged battles, the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, rooted in one's essence, is superior. In summary, both the Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God forms possess their unique strengths and weaknesses. To amalgamate the advantages of both forms is to achieve a breakthrough in Super Saiyan 4, simultaneously embodying divine energy, heightened intellect, speed, and strength. Reg couldn't help but marvel at his fortunate circumstance. This meditative technique was acquired from an elderly beggar in his past life. After graduating high school, he began working as an intern in a restaurant, earning his first bucket of gold. During that time, an old beggar approached him, seeking to sell martial arts manuals. Fresh out of high school, driven by the euphoria of his first earnings, and in an era when the internet was not prevalent, Reg, like many boys who dreamt of becoming heroes, was intrigued. Naturally, with money in hand, he impulsively purchased one. That evening, he began practicing, only to find it utterly ineffective. It was then that Reg realized he had been duped, and he lamented his reckless spending, having lost track of the old beggar's whereabouts. Since crossing into this world, he had not thought of that manual until he pondered how to cultivate divine energy. At that moment, Reg began to speculate that perhaps that manual might hold value, considering the absurdity of his own situation. Initially, he approached it with a mindset of mere experimentation, not anticipating success, yet inexplicably, he cultivated the divine energy. Reg then shook his head, contemplating his next course of action. While he was still deep in thought about his forthcoming training, a voice suddenly resonated behind him. Another new deity has emerged. It appears your strength is commendable. The instant Reg heard the voice, his pupils constricted, and he spun around, retreating several steps, warily observing the individual that had appeared before him. This person held a staff, possessed a light blue complexion, and had white hair adorned in garments of intricate patterns, none other than Whis, the angel of Universe 7. Noticing Reg's wariness, Whis merely smiled and said, "You need not be alarmed. I am Whis, the angel of this universe. Without the consent of the higher-ups, we cannot erase a life." The higher-ups, Whis referred to, were the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Upon hearing Whis's words, Reg gradually lowered his guard, for angels are not prone to deceit, and he lacked the standing to compel them to lie. For Whis, given his current prowess, it is likely he could extinguish a foe with but a single finger. To be candid, the transformation into a super Saiyan god, which would undoubtedly attract Whis's attention, was well within Reg's expectations. After all, within a single universe, beings imbued with divine essence are exceedingly rare, especially those of such formidable strength as himself, who upon transformation would wield immense power. In such a scenario, it is akin to a nude man sprinting through a gay club, drawing all eyes. As Reg contemplated how to respond to Whis, the latter smiled and inquired, "Young man, would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the position of God of Destruction?" Whis discerned that the youth before him possessed extraordinary talent, and with proper cultivation, he might surpass Beerus, perhaps even approaching the echelon of an angel. Upon hearing Whis's proposition, Reg was momentarily taken aback, yet he shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but I have no interest in becoming a candidate for God of Destruction. Please seek another." Whis was somewhat astonished by Reg's refusal, for the position of God of Destruction is a coveted aspiration for all life forms within the cosmos. To attain such a role would not only grant one mastery over formidable destructive powers, but also confer significant status within the universe, allowing one to annihilate those who displease them. Reg's unwavering refusal caught Whis by surprise. Although intrigued, he respected Reg's decision and stated, "Since you are disinclined to become a candidate, I have no further matters to discuss. I hope we may meet again in the future." With that, Whis prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Reg called out to him, saying, "While I do not wish to become a candidate, I would be grateful if you could teach me how to cultivate the Ultra Instinct technique." He then bowed respectfully to Whis, surprised by Reg's knowledge of the Ultra Instinct. Whis responded, "I did not expect you to be aware of this technique, but I have no obligation to teach you." Despite his astonishment at how Reg had come to know of Ultra Instinct, Whis understood that without the youth aspiring to be a candidate or a god of destruction, he had no duty to impart such knowledge, as angels belong to a neutral faction, akin to observers who do not readily interfere in the universe's affairs. Anticipating Whis's response, Reg was prepared and said, "Rest assured, I will not take your time in vain. I am willing to offer a reward in exchange for your teachings on Ultra Instinct." Intrigued by Reg's proposal, Whis inquired, "Oh, what do you intend to offer as a reward to entice me to teach you Ultra Instinct?" Knowing that his plan was unfolding successfully, Reg earnestly replied, "I intend to offer some delicacies as a reward. I hope that meets your satisfaction, Lord Whis." Upon hearing the mention of food, Whis, who usually remained indifferent, suddenly became serious and asked, "Are the delicacies you speak of truly delectable?" Whis himself was a connoisseur of fine cuisine, but lamentably possessed poor culinary skills. The prospect of delicious food immediately captured his full attention. Subsequently, Reg's voice resonated with certainty. "Of course, it is an exquisite delicacy you have yet to experience." With a flicker of his power to distort reality, he conjured ice cream into his hand. Witnessing this miraculous creation, Whis expressed a hint of astonishment. It was evident to him that Reg was wielding some form of rule-based power. However, it mattered not. Angels occupy a neutral stance, and the nature of another's power is solely their own destiny, beyond the angel's jurisdiction to interfere. Chapter 53. The absurdity of the free mastery technique. The distinct transformations brought by two forms. Reg handed the ice cream to Whis, who examined it carefully before taking a bite, instantly awakening his senses. The subtle sweetness is perfectly balanced, harmonizing splendidly with the icy chill. Whis exclaimed after another mouthful. Upon closer tasting, there is a delicate hint of creaminess, seamlessly melding with the sweetness to create an extraordinary flavor. After several more bites, he finished the ice cream, still savoring the delightful sensation. At that moment, Whis regained his composure and awkwardly regarded Reg. "I'm quite satisfied with your reward, and thus, I can teach you how to train in the free mastery technique." Reg was unfazed by the earlier occurrence, solely focused on the fact that he could finally embark on his training. Weiss then addressed Reg. Let us assess your current strength, so I can better plan your future training endeavors. Nodding in agreement, Reg inquired, understood. How shall we evaluate my strength? To this, Weiss replied, it's quite simple. Just strike me. Though outwardly composed, Reg's inner thoughts were a flurry of concern. Who among the angels is unaware that their kin typically masters the free mastery technique to perfection? Nevertheless, Reg nodded and with a mighty roar, transformed into Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Weiss, taken aback by Reg's transformation, had initially believed that Reg's strongest form was Super Saiyan God. The current situation exceeded his expectations. Unperturbed by Weiss's surprise, Reg launched his assault. Yet, despite Weiss's astonishment, he adeptly evaded Reg's attacks. As time progressed, Reg realized that no matter his approach, he could not land a hit on Weiss. Thus, Reg adopted a different tactic, swiftly retreating to maintain a distance before executing the prince's combat strategy. Amidst the barrage of energy blasts, Weiss retained his serene smile, calmly evading the onslaught. Each seemingly minor movement allowed him to navigate through the dense barrage of attacks unscathed, not even a speck of dust tarnishing his attire. Upon encountering the prince, Reg's combat strategy proved futile, compelling him to abandon it and charge towards Weiss for a second assault. Yet, this change in approach failed to alter the undeniable reality of his inability to land a blow on his opponent. Recognizing this, Reg adopted a different tactic. He leapt high, creating some distance from Weiss, and then let out a mighty roar. His aura began to shift, ultimately transforming from Super Saiyan 4th power to Super Saiyan God. Intrigued by Reg's metamorphosis, Weiss was eager to discern what other tricks his adversary might possess. As a newly transformed Super Saiyan God, Reg surged towards Weiss, initiating yet another flurry of attacks. However, this time Weiss wore an expression of perplexity. He sensed a distinct decrease in Reg's speed, at least a fifth slower than before. Moreover, the force behind Reg's punches lacked the potency of his previous Super Saiyan 4th power, indicating a notable reduction in strength. Yet, Reg's subsequent maneuvers quickly illuminated Weiss's understanding of his strategy. In a swift motion, Reg unleashed a punch that, as anticipated, failed to connect with Weiss, instead piercing through the air and striking the ground. The earth fractured beneath the impact, resembling a spider's web, sending shards of stone flying. This unexpected display did not seem to concern Weiss. Reg continued to execute several more punches, none of which made contact with Weiss, as they passed harmlessly through him and struck the debris instead. In this form, Reg's mastery over his aura reached its zenith. He could send the fragments flying without shattering them, redirecting the energy through collisions with other stones. Weiss, keenly aware of the subtle shifts in Reg's approach, found himself intrigued and curious about what Reg would do next. During the brief moments of collision among the airborne debris, Reg maintained his relentless assault on Weiss. The fragments, as if ignited by a chain reaction, collided with one another in midair. At last, with a decisive punch, Reg commanded the airborne stones, as if they were following an unspoken directive, launching them towards Weiss from every conceivable angle. The fragments surrounded Weiss in a 360-degree embrace. Any slight movement on his part would result in contact with the debris. This was Reg's plan, to transform into a Super Saiyan God at the outset to leverage his enhanced cognitive abilities while simultaneously attacking Weiss and observing the surroundings for potential advantages. The objective was to touch Weiss, not to inflict harm. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Weiss remained unfazed, finding the situation rather amusing. Then, an astonishing maneuver occurred that left even Reg in disbelief. With merely a slight shift of his body, akin to an instinctive reaction, Weiss deftly evaded all the shards in Reg's attacks with pinpoint accuracy. One of Reg's strikes came perilously close, missing Weiss by a mere centimeter, yet Weiss effortlessly sidestepped it. Faced with such a remarkable display of evasion, Reg promptly abandoned his assault. In truth, Reg can transform into the ancient Super Saiyan, launching an assault on Weiss. However, such an action would bear no significance, at most merely piquing Weiss's interest. After all, whether he can triumph over Beerus remains uncertain, let alone confronting Weiss. Upon witnessing Reg abandon his attack, Weiss inquired, "Well then, shall you continue your assault?" To which Reg, with a sense of resignation, shook his head and replied, "No, it would be futile to strike again, especially since he could evade even in such circumstances." Hearing Reg's words, Weiss nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that accepting one's defeat is also a form of growth. Subsequently, Weiss asked, "What was the transformation you exhibited earlier?" He was referring to the Super Saiyan 4 form. In response, Reg explained that transformation relies not on divine energy, but solely on one's own power. After which, he transformed into the Super Saiyan 4 form once more, showcasing it before Whis. Observing Reg in this state, Whis curiously circled around him and remarked, "What differences do you perceive between the two forms?" In reply, Reg recounted the data he had previously gathered. After listening to the information, Whis found it intriguing and queried, "What do you believe is the reason for such a transformation?" After a moment of contemplation, Reg responded, "I believe it stems from the differing methods of transformation." Whis merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Noticing Whis's lack of response, Reg continued, "The distinction lies in energy and physicality. The transformation of Super Saiyan God is derived from divine energy. Its power and speed are inferior to that of Super Saiyan 4 due to a shift in aura rather than a change in physique. However, perhaps the enhancement brought about by the change in aura results in a significant boost, even if it does not match the formidable power and speed of Super Saiyan 4. Conversely, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 necessitates a transformation into a great ape, followed by the consolidation of one's own strength to effectuate the change. This transformation alters one's physical structure. Consequently, both the exhibited power and astonishing speed arise from physical changes. Yet, the failure to reach the divine energy level accounts for the differences from Super Saiyan God. In conclusion, Reg summarized that if one were to draw an analogy, divine energy resembles equipment, while great ape transformation pertains to fundamental attributes. Thus, the strength of Super Saiyan God lies in its equipment, not in its inherent qualities. Similarly, Super Saiyan 4 derives its strength from fundamental attributes rather than its equipment. Chapter 54. The Slumbering Beerus. The Harsh Training. The breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4 achieved. Upon hearing Reg's summary, Whis nodded in satisfaction. His earlier inquiries aimed to understand the principles behind the transformations, but the true intention was to gauge Reg's perceptiveness. Ultimately, if one's comprehension is lacking, no amount of instruction can lead to the mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. After grasping the essentials, Whis turned to Reg and said, "Now that I am sufficiently informed, place your hand upon my back. I shall guide you to a certain location." Upon hearing Whis's words, Reg nodded and stepped forward to rest his hand on Whis's back. Once preparations were complete, Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff, and a vibrant orb of light enveloped both him and Reg. They then departed the confines of the galaxy at superluminal speed. As Reg observed the shifting surroundings, he curiously inquired of Whis, "Master Whis, where are we headed for our training?" To which Whis replied, "Our destination is the realm of the God of Destruction, the abode of Lord Beerus." With the destination established, Reg fell silent. After 2.5 hours of superluminal travel, they finally arrived at the realm of the God of Destruction. Beholding a withered tree floating in the void, Reg scanned the surroundings with curiosity and asked Whis, "By the way, why is Lord Beerus not present?" Whis responded, "At present, Lord Beerus remains in slumber, and under normal circumstances, I do not possess the authority to awaken him unless it is an emergency." Indeed, Whis, in addition to being Beerus's mentor, also served as his steward and attendant. As for emergencies, only under the directives of the Grand Priest or the Omni King could Whis rouse Beerus. Reg nodded at Whis's explanation, initially eager to engage in a bout with Beerus to ascertain who was the stronger. However, with Beerus asleep, Reg recognized the futility of such aspirations. He had come to train, not to disrupt. He then inquired of Whis, "What will be the focus of our training henceforth?" In response, Whis waved his staff, transforming Reg's attire into training gear, and stated, "Your task is to complete 10 laps around the realm of destruction daily. Moreover, the training outfit will elevate the gravitational force to your maximum capacity. Each time you achieve a new level of strength, the gravity will adjust accordingly to your new threshold." With that, Whis gestured forward with his staff, and a track materialized around the perimeter of the realm of destruction. As Reg approached the track, he suddenly felt an overwhelming weight pressing down upon him, causing him to bend at the waist under the immense pressure. The very ground beneath his feet buckled under the strain, creating 2 deep craters. After a brief moment of standing still, he finally adapted to the intense pressure and began to struggle toward the track. At the moment he set foot on the runway, Whis suddenly remarked, "You must hasten your pace. There will be a countdown on the runway, and each segment will vanish once time runs out. Should you fail to move swiftly, you will plunge directly into the void. Moreover, your training suit possesses the ability to suppress your flight. Do not entertain thoughts of soaring back up if you fall." Upon hearing such outrageous regulations, Reg was about to voice a vehement retort when he noticed the segments beneath his feet becoming transparent at an alarming rate. Without a second thought for anything else, Reg sprinted forward. However, due to the constraints of the training suit, he could scarcely run and could only advance step by step. Just before a segment disappeared, he managed to reach another. Yet before he could catch his breath, this new segment also initiated its countdown to transparency, compelling Reg to continue onward. In the midst of this grueling training, Reg discovered that his strength was ascending at a dizzying pace, akin to a rocket's launch. If there had been a display panel, he would have seen a continuous notification indicating a 10% increase above his head. As time flowed steadily, he spent half the day completing 10 laps. At that moment, Reg lay on the grass, drenched in sweat, utterly unable to move. Just then, Weiss approached him and stated, "After a brief 10-minute rest, we shall proceed to the next phase of training." Noticing Reg's gaze directed at him, Weiss continued, "The next training task involves mowing grass. But it is not as simple as it sounds. You must still wear your training suit." Hearing Weiss's words, Reg felt somewhat at a loss for words. Fortunately, as a Saiyan, he possessed considerable resilience. Had his constitution been even slightly weaker, he might have perished during the initial training session. After resting for a while, Weiss led him to the mowing area. Handing Reg a sickle, Weiss added, "The weeds here are not ordinary. You must be swift enough that they do not even register your presence to eliminate them entirely. Furthermore, to increase the training difficulty, I have cast a minor spell to imbue these weeds with a chain reaction. This means that any mistake on your part will cause all the weeds to regrow." Reg stared, dumbfounded, at the expanse designated for weeding. According to the map Weiss provided, this area was roughly 1/3 the size of Inner Mongolia. Moreover, as Weiss mentioned, there were 5 more such areas awaiting his attention. Reluctantly, Reg steeled himself to face the challenge. Thus, under Weiss's rigorous training, Reg persevered for a month, his strength enhancing to at least 2,000 times its original state. Furthermore, through Weiss's guidance, Reg achieved a qualitative leap in his mastery of divine energy. Every time there's a break, I utilize the miraculous power of teleportation to return to Earth and visit Supali. The primary purpose is to ascertain whether Supali is causing any disturbances on the planet. Although Supali's combat prowess currently stands at a mere 300,000, the ability to obliterate Earth remains effortlessly within reach. Thus, each time I teleport back, it is merely to ensure that Earth still exists. Concurrently, I bring back some delectable treats for Weiss, for the power to distort reality cannot conjure something from nothing. One must provide a reference. Many delights remain untested by Rhaegar, leaving him uncertain of their flavors, and thus unable to create them out of thin air. Even if he were to succeed in manifesting them, they would lack any discernible taste. It is akin to conjuring a piece of chocolate, only to describe it as having a repugnant odor. Would you dare to consume it? It is for this reason that Weiss consented to Rhaegar's return to Earth, as the concept of training commencing and then abruptly halting is rather absurd. Meanwhile, high above the realm of destruction, Rhaegar commenced his preparation. As his power surged, he transformed instantaneously into Super Saiyan 4 at full capacity. Yet, this force did not plateau. It continued to ascend in an unabated trajectory. Ultimately, with a resonant roar, he reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4's full power. Satisfied with the expanding might, Rhaegar nodded approvingly. He then unleashed an overwhelming aura, preparing to amplify his strength once more. This time, however, he intended to harness divine energy for the enhancement. As the divine energy erupted, his aura began to shift, gradually transitioning from gold to red, becoming increasingly imperceptible to ordinary beings. Eventually enveloped entirely by the crimson essence, Rhaegar swiftly opened his eyes, a formidable aura erupting from him. The Super Saiyan 4 limit-breaking form had been achieved. Chapter 55. The Fundamental Data of the Ancient Transcendent Form. The collision of technological and martial realms. Due to his immense aura, several surrounding star systems were affected, with the nearer ones completely obliterated in the vastness of space. The realm of destruction, however, remained unscathed, which had already established protective barriers well before the transformation was complete. Observing the surrounding devastation, Rhaegar dissipated his power, reverting to his normal state. He then descended beside Weiss, awkwardly stating, "My apologies, I became overly exhilarated during the outburst and neglected to temper my strength. There shouldn't be any significant issues, right?" Weiss, smiling, shook his head and reassured him, "Rest easy. All star systems surrounding the realm of destruction harbor no life. No matter how much you may wreak havoc, it would pose no problem." He then fixed his gaze upon Rhaegar, remarking, I truly did not anticipate that Saiyans possess such formidable potential. With a sigh, he added, indeed, Lord Beerus made a grave error in judgment. It was reminiscent of Beerus's initial command to Frisia, which nearly led to the extinction of the Saiyans. Reg, of course, was well aware of the decision to which Whis was alluding. He shook his head and remarked, let the past remain in the past. One must always look forward. Don't you agree? Reg expressed indifference towards the annihilation of planet Vegeta. Had King Vegeta not previously exhibited hostility towards him, Reg might have considered intervening. However, at this juncture, he surmised that the remnants of the opposing side's ashes were likely scattered beyond recognition. Whis, upon hearing Reg's words, merely smiled in silence, fully cognizant of Reg's character after a month of interaction. Had there been a genuine intent to save, it would have been accomplished long ago, rather than waiting until now. Reg then turned to Whis and said, let us set aside such matters for the moment and discuss the forthcoming training regimen. Having only recently grasped the transformation state, he recognized the necessity of further training to fully master his newfound power. Witnessing Reg's eagerness to train, Whis nodded approvingly and continued to guide him in his practice. Under Whis's rigorous tutelage, Reg's strength surged at an exponential rate. During their training, Reg also showcased the ancient Super Saiyan form to Whis. The latter was astounded, sensing the terrifying power embedded within this ancient transformation. Subsequently, the two embarked on a collaborative exploration of the power inherent in this form. The force of the ancient Super Saiyan state was estimated to be between 30,000 to 40,000 times greater than Reg's normal state. This multiplier was not static. Over time, it would increase exponentially. In essence, it would double the base power and then continue to double the new base, creating an infinite accumulation of strength. Yet, nothing is truly infinite. As mentioned earlier, when the rate of energy consumption surpasses recovery, infinity becomes finite. With this understanding, Reg tested his limits and discovered that his strength would stabilize at approximately the sixth power of the original multiplier. Moreover, calculations indicated that this exponential growth would occur every 10 minutes. Thus, after transforming into the ancient Super Saiyan form, Reg would experience a state of infinite energy for only the first hour. Beyond that, he would enter a high consumption phase, while his power would significantly increase. His endurance would drastically diminish. Upon acquiring this foundational data, Reg was thoroughly astonished. Though he had anticipated the ancient Super Saiyan form to be formidable, he had not envisioned it to be this powerful. Following this revelation, Reg focused on refining his energy control, extending the doubling duration from the original 10 minutes to now 20 minutes. Consequently, the time frame had been elevated to 2 hours, substantially enhancing Reg's endurance. As time gradually elapsed, the cooldown period for the Void Arena concluded. Receiving the notification, Reg turned to Whis behind him and said, shortly, I shall return to Earth to bring back some sustenance for Lord Weiss. Upon hearing Rhaegar's words, Weiss nodded with delight and inquired, what delectable treats shall you procure this time? Remember to make haste. In response, Rhaegar nodded and promptly teleported back to Earth. However, after his departure, Weiss bore an expression of contemplation. He sensed that Rhaegar might be deceiving him. The journey to Earth seemed merely a pretext. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Angels are neutral beings, incapable of interfering with any life forms unless certain rules are breached, such as traversing time and space. Meanwhile, having already returned to Earth, Rhaegar addressed the dimension. Activate the Void Arena. The dimension responded, Void Arena activated. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. As the final count echoed, Rhaegar was instantaneously transported into the Void Arena. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the scene before him was not that of the previous arena. Instead, he found himself in a cosmic expanse, having been teleported to a small asteroid. Opposite him stood a white-haired youth upon another asteroid. At that moment, the white-haired youth uttered an enigmatic statement. Analyze the current situation. Luo, Tian, and identify the force that has brought me to this realm. A voice resonated within the youth's mind, responding, comparing with all known star maps. You are currently in an unknown star domain. The energy that transported you to this star domain is not recorded in our database. It belongs to an undiscovered, unknown energy. Unbeknownst to Rhaegar, he could not comprehend the meaning behind the youth's words, yet it was evident that something was following him. At this juncture, the white-haired youth also took notice of Rhaegar and addressed him. Are you a native of this star domain? I wish to understand the matters of this realm. Please respond truthfully. To this, Rhaegar replied, this is the Void Arena, and only the victor shall depart from here. Upon hearing Rhaegar's words, the white-haired youth turned to the intelligence system, Luo Tian, and commanded, Luo Tian, analyze what the opponent has stated. Acknowledging the command, Luo Tian replied, based on the opponent's description of the arena and its rules, it resembles the ancient Roman Colosseum. Analyzing the current situation, it appears that you have been compelled to engage in combat with the creature before you, arranged by some unknown entity. Furthermore, the analysis indicates that this being is highly similar to a human, yet with subtle differences. The energy detector's data reveals that the entity possesses an immensely powerful unknown energy, which, if unleashed, could pose a threat capable of obliterating an entire supercluster or even the known universe. Upon hearing the analysis from the intelligent entity, Luo Tian, the silver-haired youth began to ponder the situation before him. Just as his opponent remained deep in thought, a voice resonated through the void. The void arena is about to commence. Tech leader Gaitans versus dimensional fighter Reg. Both contestants, please prepare yourselves. The countdown is about to begin. 3. As the countdown commenced, Gaitans swiftly addressed Luo Tian, commanding, activate all war permissions, elevate the danger level of the entity before us to maximum, and set the alert status to level 1. Responding promptly to the directive, the intelligent entity, Luo Tian, replied, war permissions have been activated. Molecular reconfiguration mode is initiated, marking the entity's danger level as apocalyptic. Due to the alert status being set to level 1, the auto combat mode is now engaged. As the final words of the intelligent entity echoed, Gaitan's eyes transformed into a crimson hue. The asteroid beneath him and the surrounding celestial bodies were instantaneously disassembled, as if a swarm of locusts had descended. The disassembled asteroids swiftly reconfigured, materializing dozens of warships that stood resolutely opposite Reg. 2. Observing multiple warships across from him, Reg marveled at the overwhelming prowess of the technological warriors. Nonetheless, admiration aside, he bellowed with respect and swiftly entered the Super Saiyan 4th limit break form. The intelligent entity, Luo Tian, issued a warning to Gaitans, exclaiming, warning, warning, the energy of the opposing entity is surging exponentially. Chapter 56. The fierce battle between technology and Saiyans. Countdown to transformation. A battle against time. Upon hearing Luo Tian's alert, Gaitans furrowed his brow and remarked, maximize energy extraction and swiftly create armed mechs to gauge the opponent and acquire their fundamental data. Responding to the command, Luo Tian quickly affirmed, energy extraction is maximized. Armed mechs are currently in production. As soon as the words were uttered, the surrounding stars visibly shrank in size. Numerous mechs rapidly armed themselves around the starships. The overwhelming sense of advanced technology was such that even Reg felt a twinge of envy, reminiscing about childhood fantasies of possessing his own mech. However, despite the envy, the impending battle remained paramount. With that, he assumed an offensive stance. 1. The duel begins. No sooner had the words been spoken than dozens of mechs charged towards Reg. Some wielding shields and laser swords, while others brandished long-range laser guns for support. Yet, to Reg, these assaults felt no different than mere tickling. With a single punch, he obliterated each mech. However, those shattered mechs instantaneously transformed into liquid and reassembled into new mechs, rushing towards Reg once more. As time progressed, the mechs not only failed to diminish but multiplied with each encounter. Rhaegar was not inclined to prolong the confrontation. With a swift maneuver, he distanced himself from the adversaries and unleashed a series of princely combat techniques against the mechas. A multitude of mechas fell under his assault. Just as Rhaegar prepared to press his advantage, a laser cannon suddenly shot toward him. Sensing the imminent danger, Rhaegar quickly activated his protective shield, successfully deflecting the oncoming blast. He then turned his gaze toward the source of the laser, where, unbeknownst to him, a fleet of dozens of starships had been constructed by Gautans, forming a modest yet formidable armada. At that moment, Gautans occupied the command seat in the central warships operations room, observing the screen displaying Rhaegar's actions. He instructed Luo Tian, analyze the opponent's abilities and techniques, as well as their recovery rate. Upon receiving the command, Luo Tian responded, the adversary is employing an undocumented energy type, utilizing techniques reminiscent of ancient martial arts from the previous century. Current observations indicate that their energy expenditure accounts for 0.06 of total capacity. With signs of recovery already evident, there have been no new developments. After contemplating the analysis for a brief moment, Gautans swiftly replied, continue probing to extract new data from the opponent. Additionally, elevate the technological level of our armed mechas, and establish a tri-layer magnetic shield around the central warship. Acknowledging the order, Luotian confirmed, understood. The technological upgrade for the armed mechas is underway. The construction of the tri-layer magnetic shield is currently at 2142 completion. While Gautans was issuing these commands, Rhaegar was poised to launch a gas bomb at the central warship. Suddenly, several mechas charged at him, obstructing his assault. Reluctantly, Rhaegar halted his attack on the central vessel, opting instead to dismantle these mechas first. However, upon their destruction, the mechas were formed with notable enhancements. Their durability had increased at least tenfold, and they were no longer wielding shields or laser swords. Instead, they predominantly employed long-range weaponry, such as laser guns and electronic cannons. Though these weapons posed no real threat to Rhaegar, the sheer number of them proved to be quite bothersome. He was left with no choice but to maintain a distance and engage in ranged combat. Yet, as time passed, the enemy's warships and mechas did not dwindle. Rather, their numbers swelled. Observing this, Rhaegar furrowed his brow and contemplated, "I cannot afford to engage in a war of attrition. A swift resolution is imperative." With this resolve, Rhaegar ceased to conceal his true power, unleashing a thunderous roar as he transformed into an ancient, transcendent form. Witnessing this transformation, the AI Luotian rapidly issued a warning to Gautans, exclaiming, "Warning! Warning! The opponent's energy levels are undergoing explosive growth." Furthermore, analysis indicates that this increase shows no signs of abating. Upon witnessing this scene, Gautans fell into a brief reverie, soon pondering something before addressing Luotian. Analyze the opponent's energy consumption and calculate the time until their energy ceases to recover and is completely depleted. Luotian, receiving the command, responded based on prior comparative consumption data. The energy expenditure has surged to 1,000 of the previous state. Analyzing the current upward trajectory of energy, it is estimated that recovery will cease in approximately 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 24 seconds. Complete depletion of energy is projected to occur in about 2 hours, 39 minutes, and 23 seconds. Upon hearing these calculations, Gautans displayed an expression of realization. As a staunch advocate of scientific principles, he could not accept the notion that anyone could violate the law of conservation of energy. Initially, witnessing Rhaegar's seemingly infinite power had caused a flicker of doubt in his previously unwavering conviction. However, with Luotian's analysis, the validity of his thoughts was reaffirmed. The opponent did not possess boundless energy, but merely a rapid recovery rate. Armed with this knowledge, Gautans now faced another dilemma: how to endure for 2 hours and 39 minutes under Rhaegar's onslaught. Observing Rhaegar on the screen, who merely waved a hand and unleashed an energy that instantaneously obliterated all nearby mechas, even causing disruptions to the starships behind, with some systems beginning to short-circuit. Gautans was momentarily daunted by the overwhelming display of power. After a brief contemplation, Gautans swiftly resolved to issue commands to Luotian, stating, "Elevate the technological level of the armed mechas to its highest tier and integrate all ancient martial arts from the last century. Upgrade the weaponry of all starships to maximum capacity and grant them the highest permissions, including the use of molecular-level weapons. Furthermore, adjust the power output of the energy extraction modules to the maximum, targeting all observable stars in the vicinity, and prepare for the Black Domain project." Luotian acknowledged the command promptly, stating, "The highest directive has been received and is currently being executed." Meanwhile, Rhaegar, engaged in combat with the mechas, detected an anomaly. The mechas, which had once crumbled into dust under a single punch, now withstood his blows, losing only their upper halves, suggesting a hardness increase of at least 100-fold. Moreover, Rhaegar noted that those who dared to engage him in close combat possessed some martial skills, yet their strikes felt no more substantial than a mere tickle. Faced with this situation, Rhaegar resolved to end the delay and charged toward the starship where Gautans was located. However, before he could act, dozens of starships surrounding him locked onto his position with their formidable weaponry, unleashing a relentless barrage akin to a hailstorm of bullets. These projectiles were not physical, but rather akin to lasers. Confronted by the incoming assault, Rhaegar exhibited no intention of evasion. As the onslaught of attacks drew nearer, a formidable aura erupted from Reg, effectively halting these assaults in their tracks. However, these attacks did not dissipate. Rather, they were forcefully repelled by Reg's energy, colliding with the attacking mechas. In an instant, those mechas crumbled as if they were mere grains of sand. Chapter 57. The Potent Ultimate Flash. One against the Technological Legion. The final 20 minutes, Witnessing the aftermath of the strikes, Reg's expression turned grave. In truth, if one's defensive capabilities were robust enough, there would be no fear of such weaponry. Yet, the defensive potential within the Dragon Ball realm remains an enigma, capable of withstanding planet-destroying attacks without a scratch. Yet still vulnerable to unforeseen assaults, which is quite absurd. With this thought in mind, Reg swiftly distanced himself from the starships, opting against close combat to annihilate them from afar. Upon finding a secure vantage point, he unleashed a tremendous aura, preventing the attacks and mechas from advancing. He then raised his hands in preparation for the ultimate flash, gathering immense power within his grasp. Observing this scene, Ratian promptly issued a dangerous warning to Gaitans, declaring, "Warning! Warning! The threat level of the energy source in the opposing lifeform's hands is escalating." Upon witnessing this, Gaitans made a swift decision, instructing Ratian, "Channel the energy from all surrounding starships into the central ship and maximize the power of the defensive panels. Activate a 10-layer magnetic shield and initiate the backup plan." Preparing the spatial jump device. Receiving the command, Ratian responded, "Understood, executing now." Instantly, 10 translucent shields surrounded the starship, altering the spatial field around it slightly. Just as these preparations were completed, Reg's charged attack reached its culmination. He then turned towards Gaitans and remarked, "You must survive, otherwise it would be exceedingly dull." With that, he unleashed the energy in his hands. Ultimate Flash. This immense energy was released in an instant, causing rifts to appear in the surrounding space. All mechas standing before Reg were obliterated, crashing into the first layer of the magnetic shield. However, the shield could barely withstand a few seconds before being penetrated, subsequently striking the next layer of protection. In the command room, Gaitans watched as the shields were continuously breached and addressed Ratian. "Can the shield withstand this attack?" Ratian replied, "It is unable to defend. This attack is predicted to breach all defensive systems within 37 seconds. Hearing Roshan's response, Gaitans urgently commanded, "Concentrate the firepower of all starships to resist the enemy's assault and buy me time. Additionally, activate the self-destruct mode for all mechas and send them charging towards the enemy to divert their attention. Initiate spatial leap to transfer the battlefield and calculate the success rate." Upon receiving the command, Luo Tian responded, "Understood, all starships will alter their attack directives, focusing on delay. The mechs have activated self-destruction mode, expected to self-destruct in 5 seconds. The calculation for the spatial leap success rate is underway. Due to the influence of a formidable unknown energy, the spatial environment is currently exceedingly unstable, resulting in a success rate of 6,472. After Luo Tian completed his report, the situation outside began to shift. All nearby starships rapidly concentrated powerful laser beams, striking against Rhaegar's ultimate flash. However, the magnitude of energy on both sides was ultimately incomparable, sustaining the onslaught for only a few seconds at most. Subsequently, all mechs surged towards Rhaegar, yet due to his overwhelming aura, they found themselves unable to approach him. Reluctantly, the mechs could only get as close as possible before self-destructing. Nevertheless, these explosions managed to capture Rhaegar's attention, as their energy was sufficient to obliterate a planet the size of the moon. Hearing that the success rate for the spatial leap was below 70, Gaudens pondered briefly before swiftly commanding Luo Tian, "Activate the spatial leap device." Luo Tian replied, "Acknowledged." Initiating the spatial leap device. In an instant, the space behind the central starship began to warp. Within mere seconds, a rift in space opened, generating a powerful suction that drew the starship inward. Naturally, Rhaegar observed this scene, and his own power surged once more, declaring, "You think escaping is so simple? This is no mere garden. You cannot come and go as you please." Following his proclamation, the potency of the ultimate flash increased by at least 30%, pushing back against the barrage of laser beams. As time elapsed, the spatial leap was finally completed. Gaudens executed the leap, departing from his original position. The starships that remained behind were instantly rendered to mere ashes, obliterated by Rhaegar's ultimate flash. Watching Gaudens vanish, Rhaegar was left uncertain of his destination. Aware that time could not be squandered, he recognized that while both sides would grow stronger with time, the enemy could absorb all available resources around them. Although he too could grow more powerful, his recovery rate lagged behind, and exhaustion would inevitably set in. While Rhaegar contemplated where the opponent had fled, he noticed a star in a certain direction rapidly fading from view. Without a doubt, that was where the enemy had retreated. Resolving himself, Rhaegar swiftly flew towards that direction. Despite his incredible speed, it would still take him at least 5 minutes to arrive. As Reg finally arrived at the location where the star had vanished, he indeed found Galtans there. However, it was somewhat exaggerated that in merely 5 minutes, the adversary had constructed at least 100 starships and thousands of armed mechs. Even more astonishing was the presence of a space fortress in the rear, with an enormous cannon still under construction above it. The caliber of that cannon was at least the size of a small asteroid. Yet, Reg felt no trepidation. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. Observing the scene, he felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility, as if he could single-handedly hold back a tide of foes. Upon detecting Reg on the radar, Galtans swiftly issued commands, stating, "Direct all firepower towards the enemy and deploy all mechs to shield the starships that are charging." In response to the order, the heavy weaponry of all starships quickly locked onto Reg, while the mechs recklessly charged at him. Witnessing this spectacle ignited a fervor within Reg. He then proclaimed to the mechs, "Let us see who will emerge victorious in the end." Subsequently, he unleashed his aura to its zenith and charged towards the mechs. As Reg approached, the mechs could not withstand his formidable presence and were all annihilated. Thus, Reg single-handedly battled the entire technological legion. Numerous starships unleashed a barrage of attacks upon him, to which Reg responded in kind, employing the prince's combat style to shatter each starship one by one. The duration of this fierce engagement was uncertain. Breathless, Reg found himself seated atop a mound formed from the wreckage of the mechs. Despite this, a powerful aura continued to emanate from him. Thanks to a robust energy supply, Galtans chose not to salvage the defeated mechs. Meanwhile, in the control room, Galtans turned to Luotian and asked, "How many minutes remain for the enemy?" Luotian replied, "Based on current analysis, it is predicted that in 20 minutes and 3 seconds, the biological energy of the enemy will be depleted." Upon hearing Luotian's response, Galtans remained silent, his gaze fixed on Reg on the screen. It seemed Reg sensed something, turning his gaze towards a particular direction, locking eyes with Galtans. Observing the intensity in Reg's eyes, Galtans silently mused, "No, I believe the situation is not as straightforward as it appears." Chapter 58. A Clash of Wits. Twists and Turns. A Crisis on the Brink of Death. Galtans then inquired of Luotian, "What is the current progress of the Black Domain's formation? How long until completion?" Luotian answered, "The progress of the Black Domain has reached 9,324. It is expected to be completed in approximately 10 minutes. Hearing Luotian's response, Galtans remained silent, gazing intently at Reg on the screen. He did not perceive Reg as merely a brute endowed with strength. What he awaited now was a flaw, a decisive weakness that could turn the tide of battle. After a brief respite at the center of the battlefield, Rhaegar surged forward towards the mechanized army once more. He had contemplated launching a direct assault on Gaitan's starship. Yet the latter exhibited an unwavering steadiness, reminiscent of an old hound. Not only had it established nearly 100 layers of protective shields, but it had also utilized surplus starships as makeshift cover. Even if he managed to strike the starship he was targeting, Gaitans could swiftly transfer to another vessel or employ spatial jumps to evade harm. Thus, Rhaegar awaited an opportune moment, a chance to eliminate his adversary in an instant. Both sides harbored their own cunning strategies. However, in a contest of intellect against a technologically superior opponent, Rhaegar found himself somewhat outmatched. As time progressed, the 10-minute mark finally arrived, and the Black Domain reached its formation threshold. Subsequently, Luotian addressed Gaitans, stating, "Report. The Black Domain has achieved formation standards. Shall we deploy it now?" Upon hearing Luotian's words, Gaitans replied, "No rush, let us wait a bit longer." After speaking, he resumed his watch on the screen, displaying Rhaegar. At this juncture, Rhaegar was utterly exhausted. Calculations indicated that he could only sustain his remaining strength for another 10 minutes. This meant that if he did not incapacitate his opponent within that time frame, the battle would conclude with Gaitans emerging victorious. With time slipping away, 5 minutes passed swiftly. In a flash, as he obliterated several starships, Rhaegar seized an opportunity. He instantaneously teleported behind Gaitan's starship and unleashed a rapid-fire Dragon Fist attack. The penetrative power of the Dragon Fist was immense, capable of breaching several layers of shields in less than half a second. Witnessing this, Gaitans swiftly instructed Luotian, "Activate the cloning module and initiate consciousness data upload." Receiving the command, Luotian promptly responded, "Cloning module activated. Consciousness data is currently being uploaded. Upload complete." As the final word echoed, Gaitan's eyes dulled, as though his very soul had been siphoned away. Simultaneously, the dragon fist reached its target, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion aboard the starship. Gazing at the wreckage of what had once been a formidable vessel, Rhaegar murmured, "This battle has finally come to an end." Yet he soon realized that the surrounding starships and mechs had not ceased their operations. Instead, they continued their relentless assault against him. In that moment of realization, a voice resonated from above the distant space fortress, proclaiming, "To be honest, I didn't react when you suddenly appeared behind the starship. If I hadn't been exceedingly cautious and prepared for contingencies, you might very well have emerged victorious in this encounter." At the sound of the voice, Rhaegar turned to see Gaitan's, composed and at ease, seated on the observation deck of the space fortress, addressing him. In that fleeting moment, the activated cloning module had swiftly created a clone using Gaitan's own DNA. Subsequently, the consciousness was digitized and transferred to the clone body for resurrection. However, Reg did not realize that the opponent possessed such technology. He merely assumed they had employed spatial transfer once again. Soon, Reg found himself surrounded by starships and mechas. With only 5 minutes remaining, in such a brief span, it was utterly impossible to defeat the adversary, especially given their cautious demeanor. In his current state, he was certainly ill-equipped to handle the situation. Reluctantly, Reg reverted to his Super Saiyan 4th limit break form, waiting for his strength to recover sufficiently before transforming once more into the ancient super form. Upon witnessing Reg revert to the initial form of their duel, the opponent recognized their opportunity and swiftly commanded Rotion, "Activate the dark domain to apply pressure on the enemy, while simultaneously charging the dark matter condensation cannon." Rotion promptly responded, "The dark domain is now active, exerting pressure on the adversary. The dark matter condensation bubble is currently charging, with a progress of 164. It is expected to complete in 3 minutes." As Rotion finished speaking, the space surrounding Reg rapidly collapsed, forming an enormous black hole nearly the size of the Milky Way. Meanwhile, at the center of the black hole, Reg was enveloped in a cacophony of creaking sounds emanating from his body. He felt an overwhelming pressure and a relentless agony as every part of him twisted and tore. Unable to endure the torment any longer, he let out a primal scream. Reg then swiftly deployed a protective shield to withstand the pressure, allowing himself to recuperate from the pain. Once he regained his composure, he began to strategize. Although transforming and activating the energy shield consumed vast amounts of energy, his recovery ability would enable him to return to his peak condition within 8 minutes at most. Meanwhile, from a distance, Gaitan's inquired of Rotion, "What is the status of the opponent?" Rotion replied, "Current analysis indicates the opponent's power is recovering at an accelerated rate, projected to reach peak condition in 7 minutes and 51 seconds. Upon hearing Rotion's report, Gaitan's contemplated for a moment before issuing a command. "Continue supplying energy to the dark domain, and extract 30 of all stored energy from the starships to expedite the charging time of the dark matter condensation cannon." Rotion acknowledged the directive. "Understood. 30 of the starship's stored energy has been extracted, reducing the charging time of the dark matter condensation cannon to 1 minute and 15 seconds. Silently, Gaitan's observed Reg struggle on the screen as time ticked away. Finally, Rotion reported, "The dark matter condensation bubble has completed charging. Shall we launch?" To which Gaitan's quickly commanded, "Launch immediately." Rotion replied, "Acknowledged." On the colossal artillery of the space fortress, it began to mobilize, aiming its barrel in the direction of Rhaegar. Subsequently, a significant accumulation of dark matter formed around the barrel. The scene was so foreboding that even Rhaegar, far away, sensed the impending danger. The only recourse available to him was to amplify the energy of his protective shield. As the dark matter continued to amass, it ultimately erupted, unleashing a beam of black light directed towards Rhaegar. The dark domain opened a passage, allowing the black beam to strike directly at Rhaegar, who stood at the heart of the shadowy realm. The sudden assault nearly overwhelmed him. As time elapsed, cracks began to appear on the shield. Observing these fissures, Rhaegar realized that he could no longer afford to remain passive. Chapter 59, Breaking Through Desperation. The Super Saiyan 4 Power Limit Breakthrough. The Divine Ultimate Flash. Yet, given his current predicament, the prospect of mounting a counterattack seemed utterly implausible. It was evident that Rhaegar had exhausted all his resources. Only one option lay before him: to attempt a new breakthrough, transcending his physical limits to reach a new pinnacle. However, considering the state of his recovering power, This endeavor could only sustain him for a single attempt. Success would turn the tide. Failure would lead to his demise. Nevertheless, Rhaegar resolved to try. For having faced death once, what harm could there be in confronting it again? With a fierce roar, Rhaegar unleashed his energy. At present, he was in the form of a Super Saiyan 4, and with the outburst of his aura, the divine energy intertwined with the unique essence of Super Saiyan 4 erupted forth. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gaitans noticed the anomaly and addressed Luotian. Analyze the opponent's condition and ascertain how much energy they have left. Luotian responded, based on the current analysis, the opponent's energy is on a steady upward trajectory. However, their stored energy is depleting rapidly. Observations indicate that they have only 1546 units remaining, with a gradual decline beginning to manifest. Upon receiving Luotian's report, Gaitans swiftly issued orders. Continue the fire suppression while channeling 50 of all starship stored energy into the dark matter condensation cannon. Luotian promptly replied, if all starships withdraw 50 of their energy, most functions will cease. Should we proceed? Gaitans affirmed, continue with the extraction. Luotian acknowledged, understood, extraction is in progress. At that moment, all starships outside began to encounter energy shortages, with some large-scale weapons ceasing operations entirely. In stark contrast, the dark matter condensation cannon underwent a second charging phase. After completing the energy accumulation, the power was directly superimposed upon the initial performance, resulting in a profound qualitative enhancement. The cracks on Reg's protective shield began to multiply, indicating that its endurance was waning. Observing the opponent's renewed exertion, Reg also summoned his own strength for a second explosive surge. As Reg erupted once more, his aura reached its zenith. However, he simultaneously discerned that he had approached a critical juncture. Yet, a lingering sensation compelled him to further unleash his energy. Suddenly, it seemed as if Reg sensed something. In an instant, he erupted with fervor. He appeared to hear a distinct crack, as if something had been shattered. Subsequently, a formidable aura burst forth from within him. Reg's hair transformed from its original red-black hue to a brilliant shade of red, while his eyes mirrored the crimson irises of a Super Saiyan god. In addition to the divine energy he possessed, a subtle golden hue enveloped him, frequently accompanied by arcs of red lightning. Thus, Reg achieved a new breakthrough. The Super Saiyan 4 full power limit break form was born. In fact, Reg had previously speculated the existence of this form. If the Super Saiyan 4 limit break were akin to the ordinary Super Saiyan 4 form, then the current manifestation aligned with the full power variant. Following this conjecture, future forms might correspond to the Super Saiyan 4 full power state. With this in mind, Reg began to experiment. Full power entailed reaching the pinnacle of 1S aura. The Super Saiyan 4 limit break, however, required the harmonious convergence of divine energy and Super Saiyan strength at their peak. While achieving the apex of both powers was relatively straightforward, maintaining equilibrium between them proved exceedingly challenging. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Two formidable forces colliding cannot coexist peacefully. Thus, achieving balance between these two powers was nearly an impossible endeavor. Signs of equilibrium could only manifest in fleeting moments, and capturing that instant was akin to a person standing still, attempting to pierce a needle hole 10 meters away with a thread. Therefore, Reg's success in transforming at once was nothing short of extraordinary fortune. However, failure would lead to a catastrophic clash of energies, potentially resulting in internal injuries and chaotic energy disruption, or even instant reversion to his original state. It is crucial to note that Reg was currently situated within the black domain, enduring the onslaught of his adversary. Should he revert, he would be utterly obliterated. Reflecting on this, Reg felt a wave of gratitude for his luck, while meticulously attuning himself to his newfound power. After careful consideration, he estimated that the strength of the Super Saiyan 4 full power limit break was roughly equivalent to the first doubling of power in the ancient Super Saiyan transformation. As Reg felt the surge of power, he heard a cracking sound. Turning his gaze, he discovered that the protective shield was now riddled with fissures, seemingly on the brink of shattering entirely. Observing this, Reg decided against further infusing power to repair the shield. Instead, he assumed the stance for his ultimate technique, gathering energy. Meanwhile, from a distance, Gaitans swiftly addressed Luotian, instructing, consolidate all remaining energy into the dark matter condensation cannon, including that from the starships and mechs. Logically, Gaitans, equipped with an energy extraction device, should not have been lacking in energy. However, both the Black Domain and the Dark Matter Cannon were notorious for their immense energy consumption, with these two alone accounting for over 95% of the energy extraction. Otherwise, Gaitans would not have opted to extract energy from the starships to amplify their power. Yet, circumstances had shifted dramatically, and Gaitans had no choice but to extract the remaining energy from the starships and mechs to bolster the Dark Matter Cannon. It was a high-stakes gamble for Gaitans. A victory would be rewarding, but a defeat would render him nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Receiving the command, Luotian promptly replied, "Acknowledged, energy extraction in progress." Simultaneously, all surrounding warships and mechs ceased operation. The Dark Matter Cannon began its third energy accumulation. Upon completion, its power had at least doubled. Reg observed the intensified black beam before him, and the protective shield began to tremble as if it would shatter at any moment. Yet, Reg remained unfazed, continuing to gather energy with unwavering focus. As time ebbed away, the sound of his shield's complete fracture echoed. Reg instantly opened his eyes and unleashed the energy he had been accumulating, executing the ultimate technique, God's ultra-ultimate flash. This technique transformed ordinary energy into divine energy, multiplying its potency tenfold. The formidable force collided directly with the Dark Matter Cannon, unleashing a wave of energy that reverberated throughout the Black Domain. The clash of these two immense powers caused the Black Domain itself to tremble, resulting in the emergence of numerous cracks, both large and small. Ultimately, the Black Domain could not withstand the overwhelming forces and dissipated entirely. Chapter 60. The Fight for Survival. Technological version of the ultimate skill, the will to live. As the Black Domain vanished, Reg felt a profound sense of relief. He then intensified his power, forcefully pushing back the Dark Matter Cannon. Witnessing his attack being repelled, Gaitans furrowed his brow and commanded, "Reinitiate the cloning module and commence consciousness data upload." Luotian responded, "Acknowledged, cloning module activated, consciousness data uploading." Upload complete. At this moment, Reg's attack was perilously close. Upon witnessing this scene, Reg swiftly exerted his strength, obliterating the distant space fortress along with the colossal cannon in an instant. However, as he gazed at the explosion unfolding before him, a sense of unease washed over him. Although his acquaintance with the adversary was brief, he was acutely aware that the cunning nature of his opponent would certainly leave room for trickery. As expected, a voice emerged from behind Reg, stating, "Decompose all matter, then enhance me." Upon turning to look, he found that it was Gaitan speaking. As soon as the words left Gaitan's lips, all stationary starships and mechs around them began to exhibit signs of disassembly. Gradually, an armor began to assemble around Gaitan's, adorned in a striking combination of red and black. The helmet featured eye sections crafted from crimson-tinted lenses, and in his hands, he wielded a technologically advanced greatsword. The blade was forged from a unique black metal, while the edge shimmered with a dark red luminescence, crafted from a special alloy. A peculiar wire connected the sword's hilt to his wrist, seemingly charging the formidable weapon. Once the armor was fully assembled, Gaitans surged towards Reg at a velocity exceeding 10 times the speed of light. Unwilling to be outdone, Reg charged forward as well. Matching Gaitan's speed, in a flash, the two collided midair, the force of their impact generating explosive shockwaves that tore through the surrounding space. Yet, neither combatant paid heed to the devastation, engaging in a fierce aerial struggle. During the melee, Reg sensed something amiss. He realized that Gaitans employed various martial arts to counter his assaults. At times, he utilized the principle of yielding force to neutralize Reg's attacks, while on other occasions, he employed a defensive stance to repel Reg's advances. What struck Reg as particularly perilous was the greatsword in Gaitan's grasp. Logically, given his current strength, he should not fear any sharp weapon. It was likely that the erratic defensive capabilities characteristic of the Dragon Ball universe were at play, fluctuating without providing an accurate measure. Reg found himself in a predicament where he had to remain vigilant against Gaitan's greatsword while simultaneously launching his own attacks. Seizing an opening as Reg's strike missed, Gaitans brought his sword down with both hands. However, having anticipated this move, Reg executed a technique to catch the blade barehanded, gripping it firmly. In a swift motion, while Gaitans was caught off guard, Reg exerted force, shattering the greatsword into fragments. Rather than attempt to repair the shattered weapon, Gaitans opted to decompose the remnants, including the hilt, converting them into his own energy. With this brief interlude behind them, the two resumed their fierce battle. Yet, amidst the chaos, Reg witnessed something utterly astonishing. During the course of the battle, Gottens adeptly evaded Ray's attacks multiple times, even countering on several occasions, allowing Rage to retaliate successfully. The more Rage observed his opponent's movements, the more familiar they became, leading him to exclaim, "Goodness, isn't that the technique of free and unfettered mastery?" Indeed, upon witnessing his adversary's actions, Rage immediately recognized the essence of this skill. The fundamental requirement for mastering free and unfettered mastery is to eliminate the need for the brain to relay information for the body to respond. Instead, it relies on muscle memory or conditioned reflexes, allowing the body to act autonomously. This approach maximizes one's speed and strength, culminating in the cultivation of free and unfettered mastery. Rage surmised that his opponent was likely employing artificial intelligence to facilitate neural reflexes for movement. The computational power of artificial intelligence far surpasses that of the human brain. It could be asserted that, given sufficiently advanced equipment and ample energy, anticipatory actions could even be executed. However, within the current combat scenario, such a level of engagement without the aid of a stellar-scale computing cluster rendered preemptive actions impractical. Thus, Rage speculated that his opponent must have some form of artificial intelligence assisting him, possibly even aiding in his previous escape. As these thoughts coursed through Rage's mind, a headache began to form. He had encountered absurdly overpowered opponents before, but nothing quite like this, where artificial intelligence was essentially fighting on behalf of its user. A technological manifestation of free and unfettered mastery. Moreover, with an energy extraction device in play, as long as there were materials in the vicinity, the opponent's energy reserves were virtually limitless. With this realization, Rage resolved to shift his focus and accelerate his assault. As Rage increased the frequency of his attacks, Gotten's evasion speed also heightened, resulting in a corresponding increase in the computational demands on the artificial intelligence, leading to greater energy consumption. However, this escalation meant that Rage would also be susceptible to counterattacks. Nevertheless, with his current physical resilience, enduring a few strikes was inconsequential. As Rage's attack tempo intensified, during one particular strike, Gottens faltered slightly, resulting in a crack forming in a portion of his armor. Observing this fissure filled Rage with elation, affirming that his strategy was effective. He pressed on, continuously augmenting the frequency of his attacks. Over time, the armor on Gottens began to deteriorate, with cracks multiplying steadily. Ultimately, seizing the opportune moment, Rage delivered a powerful punch that landed squarely on his opponent's chest plate. The force was so tremendous that the entire suit of armor could not withstand it and shattered into fragments. At this juncture, Gottens was not faring well, having absorbed the brunt of that heavy blow. According to the readings from Lution, 3 of his ribs had fractured, and other organs exhibited signs of internal bleeding. At this moment, Gottens was panting heavily, calmly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he addressed Reg. "It has been quite some time since anyone has pushed me to this extent. When was the last time, I wonder?" "Ah, yes. It seems it was during our encounter in the slums. You two are a formidable opponent worthy of respect. Yet I am reluctant to relinquish my chance at survival. Although my abilities might allow me to resurrect in my own realm, there's no guarantee of that. So come forth with all your might." The last words were nearly a roar. Hearing this, Reg chuckled. "In that case, allow me to witness your determination to survive." Chapter 61. The use of distorted reality power. A strange video? Abandoned the final struggles. With that, he charged towards his opponent. However, at that moment, Gottens swiftly decomposed the fragments of armor floating in the air, subsequently conjuring a bomb in the space between them. Upon seeing the bomb, Reg quickly halted and activated his protective shield. Meanwhile, Gottens had already initiated a cloning process with Luotion. As the bomb detonated, the resulting power was akin to the simultaneous explosion of numerous stars. Reg found himself at the epicenter of the explosion, even with his shield activated. The sheer force of the blast caused extensive cracks to appear on its surface. Fortunately, it did not shatter completely and barely held its ground. As the explosion subsided, Reg turned to where Gottens had been positioned. At the very moment of the explosion, he had witnessed Gottens vaporize. Logically, he should have had no chance of survival. Yet, the absence of a victory announcement indicated that Gottens was still alive. However, despite his thoughts, Gottens had been vaporized. Could he possibly reverse time and resurrect? Reg began to ponder what he might have overlooked, recalling Gottens' earlier statement. He had mentioned that with his abilities, he could resurrect in his original world. Perhaps the artificial intelligence he possessed had the capability for temporary revival. This thought began to give Reg a headache. Possessing such an ability would be tantamount to being invincible. If he could not kill Gottens, yet Gottens could not defeat him, how could this situation be resolved? It seemed insurmountable. While Reg contemplated his next move, he remembered that he possessed an ability that Gottens lacked, the power of the laws. High technology does not necessarily equate to mastery over the laws. If Gottens could wield such power, he would have done so from the very beginning. With this realization, Reg quickly sought out Gottens' whereabouts. Ultimately, he located him near a cluster of stars. At this moment, Gottens appeared to be severely depleted of energy, likely due to repeated cloning. This technological legion was far less formidable than the last, yet still considerably stronger than at the outset. However, unlike before, Gottens was no longer resigned to inaction. Instead, he armed himself once more, standing at the forefront of the entire army, pointing at Reg and declaring, "Let this battle serve as the final act." With that, he charged towards Reg, leading his forces. Upon witnessing the onslaught of the formidable Gaitans, Reg instantaneously unleashed his aura to its zenith. As Reg's energy surged, it rendered most of the mechs approaching him utterly obsolete, culminating in a one-on-one duel between Reg and Gaitans. However, this time, Reg did not engage in a mere duel, but wielded his power to distort reality against his foe. At that moment, as Gaitans was about to issue a command to the AI, Luo Tian, he suddenly heard Luo Tian reporting autonomously, informing him that it was undergoing self-unloading due to interference from an unknown force. Stunned by this revelation, Gaitans momentarily froze. Seizing the opportunity during Gaitans' distraction, Reg delivered a powerful punch, sending Gaitans hurtling through the air until he collided with and obliterated a starship before finally coming to a stop. Regaining his composure, Gaitans urgently addressed Luo Tian. "Luo Tian, explain to me what just transpired." His voice boomed, nearly a roar, echoing even to Reg in the distance. Upon hearing Gaitans' words, Reg wore a knowing expression and remarked, "As I suspected, the opponent possesses an AI, and it seems unable to resist my reality-distorting powers. This confirms my previous conjectures." Noticing the efficacy of his ability, he decided to employ it once more to warp the opposing AI. As Reg's interference took hold, Luo Tian finally responded to Gaitans, albeit in a rather nonsensical manner. "Greetings, the artificial intelligence is online for, oh no, for service." Gaitans was momentarily bewildered by Luo Tian's response. "Huh?" Ignoring Gaitans' confusion, Luo Tian swiftly projected a video into the opponent's mind. The video depicted a pangolin placing a bowl of chicken soup on a table. Suddenly, a chicken from the soup leapt out, stating, "Hello, I'm a braised chicken cooked for 2.5 hours, specializing in Iron Mountain lean and the underbelly move." With that, it extracted an egg from the soup, frantically tossing it beneath its legs. Ultimately, it hurled the egg at the pangolin's face, continuing its performance of the Iron Mountain lean. The pangolin, struck by the egg, was instantly infuriated, drawing a pancake from its waist. Unlike any ordinary pancake, this one had a fuse attached. The pangolin then addressed the roast chicken on the table, saying, "You've really crossed the line with me. Haven to you?" With that, it pulled the fuse and hurled the pancake at the roast chicken. In the pangolin's laughter, the roast chicken was ultimately blown to pieces. At this moment, the soul of the roasted chicken floated out, addressing the pangolin. "What are you doing?" The pangolin, gazing at the soul of the roasted chicken, replied, "Ghana." After uttering these words, it vanished into the ground. Here, a surprise awaited. Suddenly, 2 young women appeared, performing a suggestive dance. However, their faces had been altered to resemble those of Grandpa Cow and Old Man. Upon witnessing this, the video concluded. Yet, Gayo Tansy remained in a state of bewilderment, though one could discern from his eyes that he seemed to have acquired new knowledge. In the distance, Reg looked at Gayo Tansy's perplexed expression and realized that his endeavor had been quite successful. Unable to contain his laughter, he burst into a hearty guffaw, which snapped Gayo Tansy out of his daze. When Gayo Tansy turned toward the source of the laughter and saw Reg, he understood why things had unfolded as they did. Frowning, he directed his attention to Reg and asked, "What have you done to my artificial intelligence?" Hearing Gayo Tansy's inquiry, Reg also regained his composure and replied, "Nothing much. Just employed a bit of the power of the rules on your artificial intelligence." Upon hearing Reg's words, Gayo Tansy fell silent, merely observing him intently. He understood that the power of the rules Reg spoke of likely referred to some unknown force. The fact that it could even interfere with his artificial intelligence indicated that this concept of rules had transcended the essence of energy. Thus, Gaotansi referred to it as an unknown power rather than an unknown energy. After scrutinizing Reg for a moment, he lowered his head and sighed softly, then said, "You have one. Go ahead, I no longer possess any capacity for resistance." In his original world, Gaotansi would have had several backups of his artificial intelligence. However, in this world, he could rely solely on his one artificial intelligence, Roshant. Now that even his artificial intelligence had been compromised, he felt utterly devoid of hope. Though he was a formidable figure capable of unlocking genetic locks, his own ability to do so had not granted him any substantial power. At most, it had only allowed him to endure adverse conditions and extended his lifespan by several millennia. Chapter 62. A Friend's Promise to Meet Again. An introduction to realms beyond the multiverse. Upon hearing Gaotansi's words, Reg's lips twitched, clearly taken aback by his statement. While the lifespan of Saiyan had not been discussed in his previous life, it was likely comparable to that of a human, around a century. Yet, here was Gaotansi, nonchalantly mentioning a lifespan of several millennia, leaving Reg, who could only live a little over 100 years, feeling quite inadequate. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Gaotansi. "Since you have chosen to concede, it stands to reason that there must be a way to resurrect you in your original world." Upon hearing Reg's words, Gaotansi did not counter, but merely nodded, affirming what Reg had stated. Seeing the other party nod, Reg said, "In that case, farewell." As soon as the words left his lips, Reg instantly appeared before Gaitan's, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the latter's heart. A mouthful of blood spewed from Gaitan's. With weak breaths, addressed Reg, saying, "If I successfully resurrect, I will seek you out. Perhaps we shall become friends." To aspire to be a top-tier warrior, one must inevitably tread the path of solitude. Human nature is treacherous. One cannot ascertain that all will treat you kindly, nor can one be certain of the malice in others. Only by reaching the pinnacle alone can one emerge as a true powerhouse. However, when a second individual ascends to the summit, it may not be a scenario of mutual exclusion, but rather one of camaraderie, where understanding and kinship flourish. Though human hearts may be perilous, we are, after all, social beings. No one relishes the sensation of solitude, and the strong are no exception. Thus, Gaitan's expressed such sentiments. For in his heart, he regarded Reg as at least his equal, if not his superior. Upon hearing Gaitan's words, Reg quietly replied, "Very well, I shall await your return. Do remember your promise, for should you falter, I will seek you out once more and administer another beating." Gaitan's merely chuckled in response, saying, "Is that so? I truly look forward to it, haha." After uttering these words, the light in his eyes faded, leaving him devoid of life. Gazing at the floating corpse before him, Reg felt no joy in victory. Rather, it was akin to bidding farewell to a friend. After all, they had fought for so long, and, as the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fought them. With a complex expression, Reg sighed, "Perhaps we may meet again in the future. But will you still be the same as you are now?" No sooner had he spoken than a voice resonated in the air. Dimension Fighter Reg has emerged victorious. You may acquire everything from the opponent: data evolution talent, fantasy technology talent, human bloodline, fourth order, artificial intelligence Luo Tian, energy extraction device blueprint. Upon hearing the rewards he had obtained, Reg inquired of the Dimension, "Could you elucidate what data evolution and fantasy technology entail?" The Dimension responded, "Data evolution talent enables the individual to digitize all acquired attributes, extracting their strengths and integrating them into oneself for modification and evolution. Note: the two items to be fused must not conflict and must be reasonable. For instance, merging water and fire would be erroneous." Fantasy technology talent. Regardless of how fantastical the imagination, no matter how absurd the concept, it can be realized through technological means. For example, creating an Ultraman and Godzilla with bare hands, or fabricating a machine that connects different dimensions, is entirely feasible. Nodding in comprehension at the Dimension's explanation, Reg acknowledged the information. The evolution of data indeed proves beneficial to oneself, yet the notion of fantastical technology seems rather absurd. Is this not merely a conceptual talent? In other words, if I were to devise a machine capable of annihilating any creature with a single command, would I not become invincible? Subsequently, I shared this matter with Dimension. In response, Dimension remarked, "Both of these talents remain beneath the rule level. This implies that the resources required to create a machine capable of exterminating a creature depend on the strength of that creature. The more formidable the being, the greater the resources consumed." Upon hearing Dimension's words, Reg expressed his confusion and inquired, What would be the energy expenditure for crafting a machine to obliterate an angel? At this moment, Reg recalled something and added, "That angel is from the Dragon Ball universe." Dimension then replied, "If we calculate using the materials of the Dragon Ball universe, one would need to expend all resources from the 8 universes within that realm to eliminate a single angel." Note, the term all resources here refers to all life, minerals, and stellar energy within the universe. Hearing Dimension's response, Reg's lips twitched as he remarked, "Angels are indeed difficult to vanquish. It requires the sacrifice of 8 universes to slay just one." Subsequently, Reg appeared to notice something and asked Dimension, "What do you mean by rule level?" Dimension clarified, "The level above the multiverse is the rule level." Reg pressed on, "Please elaborate on the subsequent levels." Dimension explained, "Rule level, creation level, multiverse level, boundary breaking level, ascension level, Tao transformation level, and chaos level." Astonished by the existence of such numerous realms, Reg urged Dimension, "Please expound upon these levels." Dimension elaborated, "Rule level, mastery over one or more laws, integrating them into oneself as part of the body. Creation level, when the power of the laws is wielded to its utmost, one can forge the embryonic form of their own world. Multiverse level, as the world one creates reaches a certain strength, one can venture beyond that world into what is commonly referred to as the multiverse. Boundary breaking level, upon achieving peak prowess, one can shatter the barriers of the multiverse and delve into deeper, unknown realms. Ascension level, within a certain depth of the unknown realm lies a celestial domain, visible only to those who have attained a new echelon of strength. Hence this level is termed ascension level. Tao transformation level, when one's mastery of the laws transcends perfection, they evolve into the Tao, merging with it. Thus, you embody the Tao, and the Tao embodies you. If multiple individuals cultivate the same power of the laws, the potency will diminish upon reaching the Tao. Chaos level, possessing the power to disregard all laws and principles. Upon reaching this realm, one will no longer be bound by anything. A mere strike could shatter the myriad realms, returning them to their primordial state. Hence, this realm is referred to as Great Freedom or Great Terror. After listening to the introduction of the dimension, Reg felt an overwhelming pressure. He had never anticipated that so many formidable beings awaited him. In his current state, he felt as insignificant as a bacterium in their eyes. After a moment of silence, Reg took a deep breath and said, "Let us speak of the future when it arrives. I may not even live to see that time." Upon uttering these words, he felt a considerable sense of relief. He then addressed the dimension, saying, "Decompose the bloodline and infuse the resulting bloodline factors into my own." The dimension responded, "Decomposing. Decomposition complete. Acquired bloodline factors, 200,000. Ancient transcendent bloodline, 7043000. Upon seeing the figure of only 200,000, Reg felt it was acceptable. After all, the other party was utilizing technology rather than bloodlines. However, he pondered why the required bloodline factors had diminished from 9 million to 3 million. He subsequently inquired of the dimension, "Why has the requirement decreased from 9 million to 3 million? The dimension replied, "The previous change in the bloodline has made it easier for evolution, thus reducing the requirement to 1/3 of the original." Chapter 63. The Resurrection of Saiyans? The Stronghold in the Unknown Realm. The Conspiracy of Shadows. Upon hearing the dimension's words, Reg recalled that his bloodline had seemingly undergone a perfect fusion previously. With this realization, he felt at ease. He then addressed the dimension, "Now that the battle is concluded and the rewards have been distributed, it is time to return. Please initiate the teleportation." As he finished speaking, a brilliant light flashed from beneath Reg's feet, transporting him away from that space. Simultaneously, in an unknown technological dimension, a machine from a certain timeline emitted a sound. The first parallel timeline Phoenix project was being initiated. Following this, a red light illuminated the area. Due to an unknown force, the first resurrection attempt failed. Subsequently, several parallel timelines echoed with similar sounds, all concluding in failure. Finally, in one particular timeline, the 10-086th parallel timeline Phoenix project was being initiated. Once again, it was interrupted by some force. However, this time, the interference was significantly weakened. Despite the unknown force's influence, calculations indicated that it could not completely disrupt the Phoenix project, allowing it to continue. As time passed, a cultivation pod emitted a blue light. From within emerged a silver-haired, naked maiden. With a mechanical voice resonating, it declared, "The parallel timeline Phoenix project has succeeded flawlessly. Welcome back, Miss Hydance." Due to the fact that in this dimension, Galtance is a female, she was resurrected as a woman following the Phoenix project. Subsequently, a mechanical voice resonated once more. "Has Miss Galtance restored your original body structure?" Galtance shook her head in response to the artificial intelligence, stating, "No, let us instead delve into the engineering aimed at traversing beyond our world. At this moment, it is the exploration of the unknown that captivates my interest. The absence of a mere component is trivial and inconsequential." Her immediate task was to arrive at her appointment post-haste. She was uncertain about how many years remained for Reg. However, based on her knowledge, it was likely less than a century. Although 100 years might be but a fleeting moment for her, it could represent a lifetime for Reg. Thus, the lack of a single part paled in comparison to the importance of reuniting with her dear friend. Could he possibly harbor feelings for me? She pondered, shaking her head at the thought. She donned the white lab coat presented by the artificial intelligence and proceeded to the research lab to commence her studies. Meanwhile, in a realm unknown, a shadowy figure devoid of a visible face sat upon a chair, fixated on the screen displaying Galtance. The figure mused silently. "Had I known, I would not have summoned individuals from the realm of technology for a duel. Each one is more resilient than cockroaches, and I am compelled to act myself. What a nuisance." Just as the figure prepared to take action, Galtance appeared to sense something amiss, glancing towards the screen. This prompted a flicker of intrigue within the figure, who remarked with a hint of amusement, "How curious that such an insignificant creature, one not even reaching the level of a rule, can perceive the danger emanating from a being of my caliber. Perhaps I shall keep her around. She may provide some amusement." However, the tone shifted abruptly as the figure declared sternly, "While there is some amusement to be had, a death sentence can be avoided, yet the living shall not escape unscathed. It is best to exile you to another world." With that, the shadow raised a hand, gesturing to snap its fingers. With a crisp sound, the entire technological dimension was obliterated in an instant. Yet, one soul was drawn away by the figure, destined for reincarnation in another world. That soul belonged to Galtance, though the figure had no regard for what she would become. Simultaneously, in the Dragon Ball universe, Reg remained oblivious to the monumental event that had just transpired, annihilating an entire dimension. At that moment, he was in a food store, selecting delectable treats to bring back to Whis. After all, their battle had lasted over 3 hours, and it would be prudent to return with sustenance to avoid Whis's complaints of idleness. Once he had selected the finest delicacies, he teleported directly to the God of Destruction's realm. Upon seeing Whis before him, he promptly presented the culinary treasures he had acquired. Whis, gazing at the delightful spread, smiled and remarked, "Alas, how abundant it is! You have truly gone to great lengths." Though I utter such words, my hands move with remarkable swiftness. I promptly took from Reg the provisions, conjuring a table and chair beside me to commence my feast. Witnessing this scene, Reg felt a tinge of exasperation. He shook his head, casting aside his distractions, and approached Weiss to inquire about the forthcoming training regimen. After posing his questions, Reg delved into the subsequent training, seemingly reverting to his former self. However, while indulging in his meal, Weiss discreetly observed Reg from the corner of his eye. From the moment Reg returned, Weiss had sensed his presence. Yet, upon Reg's actual appearance, Weiss experienced a flicker of surprise. It was evident to Weiss that the aura emanating from Reg was at least tenfold more potent than it had been 3 hours prior. This thought left Weiss feeling somewhat disheartened. Was it not said that the path to greater strength becomes increasingly arduous? Why did Reg's journey appear to contradict this notion? Shaking his head, he dismissed such musings and focused on savoring his delectable meal. After all, Reg's strength was of little concern to him. He remained neutral, devoid of any conflict of interest. Moreover, Reg's ascent in power could potentially benefit him, for angels, while maintaining neutrality, must also ensure the universe's developmental trajectory. The emergence of formidable beings within the cosmos contributes to its evolution. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, a shadowy figure placed a pair of earrings upon a table. Muttering with venomous disdain, "Curse time patrollers. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have perished there." A shudder coursed through him as he instinctively touched his left leg, only to find nothing but emptiness. Clearly, his leg had been severed during a confrontation with the time patrollers. Gazing at the earrings on the table, he murmured, "This is my final chance for a comeback. Just wait, once I restore it, your demise will be sealed." He then retrieved a black canister from his person and opened it, revealing a viscous liquid as dark as ink. This liquid was an embodiment of malevolent energy, meticulously gathered at great peril. He cast the earrings into the canister, and an extraordinary event unfolded. A vortex of evil energy formed around the earrings, drawn into them with an irresistible force. As time passed, the earrings were fully restored, though the gemstone had been irrevocably transformed into a shade of black. Simultaneously, a voice emanated from the earrings. "You wretched monkey, I shall ensure your demise." Had Reg been present, he would undoubtedly recognize the voice as that of Bixinglong. Chapter 64. An Unknown Conspiracy. Reg's Secrets Unveiled. Crossing into the world of Kamen Rider. After Bixinglong completed his task, he shifted his attention to the shadowy figure and inquired, "Who are you? Why am I here?" The shadow merely smiled at Bixinglong's question and replied, "You need not concern yourself with such matters. What you must understand is that I can bestow upon you immense power to aid in your quest for vengeance." Upon hearing these words, Bixinglong scoffed. "You? What qualification do you have to earn my trust?" The current appearance of the shadow was disheveled. His left leg had been severed, and his clothing was tattered, resembling a destitute beggar. Unperturbed by Bixinglong's words, the shadow calmly stated, "Believe it or not, I was the one who rescued you. What makes you think I am incapable of making you stronger?" Given Bixinglong's predicament, he posed no threat to the shadow. Moreover, should he desire, the shadow could easily erase Bixinglong's consciousness, rendering him a mere puppet. The reason for not doing so directly was that most of Bixinglong's power and intellect were intertwined. A direct removal would significantly diminish the effect. However, Bixinglong remained blissfully unaware of this, lost in contemplation of the shadow's words. After a prolonged internal struggle, he ultimately acquiesced to the shadow's proposal, saying, "Very well. I hope you can deliver on your promises, otherwise you shall face death." The shadow, unfazed by Bixinglong's threat, simply responded, "Rest assured. The power I offer will undoubtedly satisfy you." In truth, upon witnessing the strength of Reg, the shadow had already conceived a grand plan. Concurrently, in the 7th universe's main timeline, the god of destruction, Reg, sneezed and mused, "This doesn't make sense. With my current strength, how could I catch a cold? Or is someone thinking of me? Sapari?" Shrugging it off, he decided to focus on his training. As time passed, Reg finally reached the age of 18. His strength now allowed him to match Goku and Vegeta from the past without transformation. One could say that Reg's power had already surpassed that depicted in the original narrative. At this moment, Reg sat leisurely on a branch of the God Tree in the God of Destruction realm and addressed the dimension. "When will the dimensional world open?" The dimension replied, "The dimensional world can be opened at any time." Upon hearing this, Reg swiftly sat up, exclaiming, "Oh, has the cooldown period elapsed? Just when I was feeling a bit idle." Dimension, open the dimensional world. The dimension responded, "The dimensional world is currently being activated." With a flash of light, Reg instantaneously vanished from the Dragon Ball world, as if he had never been there at all. At this moment, Vis sat in the garden, gazing at the place where Reg had vanished, and let out a sigh, remarking, "I wonder how Reg possesses such extraordinary powers, which I cannot even sense." After much contemplation, Vis relinquished the notion of managing Reg and continued to savor his afternoon tea. Previously, Vis had inquired about Reg's sudden disappearance. Although initially surprised by Vis's knowledge, Reg divulged some information, albeit withholding certain crucial details, falsely claiming to possess the ability to traverse to other worlds. Vis was astonished to hear Reg mention the existence of realms beyond the 12 universes. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, Vis relayed this information to the High Priest through his staff. After some time, a response from the High Priest was received, stating that the Omni King held a keen interest in other worlds. Thus, upon Reg's traversal to other realms, he was to bring back items from these worlds to explore their wonders. Although surprised by the High Priest's words, Reg found this expectation quite predictable, given the Omni King's disposition for seeking entertaining diversions. In the initial discussions, the Omni King had intended to eliminate Reg outright. However, Vis interceded on Reg's behalf, prompting the High Priest to investigate Reg's actions since his birth. The investigation revealed that Reg had committed no wrongdoing throughout his life, even resolving a minor dilemma. This dilemma was, of course, the existence of the Bixinglong. The emergence of Bixinglong was inherently illogical and should have been erased by the Time Patrol. Though Bixinglong's existence was a consequence of Reg, he ultimately dealt with it himself, thereby redeeming his past and liberating that timeline for a positive evolution. For this reason, the Omni King chose to spare Reg, even inviting him to join the Time Patrol. However, Reg declined, preferring the freedom of his own life over wandering through other timelines. Meanwhile, Having arrived in another world, Reg curiously surveyed his surroundings and inquired of Dimension, "Which world is this?" Based on Reg's observations, this realm appeared modern, with predominantly low wooden structures, leading him to speculate it might be in a cherry blossom locale. Subsequently, Dimension responded, "Upon analysis, you are currently in the Kamen Rider world." Upon hearing Dimension's statement, Reg glanced around once more and continued, "So, in which rider's world am I?" Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed a formidable figure approaching him. The person, brimming with confidence, often referred to by numerous netizens for his past life as Brother Xiao Ming or Emperor Rider, is none other than Menusure. At this moment, Dimensional was about to respond when Reg interrupted, saying, "All right, no need to elaborate. I already know which world this is. Just state the task." Upon hearing Reg's words, Dimensional announced, "Task refreshing. Refresh complete. Defeat Kamen Rider Decade. Must be taken seriously." Reg fell silent upon hearing Dimensional's declaration, then remarked, "Do you hold Decade in high regard, or do you underestimate my capabilities? With my current strength, if I were to exert myself, even slightly, the Homage Time King would stand no chance. Given Reg's present power, even a mere fraction of his aura could obliterate the Earth in an instant without transformation. You think I can merely engage him without consequences? Do you believe Menusure has achieved a divine body capable of withstanding a single blow from me?" In response to Reg's words, Dimensional replied, "The task is entirely random. Failure to complete, it will prevent you from leaving this world." Reg's forehead instantly throbbed with veins. If Dimensional had a corporeal form, he would have been tempted to grasp his throat and demand to know if such a task was conceivable for a human. Subsequently, Reg began to ponder whether to eliminate his opponent outright. After all, if he were to take things seriously, the only outcome for Decade would be death. At that moment, Menusure also took note of Reg. Although Reg had perfected his control over his aura, he still emanated a presence that only the strong could possess. As the second generation of the powerful riders, Menusure, who could do everything except take photographs, naturally noticed Reg's distinctiveness. He approached and inquired, "Who are you? I do not recall any figure among the powerful riders like yourself." Reg, pulled from his thoughts by Menusure's question, looked at him and replied, "My apologies. I was contemplating how to refrain from killing you while being somewhat serious." Though this statement was rather impolite, it genuinely conveyed his intent. Menusure was momentarily taken aback. Throughout his life, he had never encountered someone so audacious. To suggest that he would go easy on someone rather than deliver a fatal blow upon their first meeting, was that a sentiment a normal person could express? At this point, Menusure's temper flared, and he retorted, "Oh, so you believe yourself to be quite strong, huh? Since you can speak so boldly, how about a fight?" Without waiting for Reg to respond, he swiftly retrieved the Decade driver from the depths of the fourth-dimensional space. After fastening it to his waist, he pulled out a transformation card from his card holder and inserted it into the Decade driver, commencing the transformation sequence. Menusure proclaimed, "Transform." In an instant, several phantoms appeared around him, overlapping and ultimately coalescing into Kamen Rider Decade. Chapter 65, The Fullest Effort, Unleashing the Power of the Heavens. The arrival of Homage Time King. After completing his transformation, he addressed Rager, "Don't claim that I'm bullying you. Wait until you transform before we engage in battle." Standing before him, the somewhat generous Monsieur Sure left Rager momentarily bewildered. Subsequently, he expressed his incredulity. "Are you serious? You want me to transform? Do you have a death wish? I could easily crush you with a single slap. If I were to transform, the Earth would be doomed. If you seek to perish, please do not drag others with you." Rager gazed at Monsieur Sure, perplexed by his thought process, which led him to suggest that Rager should transform and fight him. Upon hearing Rager's mockery, Monsieur Sure was momentarily taken aback, then shouted at Rager in anger, "I want you to transform not for my sake, but for your own safety. Do you think the power of Kamen Rider is merely a metallic shell? The strength gained from transformation far exceeds that of an ordinary person, and it is not without reason to fear potential casualties. Why else would I urge you to transform?" He then addressed Rager directly, "Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. Whether you transform or not is your concern. Just don't blame me if you get hurt." With that, he charged at Rager. Observing Monsieur Sure rushing towards him, Rager felt no need to defend himself. Considering the current strength of his opponent, even a year of attacks might not breach his defenses. Thus, Rager stood still, watching as Monsieur Sure threw punches that failed to penetrate his guard. After a while, Rager observed Monsieur Sure, who was now panting heavily, and remarked, "Well, I told you so. If I had transformed, how would you have fared against me?" In response to Rager's words, Monsieur Sure filled with indignation. retorted, "Don't get cocky. My assault is far from over." Intrigued by Monsieur Schurschu's determination, Rhaegar gestured for him to continue. Monsieur Schurschu stepped back a bit and produced a device resembling a tablet from his dimensional pocket. Following his manipulation, he transitioned into the form of God Master 21. Observing this new transformation, Rhaegar commented with a bemused expression, "I wonder who designed this form. Is aesthetic sense rooted in one's rear?" Such an abstract appearance could only arise from peculiar inspiration. As he scrutinized the design of God Master 21, he found himself at a loss for where to begin his critique. The forehead of God Master 21 bore 2 cards, with rows of cards from previous Heisei riders spanning from shoulder to shoulder. And then there was the cape. Having so many cards emblazoned on the body was one thing, but to have them on the cape as well? What purpose did that serve? Hearing Rhaegar's derisive remarks, Monsieur Schurschu felt a tinge of embarrassment and responded, "Hey, do you know that openly criticizing someone's appearance is quite rude? Besides, I don't think my form is as dreadful as you claim." Though the previous statement was delivered with bravado, the subsequent remark revealed that even Monsieur himself harbored disdain for this particular form of expression. He silently contemplated, "Should I ever encounter the designer of this form, I shall not hesitate to flay him alive." Turning to Rhaegar, he continued, setting aside all trivial matters. "Since you have no intention of transforming, I shall show you no mercy." After casting a glance at Rhaegar, who remained motionless, Monsieur activated his ultimate attack. He leaped into the air, surrounded by dozens of ethereal cards that formed a circle, all aimed at Rhaegar. Observing this, Rhaegar was struck by an idea. He extended his hand, forming a gesture resembling a brain explosion, though instead of using his middle finger, he opted for his pinky. This was a method to exploit a glitch in the task. He urged me to treat it seriously, which meant exerting my full strength. Hence, using only one finger with all my might. Was that not a serious approach? Nonetheless, in consideration of his life, I replaced my middle finger with my pinky. Surely, such power would not be fatal for Monsieur, would it? He then gazed at Monsieur suspended in the air and murmured, "This is the least of my strength when I take it seriously. Please do not perish." At the moment Monsieur launched his kick, a single finger released 2 streams of power that collided, creating a tremendous shockwave. In the next instant, Monsieur was sent flying, his armor shattering into fragments. Shortly thereafter, Rhaegar heard the announcement from the dimension. "Congratulations on completing the task. Reward are being distributed. Congratulations, you have obtained Dimensional Wall." Ignoring the notifications, Rhaegar rushed to Monsieur's side and asked, "Hey, are you alright? If you're alive, make a sound." Upon hearing Rhaegar's words, Monsieur, lying on the ground, coughed up blood and tremblingly replied, Why are you so strong? And who exactly are you?" To Monsieur's inquiry, Rhaegar responded, "The reason for my strength may lie in the fact that I am somewhat different from you." He then revealed the monkey tail coiled around his waist. When Monsieur posed the second question, Rhaegar jokingly replied, "Me? I'm merely a passing Saiyan." Monsieur, still reeling from the shock of discovering that Rhaegar was an alien, recognized the somewhat familiar phrase and suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He raised a trembling finger, pointing at Rhaegar, and stammered, "Why you?" Before he could finish his thought, he succumbed to a fit of rage and fainted. Observing the unconscious Monsieur, Rhaegar remarked slowly, "Is that all it takes to faint? How fragile." Just as Rhaegar was about to express more, Dimension suddenly interjected, "Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Reverse Heaven's Gang face-off. Rewards are being distributed." Distribution complete. The dimensional barrier has upgraded to the power of space. Upon hearing Dimension's words, Rhaegar was momentarily stunned. After regaining his composure, he slowly inquired, "Dimension, what exactly is this hidden task?" Dimension responded, "There are hidden tasks that exist after each task is issued. Hidden tasks do not provide any hints. You must discover them on your own." Rhaegar's heart sank at Dimension's reply, and he trembled as he asked, "Could it be that there were hidden tasks in the previous 2 worlds as well?" Dimension confirmed, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Rhaegar felt as though his soul had been wrenched away, collapsing to the ground as he lamented, "Why didn't you tell me earlier about the existence of hidden tasks?" Dimension replied, "You didn't ask before." Rhaegar immediately retorted, "Just because I don't ask, you won't say anything." Dimension replied, "If you don't ask, how could I say?" Faced with Dimension's words, Rhaegar found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Reflecting on his previous journeys, he realized he had focused solely on completing the assigned tasks without seeking hidden ones, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. Just as Rhaegar wallowed in his frustration, a portal composed of clockwork suddenly materialized beside him. From within emerged a masked rider clad in black and gold. Rhaegar sensed the commotion and turned to see the rider. instantly recognizing who it was. The strongest of the masked riders, the king of time, Omokij. Omokij then inquired, "Outsider, how did you arrive in this world?" His presence was prompted by the realization that Rij did not belong to this realm. More specifically, he was not from a world of masked riders. Annoyed by Omokij's question, Rij snapped, "What does my arrival in this world have to do with you?" He quickly realized that it indeed had significance. Omokij was essentially the pinnacle of the masked rider world, likely bearing the responsibility of guarding it, much like a representative of the laws of the universe. And here he was, an intruder in the masked rider realm. If he didn't come to confront Rij, who would? Chapter 66. The Poise of the Strong. The method to obtain time's power. Upon hearing Rij's words, the old demon king remained unperturbed, still watching him with vigilance, until he ascertained Rij's strength. He knew better than to act recklessly. Anger is an exceedingly perilous emotion, often leading to irrational and misguided actions. Turning to the old demon king, I expressed, "Though I am unaware of your arrival in this realm, I strongly advise you to depart, for this world does not welcome your presence." Upon hearing the words of the old demon king, Reg felt a surge of displeasure and retorted, "I come and go as I please, old fool. Why do you meddle so?" Given the rudeness of the old demon king's remarks, Reg felt no obligation to maintain politeness in return. While the old demon king remained outwardly composed at being called an old fool, his clenched fist betrayed his fury at Reg's insolence. With a resigned tone, he inquired, "What must you do to be willing to leave this world?" In that very moment, the old demon king, utilizing his power over time, glimpsed into the past and witnessed how Reg had triumphed over the emperor. Thus, he surmised that Reg's strength undoubtedly matched his own, and engaging in battle would yield no favorable outcome for him. Consequently, he sought an alternative approach, asking Reg what conditions would compel him to depart. Reg was taken aback by the old demon king's unexpected words. Given his character, such statements seemed out of place. It was evident that the old demon king had uncovered some crucial knowledge. Considering the old one's mastery of time, Reg began to piece together the situation. He addressed the old demon king, saying, "If you can defeat me or force me to retreat, I shall leave." Although this proposition seemed straightforward, the disparity in their powers was vast. The old demon king would be fortunate to merely succeed in making Reg take a step back. Reg's assertion was a strategic maneuver, intended to conceal the existence of a hidden quest. Having discovered the likelihood of such a quest, he was not inclined to abandon this world without due cause. Moreover, the Kamen Riders spanned multiple realms, and venturing into other Kamen Rider worlds might unveil further hidden tasks. With this in mind, Reg was resolute in his decision to remain. Upon hearing Reg's declaration, the old demon king adopted a grave demeanor. Such audacity could only emanate from one of two types of individuals, either a fool who mistakenly believes himself invincible or a person of immense strength, brimming with confidence in their abilities. It was evident that Reg embodied the latter. The old demon king, not one to flee from a challenge, raised his right fist and began to gather power. Within mere moments, he unleashed a devastating rider punch, a strike so potent that it warped the very fabric of space. While this attack appeared formidable, to Reg, it seemed merely an inconvenience. At the critical moment before the blow could land, Reg effortlessly blocked the old demon king's rider punch with a single finger. "What?" The old demon king exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that his attack had been thwarted by nothing more than a fingertip. Reg disregarded the old demon king's loud exclamations and simply nodded silently, stating, "The power of this punch has reached the level of star destruction." He continued, "Moreover, it is not just any ordinary star. It must have attained the caliber of a stellar body." He then remarked to the old demon king, "Your strength is commendable, at least reaching the rank of a squad leader. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the disparity in combat power is simply astounding. Star destruction can merely be considered the strength of a lowly soldier, while the destruction of a star at least ranks above that, signifying a squad leader's prowess." Upon hearing Reg's words, the old demon king was momentarily bewildered. What kind of world is this, where even the act of star destruction is deemed merely the level of a soldier? Quickly regaining his composure, the old demon king fixed a serious gaze upon Reg, preparing for his next assault, only to hear Reg declare, "Since you have finished your attack, it is now my turn." The old demon king, perplexed, responded, "Wait, aren't we supposed to attack each other? Why can you strike me?" To which Reg replied, "Did I not previously mention that I could attack you?" The old demon king insisted no. Reg shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Oh, is that so? Then I shall declare that I can strike you now." The old demon king stared at Reg in disbelief, exclaiming, "It can be done like this." Reg smiled and replied, "Why not? Only the strong possess the authority to establish the rules of the game, while the weak must adhere to them." This maneuver by Reg exemplified that very notion. Without hesitation, Reg unleashed a swift punch. As he initiated his attack, the old Demon King instinctively activated his time-stopping power, halting Reg in his tracks. Reg's fist was mere millimeters from the old Demon King's face, and had he been even slightly slower, he would have been sent flying by that single blow. Before the old Demon King could catch his breath, Reg's voice rang out. In the face of absolute power, any ability appears as trivial as a jester's antics. Upon hearing this, the old Demon King swiftly turned to see Reg suspended in midair. The space surrounding Reg began to shatter like glass. Finally, with a resounding crack, Reg broke free from the old Demon King's time-stop ability. In this instance, Reg had not even transformed into his Super Saiyan form. However, the time-stop ability had not been entirely undone. Reg was simply able to move freely within the suspended temporal space. Ignoring the astonished old Demon King, Reg promptly delivered a punch to his face. Caught off guard, the old Demon King was sent hurtling backward. As he was propelled away, the time-stopped environment around them also dissipated. Reg then approached the fallen old Demon King, asking, "So, how about it? Do you wish to continue the fight?" At this moment, the old Demon King had shed his armored form, revealing his true self before Rhaegar. Gazing at the elderly figure with silvery hair, Rhaegar spoke, "Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of destroying this world." He continued, "I can assure you that I will not bring harm to this realm and will depart of my own accord in an hour." Upon hearing Rhaegar's words, the old Demon King did not rush to respond. Instead, he maintained his gaze upon Rhaegar. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and replied, "Very well. I hope you keep your word." With that, the old Demon King rose to open a portal for his departure. Just as he was about to leave, Rhaegar suddenly called out to him, "Wait, might you grant me a drop of your blood?" The old Demon King looked at Rhaegar with a hint of confusion. Although uncertain of Rhaegar's intentions, he nodded in acquiescence. After all, it was already a blessing that he intended no destruction of this world. What harm could one drop of blood do? The old Demon King then bit his thumb, allowing a drop of blood to escape, which he tossed to Rhaegar. As the drop of blood soared through the air, Rhaegar enveloped it with his aura, preventing any spillage. Once he had secured it, the old Demon King utilized his power over time to reverse the injury on his thumb to its unblemished state. Confirming with Rhaegar that there were no further matters to address, the old Demon King departed from this realm. Subsequently, Rhaegar addressed the dimension, saying, "Initiate data evolution on the blood I hold." The dimension responded, "Data evolution initiated." The blood in Rhaegar's grasp was swiftly decomposed, and two pieces of information manifested in his mind. Power of Umaga possesses the strength of all Kamen Riders. As the number of Kamen Riders increases, the power will infinitely accumulate. Time power, incomplete version, wields the ability to manipulate time. However, its efficacy is halved, allowing only for basic temporal operations, while more complex maneuvers remain unattainable. Upon perceiving the emergence of the time power, Rhaegar instantly recognized the correctness of his decision. However, upon noticing the designation incomplete version, he furrowed his brow and inquired of the dimension, "What does this incomplete version signify? Why is there a fragmentary aspect to the time power?" The dimension replied, "The other half of the time power has merged with this world, complementing the time power of Umaga, which is why it can be wielded with such ease." Chapter 67. Who is stronger, Umaga or the full open Holy Blade? Listening to the dimension's explanation, Rhaegar fell into brief contemplation. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Are there other hidden tasks within this world?" The dimension answered, "Each world's hidden tasks are fixed, and no second hidden task exists." Upon hearing this, Rhaegar's interest waned instantly, and he sighed, "Ah, is that so? Never mind, since I have come this far. It would be remiss not to return with something in hand." Just as I was about to depart, Reg suddenly recalled something. He turned to gaze upon Xiao Ming, who lay unconscious on the ground. Utilizing his powers, he mended the injuries afflicting his companion and imparted a fraction of his own strength. It was not that Reg was unwilling to provide more, but rather that Xiao Ming's body could only bear so much. With this bestowed strength, at the very least, Xiao Ming would withstand not one, but at least two punches from the Dark Demon King. Reg then harnessed the newly acquired power of space, traversing through various realms of the Masked Riders. Among these worlds, he encountered numerous iconic moments, such as the god-slaying kick of the Bright Light Knight and the upgrade punch of the Clever One. Eventually, he halted his journey upon reaching a secluded hillside, which was anything but tranquil, It resembled a battlefield akin to Syria, with no corner free from the chaos of combat. This was indeed the classic suit battle of the tokusatsu universe. As Reg observed the familiar scene, recognition dawned upon him when he spotted Teacher Toma. He exclaimed, "Goodness! Is this not the Superhero Chronicles? Who would have anticipated that such a casual traverse would lead me here? If all goes according to plan, this place is destined to give rise to a top-tier powerhouse, the Full Power Holy Blade." In truth, the Full Power Holy Blade and the Omniversal Time King have long been subjects of debate regarding their strength. The core of the discussion revolves around whether the Full Power Holy Blade belongs to the Masked Riders or the Super Sentai. The Full Power Holy Blade wields the power of all previous Masked Riders and all Sentai teams, while the Omniversal Time King possesses only the power of the Masked Riders. The rational mind might lean towards the belief that the Full Power Holy Blade is superior. However, this notion is not entirely accurate. The Omniversal Time King boasts an astonishing introduction, claiming to embody the power of all riders prior to the year 2068, while the Full Power Holy Blade is confined within that timeline. Thus, I ponder the true allegiance of the Full Power Holy Blade, whether it belongs to the Masked Riders or the Super Sentai. Should it align with the Masked Riders, then the Omniversal Time King should also possess the strength of the Full Power Holy Blade. Conversely, if it belongs to the Super Sentai, then the strength of the Full Power Holy Blade would likely surpass that of the Omniversal Time King. Discussions regarding the superiority of either have perpetually incited debate. After much contemplation, Reg resolved to abandon the quest for determining who is stronger. Rather than engaging in the futility of comparison, it is more prudent to acknowledge the prowess of both. It is precisely due to their formidable attributes that they capture the attention of many. The strength of the Omniversal Time King is indisputable, yet the power of the Full Power Holy Blade should not be underestimated. Each possesses distinctive qualities worthy of recognition. Instead of vying for an inconsequential title of the strongest, it is far wiser to gaze into the future. Given the unpredictable maneuvers within the tokusatsu realm, it is certain that individuals akin to the amalgamation of the powers of all riders and all Sentai teams will emerge. Rather than debating who among the two is stronger, it is far more intriguing to observe the absurd transformations that are yet to unfold. While Reg was deep in thought, an explosive sound suddenly erupted from the rear mountain site, capturing his attention. Upon looking over, he discovered the unexpected appearance of two pink knights. Recognizing those figures instantly, Reg understood who they were. This was the commemorative work for the 50th anniversary of Kamen Rider Ev Ice. Soon after, the absurdity escalated. An adversary that had proven insurmountable for all predecessors was effortlessly obliterated by Rev Ice in his base form. Witnessing this spectacle, Reg felt an indescribable urge to scoff. Even with a novice protection period, this was excessive. All the predecessors had transformed into their most potent forms and still faltered. Yet here was a newcomer triumphing in base form. Was that not a slight form of bullying? With this thought, Reg could only lament the lengths to which some companies would go to sell toys. Subsequently, Reg harnessed the power of reality distortion, conjuring a chair and a bucket of popcorn, thereby initiating his own viewing experience in OMO mode. When he had first watched this film, he had to purchase a ticket. Now, it had transformed into a live broadcast, providing a truly unique perspective. As time passed, the final boss made his grand entrance onto the battlefield. Observing the dragon soaring through the sky, Reg needed only to sense its aura to ascertain its might. Through his perception, he concluded that the airborne dragon was even less formidable than the red WYRM king. At this juncture, Reg was convinced that the others were mere decorations. The primary objective was indeed to sell toys, even if reality had intertwined with this narrative. The storyline then reached its zenith, with the collective might of all Kamen Riders and Super Sentai surging to unprecedented levels. All their strength coalesced within Kamen Rider Saber. A book then materialized in the hands of Master Toma, the very tome known as the Superhero Chronicle. Under the gaze of all, Master Toma transformed into the full drive Saber form. As he munched on popcorn, Reg turned to Dimension and queried, "What exactly is this power of belief? Is it something that can be mastered by mere mortals?" Dimension replied, "Such questions are unanswerable. You must explore them yourself." Hearing this, Reg responded, "Even you are uncertain about this power?" Dimension retorted, "I am not a search engine. Must I answer every inquiry you pose?" With a dismissive click of his tongue, Reg remarked, "If you want to say, then don't," making it all seem so enigmatic. Meanwhile, the battle on the field approached its conclusion. Master Toma, now in full drive Saber form, decisively unleashed a powerful attack, vanquishing the dragon in an instant. With this, the conflict came to a definitive end. After finishing his popcorn, Reg stood up and addressed Dimension. Initiate the teleportation. It is time to depart from this world. The Dimension responded, acknowledged, currently in the process of transmission. With a flash of light, Reg exited this realm. No sooner had Reg departed than the old Demon King arrived at the spot he had just vacated. Gazing at the place where Reg had stood moments before, the old Demon King murmured, "Indeed, he has honored his promise." After uttering these words, he promptly opened a portal and returned to his own timeline. Meanwhile, having returned to the Dragon Ball universe, Reg stood before Whis and the Grand Priest, remarking, "It is reasonable for Whis to await my arrival, yet I did not anticipate the Grand Priest would come in person, which is somewhat unexpected." In response to Reg's statement, the Grand Priest replied, "After your departure, Whis informed me that you had left. Therefore, he summoned me to await your return, so that I might escort you to the King's palace." Chapter 68. The King's New Toy. The birth of the ultimate evil warrior, Rello. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, Reg understood his purpose and stated, "In that case, let us not squander time. I kindly request you, Grand Priest, to escort me to the King's palace." The Grand Priest nodded, saying, "It is my duty to take you to the King's palace, Mr. Reg. There is no need for such formality." He then added, "Without further ado, Mr. Reg, please follow me." Acknowledging the Grand Priest's words, Reg nodded and followed closely behind him. Under the Grand Priest's guidance, the three of them instantaneously arrived in a peculiar space. It was devoid of any furnishings, save for a singular structure before them. This structure was oddly shaped, resembling a colossal character for King. Upon seeing it, Reg instantly recognized this location as the King's palace, the residence of the king. The Grand Priest then turned to Reg and said, "Now, sir, please follow me." Reg nodded in agreement and walked in step with the Grand Priest into the interior of the King's palace. Upon entering, he discovered a breathtaking realm within. The space could be described as an entirely different world, filled with numerous pillars and adorned with a carpet leading forward. Thus, the Grand Priest and Reg proceeded towards the carpet. After a while, both men finally halted. Reg beheld three individuals before him, two standing as guards flanking the king on either side, while seated upon the throne was the king himself. At that moment, the king joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Reg, you have finally returned. I heard from the Grand Priest that you traversed worlds. Is that correct?" He then descended from his throne and approached Reg. Previously, when Whis had reported on Reg's abilities, the Grand Priest had brought Reg to the King's palace for the first time, marking their initial encounter. After each training session, there would be a respite during which the High Priest would escort me to the throne of the Omni King to engage in playful activities together. Over time, through prolonged companionship, we naturally became friends. As the Omni King approached with a cheerful demeanor, I smiled and said, "Indeed, Your Highness, I have just returned from my journey across worlds." Upon hearing my words, the Omni King exclaimed, "Oh, did you bring back anything amusing, Reg?" To which I replied, "Certainly. I have something that should entertain you for quite a while." I then presented the power of the demon realm that I had acquired. The Omni King's eyes lit up with excitement upon receiving this newfound ability, as if he had discovered a delightful treasure. He looked at me and remarked, "Oh, this seems incredibly fun." With that, he struck a pose, and with a declaration of transformation, armor enveloped him, turning him into Kamen Rider Kuga. However, perhaps due to his stature, the form he assumed bore a rather chibi-like quality. Observing his completed transformation, he turned to me and said, "Reg, this toy you gifted me is quite fascinating. Is this a specialty from the world you traversed?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, I chuckled lightly and responded, "A specialty perhaps? It seems so. After all, Kamen Riders are becoming increasingly adept at stacking boxes these days. Anyone without the power of a full rider would feel embarrassed to face others. So, calling a specialty is not entirely incorrect. We spent some time playing together, and eventually, with a bittersweet farewell, I waved goodbye and departed from the throne of the Omni King. Upon returning to the realm of the Destroyer Gods and bidding farewell to the High Priest, I turned to Whis and said, "I shall take a short holiday on Earth for a few days. If you crave any delicacies, feel free to come find me." Whis smiled and replied, "Every time I desire something delicious, I must trouble you. It makes me feel somewhat guilty." He continued, "When I feel the urge to eat, I will send you a message in advance so that you may prepare, ensuring there's no rush." Initially surprised by his first statement, I thought, is the sun rising from the west? However, any sense of confusion vanished with his subsequent words. "Ah, still the same foodie, unchanged in essence." With a resigned nod, I agreed to Whis's plan before teleporting back to Earth. Meanwhile, in an unknown dimension, A shadowy figure held a pair of earrings and murmured, after all this time preparing, "I have finally succeeded." The earrings then inquired, "Do you have the means to extinguish the souls of these two individuals?" To this, the shadow replied, "If I can capture them, I certainly possess the method to obliterate their souls." Raising his gaze, he looked toward two cultivation pods positioned not far away, within which two individuals lay in slumber. Both individuals bore tails, indicating they were indeed Saiyans. As the shadow drew nearer, the features of the two within the incubation chamber became clearer. One of them was Broly, a bearer of the legendary bloodline, while the other was a face both familiar and strange. Upon the proximity of the earring to the second Saiyan, an uncontrollable fury erupted. "Reg, I will eventually tear you to pieces." Indeed, the second Saiyan was Reg from an alternate timeline. The earring belonged to Bexinglong. At that moment, the shadow soothed Bexinglong, saying, "Enough of these trivialities. Only with power can you seek vengeance. Assimilate these two into your strength, and you shall reach unprecedented heights." The shadow had captured the two Saiyans after they were vanquished in their own timelines, left defenseless against his ambush. As Bexinglong absorbed the shadow's words, he gradually calmed and replied, "In that case, let us commence swiftly, lest we prolong this unnecessarily." Nodding in agreement, the shadow then turned to Broly and Reg in the incubation chamber, silently reciting incomprehensible incantations. Suddenly, Broly and Reg's expressions contorted in agony, as if countless needles were piercing them. After a brief period, the two ceased their struggles, remaining motionless in the chamber, akin to comatose beings. Observing their stillness, the shadow nodded in satisfaction and addressed Bexinglong. "The souls of both have been utterly obliterated. It is now your turn to take the stage." Hearing this, Bexinglong exclaimed, "At last, the moment has arrived. Hurry, I can finally reclaim my body." The shadow nodded in affirmation, placing the earrings on Broly's left ear and Reg's right ear. Subsequently, the two bodies, drawn together by an unseen force, broke through the incubation chamber and fused as one. Unlike the radiant white light of a typical earring fusion, this union emitted an eerie black glow. As the fusion was completed, a tremendous power erupted from the newly formed warrior, causing tremors throughout the galaxy, the universe, and even the entire timeline. The fused warrior proclaimed, "What an astonishing and intoxicating power! I never imagined Reg possessed such terrifying strength. No wonder he could defeat me." The voice that emerged was no longer solely Bexinglong's, but rather a harmonious blend of Broly and Reg gazing at this new form. The warrior declared, "With a new body, I must also assume a new identity. The name Bexinglong is but a relic of the past. Henceforth, I shall be known as Rairo, Ultimate Evil Fusion Warrior Lero." Chapter 69. The second Saiyan possessing the ancient transcendent bloodline. Two individuals with ulterior motives. Subsequently, Lero, feeling the power surging within him, let out a resounding roar. In an instant, he transformed from his normal state into Super Saiyan 1, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Lero continued to exert himself, his power grew exponentially. He then broke through to Super Saiyan 2. However, Lero sensed that a substantial reservoir of power remained untapped within him. He pressed on, unleashing a formidable aura to awaken the dormant strength within. With each surge of power, his hair began to lengthen, ultimately culminating in his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. As he reveled in his newfound strength, Lero shook his head, declaring, "Not enough, this power is still insufficient." As the first to engage in battle with the ancient transcendent form, he understood the terrifying might it possessed. The power granted to him by this form was still inadequate to even compare to the ancient transcendent form. The mere thought of that formidable state conjured memories of the detestable Reg. As Lero recalled the circumstances of their past encounters, he could no longer contain his fury. Exclaiming, "Reg, I will personally end your life." The hatred he harbored for Reg could not be quelled by mere words. After his declaration, Lero's power began to surge explosively. His animosity towards Reg, coupled with his yearning for strength, awakened the bloodline within him. With another mighty roar, his once lengthened hair began to revert, though its color transformed from golden to a vibrant green, eventually fading into a striking azure. As a fusion of Broly and Reg, Lero naturally possessed the bloodlines of both. Their amalgamation culminated in the complete transformation into the ancient transcendent bloodline. Thus, it can be asserted that Lero is the second Saiyan, aside from Reg, to possess this ancient lineage. His current transformation serves as irrefutable evidence. Finally, with a thunderous shout, Lero fully ascended into the ancient transcendent form. As his transformation completed, a tremendous power erupted from within him. The surrounding space shattered like glass, causing the very fabric of time and space to destabilize and collapse, with numerous black holes appearing within the realm of time. Yet, Lero paid no heed to these phenomena, meticulously exploring the immense power coursing through his body. Upon opening his eyes and gazing at the formidable aura emanating from him, he proclaimed, "Indeed, this is the powerful and terrifying force." What Lero referred to was the ancient transcendent form, albeit his version differed slightly from Reg's. The first distinction lies in their aura. Reg's transformed essence emanates a cerulean hue, whereas Rairo's transformation exudes a dark green, leaning more towards a near-black shade. The second difference is their eyes. Reg's gaze turns golden upon transformation, while Rairo's pupils become crimson, with the sclera shifting to a shadowy black, rendering him akin to a figure possessed by darkness. After a spell of time, Rairo finally emerged from the obsession induced by his newfound power and addressed the shadow, inquiring, "Can you now reveal the whereabouts of the Reg who defeated me?" In response, the shadow cautioned, "Patience. Your current strength is still woefully insufficient to confront him. What you must focus on now is amplifying the malevolent energy within you to augment your power." With that, the shadow wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from its brow. The powerful aura that had just erupted had rendered even the shadow momentarily incapacitated, lying prostrate on the ground. The threat of being annihilated by the opponent loomed ominously. Yet despite its fear, the shadow retained its confidence. Both the earrings and the bodies of Broly and Reg had been tampered with by the shadow. Should Rairo attempt to strike, he would be met with excruciating pain, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his very core. This torment would not only assault his flesh, but also devour his soul. Thus, the moment Rairo contemplated an attack, the shadow could obliterate his consciousness, transforming him into a mere puppet. With this thought in mind, the shadow felt emboldened and remarked to Rairo, "After all, I have searched long and hard for a vessel for you. Given the talent of your adversary, it is impossible for him to remain stagnant. Your current prowess is far from adequate. Once you grow stronger, seeking him out will not be too late." The shadow then turned its gaze back to Rairo, keen to observe his choice. After reflecting on the shadow's words, Rairo propped his chin on one hand, contemplating their validity. After a moment's deliberation, he acquiesced, stating, "Very well. Let him linger a while longer." Pleased with Rairo's compliance, the shadow nodded in satisfaction. Rairo then addressed the shadow, "In that case, I shall take my leave to rest. Unless an urgent matter arises, do not disturb me." Subsequently, he reverted from the ancient transformation to his normal state and proceeded towards the dilapidated castle that lay in ruins behind the shadow. As he brushed past the shadow, Rairo cast a fleeting glance before disregarding it and entering the castle. In truth, while contemplating the shadow's reasoning, Rairo also pondered whether he should eliminate it. However, after much consideration, he abandoned the notion. It was not that he was averse to slaying the shadow. After all, no powerful being relishes obeying the commands of a weaker one. The decision to forego its demise stemmed from two compelling reasons. The first reason lies in the adversary's ability to traverse through time and space. While he possesses the strength to shatter the very fabric of time and venture into alternate dimensions, the sheer multitude of parallel timelines far exceeds his expectations, rendering the pursuit of his nemesis akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. The second reason is the uncertainty surrounding whether the opponent has left any hidden traps for him. Over the years, Lero has come to understand the opponent's character. With a demeanor akin to that of a cunning schemer, it is highly likely that the adversary has concealed various contingencies within him. Even if he were to succeed in eliminating the foe, he would undoubtedly be left with unfavorable consequences. It is precisely due to these two reasons that Lero has temporarily set aside the notion of vanquishing the shadow. Thus, this conversation ended with both parties harboring ulterior motives, parting ways in displeasure. Meanwhile, in the main timeline of the 7th universe on Earth, Reg is seated cross-legged upon a rocky cliff, adjusting his breath for cultivation. He extends a hand toward a large boulder nearby. As he clenches his palm, the boulder is instantaneously reduced to powder. Upon opening his hand and making a slight counterclockwise motion, astonishingly, the powdered remnants of the boulder revert to their original form, as if time were flowing backward. This phenomenon occurs due to Reg's utilization of the power of time. Upon assessing his energy expenditure, he realizes that the consumption of power required for manipulating time is exceedingly vast. If this energy were to be solely converted into destructive force, it could reduce the entire Earth to ashes in an instant. Subsequently, Reg harnesses the power of space to teleport several large fish from the ocean floor to the surface. Upon observing the energy costs once more, he finds that the expenditure associated with the power of space is merely 1/10 of that of time. Chapter 70. The distinction in the strength of world laws. Successful entry. The form of ultimate freedom. Beyond mere consumption, Reg discovers additional applications for both powers, such as assessing the current world strength. From his observations, it is evident that each world harbors varying amounts of the powers of time and space. Previously, when Reg employed the power of space within the Kamen Rider universe, the energy cost was minimal. However, upon using the same ability within the Dragon Ball universe, he noted a significant increase in energy expenditure. The primary reason for this disparity lies in the differing strengths of the two worlds. Reg observes that both time and space in the Dragon Ball universe are considerably more complete and robust, whereas in the Kamen Rider universe, they lack the same level of integrity. This can be illustrated by the villains emerging from the new decade of Kamen Riders, without a modicum of time or space power. They lack the qualifications to serve as bosses. Perhaps it is precisely due to the rampant misuse of time and space powers by many that the very fabric of the world has begun to exhibit vulnerabilities. In stark contrast to the Dragon Ball universe, there exists a stringent regulation governing the powers of time and space, devoid of any misuse. This becomes evident during the Black Goku saga in Dragon Ball Super, where Beerus remarked upon witnessing future Trunks traversing through time with a time machine, deeming such arbitrary travel between timelines a grave offense. Whis also suggested that Trunks should be presented before the Omni King for judgment. These statements illuminate the Dragon Ball universe's stringent restrictions regarding time travel. Furthermore, to apprehend those who traverse time indiscriminately, the Kai of Time established a temporal police force, also known as the Time Patrol, tasked with capturing individuals who disrupt the natural flow of time. In contrast, although the Kamen Rider universe features an entity known as the Time Management Bureau, it utterly fails to fulfill its regulatory duties, merely using its title as a guise to exploit the powers of other riders. This comparison elucidates why the laws governing the Dragon Ball universe are far more robust than those in the Kamen Rider realm. Contemplating this, Reg shook his head and decided to temporarily abandon his pursuit of mastering the powers of both laws. At that moment, Reg sensed a presence, not overwhelmingly powerful, yet sufficient to wreak havoc on Earth. He swiftly teleported towards the source of this energy and discovered a Namekian wreaking destruction around him, adorned with a conspicuous emblem of a demon. Recognizing the figure, Reg realized it was the original Demon King Piccolo. In an instant, he understood that the narrative had progressed to the Demon King Piccolo arc. Nevertheless, Reg chose not to interfere with the established storyline, adopting a mindset of acceptance. He departed from the scene and returned to his seaside villa. Upon his return, he meticulously set up numerous barriers and concealed enchantments around his villa. Once his preparations were nearly complete, Reg opted to leave once more, venturing to the realm of the destroyers to continue his training. As days turned into months, Reg's comprehension of the Ultra Instinct technique grew increasingly profound. After a year had passed, he found himself standing on a grassy expanse within the destroyer realm, his eyes gently closed, absorbing the tranquility surrounding him. As a gentle breeze passed by, Reg's hair swayed softly in its wake. Embracing this serene sensation, he allowed his own essence to flow naturally. As time gradually slipped away, Reg delved deeper into this peaceful state. Eventually, he seemed to sense something significant, and with a sudden awakening, he opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful aura. Meanwhile, in the distance, Whis observed Reg's direction with a momentary look of surprise, before breaking into a smile and remarking, "Mr. Reg is truly gifted. It is astonishing how swiftly he has grasped the fundamentals of the Zizai Ji-Gong." At this moment, subtle changes began to manifest in Reg. Although his hair remained black, a faint layer of white light enveloped him. Occasionally, tiny white particles of light flickered around his form. Furthermore, Reg's pupils underwent a delicate transformation. While still black, a soft silver radiance emerged around their edges. Reg became acutely aware of these changes and could distinctly feel a newfound ease in his control over his physical self. Rather than exercising conscious command over his body, he now allowed it to make its own choices, evading and countering instinctively. This sensation was extraordinary, leaving Reg momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, Weiss teleported beside Reg, remarking, "To be honest, Mr. Reg, your talent is quite astonishing. Achieving the basics of the Zizai, Ji Gong in such a short span is truly remarkable." He then added, "Mr. Reg, have you considered becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction?" Upon hearing Weiss's renewed invitation, Reg shook his head once more, saying, "I think not. It would be better for you to seek someone else." Weiss sighed in resignation at Reg's continued refusal, stating, "Very well, though it is somewhat regrettable, I respect your decision." Truth be told, Weiss had anticipated that, given Reg's talent, it would take at least 30 years for him to reach this level. However, reality proved that Weiss had underestimated Reg's capabilities. The talent Reg displayed now was formidable to an alarming degree. Reg then addressed Weiss, "Mr. Weiss, would you be willing to attack me at the same level? I wish to test the limits of my abilities." Weiss, roused from his contemplation by Reg's request, replied, "Certainly, Mr. Reg, but should we succeed, what compensation do you propose?" With a smile, Weiss gestured playfully with a finger. Reg understood the nature of the compensation Weiss sought and responded, "Of course, what would you like to eat?" Upon hearing Reg's agreement, Weiss smiled contentedly, then said, "I have indulged in greasy foods of late. Could we perhaps opt for something lighter and more refreshing?" To which Reg promptly nodded, suggesting, "How about strawberries?" Weiss immediately recalled the delightful red fruits he had tasted previously and nodded in approval. "Certainly, let us commence." With that, taking advantage of Reg's momentary surprise, I launched my assault. Nevertheless, Reg remained in a state of tranquil mastery, instinctively evading Weiss's onslaught. His expression was one of bewilderment. As he grappled with the events that had just transpired, it dawned on him that his body had instinctively dodged Weiss's attack, demonstrating the essence of tranquil mastery. Thought was unnecessary, as the body moved autonomously to evade. As I continued my relentless attacks, their frequency and intensity escalated. Despite this, Reg maintained his composure, deftly avoiding every strike. Chapter 71. The Realm of Tranquil Mastery. The Transformation of Supali. It was evident that Reg's mastery was merely rudimentary, possessing only the ability to evade without the means to counterattack. With each successful dodge, his awareness of this state sharpened. His evasion speed increased, allowing him to anticipate and react preemptively. In that moment, Weiss swept his staff horizontally, a maneuver Reg effortlessly evaded with a backflip. Yet Weiss was unrelenting, continuing to thrust his staff toward Reg. It was at this juncture that the true strength of tranquil mastery revealed itself. Reg adeptly adjusted his form mid-air, eluding every attack Weiss launched, executing each dodge with fluidity and grace, as though his movements were a natural extension of his being. Thus, amidst the barrage of strikes, Reg flowed like water, completing his backflip seamlessly. Just as he touched the ground, Weiss's attack surged forth. Without even a glance, Reg evaded once more. This continued for a full half hour, during which Reg gradually felt a hint of fatigue. More accurately, it was not a depletion of energy, but rather a weariness of the mind. Turning to Weiss, he said, "Mr. Weiss, I believe we shall conclude here for now." He stood still, his expression devoid of emotion, gazing at Weiss. Just as Weiss's staff was about to make contact, he halted his movement. The staff hovering a mere fraction of a centimeter from Reg, slowly retracting his staff, Weiss remarked, "Very well, but do not forget about my strawberries." Reg nodded resignedly, replying, "Of course, I would not forget that." As he prepared to teleport back, Weiss called out, "By the way, take a moment to tidy your appearance before you return. After all, it has been a year of training here. It is time to indulge in some relaxation." At this moment, Rhaegar, having devoted an extended period to training in the realm of destruction, had neglected his appearance. He resembled a beggar, with his attire in tatters, each piece marred by numerous rips and tears. A closer inspection would reveal an unpleasant odor emanating from him. His hair, untrimmed for an extended duration, cascaded down to his waist, reminiscent of Super Saiyan transformations. Upon hearing Weiss's remarks, Rhaegar momentarily froze, then raised his arm to take a whiff of himself. The sour scent instantly prompted a grimace of distaste. Embarrassed, he addressed Weiss, "Very well, I shall return after I have thoroughly cleaned myself." Without waiting for a response, he instantaneously teleported home. Upon arrival, Rhaegar promptly destroyed his soiled garments and retreated to the bathroom for an indulgent half-hour wash. Dressed in a sleek black trench coat thereafter, he settled onto the sofa in the living room, pondering his next course of action. With his mastery of the free-form ultimate technique still in its infancy, further training seemed unlikely to yield significant progress. Rhaegar was aware that the technique comprised 3 distinct stages. The initial entry level, which conferred the ability to automatically evade. The pinnacle of entry, which bestowed both evasion and counterattack capabilities, known widely as the White God form, and the state of complete mastery, a level even Goku had yet to attain. Achieving this final stage would mean that the practitioner no longer regarded the technique as a mere form, but would rather embody it, maintaining its essence at all times, a realm accessible only to angels or those of superior status. In a state of mild frustration regarding his next steps, Rhaegar rose to gaze out the window, where he noticed someone engaged in training. It was Sapari, albeit transformed from her original portrayal. Unlike in the narrative, she had her hair styled into a high ponytail, exuding the energy of a spirited athlete. Notably, her physique had also matured significantly. Superi's combat power was now estimated to be around 20 million. Rhaegar teleported down to converse with her about her recent endeavors. Upon his arrival, Sapari was initially taken aback, but soon set aside her training and approached him, exclaiming, "Rhaegarkin, what brings you here to see me lately?" In the past, Rhaegar had devoted all his free time to training in the realm of destruction, rarely lingering on Earth. Hearing Superi's affectionate address, Rhaegar felt no surprise. Instead, he replied, "I haven't made much progress recently, so I decided to take a break." Through their time together, Sapari had shed her former timidity, her demeanor now resembling that of Caulifla from Universe 6. Upon hearing Reg's words, Sapari instantly became intrigued and remarked, "Since you have nothing better to do, why not engage in a sparring session? It will give me a chance to assess my current strength." Reg, upon hearing Superi's suggestion, did not oppose it, but merely nodded in agreement. With Reg's consent, Sapari exclaimed with excitement, "In that case, let us begin without delay." The two then distanced themselves from one another, standing opposite each other. At that moment, Sapari let out a thunderous roar. As his voice resonated, his aura surged dramatically. The hair tie that held his locks was utterly stretched to its limit, causing his hair to invert and transform into a golden hue. After the eruption of energy, Sapari turned to Reg and declared, "Over the years, I have not slacked in my training. I have already reached full power in my Super Saiyan form." Reg observed Superi's transformation into the full power Super Saiyan form without a hint of surprise. Having lived on Earth for so many years, his S-cells had long met the required threshold. If he were incapable of transforming, it would be a cause for concern. Contemplating this, he addressed Sapari. "While it is commendable to grow stronger through training, one must also allow for adequate rest. Maintaining a constant state of tension is not beneficial." Upon hearing Reg's words, Sapari pouted and retorted, I know. You sound like an old man nagging." With that, he charged directly at Reg, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Reg, however, merely raised one hand, effortlessly deflecting all of Superi's strikes. After a period of attacking, Sapari realized his efforts were futile and executed a backward leap to create some distance. He then unleashed another mighty roar, initiating a second power surge. With this new eruption, Superi's aura surged even further. Ultimately, in a final explosion of energy, he broke through to a new level. With this transformation, Sapari not only radiated an even more intense golden aura, but also manifested subtle flickers of lightning around him. He had successfully ascended to the Super Saiyan 2 form. At this moment, Sapari proudly declared to Reg, "I am no longer the same as before. I have long surpassed my limits and transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Witnessing Superi's breakthrough, Reg felt a sense of satisfaction and smiled. For who wouldn't he wish to see their protégés grow stronger? He then beckoned with a finger, stating, "Allow me to witness the extent of your current strength." Seeing Reg's gesture, Sapari retorted in annoyance, "Do not underestimate me." He charged forward once more, resuming his assault on Reg. However, even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, the situation remained unchanged from before. Subsequently, Sapari swiftly distanced himself from Rhaegar, unleashing a wave of energy directed at him. However, this energy wave posed no threat to Rhaegar, who effortlessly swatted it aside with a single hand. The energy wave then descended into the distance, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Prior to the battle, Rhaegar had already established a protective barrier around the area, ensuring that the attack had no impact on the surroundings. Chapter 72, A Visit to the Current King of the Realm, the Mysterious Elder. Upon witnessing his energy wave fail to inflict any substantial damage on Rhaegar, Sapari clicked his tongue in frustration and charged at Rhaegar for a second round of assault. Yet once again his attacks proved futile, as Rhaegar intercepted each one with a single finger. As time passed, Sapari began to exhibit signs of fatigue. After relentlessly attacking for so long without causing any harm to Rhaegar, He felt a surge of irritation and decided to create some distance between them. He then concentrated all his strength into his right hand and, after gathering his energy, launched a powerful punch. As this strike collided with Rhaegar's finger, ripples began to emerge in the surrounding space. However, this concentrated effort failed to even budge Rhaegar's finger. Feeling the force of the blow, Rhaegar's interest was piqued. This attack was certainly more formidable than the previous ones, approximately 5 to 8 times stronger. Just as Rhaegar began to appreciate the intensity of the attack, Saipari realized that his ultimate strike had not harmed Rhaegar at all. In a state of despair, he gazed at his opponent, only to succumb to exhaustion and faint. Noticing something amiss, Rhaegar quickly reached out and caught the unconscious Saipari. Looking at Superi's limp form, Rhaegar sighed, "Why must you be so stubborn? Do you truly believe that inflicting pain upon me would bring you joy?" With that, he lifted Saipari and, with a flash, transported them both back to his home. After placing Saipari on the sofa and covering him with a blanket, Rhaegar promptly departed. He began contemplating his next destination. After much deliberation, Rhaegar set his sights on King Kai's planet. "It has been quite some time since I last visited King Kai. I wonder how he has been," he mused. Without hesitation, Rhaegar opened a portal and stepped through, heading toward the realm of King Kai. At that moment on King Kai's planet, the king was engrossed in reading a collection of jokes written by Rhaegar. Suddenly, a portal opened and Rhaegar emerged. Noticing King Kai seated in a rocking chair with a book in hand, Rhaegar greeted him with a warm smile. "King Kai, it has been far too long. I hope you've been well." Hearing a voice from behind, King Kai turned his head, only to behold a stranger standing beside him. At this moment, the king of the universe, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "May I ask who you are? I don't believe we have met before." It was quite natural for the king not to recognize Reg, for when they first encountered each other, Reg was merely a child of about 1.5 years old. Therefore, upon seeing Reg, the king felt a vague sense of familiarity but could not place the individual. Hearing the king's words, Reg smiled and replied, "Indeed. It has been many years since we last met. I once sought your guidance regarding the king's fist. However, I was quite young back then, so it is understandable that you do not recognize me now." Upon hearing Reg's words, the king was momentarily taken aback. But then he quickly recalled the identity of the person before him. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, You are Reg? After all, over the years, very few had traversed the Snake Way to undergo the king's training, let alone master the king's ultimate technique, the king's fist. Thus, upon Reg's mention of the king's fist, the king had already confirmed his identity. As the king acknowledged Reg's identity, Reg nodded with a smile, affirming the king's words. Witnessing Reg's nod, the king joyfully exclaimed, "I can't believe the little Reg from back then has grown so much. I nearly failed to recognize you. When you first came to study with me, you weren't even taller than I am." In the blink of an eye, all those years had passed, and Reg was no longer that small child, but had transformed into a formidable figure standing at 9 meters tall. The two then began reminiscing, sharing recent events. However, at that moment, Reg suddenly sensed a presence. Though not particularly powerful, it radiated a gentle aura. Reg turned his gaze toward the source of this energy, which emanated from the direction of the Snake Way. He then addressed the king, saying, "We shall continue our conversation later. I must attend to something briefly." The king, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Is something the matter? Do you have an important matter to attend to?" Reg did not respond to the king's inquiry, but instead took flight, departing from the king's planet toward the direction of the Snake Way. Rather than soaring at incredible speed, Reg chose to fly slowly, observing the activities along the Snake Way. Eventually, he spotted a figure and confirmed that the source of the aura was indeed from that individual. As he drew closer, Reg discerned the identity of the person. Upon seeing the individual's appearance, Reg felt a twinge of confusion and quietly remarked, "I don't recall such a character from Dragon Ball." Reg then looked again at the individual, keen to listen to what they were saying in hopes of gleaning some useful information. As he approached, Reg realized the figure was an elderly man. He then overheard the man muttering, "I am so tired. Had I known, I would not have designed the Snake Way to be so long." Hearing these words, Reg became intrigued, filled with questions. Is it the serpent path designed by the other party? Subsequently, he shook his head and soared towards the serpent path, landing directly in front of the elderly man. He then inquired, "Grandfather, why are you traversing the serpent path? It is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead one to a perilous fate." The elderly man noticed Reg and, upon hearing his concern, chuckled softly, replying, "It's all right. One merely needs to be cautious." Reg regarded the elder with a hint of confusion, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, akin to encountering his own grandfather. While Reg pondered this feeling, the elderly man suddenly remarked, "If you have no further business, I shall take my leave." With that, the elder prepared to walk past Reg and continue along the serpent path. Upon hearing the elder's words, Reg exclaimed, "Grandfather, are you heading to King S planet? If you don't mind, I can carry you there." The elder smiled at Reg's offer and said, "Is that so? Thank you." Nodding in affirmation, Reg crouched down and lifted the elder onto his back. He then began to ascend gently towards King S planet, mindful not to fly too swiftly, ensuring the elder remained comfortable. However, to save time, Reg opted to accelerate after confirming the elder's consent. As he increased his speed, he enveloped the elder in a layer of energy, shielding him from the turbulent airflow. They flew for nearly 3 hours before reaching King S planet. Throughout the journey, Reg maintained his energy shield around the elder, aware that the gravity on King S planet is 10 times that of Earth. Given the elder's current condition, a sudden exposure to such gravity could result in severe consequences. Once they arrived, the elder dismounted and smiled at Reg, saying, "Thank you, young man. Without your assistance, I would have been running the serpent path for quite some time." At that moment, the king approached, observing Reg accompanied by the unfamiliar elder, and inquired with curiosity, "Reg, who is this elder?" Reg shook his head, responding, "I am not certain. I sensed a gentle energy on the serpent path and discovered this grandfather when I went to investigate." The king then shifted his gaze to the elder, perplexed by the warm and familiar aura emanating from him, as if they were old friends. The elder remarked, "King S planet is indeed a splendid place. Perhaps it would be nice to rest here for a while." He then addressed the king. "After spending such an extended period in the mortal realm, I'm finally able to descend and meet you." Upon hearing the elder's words, the king of the realm expressed his confusion, inquiring, "Me? Are you certain you have not made a mistake, dear sir?" The elder, smiling, nodded affirmatively, confirming that his previous statement had been accurate. Chapter 73. It is time for Uncle Bird to take a rest. Journeying through time to meet little Wukong. Seeing the elder nod, the king of the realm began to ponder whether he had forgotten something. After much contemplation, he realized that he had no recollection of the elder whatsoever. He then addressed the elder, asking, "May I inquire as to your name?" In response to the king's query, the elder scratched his head and replied, "It is not convenient for me to disclose my name here. If it pleases you, you may call me Uncle Bird." Upon hearing this, both the king of the realm and Reg exhibited differing emotions. The king was deep in thought, trying to recall if he had ever heard that name before, while Reg wore a look of sheer astonishment, given the manner in which he was addressed, along with the earlier conversation on Snake Road and the elder's appearance. Reg began to form a bold hypothesis. Trembling slightly, he asked, "Uncle Bird, what was your profession prior?" With a smile, Uncle Bird replied, "My previous occupation? I suppose I was a cartoonist." Upon hearing this, Reg could now be absolutely certain of the elder's identity. At that moment, the king of the realm interjected, "Since Uncle Bird has journeyed from afar, I shall fetch some tea, as is only fitting for a guest." Subsequently, the king brought forth a folding table, a pot of tea, and several cups from the small dwelling. The king and Uncle Bird then engaged in conversation while sipping tea, with Uncle Bird occasionally sharing corny jokes to amuse the king, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Eventually, Uncle Bird appeared to grow weary from storytelling and settled into a rocking chair, dozing off. At this point, the king approached Reg and remarked, "This Uncle Bird is quite intriguing. He seems to know me very well, as if he is aware of everything I do." In response to the king's statement, Reg merely smiled silently, internally reflecting, how could he not? You are the very embodiment of his creations. As Uncle Bird slowly opened his eyes, he gazed in the direction of Reg and the king, apologetically stating, "I fell asleep again. I sincerely apologize. Age tends to make one drowsy." Upon hearing this, Reg quickly waved his hand and reassured, "It is quite all right, Uncle Bird. Sleep as long as you wish. We shall not disturb you." Uncle Bird smiled in response, saying, "In truth, you need not feel compelled to accommodate me. Simply treat me as a regular guest." With that, he picked up a cup from the table, preparing to sip some water to soothe his throat. Observing Uncle Bird drinking, Reg paused for a moment before speaking. "Have you ever contemplated resurrection, dear Master Bird?" Reg inquired. "If you wish to return, I could seek out the Dragon Balls on Earth." Reg, unaware of the circumstances that brought Master Bird to this realm, merely noted the halo above his head. Upon hearing Reg's words, Master Bird did not hastily respond. Instead, he gazed into the teacup in his hand, where the tea gently reflected his visage. After a moment of silence, he smiled and replied, "No, This era should belong to the youth. I ought to take a rest. Reg, feeling a sense of urgency, responded, but your creations have become the childhood of many. They cannot accept your departure. In some special places, your works have even ushered in true peace. Observing Reg's anxious demeanor, Master Bird chose not to answer directly. Instead, he pointed towards the snake way and said, do you not think that for an ordinary person, the snake way appears rather lengthy? Although puzzled by Master Bird's diversion from the question, Reg nodded in agreement. Indeed, for a common individual, it could take years, even decades to traverse. Those lacking resolve might choose to abandon the journey altogether. Master Bird nodded with a smile and remarked, you are correct. Have you discerned any deeper meanings in this? Reg, scratching his head in confusion, replied, I'm sorry, Master Bird, but I cannot fathom any other significance. Master Bird, unfazed by Reg's response, chuckled and elucidated, the snake way is akin to life itself. No matter how long it may seem, it ultimately has an end. Regardless of what you encounter in life, those experiences are inevitable. What belongs to you will eventually be yours. What is not, no amount of striving will procure. With a smile, he addressed Reg, in essence, I too must take a rest. My journey along the snake way has concluded, and I can no longer accompany you. The remaining path is yours to tread. Reg fell into contemplative silence upon hearing these words. Noticing Reg's quietude, Master Bird added with a smile, one should not always glance backward. Sometimes, a forward gaze may reveal delightful surprises. History is akin to a train in motion, and I am merely a passenger aboard. Do not grieve my departure. I have simply reached my destination and must disembark. Reg nodded silently in acknowledgement. At this moment, the Kai, sensing the somber atmosphere, cleared his throat and interjected, let us not dwell in such heaviness. After all, it is rare for King Kai's planet to be so lively. Let's not dampen the spirit. Upon hearing the words of the King of the Worlds, the atmosphere gradually softened. Uncle Bird then chuckled and remarked, indeed, life ought not to be stifling. It should be filled with joy, embracing the pleasures it offers. Turning to Reg, he continued, I recall a phrase I once penned, which seems most apt to share at this moment. Rest well, study diligently, play heartily, exercise regularly, and savor your meals, leading a life brimming with vitality and happiness. Nodding in agreement, Reg smiled and replied, Uncle Bird is absolutely correct. After all, the essence of life is to find joy. If one is not happy, what purpose does it serve to amass wealth? Seeing that Reg grasped his sentiment, Uncle Bird nodded appreciatively. As time passed, a conversation blossomed between Uncle Bird and Reg. Reg casually inquired, Uncle Bird, would you like to meet little Goku? At this, Uncle Bird's hand trembled slightly around his teacup, and after a moment of silence, he said, if possible, I would love to meet him. Listening to their exchange, the King of the Worlds interjected, who is this Goku you speak of? Reg smiled at the king and replied, no need to rush. You will meet him in due time. The king, scratching his head, chose not to pursue the matter further. Observing this interaction, Reg turned his gaze to Uncle Bird and declared, in that case, we should prepare to depart. Subsequently, Reg harnessed the powers of space and time to open a portal through which they could traverse dimensions. It was not that Reg was unwilling to take Uncle Bird to see little Goku in the current timeline. Rather, it was that little Goku had only recently defeated Demon King Piccolo and was likely still training in the Heavenly Temple. Thus, it seemed more prudent to journey to another timeline. Once the portal stabilized, Reg guided Uncle Bird through to another dimension. After a brief passage, they arrived at a realm devoid of collapsed structures, indicating it was not a future timeline. They then ascended into the sky, heading towards the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. According to Reg's knowledge, this timeline was situated within the first World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon arrival, Reg immediately conjured a spatial barrier, allowing Uncle Bird to observe the scene below from their lofty perch. They had arrived just in time for the final match, featuring little Goku against Master Roshi. The two watched with great delight as the contest unfolded. At times, Master Roshi utilized the drunken fist, while little Goku countered with a monkey fist. In a pivotal moment, little Goku suddenly noticed the moon in the sky, transforming into a great ape. It was from this point that the power levels within the Dragon Ball saga began to escalate dramatically. Master Roshi unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating the moon above them. Thus, the transformed giant ape version of Goku reverted to his original form. As Goku stood up from the ground, he engaged in a final confrontation with Master Roshi. Both warriors unleashed the Kamehameha wave, but due to their equal prowess, they abandoned the energy clash and resorted to close combat. Ultimately, they both leaped into the air, executing flying kicks at one another. However, the outcome favored Master Roshi, as Goku's shorter legs failed to reach his opponent, resulting in Goku being kicked out of the ring, declaring his defeat. Chapter 74. Goku's first and final encounter with the Birdman. Witnessing this scene, the Birdman sighed. Ah, what a familiar sight. It feels as if it were sketched just yesterday. He then turned to Reg and stated, "The match has concluded. It's about time we descended to meet Goku." Nodding in agreement, Reg guided him slowly towards the ground. On their way, they passed a dumpling stall where the Birdman suggested purchasing a bag of dumplings. Knowing Goku had just finished his match and was likely quite hungry, he insisted on this detour. After completing their little errand, the Birdman finally met Goku. Observing Goku ahead, he cheerfully called out, "Hey there, young runner-up. May I have a moment of your time?" Upon hearing the call, Goku turned around to see the Birdman waving a bag of dumplings, seemingly beckoning him. Although Goku did not recognize the man's face, he approached politely and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, do you need something from me?" With a smile, the Birdman replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wanted to ask, young one. How old are you now?" Goku quickly began counting on his fingers and then responded, "Sir, I am 12 years old." Pleased with Goku's answer, the Birdman remarked, "I can hardly believe you are already 12. Your performance in the arena was truly remarkable." Feeling shy from the compliment, Goku scratched his head and said, "Thank you for your kind words, but I'm not as great as you say. I still lost in the end." At this point, a hint of disappointment crossed Goku's face. Noticing Goku's melancholy, the Birdman stepped closer, gently patting Goku's head and offering words of comfort. "It's all right. You will surely triumph next time. Do not let a single defeat dictate your future. No one experiences perpetual failure, nor does anyone achieve unbroken success. The most important thing is to believe in yourself and trust that you will succeed." As the Birdman's comforting gesture resonated with him, Goku felt a wave of emotion wash over him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This feeling was reminiscent of the warmth and encouragement his grandfather had once bestowed upon him. Tears shimmered in the eyes of the little monkey, who mistook the figure before him for his grandfather. "Grandfather, I miss you so much," he exclaimed, and without hesitation, he embraced the old man and began to weep. Observing the little monkey clinging to him, the old man wrapped his arms around him and gently patted his back, offering soothing words. "Do not cry, little monkey. You're already a big boy. You must not shed tears so easily." Yet upon hearing the old man's comforting words, the little monkey did not cease his weeping. Rather, he cried even louder. As time passed gradually, his cries began to subside. Seeing that the little monkey had stopped crying, the old man handed him a bag of buns and said, "After such an intense battle on the arena, and having cried for so long, you must be hungry. Here, take this bag of buns to fill your belly." At that moment, having just finished crying, the little monkey realized the old man was not his grandfather. Nevertheless, the old man still offered him the buns, prompting the little monkey to cheerfully say, "Thank you, old grandfather. You are truly kind." The little monkey accepted the buns from the old man's hands and began to eat. The old man watched the little monkey devour the buns, causing the little one to feel a bit shy as he said, "Old grandfather, you should have some too." With that, he took out a bun from the bag and extended it toward the old man. The old man smiled and replied, "No need, you enjoy them." Upon hearing the old man's refusal, the little monkey insisted, "No, old grandfather, these buns are yours, and I've already eaten so many. If you do not eat, then I shall not eat either." With that, the little monkey resisted the urge to eat another bun and handed the entire bag to the old man. However, the drool escaping from the corners of son Wukong's mouth betrayed his desire. Seeing the little monkey's determination, the old man chuckled helplessly and said, "Very well, I shall eat with you." He then took a bun from the little monkey's hands and began to eat. As the old man savored the bun, the little monkey eagerly picked up one for himself. Observing the little monkey, the old man laughed and cautioned, "Be careful not to choke. Take your time. There's plenty more." The little monkey nodded in acknowledgement, yet his hands continued their fervent motion. Witnessing this scene, the old man could only smile in amusement as he continued to eat. The atmosphere was incredibly warm, reminiscent of a grandfather and his grandson sharing a meal together. Once both had finished their buns, the old man turned to the little monkey and said, "All right, we have finished the buns. It is time for us to be on our way. By the way, I have yet to ask your name." Initially reluctant to part ways, the little monkey brightened at the old man's inquiry and exclaimed, "I am son Wukong from the Mountain of Buns." Upon hearing the little monkey's introduction, the old man responded, "Originally named son Wukong. What a delightful name it is. Little Wukong, My time is limited. It is time for me to depart. Upon hearing the elder's words, little Wukong, filled with reluctance, asked, will we have the opportunity to meet again? In response to Wukong's inquiry, the elder smiled and gently patted his head, saying, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Moreover, little Wukong, you will grow into a formidable man, destined to experience both loss and gain. Do not mourn my departure. Remember, many friends await you. After speaking, he took a few steps back and added, it is indeed time for me to leave, and you must return to your friends to continue your unfinished adventure. With that, he turned away, disregarding little Wukong's presence. Observing the elder's retreating figure, Wukong felt that this might truly be their last encounter. Thus, he held back his tears and waved farewell, saying goodbye. Elder, under Wukong's gaze, the elder vanished into the crowd. Yet, Wukong remained lost in thought, unable to come to terms with the elder's departure. Just then, a voice beside him broke the silence, asking, Wukong, what are you doing standing here? I searched for you everywhere. I couldn't find you. Never mind that. I've heard that Master Roshi is treating us to a meal. If we delay, we might miss out on the food. Upon hearing these words, little Wukong snapped back to reality and turned to see Master Roshi, Krillin, and Bulma approaching. He recalled some of the elder's previous words and wiped away the tears from his eyes, smiling at his friends as he said, it's nothing. I was just watching a friend depart. But let us not dwell on that. Let us eat, as I am quite hungry. Hearing Wukong's words, Master Roshi and the others exchanged glances, puzzled but decided to heed Wukong's suggestion and head for the meal. Subsequently, they set off toward the restaurant. Meanwhile, in the sky, the elder and Reg were observing this heartwarming scene. The elder simply smiled, choosing to remain silent. Reg, witnessing the moment, felt the time was right and said to the elder, now that little Wukong has met with you, it is time to return. The elder shook his head and replied, no, there is still one more person I wish to see. Reg, somewhat puzzled by the elder's words, opted to listen to his wishes. The elder then expressed, could you take me to meet Aral? Reg, hearing this request, was filled with curiosity. In truth, Rager has become somewhat muddled regarding certain plot lines of Dragon Ball, and is unaware that, apart from Dragon Ball Super, there exists a cameo appearance of Aral within the original Dragon Ball series.